Reevan sat in meditation as he circulated the different affinities he had unlocked to finally begin improving them again. It had taken him a long time to enter the state of meditation, much longer than normal. He had a lot on his mind after his talk with his mother and the strange dinner they had had afterward with his friends. The information that his mother had given him about the circumstances behind them settling in a Tier 1 region made him realize there was a lot more going on in the world behind the scenes that he wasn't aware of. Well, we weren't just randomly fleeing from the higher tier regions. We had spent a couple of years traveling between the different vassal states to find anyone still loyal enough to mount a rescue on our territory. Most of the time had been wasted in the first, closest Tier 3 kingdom that we fled to after the destruction of our capital, Gelidrud. Emelian paused for a moment in her story and shuddered. They used soft tactics, at first, to alienate me from the other nobles. The biggest, worst thing they tried to do was alienate me from your father. At first, because of the resentment I had for the way we had escaped, I let my emotions cloud my judgment. They almost succeeded in their endeavor, but luckily for me, your father was the epitome of a knight in shining armor. He never once doubted me or gave me any reason, beyond the rumors that Snake First Prince Gallon and his subordinates fed me, to doubt him in turn. He worked diligently in the background to build a network of loyalists. I have always deeply regretted the suffering I caused him on top of everything piled on top of him from the outside influence. Once I came to my senses, my adoration for his conduct is probably what led to me eventually falling in love with him. Emelian sighed wistfully at the recollection. She came to herself again with a start. Oh, but that's another story for another time. After we left the court of Gelidrud, we went to the other surrounding Tier 3 kingdom that nominally swore fealty to our Vin bloodline. We met more of the same everywhere we went. The other kingdoms had taken the time to form their own alliances, and by the time we visited the third Tier 3 kingdom, they had fallen into open civil war across the empire. The Tier 3 kingdoms leveraged their own Tier 2 vassals as the main battlefronts, and vice versa all the way down to their Tier 1 subordinates. We had been almost completely ignored by that point as they squabbled among themselves. We were going to try one more time to see if we could establish a foothold, but first Prince Gallon had apparently never given up on his ambitions of making me his wife and using that relationship to secure the Vinish throne for himself. He ambushed us and tried to use force. Emelian leveled a gaze at Reevan. Your father didn't appreciate that very much, not at all. I've seen your father in a rage before, but all of those other times paled in comparison. Let's just say that Prince Gallon wishes your father had killed him. Rafix had always been pretty unassuming around the other nobility, and the lesson we learned from that was to always hide our strength in case it was needed. Nobody expected your father, including me, to be nearly as powerful as he was. We escaped from the ambush and headed to the nearest teleportation point they're common in Tier 3 and above kingdoms. How else do you expect empires to form and be able to move across such vast distances? We loaded it up with the remainder of our mana crystals, much more power than was necessary, and we rigged it to send us to a random location. Well, random location isn't quite right. We chose a direction to be sent. You see, over the years of trying to build a base of loyalists, the ones we did manage to recruit didn't stay idle. That's where we learned about the possibility of outside interference and maybe a traitor. We learned that the ones involved in the dungeon breaks of the capital had certain ties to ancient cults, and we sent our subordinates out across the vast lands to find traces of them. The dungeon in the mountains, Reevan said with realization. Emelian nodded her head. Exactly. We didn't know about the dungeon for a long time. After all, it was only recently found by adventurers, but we knew about the cavern system. Your father, along with his employer, one of the loyalists, went in there long before you and the Count's men went and laid claim to it. They cleared out the remnants of the revenants and cultist remains, which is one of the reasons I was surprised to hear about the battle you guys had with the demon. Your story of that battle is what actually tipped us off to the fact that there were active cultists in the area. We were looking for a suitable excuse to move the family to the capital, while still giving you room to grow and do your own thing, which is how we found out about the supplementary school attached to the academies. Even if Kylie and Riley weren't nearly as talented as they are, we still would have manufactured a way to get them into the school. But that means you sent me off to the dungeon when you knew about the dangers, Reevan pointed out. I mean, nothing ended up happening, but that seems a little irresponsible on your part, don't you think? Reevan, Emelian said with a small smile. You were never in any danger. Well, outside of your own delves, that is. Let me tell you, the man we had in charge of your security almost broke into the infirmary and kidnapped you when you were brought out of the dungeon unconscious. Luckily, the team healer was able to assess you from a distance and let him know that you were going to be fine. How many subordinates do you guys have? Reevan tilted his head. Emelian just gave a coy smile. Are the adventurers that saved the day at Magron your subordinates? Partly, Emelian nodded. I'm sure you've realized it by now, but the leaders of that party were your father and me. It was actually a huge coincidence that your father was there for the beast tide the first time you ran into him. Remember, he had gone off on a business trip. We had learned that the Count was going to mount an expedition to the dungeon, but we didn't realize he was going to conscript you. The fact that I knew you were going to run across each other, and a message to your father guaranteed, that was the main reason I didn't throw a fuss and have you exempted. It would be child's play to put the right kind of pressure on the Count of Magron. Reevan sat in silence as he moved the affinities throughout his body. That part of the conversation had finally put to rest his suspicions about his parents not doing more to keep him safe at home. I always knew there was something strange about the circumstances of my mother, an imperial princess, allowing her firstborn son to be conscripted without much of a fight. I had been so caught up in my own little world, though, that I just subconsciously accepted it. Reevan finally knew why his parents had settled in the Tier 1 region, partly because he and his sisters had been born, and partly because they were chasing after the mastermind of their own empire's demise. All of that gives me a lot to think about, but that's not the real reason I've been so out of sorts after the conversation. The real reason he had been so distracted, from noticing his friend's arrival and his struggles in entering meditation, had come soon after. Then how come I didn't recognize your voices? You guys spoke plenty while I was right there, but you didn't sound anything like you do now, Reevan said. Not seeing their faces was one thing, but hearing completely different voices and accents had been the real reason he had been hesitant in declaring the adventurers were his parents a long time ago. Haha, just listen to me, Emelian said with a laugh, her voice matching that of the petite caster he had seen conjure the magical tornado. Your father and I have had years to practice our deception skills, and modulating one's voice isn't so hard. Your father and I have also traveled to many different places and heard even more dialects and accents to mimic. It's really not that surprising if you think about it. Yeah, it does make sense, Reevan nodded. Speaking of, what was the element you used to conjure that spell to wipe out the Revenant army? It looked like light, but my gut tells me it wasn't. Your gut is right, Emelian said, a look of pride on her face. It's a half-step Tier 5 affinity, which is a fancy way of saying a more powerful Tier 4 affinity, and it's called the Celestial Affinity. Divine mana isn't necessarily light or holy, or anything like that. Divine mana is literally just mana empowered through a contractual relationship with an ascended being. Myrna, the goddess of light, is actually just an ascended being, and she was one who lived in the same time and was an acquaintance of the same ascended who we get our Akashic record skill from. Vindin, as we call him, we actually don't have records of his true name, was the ascended we're descended from, and it was one of his more powerful grandchildren that founded the Vindin Empire. Don't expect a lot of answers from me on the subject. We had to flee the Empire before I finished my education on the matter. Anyway, back on topic of the affinity. The Celestial Affinity is one that is powerful in its own right. It's a combination of light, fire, and lightning, among some other things, and it's particularly powerful against undead and other demonic forms of mana. It doesn't get bonuses against all other realm mana, like the Verdant Realm isn't particularly demonic, though it is technically heretical, and the Abyss isn't the only demonic realm, either. So then you know about the Veridical Affinity, Reevan asked. I happened to unlock the Veridical Affinity after that time I was pulled out of the dungeon you mentioned. Really? Emelian showed genuine surprise on her face at the revelation. Typically, one unlocks the Veridical Affinity after years and years of studying and refining pretty much all of the affinities. The one Archmagus of the Empire that had it unlocked had transcended level 100 in several of the basic affinities, and he was at minimum an expert in all of the others before he unlocked the Veridical Affinity. Emelian gently patted Reevan on the shoulder and gave him a consoling smile. Don't worry about your Veridical Affinity for now. In order to train it further, you'll need to get your other affinities as high as that Archmagus, so outside of extraordinary circumstances, it's going to sit at level 1 for a long, long time. Okay, I hadn't really noticed anything when I tried to use it before, though I can see a faint shimmer when other people interact with the system. Reevan nodded his head. And that leads to another question I have. You're not a light weaver, are you? I was a light weaver. When I was Tier 2, Emelian said, remember, your father and I have been in the habit of hiding our strength for so long that we don't even think about it anymore. We've even developed fake status pages for anyone that has a sufficiently powerful enough analyze type skill. Here, let me show you. Your mother has requested to share her status page with you. Familial bond verified, sharing of intimate details authorized. Accepted. Reevan was momentarily surprised at the pop-up notification. I didn't know it was possible to share information like this. I suppose they had always planned on sharing this with me well, us, Kylie and Riley included when the time was right. I don't see any reason to deny the request. Reevan mentally selected to accept the sharing of the status. Status name, Emelian class, Weaver Light T2 LVL 40 age, 33 Villager T1 health, 1660 stamina, 2080 mana, 530 physical stats mental stats STR, 42 INT, 78 VIT, 166 MAG, 28 DEX, 44 CLA, 24 CHA, 0 per, 81 LUK, 0. That's what everyone who uses an analyze skill that isn't at the master level will see, Emelian said. Yeah, you look like you have the stats of any common lifestyle class commoner with a slight affinity to your class, Rievin said, dismissing the page. What's your actual status look like? Emelian smiled as she mentally did something that Rievin couldn't perceive. After a moment, he received another pop-up notification. Your mother has requested to share her status page with you. Familial bond verified, sharing of intimate details authorized. Accept, deny. He once again chose to accept. Status name Emelian class, Forgotten Celestial Sovereign T4 LVL 40 age, 33 Celestial Elementalist T3 Light Weaver T2 health, 16,000 stamina, 25,000 mana, 23,755 physical stats mental stats STR, 900 INT, 2,281 VIT, 1,600 MAG, 2,470 DEX, 900 CLA, 900 CHA. 249 per, 900 LUK, 76. What? Rievin stared at the status page in front of him. All coherent thought completely fled from his mind. He could hardly process the numbers he was seeing. Emelian sat back and let Rievin work through the implications of seeing her true status page. Rievin looked up at his mother and stammered out some nonsense, incapable of speech momentarily. Yeah, there's a good reason we keep our strength hidden, Emelian gently said. There are some people in the capital who might be close to my power level, but they will be few and far between. Knight Captain Reifeld is famous throughout the kingdom, and he's only a high-level Tier 3 paladin. The sword bishop that went to the dungeon town was also a relatively well-known, powerful individual. The lack of higher-tier dungeons, along with the minuscule amount of mana density in the region, is one of the main contributing factors to the power gap between people living in the different regions. The dungeons that you'll have to go through as part of your curriculum in the Magic Academy will not give you even a fraction of the experience you can gain in the Revenant dungeon. From what I understand of it, even the first floor of the new dungeon is superior in experience and resources than any of the other dungeons that can be found anywhere else in the kingdom. Rievin heard the words, and they registered and caused him some slight surprise, but he was still wrestling with the status page he had just been shown. After several minutes of silence, Rievin finally regained his wits and looked at his mother. If you're so strong as a young scion of the Empire, then just how powerful were the dungeon break and the mastermind behind it? He quietly asked. So something to know about regions and the denizens that can be found in them, Emelian said, seemingly not answering the question right away. A Tier 1 region like this one, the cannon fodder monster level is going to be Tier 1, like the goblins that roam about. You with me so far? Rievin nodded and indicated for her to continue. A Tier 2 region, the cannon fodder level of monster, will be a weak Tier 2. Emelian gave Rievin a look. Rievin extrapolated the information. So a Tier 4 region's weakest monster is basically a weak Tier 4. Emelian nodded her head. Yes, and dungeons typically follow the pattern as well. There were more Tier 4 monsters coming out of each of the dungeons in the capital than there were revenants from the dungeon break army we fought. There were also many Tier 5 and some Tier 6 boss monsters in the horde. We had people powerful enough to fight monsters of that level, but not with how sudden it was and how many there were. It was a nightmare. Those dungeons weren't demonic in nature, but the monsters and beasts from inside of them were no less dangerous. So imagine the dungeon town if there were 4 dungeons, and each dungeon break had more monsters than the Revenant dungeon released, all happening at once on a much larger scale. What do you know about the mastermind? Rievin asked quietly after a moment. Not a lot, Emelian said. All we know is he or she has a connection with the cult somehow, and they have the ability to affect the dungeons from the outside. It is an unprecedented ability, and we've never heard of anyone else ever having that ability before. Hey, Rafix called out as he entered the house in the middle of the discussion. He quickly spotted Rievin sitting on the couch, and he got a giant grin on his face as he walked over to give his son a hug. He stopped with a frown on his face when Rievin continued to sit and stare in contemplation. What's going on with him? Rafix turned to Emelian. I just revealed my status page and the truth about why we're in this region, Emelian said. Ah, okay. Then his expression makes perfect sense, Rafix said with a chuckle. He's always been so strong for his age and tier, and I'm sure seeing something so outside of his range of expectations came as a shock. I think he still can't get over it, Emelian agreed with her own chuckle. Well, let's help him out a bit more then, shall we? Rievin was aware of his father's arrival, but he was still so preoccupied with the new information he had been learning. He was brought out of his thoughts by another pop-up notification. Your father has requested to share his status page with you. Familial bond verified, sharing of intimate details authorized. Accept, deny. Reevin glanced at Rafix out of the corner of his eye. His father just grinned back at him. You two can't even give me time to come to grips with it. Reevin sighed. Nope, it's like a bandage. Rip it off all at once, Rafix said. Reevin rolled his eyes. Okay, Mom said nobody expected Dad to be as powerful as he was, so let's see just how strong he really is. Reevin mentally selected accept, and a new status page popped up once again. Status name, Rafix class, embodiment of righteousness T5 LVL 21 age, 36 heart of the sword T4 Blademaster of Vin T3. Health 44,160 stamina, 101,080 mana, 13,500 physical stats mental stats STR, 5,692 INT, 1,400 VIT, 4,416 MAG, 1,300 Dex, 5,670 CLA, 1,000 CHA, 175 per, 1,800 LUK, 121. Legendary Reevin cried out in shock. He spluttered after shouting out the word, once more flabbergasted. And Tier 5, I just noticed that. How is that even possible? Reevin couldn't fathom how his parents had gained so many levels. You guys have been in this region for longer than I've been alive, and I'm 10 years old. How did you guys get so strong? He was finally able to give voice to the doubts in his mind. Rafix answered him with laughter before explaining. We got a rare treasure from a dungeon drop a long time ago in a much higher tier region. It allows us to remotely enter the dungeon from anywhere in the same realm once a month. Rafix reached into a pouch on his waist and pulled forth a weathered-looking ankh. It didn't look like anything special at first glance, and Reevin's inspect skill wasn't high enough level to get any information out of it from the system. It's technically a key to bypass several floors of the dungeon, but your mother and I paid a high price to a powerful space affinity caster to modify it. It now leads to the entrance of the dungeon instead of deeper inside, but it can be used anywhere. It takes a month to recharge, and luckily the dungeon itself has drops that can be used to charge it. If it had to charge simply from the ambient mana, it would take nearly a year to fully recharge in this Tier 1 region. Okay, I guess that makes sense, Reevin said. He looked up at his father with a hopeful look on his face. Does that mean I'll get the chance to delve that dungeon too? Yup, Rafix said as he put the ankh back away. That was always the plan, but you're not ready yet. This is a Tier 4 dungeon. The Revenant dungeon is Tier 3, and you're probably not capable of getting to and clearing the bottom floor yet. Once you can clear it while being a main member of the party, not just tagging along, I can give you a slot in the party that delves this dungeon. If you went now, not only would you be in more danger than I'm comfortable with, but you also wouldn't be able to contribute enough for it to be beneficial. So with that in mind, what you need to do is keep up your training and do well in the academy, all right? Reevin nodded his head. And that leads to my current situation of continuing training my affinities once again. If my hunch is correct, I'll need more than just to graduate to force the Tier 3 class transition, so I still can't slack off. Reevin continued his diligent practice. He had made the goal to be as strong or stronger than the adventuring team that had stepped in to save Magron, and now he had a glimpse of just how powerful he would need to be. I think I can do it. As far as I know, both mother and father had regular Tier 1 and 2 classes, and yet they both have more than one epic class, and Dad even has a legendary Tier 5 class. I'll have to ask them the specifics of what their classes are all about sometime, but for now, I need to work. Reevin lowered his mana sword as he gulped for air. He wiped the sweat off of his brow as he reached for his water skin to take a drink. It's not nearly as hot as it was at the dungeon town, but I'm sweating more under my parents' tutelage than I ever did sparring over there. And I'm not even sparring. Reevin drank almost the entirety of the flask, and his mother simply did something with her mana to fill it back up again with pure, icy water. Reevin had thought that his father pushed him hard before, and that his mother was actually much milder in her teachings, but he was rudely awakened to the truth when they combined their efforts. It might have been a mistake to show them my full status page and skills after they had shown me theirs, Reevin thought, not for the first time. He had wanted advice on the direction he should take his training, and he would be lying if he didn't want to get back at his parents' unfathomable display of their status pages. Reevin had taken the opportunity to bring up the subject at the breakfast table after his sisters had bounded off to do whatever it was that they did. I want to make sure I'm fully prepared for the academy, so I would like some advice, Reevin opened. How do I show you guys my status page as you showed me? Emelian and Rafix shared a look before Emelian turned back to Reevin. You simply open your status page. She waited until Reevin nodded. Then you will a connection between your status page and us. It helps to visualize a mana tether attaching us to your status, but it's not actually a real mana tether. You just have to focus on connecting. If there's a connection between us, like us being your parents, and you could probably do it with your party members after you've been together for a sufficient amount of time, the system will latch onto that connection and transfer the status page over for us to see it. Reevin nodded his head and followed the instructions. Visualizing the mana tether helped, but he also found it hard to not actually extend his mana. After a minute of concentration, he got it and he received a notification of success. Requested to share your status page with your mother. Requested to share your status page with your father. Your mother has accepted. Your father has accepted. Ryevin waited in silence for his parents to view his status and skills, and waited and waited. Ryevin began to fidget as there was no movement from his parents after a long time. It can't take this long to read through my status page. Did I do it wrong and send the wrong information over? I'm out, Rafik said as he unceremoniously stood from the breakfast table. This is just ridiculous. I can't handle it. He strode out of the room and went to the backyard, the door slamming shut behind him. What? Ryevin prompted after his mother continued to stare off into space. Emelian looked up, startled by the question from Ryevin. She glanced at the back door and then back at Ryevin. Well, you know your father. He had to work extremely hard for all of his success in levels, and what you just showed us is simply unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about it? My stats are in the low 200s for the most part, Ryevin said defensively. Dad's strength stat alone was over 5,000, and he's going to act so surprised at my stats. Ryevin rolled his eyes. Ryevin, how old are you? Emelian gently asked. Almost 11 now, just a couple of months away, and I should be 11 before I have to go to the academy. Emelian said. And what tier are you right now? I'm actually Tier 1, but I'm technically Tier 2, Ryevin said with a frown. You know all of this. Yes, I do, Emelian said with a nod. She frowned and shook her head after, though. But it seems like you keep forgetting it. Your father is Tier 5. Of course, his stats are going to be really high. You're only still Tier 1. Do you know what my stats look like at Tier 1? Ryevin shook his head. At level 30, Tier 1, even with my bloodline granting me increased stats every level, my highest stat was Vitality. And it was 200. Okay, Ryevin said with narrowed eyes. My Vitality was twice as high as my second highest stat at the time, Emelian said. My Magic was my second highest stat, and it was only 100. I had a total of 817 stats. I had a higher growth rate than your father did, because my Tier 1 class was the rare Imperial Princess versus your father's rare Vin Noble, and my bloodline is more powerful than his. You have a total of 1,610 stats in Tier 1, Emelian said. Ryevin's face took on a look of comprehension. You have almost double the total stats that I did. I don't know what your father's stats were at Tier 1, as I never saw them and haven't asked, but it's safe to say that he had quite a bit less than even I did. And that's not to say anything about your skill levels. Emelian sat back in surprise, finally fully coming out of her stunned state. I thought I was talented to get the Weaver class instead of the Mage class, because my mana manipulation was at level 40. That was my highest skill by a lot. You have 10 skills over level 40, and your mythic skill is actually your highest at level 61. I knew you trained a lot, but I was expecting to see most of your skills at less than half of what they are, even for how hard you worked. Yeah, I've noticed that my skill levels generally level up at a much faster pace than everyone else. Ryevin scratched the back of his head with a sheepish expression. And that's not even counting the several skills that I know I get a bonus to leveling. And that's another thing, Emelian said with exasperation. I've only heard of a few people with some specific achievements being granted a bonus to their skill leveling, but from what I remember, you've had several bonuses since the day you first accessed the system. Yeah, I've always had these weird dreams where I'm performing those skills, or something similar, and that seems to be where it comes from. I'm not sure how the system recognized it, but I do recall getting a notification of having combat life experience as one of the reasons I was able to choose fighter instead of conscript when I was conscripted, Ryevin said nonchalantly. Emelian cocked her head at her son and narrowed her eyes. You've never told us anything about any kind of weird dreams before. That bears further conversation, but let's keep on topic for now. Seeing as how you've made it 11 years without anything bad happening because of the dreams, it can wait until later. I've never told you about the dreams before, Ryevin said with surprise. I could have sworn I did. You've told us a lot of crazy things over the years, but this I would have remembered, Emelian shook her head. Anyway, onto the topic of directing your training. You obviously need to continue increasing your affinities. That's something you'll have to do for the rest of your life until you reach your talent threshold, at which point they won't move without outside influence, like a natural treasure, no matter how often you train them, but they're definitely passable for the academy. Passable, as in good enough for graduation, Emelian reiterated. I'm assuming you want to do more than just graduate, though. Ryevin nodded his head in the affirmative. Then you'll need your base elements at least at 51, above the expert mastery, and each tier above that needs to be about 8 to 12 points lower than the tier above, respectively. Though it is weird that your light and darkness affinities are actually considerably higher than your tier 2 affinities, almost closing in on your base elements, Emelian said, tapping her chin in thought. I've never heard of that situation either. Another thing I've never heard of is all of your affinities advancing in lockstep. It's very strange that they're all the same within the tiers. Well, not important right now. We're still focused on your training regime. I'll give you the necessary steps to unlock the rest of Tier 2 and 3 affinities, and after they've caught up to your other ones, or at least made decent strides, I'll tell you how to get some of the Tier 4 affinities. I don't have them all myself, so I can't guide you on all of them. You may not be able to unlock all of them either, but the fact that you already have veridical means you most likely can. Aside from that, there's one point that I have an issue with. Emelian gave Ryevin a flat look. What's the deal with flame weapon? Ryevin looked at his mother in confusion. I worked with Larissa and extrapolated the class skill all on my own, Ryevin said defensively. I'm quite proud of that achievement, and it's helped me out a lot against the revenants and other undead creatures. It was even originally just flame blade, but I combined it with my weapon's master skill to turn it into flame weapon. Yes, I'm sure, Emelian waved him off. My issue is, why is it still flame weapon? Emelian cocked her head as she stared at her son. You even said so yourself just now, that you modified it from flame blade into flame weapon. Ryevin wasn't quite grasping the point. Emelian rolled her eyes. You did all of that work to unlock all of those affinities, and you mentioned in your letters that you've grasped almost all of their weaves, so why is it flame weapon and not elemental weapon? Oh, Ryevin realized what his mother was getting at finally. He shrugged his shoulders as he replied, I just really haven't had the time to work on the other elements yet. Emelian said skeptically, more like you didn't think about it. Well, that's what we're going to work on first. Upgrading it to elemental weapon will also pay off dividends to your mana control skills. Using the elements won't directly increase your affinity with them, but you might gain insight into them to help with your mana circulation later, too. And that's where Ryevin found himself drenched in sweat, working with his mana sword and going through the paces of his sword practice. It's not enough to just activate the different elements instead of fire, Ryevin thought ruefully. Oh no, Dad also had to turn it into a full-blown workout, and now that he's seen my stats, he knows exactly how hard to push me. Ryevin glanced down at the weights on his body and sighed. I don't remember ever having to wear anything like this when training before. Dad, why am I wearing a full body weight suit again? Ryevin asked. Aren't I already past the point of diminishing returns? Of course, Rafix nodded. Plus, a weight suit would do more harm than good in that regard. Then why am I wearing one? Ryevin asked, puzzled. It's not about training your stats, Rafix replied. Did you forget that the best way to train was to train when you're already tired? It seems like your carefree life as an adventurer has caused you to forget a few things, Rafix chuckled. Plus, once you get really exhausted, this is a good way to train your mental fortitude and iron will skills. This is the fastest way to get you to that point, while simultaneously training your skills other than running or athleticism. Now enough talk. Get back to work. Rafix clapped his hands together. Emelian watched from the side, amused. Ryevin could tell that she was doing something next to a large tub, but he wasn't quite sure. She was somehow obscuring his sense mana and mana sight skills to keep him in suspense. Ryevin quickly got back into his sword form. He was using the mana sword for a couple of reasons. 1, it conducted mana, obviously, and 2, it didn't matter which weapon he used to train with. He had already unlocked the basic elements weapon after only about 20 minutes of dedicated work. I can see why Mom wasn't convinced that I hadn't had time, but it required a lot more work to upgrade it further into the elemental weapon skill. You just have to have a basic proficiency in most of your Tier 2 affinities, and one of the Tier 3 affinities to change the skill, Emelian had explained. Once you do, you won't magically be able to use all elements at will, though. You'll still only be able to use the ones you've actually unlocked, but the system will step in and help give you crutch until your skill and affinity levels increase enough. Ryevin hadn't learned all of the weaves to all of his Tier 2 and 3 affinities, but he had several of them down, so he worked on those first. His mother had promised to help him learn the other weaves, and she said she had some exercises for him to do to continue practicing them. Ryevin was completely drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted when he finally received the notification, several hours later, that he had reached his goal. Calculating. Basic Elements weapon skill has been altered to elemental weapon. Ryevin sighed in relief as he let his sword tip rest on the ground. He groaned as he stretched his neck, moving his head in a circle as the sweat rolled down his face. I take it you finally succeeded, Emelian asked with a smile. She had finished whatever it was she had been doing a long time ago, and she had remained off to the side offering pointers on how to more expertly wield his elements on his sword. Ryevin nodded his head before getting a drink. You've worked up quite the sweat, Rafix said in approval. Your mother prepared something for you to help take care of that, though. Rafix grinned at his son as he approached him. Now I need you to take a deep breath and hold it. Got it. Ryevin did as instructed without thinking about it and nodded to his father. Good. Rafix picked Ryevin up one-handed like he was a toy, and before Ryevin could react in his tired state, he thrust him into the large tub that Emelian was standing next to. Ryevin's eyes opened wide as he saw it was completely filled with water. Ryevin was dunked into the water, and he was held in place by his father. Normally, he would be able to hold his breath for a very long time considering his stats and stamina, but he was out of breath and exhausted. His stamina was already very low, so Ryevin could feel the strain on his lungs after only about a minute of being held down. He began to thrash about, and his father pulled him back up. Ryevin took a deep breath just in time to be dunked back into the water. "What are you doing? Why are you doing it?" Ryevin screamed in his mind. He didn't understand what his dad was doing to him. Is this revenge for upstaging his Tier 1 stats? It's completely unreasonable. Rafix pulled Ryevin back up out of the water again and saw that Ryevin was staring at him with narrowed eyes. Rafix let out a large laugh. "I'm not punishing you, if that's what you're thinking," Rafix said. "I noticed your swimming skill was still at 0 after all of these years. Focus on holding your breath and unlock the breath control skill. It'll help when I teach you to swim later." Rafix dunked him back into the water after the brief explanation. "Okay, that makes sense," Ryevin thought. But dunking me twice before explaining anything was definitely revenge. Ryevin once more sat in meditation, working on circulating his mana to work on his affinities. He was too mentally tired to try and unlock any of the other affinities, but he could still go through the motions with the ones he had already unlocked. "Okay, so we've set the schedule for the next couple of weeks. We all agreed that I didn't need to focus too heavily on my weapons master skill at the moment." Dad said it wasn't quite at the master level yet, but it was very close. Talking about the weapons master skill had reminded Ryevin of his dad's display with the ethereal weapons on the Magron City walls. "Dad, your Tier 4 class was Heart of the Sword, right?" Rafix nodded at the question. "Then how come you had that huge arsenal of conjured weapons that you used to surround yourself during the battle?" "Well, let me explain about the classes a little bit first," Rafix said. Tiers 1 through 3 all have fairly generic classes for everyone. Sure, there's different levels of rarity, but all of the classes you get in those tiers are generally going to be the same. Once you reach Tier 4, however, your classes become personalized to you. The reason my Tier 4 class is Heart of the Sword isn't because I renounced all other weapons, but in spite of it. Ryevin cocked an eyebrow at the answer. "I've trained in all the same weapons that you have, but my heart has always belonged to the sword. I've always been better at it than any of the other weapons despite my skill." "You have the weapons master skill, too?" Ryevin asked. "I thought you said you didn't know if it would work when you trained me with all of those weapons years ago. You just hoped it would." "I don't have weapons master," Rafix denied, shaking his head. "Here, let me show you. Your father has requested to share his truncated skill page with you. Familial bond verified, sharing of intimate details authorized. Accept, deny." Ryevin accepted the notification. Skills, Tier 5, Weapons Prodigy 101. Ryevin looked at the notification window with a blank stare for several moments. He just couldn't resist. Ryevin sighed. "Weapons Prodigy level 101, Ryevin said as he looked up at his father. 101. Ryevin gave him a deadpan look. Rafix smiled as he lifted his chin with pride. "Actually, I have you to thank for that," Rafix said after a moment. "Me? What did I do?" Ryevin said, pointing at himself. "I told you that training you had benefited me greatly," Rafix answered. "I had stagnated at level 100 for a long time, and after working with you and witnessing everything you did, I was finally able to gain some insights in order to break through the bottleneck and reach transcendent mastery. You once asked me if I had any skills over level 100, and I had told you that I didn't." Ryevin nodded at the memory. "Well, what I left out was that I had a skill at level 100 when you asked. It broke through the bottleneck shortly after that, but I never said anything until now. But enough about that," Rafix waved his hand. "If you look at the skill, you will have already noticed that it's Weapons Prodigy instead of Weapons Master. It's also a legendary skill as opposed to your mythic skill. The biggest difference between the skills, though, is that my skill only applies to actual weapons, and not just anything I can conceptualize as a weapon. I gained the skill through the same method you did, but I did it after getting my first class. Because I already had my first class unlocked, I got the legendary version of the mythic skill. So all of that to explain about the weapons I conjured in the battle," Rafix said. "That's a personalized skill that I created with my Weapons Prodigy skill as the foundation. As I said, Tier 4 and up classes are personalized, and you'll have a degree of freedom with your class skills. In order for me to make that skill, I had to individually swing those weapons about as if I was in actual combat. If you ever see me use it again, you can pay close attention to the trajectory of the weapons and see that they're not actually just spinning around me. They're being used properly. It took me hours upon hours upon hours to ingrain those movements into my muscle memory before I was able to make the skill. Those were conjured out of mana, though," Ryevin pointed out. "I didn't know you could use mana skills. I was born with just a smidgen of talent for mana skills, so I've always technically been able to, but I was always more focused on the martial classes," Rafix explained. "That being said, everyone who reaches Tier 4 will automatically gain the ability to use mana skills. It's based on the inherent nature of the meridians the Tier 4 classes grant." "I see," Ryevin said, "so I'll be able to make a similar skill as yours when I reach Tier 4. Can I practice it earlier and learn it before Tier 4, like how I unlocked Flame Blade? Sure, you could do those things, Rafix nodded. He shook his head immediately after. But why would you? I just told you that my weapons prodigy skill only works on real weapons. With your weapons master skill, you are the weapon. Think about that. Don't let examples of what others have done before you limit your imagination. It's good to use other things as inspiration, but never believe that any skill you see from someone else is the epitome of what that skill could be in the hands of a true master. Rieven's conversation with his father had been pretty eye-opening, and he could already foresee endless possibilities. He wasn't just talented in martial skills, though. He was equally, if not more so, talented in mana skills. And that leads to my scheduled, dedicated work on unlocking one specific affinity, and their weaves each day in the mornings with Mom. Meditation and mana control skills after lunch. And then finally, some light physical exercise with Dad before washing up for bed. He seems pretty determined to have me finally level up my swimming skill, too. Mom also mentioned that it would be beneficial for me to work on my piano skill, considering the company I'm likely to find myself in at the academy. All nobles and other scions of well-to-do families have multiple skills in the arts, not just their dedicated professions. I have a busy schedule ahead of me, Rieven thought, but I've always liked training. He smiled as he worked on his mana circulation. Affinities Tier 1, Air 44, Earth 44, Fire 44, Water 44. Tier 2, Ice 25, Lightning 9, Magma 25, Metal 25, Mist 9, Mud 9, Plasma 25, Wood 25. Tier 3, Darkness 39, Durability 4, Gravity 4, Kinetic 4, Light 39, Piercing 4, Sharpness 4. Tier 4, Eternity 1. Tier 5, Abyss 1, Veridical 1. Rieven looked at his Affinities tab after unlocking his first Tier 4 affinity. He had been completely surprised by the sudden notification that he had unlocked a Tier 4 affinity, because he hadn't particularly been trying to unlock one. I didn't even know that Eternal was one of the affinities I could unlock. Mom did say she didn't know all of them, but that's one that wasn't included in the list she gave me. Rieven thought back to the conversation he had had about the affinities with his mother. You've obviously unlocked all of the basic elements, and you've unlocked most of the Tier 2 elements as well. There are actually not that many Tier 1 and Tier 2 affinities. A good rule of thumb is to think of Tier 1 affinities as the very basic building blocks of mana and the world around us on a conceptualized basis. People have long known that the physical makeup of reality doesn't match the elements of mana, but mana isn't a physical thing. It makes sense that mana and physics don't match up exactly. Tier 2 affinities are combinations of the basic building blocks or other permutations. For instance, plasma is basically superheated air fire, and air with a touch of lightning conductivity. Interesting that you unlocked plasma before lightning, but it's not actually necessary despite what you might learn in the academy. Tier 3 affinities are more along the lines of concepts or attributes than elements. For instance, you could infuse the Tier 2 metal affinity into your sword and make it have the properties of a stronger metal, or you could infuse sharpness and create a considerably more condensed and efficient edge directly. Sharpness and other concepts won't work on everything, though. You wouldn't get much utility out of a sharpness-infused ball. That being said, if you pair the right Tier 3 affinity with the right situation, it could be up to magnitudes of order more powerful than a Tier 2 element. Light and darkness, while technically would seem to belong in Tier 2, aren't just the base attributes of light and darkness. They include the higher concepts with them, which is why they are Tier 3. Higher concepts like what? Rieven asked. Well, like some people associate light with good or holy, and darkness with evil or unholy. Those descriptions aren't inherently true of the affinities, but the concepts do exist and are recognized by the system. Hence, Tier 3. Rieven nodded his head at the explanation. Tier 4 affinities, Emelian continued, are higher concepts that touch on truths of the universe. Space and time are the two most famous Tier 4 affinities, even though they are the rarest ones. A caster with a high level in both space and time would be one of the most powerful forces in the world, almost regardless of their tier or level, depending on the situation. Granted, I've never heard of a caster talented in both. Space and time and the ones who are talented in one of them are 1 in a billion. Rieven was taken aback at how rare the talent for those affinities was. So there's what, 7 or 8 people talented in space or time, and you guys happen to find one to modify that dungeon key. Emelian shook her head as she chuckled. You underestimate just how vast the world is, Emelian said. There were over 5 billion people spread across the Vindan Empire alone, and we were just one of thousands of Tier 4 empires in this realm. Nobody knows exactly how big the realm is, but it's speculated that it's infinitely large. Take the empires I just mentioned as an example. Tier 4 empires are the peak of civilization. There are no Tier 5 or higher empires, but we know that there are countless Tier 5 regions, all the way up to Tier 8. Tier 4 is the highest power an empire has achieved. Why? Reevin asked with a frown. With the power he had witnessed his parents and their party wield, it didn't make sense that Tier 4 was as high as it went. Think about it, Emelian said. There just aren't enough strong people available to tame a Tier 5 region, much less a higher one. Remember what I said about the denizens of each tier region? Reevin nodded his head. The weakest monsters and beasts in a Tier 5 region are going to be almost as strong as your father, and there are countless of them. Sure, there are adventuring parties and other government-sanctioned organizations that go on expeditions into the Tier 5 and 6 regions to extract resources and wealth from them, but there's just not enough people to make basing an empire there a viable option. Even if all of the most powerful people in all of the thousands of Tier 4 empires renounced their power and banded together to form a new force, which would never happen, they still wouldn't be able to form a working empire. At best, they could form one city. But then what? All of the newly born citizens would start off below Tier 1 as children, and then they would have to spend years of training before they could even leave the confines of the city. It makes much more sense to consolidate in a Tier 4 region and use individual teams to plunder the higher tier regions. There are ancient texts that allude to even more ancient civilizations that went up to Tier 6, but those are myths and legends by this point. If it was true, then nobody knows how or why they disappeared, and if it's untrue, then it's just a fairy tale. Anyway, we got very sidetracked from our original conversation, Emelian chuckled. I couldn't give you any hard numbers, nobody could, but there are at least tens of thousands of casters out there that are talented in space or time. There very well might be one or two talented in both, but as I said, I've never heard of it. Reevin rubbed his chin as he considered the words of his mother. It might be the system itself limiting its willingness to help those that are talented in both. I recall that the fortune teller class had serious implications for anybody who could take that path to Tier 4 or higher, but it was a common class, which excluded anyone from being able to advance to Tier 4 with that class. This might be the same principle. The Tier 4 affinities I have unlocked are Astral Wind, Celestial, which you know about already, and Sovereignty. Astral Wind holds the concepts of the heavens and their limits. Celestial is in tandem with Astral Wind, and it holds the concepts of the heavens and their purifying fires. Sovereignty is the concept of absolute control, control of yourself, control of others, and control of your own domain. Domains are another subject, and they're not exactly related to mana. It's a Tier 4 and above thing, so you have time before you need to know about it. Those are just the 3 Tier 4 affinities I have unlocked and have a talent for. I know of several others, like space and time that I mentioned previously. There's also causality, entropy, and judgment. Sadly, my own education on Tier 4 affinities was brought short by the calamity, and I only got a bit of knowledge on these. The ones that I have unlocked are basically inherent to our bloodline, and the other ones that I'm slightly familiar with are along the same lines associated with control over the environment and others things that a ruler would be interested in. I can sort of understand causality being associated with ruling and definitely judgment, but why entropy? Reevin asked. Remember what your dad said about thieves and those best at defending against a thief? Emelian asked back. Reevin thought back to the incident with the pies several years ago and nodded his head. It's the same concept. If a ruler wants a stable empire, the best way to ward off the slow decay of time is to be intimately familiar with it. Those affinities were ones I would have been taught over time, but the ones I do have are ones that come naturally to me. Emelian gave Reevin a meaningful look. That means you most likely have talent in those affinities as well. It is associated with our bloodline. The final tier of affinities, getting back on track to our discussion once more, is Tier 5. Emelian said, your father and I saw that you have 2. Tier 5 affinities, abyss as well as veridical. Care to explain? I have no idea, honestly, Reevin said. I got a notification that I got an achievement unlocking them after I woke up from being unconscious from that one delve. I don't have any memory of the boss fight or what happened in the boss room, though my friends did tell me about what happened. Emelian gestured for Reevin to continue. I got knocked into a pit in the ground full of blood sacrifice and other alchemical substances, and when I woke up I had a quarter of my bloodline unlocked as well as several achievements. I have vague memories of a weird space and giant eyes of all things, but I'm not entirely sure how I got the affinity. I do know that my bloodline siphon is what helped the alchemical soup unlock a portion of my bloodline. Bloodline siphon, Emelian asked with a frown. What's that? Oh, I can siphon experience directly into my bloodline to unlock it. I need 10 million total experience, and the alchemical bath gave me 2.5 million experience. You know, I would be more surprised at this point if you didn't have such a strange ability, Emelian sighed. How in the world did you develop the ability to siphon experience away from increasing your class level into increasing your bloodline? I don't know, I've just always had the option to do so, Reevin said with a shrug. That's the main reason I've never been concerned with leveling up too fast. Yeah, that would do it, Emelian chuckled. Well, I'll have to talk to your father about this whole bloodline siphon thing. We might be able to help out with that, we'll see. Anyway, about your abyss affinity. Your father and I know the truth of the matter, but it wouldn't be a good thing for others to learn that you have such a thing, especially in such a backwater like a Tier 1 region. Even Tier 2 regions probably don't have scholars on the level to recognize it for what it really is. And what is it really? Rievin asked. It's literally just your affinity with the mana of that realm. Nothing else to it, really. The reasons behind it aren't that important, but that won't matter to ignorant people or zealots. Your father and I will also teach you our deception skills, including the one to obscure your status page before you go to the academy. It's not like we would withhold the knowledge from you if you asked. Rievin glanced at his affinities once more with a frown. I know that my bloodline is slightly different than my mother's and my father's, for that matter, but it is still based off of theirs. Why in the world did I unlock eternity? Rievin couldn't figure it out. Well, there's one way to find out. I can always ask. Rievin got up from his bed where he had been sitting in meditation and headed to the living room where his mother was watching his sisters. He walked up to the couch and took a seat nearby. I unlocked my first Tier 4 affinity, Rievin said without preamble. Really? Congratulations, Emelian said with a radiant smile. Which one did you unlock? Celestial, Astral Wind, Eternity, Rievin replied. Emelian frowned at the answer. Eternity? How did you unlock that affinity? I have no idea, Rievin said, throwing his hands up in exasperation. I came to you to find out if you could help me figure it out. Were you working on a specific affinity to unlock? Emelian asked. No, I was just running my mana circulation while meditating, Rievin said. I had already worked on my other, new affinities and their weaves, and I was taking a break from concentrating on them when I suddenly got the notification. Always something weird going on with you, Emelian chuckled. So I noticed that your meditation skill was at level 24 when you showed us your status page. Is it still at that level? Rievin glanced at his page and gave a nod. Well, in that case, your wandering thoughts are probably what provoked you to subconsciously make the connection somehow. A level 24 in meditation means you aren't skilled enough to be completely clear of any thought. Do you happen to recall any of the thoughts that crossed your mind? Rievin closed one eye while looking up with the other as he thought about the question. Recently, I've had thoughts of the different tiers flitting across my mind, and I have been mentally preparing myself to begin working on the ones you've shown me. Other than that, I always have stray thoughts associated with my dreams. Rievin snapped his fingers as he thought of something. One of the things associated with my dreams is the thought that I had existed in a vast plane of nothingness for, well, an eternity. That might be it, Emelian said. Your subconscious was combining your thoughts on working on Tier 4 affinities with your thoughts on eternity from your dreams. We know from what you've said about the bonuses and the skills you revealed to have when you were very young that the dreams have a tangible interaction with the system. It's very likely the system helped you out once again. I can see how that makes sense, Rievin said. Then what do you know about the eternity affinity? Does this mean I'm one of the 1 in a billion that's talented in time? Rievin's eyes lit up with expectation. Whoa now, Emelian said, holding her hands up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you unlock time, then I would say you're talented in time. You unlocked an aspect associated with time. Eternity is on one end of the spectrum, lasting an infinite amount of time. But the time affinity would also hold the complete other end of the spectrum, infinitesimal amounts of time, and everything in between. Rievin's face fell with disappointment. That doesn't mean you're not talented in time, Emelian consoled. I would say unlocking eternity is a positive indication, though. You'll just have to keep working and exploring as you grow older. Yeah, it was just a surprising turn of events, Rievin thought to himself. I'm pretty much done with working on my affinities for the day, so I'll go back to working on mana circulation and the other control skills. I'll see what eternity is all about tomorrow. Rievin watched with mana sight as the orb of circulating mana in his hand seemed to slow to a crawl. Rievin frowned at the display in his palm, though, because slow to a crawl wasn't exactly accurate. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen, Rievin thought. It appears to be moving continuously at a slow, steady speed, while at the same time it's at a complete standstill. But it's also completing its rotations instantly at the same time. That sounds like nonsense, and if I wasn't looking at it and sensing it myself, I wouldn't believe it was possible or that it made any kind of sense whatsoever. I have no idea what to do with this affinity. The name Eternity lends a certain hint at what its purpose and function are, but I think it's a bit early for me to be messing with this affinity in any practical way. Maybe I could trap someone in a sort of time limbo for a period of time. That actually sounds like it would be insanely powerful. It also seems like it could be a more powerful version of durability. This mana, and what it's affecting, cannot be changed, altered, or damaged. It is eternal. Rievin nodded his head at the direction his thoughts were moving in. I'll still need to work out all the things I can do with it and practice being able to actually do them. Figuring out the weaves to this affinity is going to be incredibly difficult without any class skills or other examples to imitate. Oh wait, Rievin smacked himself in the head. I keep forgetting that I advanced to Light Magus already and that I'm not a Tier 1 fighter anymore. I seem to have a class skill for this very situation. Ryevin pulled up his class skills and looked them over again. He had already experimented briefly with this particular skill. Class skills: Basic Elemental Spells 1, Bolt 24 MP, Flash 24 MP, Beam 48 MP plus Duration, Blast 10-20 MP. Double MP costs for non-light affinity. Lattice 4, Bonus to Mana Manipulation, plus 24. True Light 1, Infuse your will into light elemental spells. How could I forget about Lattice? From the description, it just gives a bonus to mana manipulation, but that's not all it does. I discovered it had a different function when I tried it out the other day. The name should have tipped me off. Ryevin initiated the skill while maintaining his infusion of eternity mana in his hand. He focused on his intent for what he wanted to accomplish, a zone frozen in time for eternity. Barely at the edge of his perception, he could see an overlay of a weave. It was incredibly vague and fuzzy, and it dissipated after a fraction of a second, but it was there. The lattice skill builds a literal latticework of the weave. A lattice is a form of a weave, just built from different materials. My skill is much too low to get any meaningful insights from it for such a high-tier affinity, but this is definitely a class skill I need to focus on. I'm already pretty good at picking up the weaves I encounter. If I can generate the examples I need myself, this will be infinitely beneficial to me. Ryevin dispelled the skill. The description didn't include a cost, but neither did his other skills that use stamina. He could feel a drain on his mental energy, if not his actual mana pool while using the skill. It was very slight, considering his mind stats, but it was there. I'll practice my other lower-tier affinity weaves with this skill to build it up. My gut tells me that the tier affects the difficulty the skill has with extrapolating the necessary weaves. It seems like the nature of having to experiment with various weaves is the nexus of the Magus class. Ryevin wasn't ready to work on his class skill at the moment. I have a schedule to keep, so he didn't immediately begin working on the lower-tier weaves. He ended his investigation of the Eternity Mana and began working on building up his affinity level with it. Increased affinity level should also have a tangible effect on the lattice skill. Keep kicking your feet, Rafix called from the shore of the river. Rafix had found a place relatively nearby that was shallow for a good portion available to teach Ryevin how to swim. First lesson to unlock the skill wasn't what Ryevin would call swimming, though. Rafix had Ryevin move slightly beyond where he could comfortably touch down on the riverbed, and he had him tread water. The purpose of treading water is to conserve energy while keeping your head above water. That's not why we're doing it, though. We're getting your body used to the movements associated with swimming and familiarizing yourself with your buoyancy. It's just as much an exercise in confidence as it is in swimming. Sounds good, Ryevin acknowledged. Ryevin had felt awkward at first. It felt like his movements didn't properly keep him afloat, and he had to expend way too much effort for such a simple thing. He had practically flailed about for several minutes before he felt a noticeable change in not only his movements, but the effects the movements had as well. I must have finally leveled swimming up to 1. Ryevin chuckled to himself. Keep at it for a while longer, Rafix called out. We'll advance to moving about in just a moment. Pay attention to how your feet move the water and how your body naturally floats. Ryevin focused his attention on how his feet and legs interacted with the water as he kept himself afloat. His arms were more of a stabilizing factor than a flotation one, though it did serve some small benefit. Okay, now to do some real swimming, Rafix called out. Tilt your body forward, put your arms under your center of gravity, and kick your feet. Paddle with your hands coming up in front of your chest. Ryevin followed the instructions and got into the proper positioning. His arms naturally took on the role his feet had previously had in helping keep him above water, while also working in tandem with his feet to propel himself forward. Ryevin frowned as he felt something was off about the whole situation. I don't have any specific memories of dreams about swimming, but my gut is telling me that what I'm doing right now is foolish and incredibly inefficient. Are you sure this is right? Ryevin called out as he bobbed forward. Haha, you're swimming, aren't you? Ryevin couldn't argue with that logic. He was in fact swimming. This is just paddling, though. It's not a real form that has any kind of efficiency or power. I'm just putting you through your paces right now. We'll move on to real techniques soon. Of course, Ryevin thought. Technique was the thing that I instinctively knew was missing from this. I mean, Dad's not wrong, I am swimming. It's just without any kind of technique. Ryevin's swimming skill was one of the ones he had unlocked from the very moment he was born, so it fully utilized the bonus the system told him he would get until he reached a certain level. It didn't take long for his skill levels to climb while practicing, though it wasn't anything outrageous. Ryevin practiced his swimming for several hours, his high stamina enabling him to go for far longer than he would have been able to as a child without a class. He followed his father's instructions, and he quickly learned several different methods that were much more practical and less foolish-looking than the initial paddling he had done. Did you have fun? Rafix asked as Ryevin toweled dry. Yes, actually, Ryevin said. I think this is the first time you've trained me in a skill that you didn't require me to completely exhaust myself first. Rafix grinned at him. Don't worry, he said, clapping Ryevin on the shoulder. We'll get your breath control skill up to a satisfactory level, and then I'll teach you how to fight in the water. There's plenty of opportunities to be tired in the water. Ryevin rolled his eyes as he got dry. Is this how Talon feels about me when I talk about training all the time? Ryevin shook his head. At least I train normally with them. You don't have to worry about anyone trying to snatch you up against your will, Rafik said. Trust me, there's nobody around with a big enough fist to throw their weight around our family. That being said, it's good practice to always keep your cards close to your chest, and there's no reason to take the risk of accidentally making an enemy out of any of the churches. Yeah, one of the sword priests, a decent guy by the name Jocelyn, tried to recruit me, actually, Ryevin revealed. We had a run-in where he tried to use the angle of heresy because of the flower crowns Kylie and Riley made to interrogate us on the road to the dungeon town. We met up later due to the abyss affinity making me immune to the corruption, and he turned out to be all right. He gave me a badge that represents that I'm a friend of the church. That's not bad at all. The churches all have connections with ascended beings, so they have access to knowledge of all sorts. Magical weaves and how to unlock some pretty potent skills are definitely things you can get if you keep up that relationship. All the more reason to hide your status from them. Yes, Ryevin agreed. What do I need to do? Okay, pull up your status page, Rafix instructed. Ryevin nodded his head for his father to continue. Now, while leaving it open up another status page. It's kind of tricky to get the system to. Got it, Ryevin said. Rafix looked at him with a flat look for a moment. I forgot, you have the veridical affinity already. Rafix shook his head. The only thing I really know about that affinity, other than it being the true building block of mana for the realm, is that the system uses it. Okay, so this should be very easy for you then. You saw that I only sent over the one skill to you when you asked about my weapons prodigy, and I know that you've looked at your status page with only your stats and not your skills and vice versa. This is the same concept, kind of. The next step is to focus on your second page and will it to be just a representation of your status page, not your status page itself. Does that make sense? Kind of like a reflection? Ryevin asked. Exactly. Well, not exactly. You don't want the words to be flipped like in a mirror. That would definitely give the jig up, Rafix chuckled. Ryevin concentrated on the second status page that he had pulled up next to the first one, and with a mental tug, he made it into a picture of the other status page. The page seemed to lose its connection with his inner being, but it remained tethered to the other status page. He couldn't see it with mana sight or anything, but he could tell that his veridical affinity was giving him that sense. Since my veridical affinity is helping me to sense that it's connected to another page and not my being, will it also help me spot other people who have done this trick? Questions for later, Ryevin mused. Okay, now that it's not representing who you are but instead representing the status page, all you have to do is will it to change the numbers and what is available to be shown. That's it. If you can get this far with manipulating your status page, then changing numbers around is actually the easy part. What's stopping me from showing that I have like 1 in all of my stats? Or 1,000 for that matter? Ryevin asked. Nothing, Rafix replied. But who would believe that? In order to sell the lie, it needs to be believable. One of the reasons your mothers and my status page are believable as they are is because we're in a Tier 1 region. If we were in a Tier 3 or 4 region, it would make more sense to let more of our true abilities show on our status pages, because everyone else would be stronger than the average person here is. That makes sense, Ryevin said. But especially since you said I don't have to worry about anyone trying to snatch me away against my will, I don't particularly want to hide who I am or what I'm capable of. The main purpose of going to the academy is to force the class transition, and I'm betting that I'll need to graduate at the top of my class in order to get that function to activate from the system. If I'm going to stand out anyway, might as well stand out as exactly who I am. I'll just hide my Tier 5 and above skills and affinities. Hey, that sounds good to me, Rafix said. There's no reason you can't shine bright wherever you go. You're a Vin. Rafix winked at his son. Okay, so let me just concentrate here. Ryevin skipped over all of his stats and moved his focus down to his skills and affinities. He simply cut off the page when it reached that low. On second thought, there's one other skill I should probably get rid of just in case. He also erased the dreams of the past skill from the list. I don't think this one would cause me any problems, but why chance it? Okay, what's the next step? Ryevin looked at his dad. Okay, now what you do is you simply overlay your fake status page with your real one. You combine them in a way that it's like pages in a book. Place the fake one on top and make the real one page 2. Ryevin did as instructed. With the help of his veridical affinity and the practice he just got manipulating his status, it was done in an instant. He nodded for Rafix to continue. The last step is to will your second page the real status to be locked, and only you have the key. Simple. Easy, Ryevin locked the second page and got a notification for his efforts. New skill unlocked. Tier 3, status lock 1. Tier 4, Status Manipulation 1. Status manipulation, Ryevin said out loud. He looked up at his dad. You said this was how to get the status lock skill, but you never mentioned status manipulation. Rafix frowned. I don't have status manipulation, he answered. It's probably because you have the veridical affinity. Hey, more skills is a good thing, so just slowly explore it when you have the chance. All right, but it says that my status lock skill is only at level 1. That's not going to prevent too many people from being able to see through it, Ryevin pointed out. Have no fear, your mother and I already considered this. Here, Rafix pulled out a little amulet and handed it to Ryevin. Ryevin inspected it and noticed that the cord was actually tightly braided with some sort of vine. He threw an inspect at it. Flower Knight's amulet. Shields the wearer from inspection. Your mother enchanted the amulet with her illusion abilities. It will hold off anyone below mid-expert in any kind of analyze skill. She got your sisters to make the cord. It was more of an idea to see if she could make a collaborative magic item with them than for any real function, but it seems to have worked, Rafix said. Okay, but if anyone sees this amulet, then they'll know that I have a fake status page by inspecting the amulet, Ryevin pointed out. Oh, that's the beauty of it, though, Rafix retorted. The effect of the amulet applies to itself when it's active. Put it on and inspect it again. Ryevin put the amulet on and tucked it into his shirt while pulsing some mana into it to activate it. He looked at the cord and threw another inspect at it, an amulet. That's neat, Ryevin said. Well, I guess with this I'm good to go now. Yup, Rafix nodded. And any of the tools the Academy uses to analyze will also be subjected to the restriction placed on the amulet. The people at the Academy know that they have some people with sensitive information and backing, so they likely restrict their tools to just below the expert level. I'm not 100% sure, but that seems to be the standard practice. Alright, now that we're done with that, time to work on your breath control skill some more. Rafix clapped his hands together. We'll make sure you're able to defend yourself land, air, or sea. The words jolted Ryevin momentarily. He glanced at his father and said, I think air, land, and sea has a better ring to it. I guess it does, Rafix chuckled. But you can't fly yet, so it's a moot point. Yet, Ryevin cocked his head. Rafix winked again. Come on, Talon said as he dragged Ryevin out of his house. We've been in the capital for almost 2 months now, and we've done only a little exploring. Melissa said there's some to do going on today, so we're gonna go visit a restaurant, do some shopping, and take a peek at what's got her all excited. Ryevin let Talon drag him out. If he really didn't want to go, Talon didn't have nearly enough strength to force him to move. Kimberly was there as well, and she was just as excited as Talon was to go out and about. We'll meet up with Melissa and the rest over at this fancy place near the main street, Talon continued, letting go of Ryevin once he noticed they were firmly outside and walking in the right direction. Apparently, it's better than anything we had even at the Count's table, Kimberly spoke up. And since we have all of that money from the experience crystals we sold to the Adventurers Guild a while back burning a hole in our pockets, we decided it would be a good idea to experience it before the semester starts in a couple of weeks. Yeah, we don't know how busy we'll be once the semester begins, Talon said. I mean, we haven't seen Melissa or Larissa in a long time. It seems they have a short break between the end of the semester they were just in and the admissions for the next. Has she or Larissa explained anything about the admissions process to either of you? Ryevin asked as they strolled through the streets. The pedestrian traffic began picking up immediately after only getting a little ways away from the residential district Ryevin's parents had settled in. Yeah, a little, Kimberly said. We've already submitted our copies of the Count's letter as a recommendation, and we were told that we were already accepted. We just have to show up on admissions day to run through some martial combat so they can get a gauge of where we stack up against the others in our class. Kimberly won't tell you, but she's pretty nervous, Talon said with a conspiratorial look at Ryevin, holding his hand against his mouth like he was trying to hide his obviously not whispered words from Kimberly. Kimberly just rolled her eyes. I mean, we're just in the beginning stages of Tier 2, and because of our peasant levy Tier 1 class, we're going to be the youngest applicants there. We're both a little nervous, Kimberly admitted. Talon shrugged and nodded his head in agreement. We don't know anything about the other talented people applying for the Night Academy. You guys will be fine, Ryevin said. Despite Talon's constant complaints about training, you guys never slacked off, and you have tons of real-world combat experience. I doubt there are going to be many people in your class that stood and faced an invasion of thousands of Tier 3 revenants and Tier 4 demons. Well, when you put it like that, Talon said, trailing off. Anyway, it doesn't matter all that much how we do in the admissions tests. We're already accepted as students. Yeah, there might be a few nobles who are a bit higher level than you, but their Tier 1 classes are also only going to be uncommon, just like yours. And Tier 2 is restricted to rare classes, and you both have those as well. I'll make a bet with you that, with your skills and experience, you're going to be 2 of the better applicants in your class. We'll see, Kimberly said as she craned her neck to see above the crowd. We're almost to the street the restaurant is on. It should be just ahead. Kimberly pointed to a side street branching off of the main road. A few more minutes of walking and we should be able to spot Melissa or Larissa waiting for us. The trio continued to banter as they made their way through the throng of people. Sure enough, after a couple of minutes, Reevan spotted Melissa standing at the foot of a wide staircase leading up to an extravagantly decorated building. All of the buildings along the main road and the ones on the side roads closest to it were expensive looking, but this one stood out even among the others. It doesn't stand out because of how lavish it is, Reevan noted as he took it in. It stands out because the quality is obvious while also being much more subtle as compared to its neighbors. All of the buildings seem to be doing their best to attract attention, but the owner of this restaurant has done so by focusing on the opposite. It actually stands out more because of it. Reevan and his friends walked up to Melissa. He hadn't noticed right away because of all of the other people walking around and waiting in front of the restaurant, but Melissa wasn't accompanied by just Larissa and Eric. There were 3 other young girls around Melissa and Larissa's age standing and talking with them. Reevan took the opportunity of his high perception stat to observe them from afar. The other 3 girls were wearing clothes of just as fine a quality as Melissa and her sister, but 2 of them were obviously not quite as pretty as Melissa. Oh, they're still pretty, Reevan thought to himself, but they seem to lack a certain something when compared to Melissa and her other friend. I can't quite place my finger on it. It might be something intangible, like poise or something. If I had to bet, I would say they have a lower charisma stat. Yeah, that makes sense. Reevan hadn't interacted with too many people other than my parents, now that I think about it, who had charisma unlocked. It made sense that the scions of wealthy and noble families would have the stat unlocked. In hindsight, it makes a lot of sense that Melissa and Larissa would appeal to me so much more than any of the other adventurers in the dungeon town. My own charisma stat probably had the same effect on them as well. Reevan, Talon, and Kimberly finally got close enough to be seen by Larissa, and she jumped up and down in excitement as the 3 friends approached. Oh, here they are, Larissa shouted, waving at the 3. Reevan just shook his head slightly and smiled. The other girls stopped their conversation and turned to take Reevan and his friends in as they approached. Reevan could practically feel the eyeballs on him as the 3 new girls looked him up and down from top to bottom. He waved as he approached and was about to greet Melissa, but one of the girls spoke up before him. Melissa, you never said your new friend was so cute. She gave a sly smile and winked to Reevan as she spoke to Melissa. Many thoughts flashed through Reevan's mind as he processed the words, and he decided to just go with it. He struck a pose, sticking one leg forward with one hand on his hip. He lifted his chin as he faced the girl who had spoken up. I don't know what Melissa has told you about me, but surely whoever had done whatever exploits she regaled you with couldn't possibly be any less dashing than this. Reevan moved his free hand from his head to his waist like he was displaying goods to a customer. The 3 girls froze, eyes wide, and the one who had initially spoken up burst into laughter. He's funny too, she said. Melissa glared daggers at him for a moment before stepping in close to him. I know I said I would introduce you to other people of similar standing to me, she whispered, but could you please try not to seduce them? Rein in the flirting a little. You just met them. Reevan pulled his head back in surprise as he looked at Melissa. Flirting? He asked, pointing to himself. I thought I was just being a narcissist. Trying to fit into the group, he winked as he replied to Melissa. She rolled her eyes and then stuck her tongue out at him. Ha ha ha, I like this guy, the girl said, stepping forward with her hand held out, palm down. My name is Elijah. Reevan looked at the hand and recalled the lessons on etiquette his mother had given him. He gently grabbed her hand and bent down to place a kiss on her knuckles, most of it centered on his own thumb. A kiss directly on the back of the hand is to show that your standing is higher than the person you're greeting, his mother had told him. A kiss on the back of your thumb, and only your thumb, is a sign of being subordinate. To display that you're an equal, you would kiss the knuckles and your own thumb, both, and to be polite you would mainly focus on your thumb. If you want to show that you're interested in a lady of equal standing, you graze your thumb and focus on the knuckles. There are a lot of little subtleties to it, but because of who you are, you should greet everyone you meet as an equal. You're technically higher in status than everyone here, but our empire is gone, so we're adrift. Never show subservience, though, not even to the local royal family. If there's any fallout from your actions, don't worry about it. Your father and I will settle it for you. The pleasure's all mine, Miss Elijah, Reevan responded, coming back to the present. He stood up straight and smiled at the girl, who grew a slight blush on her cheeks at his actions. Reevan glanced over and saw that all of the other girls were staring at him, even Melissa and Larissa with open mouths. Uh-oh, Reevan thought. Are the rules different here? Did I just put my foot in my mouth? Before he had time to get nervous, though, Melissa came out of her stunned state and introduced the other 2 girls. She walked over and placed her hands on their shoulders as she introduced them. This lovely lady is Miss Erin Green. Erin gave a shy smile before looking down at her feet. Melissa moved over to the other girl. And this friend of mine is Miss Halen Kane. These three young ladies are my best friends. Nice to meet you, Halen said with a small smile. She did not extend her hand as Alijah had. What does it mean? Rievin was freaking out just a little bit. His mother had mentioned that her empire was considerably further away, and he knew that his parents hadn't interacted much with the upper echelons in this particular region. Well, the damage is done, either way. Let's just keep going with it. And this is Rievin, Talon, and Kimberly. Melissa continued with the introductions, indicating each of them in turn to the new girls. Talon was on good behavior, so he just smiled and waved when he was introduced, and Kimberly stepped forward and gave a friendly handshake herself to each of the new girls. Come on, Alijah said, stepping forward. She looped her arm in with Rievin's as she turned them to the stairs. You'll sit next to me, she said, looking up at Rievin. Rievin noticed Melissa frowning at the development, and he felt a headache coming on. Please don't let this be a repeat of the Count's victory feast. I definitely don't want to be a reason for a schism in their friendship, either. Rievin didn't have to worry about the situation as he had feared. The meal had been rather pleasant, and Alijah had backed off from making any other kinds of overtures after they had been seated at their table. Melissa also didn't seem to be interested in fighting with her friend over him. Either she doesn't want to compete with her friend for whatever reason, or she's backed off a little after the meal at our house, Rievin thought as they sat around and continued to talk about various things. Mom did tell me that she let a little of her power leak through when she met Melissa. I don't know how she took that, but everything seems to be normal on the surface. So what's the issue with this supposed event that Melissa mentioned? Talon finally asked. Rievin could sense that his anticipation had been building the entire meal as nobody had brought it up. They had spoken about their time in the conscripts, the dungeon town, and the city defense while the other girls had given them some stories about their time in the academy. Oh right, Alijah perked up. Supposedly, one of the princes of Eldir is coming to the Magic Academy this semester. She seemed to be very enthusiastic about the notion. She glanced at Rievin and gave him a small half-smile. Rumors are that he's quite handsome. I bet he might be just a little less dashing than you are. Impossible, Rievin exclaimed. I mean, you can see me, can't you? He held his arms out to the side in a manner to invite inspection. Alijah and the other girls giggled at his display. Melissa just shook her head with a smile. Yeah, she's definitely backed down from her previous strategy, Rievin noted. Okay, but what does that mean? Talon spoke up. The girls all looked at him in confusion. Talon raised his hands in question. What's Eldir? It's my first time hearing of it. Alijah said in realization. I guess it makes sense that you haven't heard of it. You guys are new to the capital, after all. Eldir is the Tier 2 kingdom that this one is sworn to. The prince that's coming is one of the first cousins to the royal family, Alijah coughed into her hand. Even so, his rank is above everyone else's here, so it's a big deal. She said that last part with air quotes. But why would he come down to this academy? I thought the goal of most of the students attending was to go up to theirs, Talon said. Well, it's partly an inspection of the academies themselves, the teachers, and the students, and partly because of the new dungeon you guys already explored, Alijah answered. This new dungeon is apparently Tier 3 from the second floor down, and the dungeons in their kingdom are obviously Tier 2 dungeons. It would take a lot more time and effort to send him up to the Tier 3 region they're sworn to than it would be to come down to one of their vassal kingdoms. That makes sense, Rievin said. That second floor boss room on hard mode gives a lot of experience. Do we know if he's bringing an entire entourage to help him run the dungeon? There will definitely be guards, Melissa said, but he's probably going to recruit a party from the Magic and Knight academies. That's one of the reasons we chose this restaurant today. His supposed route is going to lead him down this road, and we might have the chance to show our faces. If he sees us, he might be more likely to remember us when the time comes for him to finally make a party to go to the dungeon. We just came from there, Rievin pointed out. I'm not necessarily opposed to going back and running it again, but the semester is just about to start, and it's not exactly around the corner. Don't worry, Melissa replied. He'll probably choose to go towards the end of his visit, and he might use faster transportation. You'll have plenty of time to experience the academy properly if he chooses to add you to the party. SHH, Alijah said, holding her hands out and moving them up and down to silence the people at the table. Do you hear that? Rievin cocked his head and utilized his perception stat. He could hear the faint sounds of the crowd growing in the distance now that he paid attention. Speak of the devil, Alijah said. Let's get to the window and get a look. They had reserved a table on the edge of the room for the very reason that Alijah just brought up, so the girls simply got up out of their seats and turned around to look through the window. Rievin wasn't that interested in looking at this prince fellow, but he shrugged and joined them in looking out. They were on the second floor of the restaurant, and even the first floor was raised up above the level of the road, so they had quite the vantage to look down. The glass was crystal clear, and the windows were quite large, so they had a good view of the street. They stood and watched as a procession finally came into view, the pedestrians being herded off of the street to the sides. The crowd gathered to witness the scene as it grew and grew, and Reevan finally spotted a young man around their age on a white horse, surrounded by the rest of his guards and other attendants. He wore splendid, shining garments, and he had a small, unassuming crown on his head. He held his hand up and said something to one of the closer guards, and the procession came to a momentary halt. The prince looked up at the window Reevan and the other girls were at before smiling and resuming his trek through the streets. "Ah," he looked at me, Helen called out, fanning herself. The other girls were almost as excited as she was, but Reevan saw that Alicia and Melissa rolled their eyes at their friend's outburst. Reevan frowned, though. He wasn't looking at Helen or the other girls, he thought. He was looking at me. "So what exactly was it that I did back there?" Reevan whispered to Melissa. The other girls were still gushing over the appearance of the visiting prince, so Reevan took the opportunity to question Melissa about the apparent faux pas he had committed. "I take it you have some etiquette training." Melissa raised an eyebrow at the question. Reevan simply nodded his head. "Well, I don't know from which region you received tutoring, but here, when greeting a noble lady, you're supposed to just hover over the hand, not actually kiss anything. But I saw Talon kiss the back of Lynn's hand at the party," Reevan pointed out. "Yes, but Lynn isn't a noble lady. She's just affluent," Melissa explained. "If it had been Aaron or Helen, it would have been fine, but Alicia is actually the daughter of a noble. So then, what did my actions tell everyone?" Reevan felt a headache coming on. "Nothing," Melissa said, matter-of-factly. Reevan was slightly taken aback. Melissa rolled her eyes. "We all know that this is your first time in the capital, and you had no idea who Alicia is. Nobody introduced her as a noble. We were only momentarily surprised because we all know and forgot for a second that you didn't." Her actions of playing along and then treating you normally afterward was her way of letting you know later, when you figured it out, that she wasn't insulted, but that she's not necessarily for or against anything in the future. A completely neutral stance. "Okay, so what would it have meant? What do you mean she's not necessarily for or against anything in the future?" Reevan pressed. "As I said, the proper greeting is to hover over the hand. Any kind of physical contact between her hand and your lips indicates that you're interested in pursuing a relationship with her. It's actually quite astonishing the lengths she went to indicate a neutral stance. I've never seen her be so magnanimous to anyone else before. I mean, it's obviously because of my wit and charm," Reevan said, lifting his chin. Melissa smacked him on the shoulder with the back of her hand lightly. "More like because you didn't know any better," she responded. "What were you taught about greeting a lady? What did you think your gesture meant?" Melissa asked, curiosity written all over her face. "I was taught that kissing the hand directly meant I was coming from a superior position. Kissing the hand and thumb meant we were equals, and kissing the thumb alone was that I was of lower standing." Reevan shrugged. Melissa tapped her lips in thought. "I guess it makes sense that you would greet her as an equal, considering you didn't know who she was," Melissa said. "That's an interesting set of rules. Where does it come from?" "I don't know," Reevan replied with a shrug. "It's just what I was taught." "By your mother," Melissa pressed. "Sure," Reevan said. "You don't know where your parents are from." "That's not what I said." Reevan winked and turned away, indicating he was done with the line of questioning. The meal had long since been over. It was after lunch, but still a bit early to be considered a proper dinner, but they had decided to treat it that way anyway. They had plans to explore some of the commercial districts after the meal, after all, so they didn't want it to be too late in the evening. They wrapped up their get-together, and Reevan, Talon, and Kimberly bid farewell to their friends and their new acquaintances. "That went well," Talon said. "I think we might be on the right track to making some friends." The three girls were all from the Magic Academy, but from the stories they told, they should have some other friends in the Night Academy as well. "We'll have to get in touch with them sometime before admissions." "Sounds like a plan," Reevan said. "I know I'm going to the Magic Academy, but count me in when you guys meet up with them. Doesn't hurt to have more friends and acquaintances." "Sure, sure," Talon said. The trio began walking toward the market area. Melissa and Larissa had been dragged off by the other giggling girls. Talon suddenly spoke up again, though. "You know, I didn't see Eric anywhere. I guess he's actually just a family bodyguard or something. Maybe he doesn't have the standing to sit at the same table as the other girls." "He was there," Reevan said. "There was a table in the corner that had a couple of other guards in the distance. I wouldn't have really paid them any mind if I hadn't seen Eric sitting among them." "Makes sense," Talon said, hands interlaced behind his head as he walked. "If all 5 of those girls are from wealthy families, it wouldn't make sense to send them out and about without protection, even if they are caster classes. But isn't Eric a bit low-level to be their chaperone in the city? It makes sense that he was a party member for a dungeon dive, as he wouldn't hog all of the experience. He wasn't the only one there for Melissa and Larissa, I think," Reevan said. He seemed to be sitting quite close to an older gentleman who had a no-nonsense look about him. "Fair enough," Talon responded. "So Kimberly, what do you want to go check out first?" "Let's go see if they have any superior quality gear," Kimberly said. "I can go dress and accessory shopping with Melissa and Larissa later, but we'll definitely need gear for the Night Academy. I don't think they issue anything, considering it tailors to the more wealthy families for the most part. I appreciate what you're doing, Talon said, but we can go look at some clothing stores too if you want. I don't mind. You said it, Kimberly replied with a grin. Not me. Oh boy, talk about putting your foot in your mouth, Ryevin sighed to himself. Ryevin flopped back on his bed, exhausted. That was more tiring than the river fighting Dad had me training in, Ryevin thought. There's just something about shopping that saps the energy right out of me. It's almost metaphysical, but it really does have a tangible effect. With the agreement of Talon, Kimberly had dragged the pair around from one store to the other, trying on outfit after outfit. She stayed away from the more fancy dress shops, but there were still a lot of options available to a young girl with money in the capital. I didn't realize it was even possible to have that many different variations of clothes and shoes. I know Kimberly said she wanted to have decent gear for the night academy, but if she's not careful, she won't have any money to spend on anything else but simple, everyday wear. Ryevin and Talon had been roped into carrying the bags she accumulated over time. She was quite thrifty at first, and only bought 1 or 2 things from each store. The problem is that we went to so many stores. Ryevin banished the thoughts from his head. Despite feeling like his muscles had turned into jelly while shopping with the pair, he had also managed to buy a couple of appropriate outfits for the Magic Academy that had been explained to him. The outfits he had bought were fairly loose-fitting robes, but not in the sense one would get from a mage or wizard. I have to admit, these pieces of clothing looked pretty good on me, Ryevin chuckled. They came with an assortment of belts and other accessories to break up the monotony. They're quite elaborate, actually. Ryevin was used to wearing a tunic and pants, but the robes were only slightly different. It wasn't like wearing a dress or anything like that. He still had pants that went with them underneath. They were just loose, flowing garments, lots of opportunities to conceal things. Melissa said that it was more an indication of status as a caster class than any kind of function. The schools don't have uniforms, and people aren't required to wear robes or such. That being said, Melissa mentioned that it was practically tradition for everyone to wear robes, and those that didn't in the Magic Academy were looked down upon as either poor or boorish. When in Rome, Ryevin froze for a second in his contemplation. Wait, what? Where did that thought come from? What's Rome? He shook his head. Oh well, at least I thought it instead of saying it out loud in front of someone. Must have been from the dreams. Ryevin had briefly recounted his experience of the evening to his mother. She didn't seem to be amused or angry, but Rafix had laughed his head off at the predicament. Emelian might not have felt either way for Ryevin's actions, but she certainly cast a meaningful gaze at her husband's reaction. What? Rafix said between chuckles. I told you he's lucky in love. Yes, but even if she's of noble birth, this is a Tier 1 kingdom. I'm not going to let some little girl put her claws in my boy and stunt his growth by holding him down in this backwater. Well, where did that come from? Ryevin looked at his mother with wide eyes. I've never heard her speak like that before. I guess she has some strong opinions on who's worthy of being her daughter-in-law. It's all right to make friends and acquaintances. Emelian turned her attention back to Ryevin. And this was a good learning experience for you. I didn't think that the etiquette would be different, though I guess I should have looked more into it before sending you out with the advice I gave you. You're a Vin and you have a powerful bloodline. It's not just that these people are unworthy of being paired with you. You'll also eventually outgrow them. I know that your father has gained a lot of levels on me, but that's not because of my stunted potential, so it won't be forever. The girls you'll meet out here won't be able to keep up with you in the future. Not only will that eventually breed resentment in either you or them, but your lifespan is likely to be decades, or even centuries, longer than theirs with your considerably higher stats due to your bloodline and opportunities. Plus, you're still very young. I know you're way more mature than your years can account for. Speaking of which, we still need to have that discussion about your dreams, and that you're physically developed into a young adult at this point. However, you still have a long time before you should even think about forming any kind of relationship, even one just for fun. Yes, mother, I understand, Ryevin said. You should know that I'm fully focused on meeting my full potential. I don't have time to be distracted from my goals. I know that my unique position means that I have a lot more time to reach those goals without having to worry about accidentally leveling up too much, but then I would just be wasting my time. There's a whole world out there to explore, not to mention the mastermind of the cult behind our empire's demise. If I get bogged down for years and years trying to force a Tier 3 class, sure my endpoint will be the same, but everyone else would have left me in the dust due to sheer levels, stats, and skills. Emelian smiled brightly at Ryevin's words. I guess she's happy that I'm not going to fall for someone so soon and stop being her little boy. Ryevin chuckled to himself. I'm glad to hear you refer to it as our empire, Emelian said, breaking Ryevin's expectations. That means a lot to your mother. She patted his hand as she smiled at him. Oh, well yeah, Ryevin said. It's only natural to think that way. See, darling, Rafix said. He's got his head on straight. Let him have some fun once in a while. It's not going to be the end of the world. Emelian raised her eyebrows as she fixed a look at Rafix. I do not want you encouraging him. Emelian said. It's one thing to look the other way, but don't put thoughts in his head. Emelian rolled her eyes. Okay, Rafik said, placating Emelian. You know what I meant, though. He turned back to Rievin. I know you don't want to wallow for years in Tier 2, as you said, but life isn't all about training and striving to be as powerful as you can be. Make sure you take some time for yourself every now and then. This coming from the man who drives me relentlessly during our training sessions, Rievin chuckled. Hey, you asked me to do that, Rafik defended himself. I've never once made you do something you didn't already want to do. A fair point, Rievin conceded. Anyway, I recognize that the girls I've met and become acquainted with are pretty and charismatic, but I haven't noticed anything special about any of them. I just don't feel that way about anyone. Rievin's mind drifted to the scenes of a family of 4 from his dreams. I seem to recall the person from my dreams who never felt any way about anyone until he met his wife. I wonder if my dreams are affecting me in the same way, or if we're just similar like that by coincidence. Either way, it doesn't really matter all that much. I have so much on my plate, and I haven't the slightest interest in deviating. Speaking of the future, Emelian said, there's one last thing I want you to work on other than continuing your magical practice. Emelian reached into her pocket and withdrew what was held within. She handed a pen over to Rievin. He looked down at it before looking back up in suspicion. You want me to continue practicing my penmanship? Rievin asked. Not exactly, Emelian said. I want you to write down all of your experiences and insights you've had thus far. Kind of like a training journal. Emelian held up a finger. But I want you to do so with your left hand. It's about time you learned the ambidextrous skill. I'm quite surprised you haven't already mentioned it with all of the combat training with different weapons you've done over the years. Rievin nodded his head as he put the pen in his pocket. Yeah, I did lament over the one time I did a solo delve in the dungeon and ended up not paying attention to the direction I ran in the first goblin room. Just so much has happened that I let it slip from my mind. Something I had wanted to work on for a while now. I just kept letting it get pushed aside with all of the other training I've been doing. Rievin leaned back on his pillow as he finished recalling the conversation he had had with his parents. Only a couple more weeks left before admissions, he thought. My skills and affinity training are going along better than I had hoped. I'm just going to take the night off tonight. There's just something about that shopping that drained all of my will to do anything but rest. I'll start practicing writing with my left hand tomorrow, and then soon it will be time to go to school. Rievin walked along the main thoroughfare with his family. Talon and Kimberly had joined them as well, as the Magic and Knight Academies were next to each other in the central region of the city. He was dressed in one of his new robes, white with blue trim, and the admissions token hung from the belt at his waist. Like Talon and Kimberly with the Knight Academy, Rievin had already gone to the administrative building of the Magic Academy to submit his 2 letters of recommendation and received the token already. Contrary to Rievin's clothing, Talon and Kimberly were dressed in their usual style, though of higher quality after having spent some money over the past couple of months in the capital, and they carried their gear stowed away in the large packs they still had from when they trained their forced march skill on the way to the dungeon town. This robe is very comfortable, actually. Maybe the origin of casters wearing robes was more because it was easy and comfortable instead of any kind of visual cue. Melee combatants need armor to protect themselves, and the flowing nature of robes would actually cause more material to be in the way and cause more problems. If armor is worn under the robes, then the comfortable nature of the robes is a moot point anyway. Speaking of armor, there's a question I've had for a while now. Dad, what's the point of health points if a stab to the heart kills you? Rievin asked. His entire family had chosen to join him on the trek to admissions to see him off. He would be required to stay in the dormitory for the first month. It wasn't unusual for the family members to come along with them, and it was doubly so for Rievin's family. Kylie and Riley were also going to be enrolled in the supplementary school as well. The supplementary school didn't have the stipulation of requiring the students to live in the dorms for a set time, but they still needed to be escorted by their parents or a guardian. Rievin could see many such scenes of families walking along, and even the occasional situation like his family, where there was a student in the academy and the supplementary school. Well, a stab to the heart doesn't necessarily kill you immediately, Rafix answered. A stab to the heart deals 10,000 damage, and then 1,000 damage per second until healed. So your mother and I would both survive a stab to our hearts, but if we don't have someone there to accelerate the healing, it would still eventually be fatal. Quicker for your mother than for me. Someone with really high vitality would also have really high natural recovery, but 1,000 damage per second is still a lot. I would live for 34 seconds after receiving a stab to the heart, and that's not enough time for the wound to heal. I would need about 2 minutes for it to heal sufficient enough to stave off the damage per second. Oh, I never knew that, Rievin said. What about decapitation? Talon and Kimberly looked over as they listened in on the conversation as well. Decapitation deals 100,000 damage and 10,000 damage per second afterward, Rafix replied. It's possible for someone with over 100,000 health and a powerful enough healer nearby to survive decapitation and have their head healed back to their body. If one's body is destroyed, however, only a divine skill that can regrow an entire body would save them. It's possible for a healer to keep a severed head of a powerful individual alive indefinitely, but that would be more a form of extreme torture than an act of saving. I know I wouldn't want to be a head on someone's shelf until my natural lifespan expired, and anyone with 100,000 health has a very long lifespan. That's a good point, Rievin said. There's no way to build a body back other than a divine skill. What about attaching the head to a different body, or an artificial one? Yeah, it's theoretically possible, Rafik said. Though the meridians would be from the other person's body, or, in the case of the artificial body, either non-existent or completely in the hands of whoever built the body. That would bring about a whole slew of problems, though. I don't know what the system would do in such a situation. I suppose someone strong enough could research meridians enough to build their own body with the meridians they conceived to try and make themselves an even more powerful body, but the gains most likely wouldn't equal the risks involved. If a portion of the person's body is recovered, a healer strong enough to save a severed head would be able to grow the body back, but a body would also require additional materials other than just the magic of the healer involved. Someone that strong would also require materials that match the tier of their class, so tier 6 or higher, most likely. Why the questions about getting stabbed in the heart or getting your head cut off, all of a sudden? Rafix quirked an eyebrow at his son. Oh, I was just thinking that these robes were very comfortable, Rievin replied. And then that led me to thinking about why casters wear them and martial classes don't, and it eventually led my train of thought to armor and health points. That's quite the leap in thought, Rafix chuckled. Rievin shrugged as they walked along. The family and friends continued their journey through the city with the occasional banter. The pedestrian traffic was always heavy in the large city, especially in the central region where all of the official business took place and the more expensive and higher quality goods could be found, but it was especially so on this day. Rievin hadn't realized just how many people would be coming to enroll in the new semester. I guess it makes sense, Rievin thought. The academies do accept students from the entire kingdom. I imagine there are also some of the people from the smaller towns of the Tier 2 region who come here, as well. If they can't qualify or secure a seat in the higher tier academy, it makes sense to come to this one instead of giving up completely. They eventually made their way to the front gate of the Night Academy. Rievin and his family stopped for a moment to bid farewell to Talon and Kimberly. We'll be seeing each other again, soon, Rievin said as he gave his best friend a shoulder hug. I know that you'll do fine in the testing and secure a good position in your class. Yeah, I know we'll do well, Talon said, returning the gesture. Still can't beat the jitters, though. You'll do great, Rievin said with a smile. Talon took in a deep breath, looked to Kimberly, who nodded her head, and the two waved goodbye as they joined the throng of other individuals joining the Night Academy. Rievin could see several other people with admission tokens tied to their waists, but the majority didn't have one. Most of the students come from different cities within the kingdom and don't show up ahead of time with any kind of letter of recommendation to secure their spot. A lot do, obviously, but the admissions process is called admissions for a reason. Rievin nodded his head to his parents, and they continued on their way to the Magic Academy. The two academies took up quite a large acreage in the city because of all of the buildings and training spaces, so even though they were literally right next to each other, it was still a bit of a walk between the front gates of the two. Rafix and Emilian would take Kylie and Riley to their school after they saw Rievin off. Rievin kept an eye out on all of the other teenagers dressed in robes and noticed the same trend with admissions tokens as those who went to the Night Academy. Most of the people in robes walking the street with their families didn't have tokens already, but a decent amount did. I would say it was about 10 for the Night Academy, and maybe a bit more, 20, for the Magic Academy, Rievin noted. You know, thinking of admissions, there's apparently a prince from Eldire attending the semester at the Magic Academy this time, Rievin said. Emilian and Rafix looked over at their son as he spoke. One of the reasons Melissa dragged us to the particular restaurant we went to the other day was to catch a glance at his arrival. One of her friends is the daughter of a noble, so she apparently had some inside information. Anyway, something weird happened when he finally showed up. Oh, what happened? Emilian asked. We were on the second floor of the restaurant, and we had a clear line of sight of the street below, but when he rode by with his entourage, he stopped his procession for a moment and looked up at the restaurant. I know for a fact that he looked directly at me and smiled. That is strange, Emilian said with a frown. Did anything else happen? Nope, Rievin said. He smiled for just a moment, and then they resumed their journey. That's it. Emilian said. She and Rafix shared a look, both with perplexed looks on their faces. Well, the only thing I could think of is that somehow you gained the attention of the Duke over Count Ilpir, and that in turn somehow made its way up the chain. It's plausible, Rafix said. but even then he wouldn't know what he looks like or that he was there. The only thing I can think of is that he sensed something from Ryevin, but that he didn't particularly know who Ryevin was. Yeah, that was my thought, Ryevin said. I didn't get any sense from him, though, so I wasn't sure. Well, we'll have some of our people investigate this prince and his family, Emelian said. Until then, though, until we know any more information, just act normally. Okay, Ryevin nodded his head. I just thought you two should know. I don't think anything's going to come of it. Melissa mentioned he might form a party to go explore the dungeon in the mountains at the end of the semester, and hopefully we'll know more by that time. I doubt he'll enlist the help of students in their first semester, but I do have experience running the dungeon, and it's not a secret. I wouldn't worry too much about it right now, Emelian said. Just focus on your own studies and do what you need to do. Even if the worst comes about and it turns out this prince has some sort of nefarious interest in you, which I highly doubt, there's nothing he could do to you with your father and me around. The family made it to the front gates, and like in front of the Night Academy, there were countless scenes of families bidding farewell to the new students. Ryevin gave his family members a hug each. I know you've already unlocked the ambidexterity skill, but keep practicing doing as many things as possible with your offhand. Emelian gave one final piece of advice. Don't let anyone stand on your head, Rafik said. Ryevin gave him a confused look. It means don't let anyone bully you. Don't worry about anyone's background. If someone wants to throw their weight around with you, they have to have that weight themselves. Don't worry about any threats they might make, they're all empty. Sure thing, Dad, Ryevin said. He bent down and picked his sisters up for a hug too. Behave yourselves in school, Ryevin said. Don't look at it as work. Try and find what's fun about it and make a game of it. I'm sure you'll do great. Kylie said. I'm not so sure about this school thing, but Mom said it would be fun. Yeah, Riley said, as long as it's fun. Ryevin shook his head as he set his sisters back down. He turned to his parents and gave a final wave goodbye. I'll see you in about a month. Yes, Emelian said. We love you, son. Make us proud. Will do, Ryevin said. He turned and joined the other teenagers entering the Magic Academy. The academy was surrounded by a wall all around the perimeter. It wasn't anything like a city wall built for defense, but Ryevin suspected there was more to it than just looks. The road was paved straight to a magnificent building about 100 yards inside the compound, and it was lined by trees and flowers to provide shade and a pleasant aesthetic. The main building reminded him of the Adventurers Guild in Magron with its ostentation, but it was much more spectacular. It was a shining white with a large, golden dome in the center. Pillars adorned the front entrance above the grand stairs leading to the door. The building itself wasn't his destination, though. Ryevin saw that there were 2 lines leading to tables set out in front of the building. He quickly spied that the much larger line was populated by students without an admission token, so Ryevin veered toward the shorter line. As he walked, he saw that the ones in front were led away by an older student to a side building. Ryevin looked around as he walked to his position, and he could see pathways leading to gardens and fountains in the front space. There were several other buildings that could be seen in the distance, as well, and Ryevin speculated that they were the dorms and classrooms. The practical training grounds are probably out of sight behind the administrative building. Ryevin had already been to the administrative building once. At first, he had thought that it was strange that such a large, grand building was set aside for purely administrative reasons, but he had learned that some of the more advanced classes were also taught to the older students in one of the wings. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone, Ryevin mused. They get to set up their prestige while at the same time not wasting any space. Ryevin finally arrived at the end of the line and assumed his spot. He noted that his estimate on the number of students with an admission token versus those without had been pretty accurate, as the other line was about 5 times as long as the one he stood in. The student in front of him turned and gave him a friendly smile, holding his hand out in greeting. Ryevin took the proffered hand and shook it. Tom, the student said. Ryevin replied. You're a new face, Tom said. I'm from the capital, and I thought I knew who most of the new students who already had an admission token were. Are you from one of the duchies? No, I'm from Magron, Ryevin replied with a smile. I had a letter of recommendation from the Count and from Knight Captain Reifold, which is how I got the admissions token. Oh, I've heard about the goings-on in Magron, Tom nodded. Usually cities that far out don't make much news that people in the capital are interested in, but a dungeon break with an army of undead attacking a city is definitely not something that happens every day. Tom chuckled. So were you involved with all of that hoopla? Is that how you got the letters? Yup, Ryevin said. I and my friends volunteered to defend the city. We were with the conscription that laid claim to the dungeon, and then we became adventurers afterward and delved it several times before the break. We got lucky and got out of there ahead of time, but we decided to stay and fight. It was pretty crazy, and if we hadn't had help, we wouldn't have made it. Yeah, I heard about those crazy high-level adventurers showing up to save the day, Tom said with a twinkle in his eye. Is it true that one of them summoned angels to descend in a cloud of light to turn the very heavens against the undead horde? Ryevin laughed out loud at the question. It wasn't exactly like that, but I tell you, it wasn't far off, Ryevin said. Tom gestured for Ryevin to go on with excitement clearly written on his face. Mage who destroyed the undead army pretty much did turn the heavens on them. I've since learned that the spell she used was of the Tier 4 celestial affinity. She summoned a giant tornado made of light, and it merged with another one of her spells that shot out beams of light to disintegrate the horde. It was the single most awe-inspiring thing I've ever witnessed. Yeah, sounds like it, Tom said. Man, I wish I could have been there to see such a thing. He shook his head before giving Ryevin a rueful look. Don't get me wrong, you're much braver than I am. I don't think I would have stuck around without knowing someone so powerful would show up. But still, what a thing to see. Yeah, it definitely gave me motivation to get stronger. Oh, are you talking about Melissa and Larissa Bluefear? Ryevin asked. Some of the other students in line, ahead of Ryevin and Tom, as well as some of the new ones that had trickled in during their conversation, listened in. You know who they are? Tom asked, puzzled. I know they're pretty famous for their exploits in the dungeon, as well as their looks and background, but I wouldn't have thought a newcomer would have heard of them so quickly. It was Ryevin's turn to give Tom a puzzled look. Really, they also stayed behind in Magron to fight against the dungeon break. Of course, I should know who they are. Tom and the other listeners were taken aback at that news. I didn't know that, Tom said. The only thing everyone knew was that they had been to the new dungeon that had had the break. It's not common knowledge that they also fought against it. My appreciation for them has gone up even more now. Tom had a wistful look on his face. So they're pretty famous, huh? Do you want to meet them? Ryevin asked. Ryevin had gotten a pretty good impression of the other young man through their dialogue. He didn't know if Tom had the charisma stat unlocked and had that working in his favor or not, but his manners and speech were friendly and inviting even if that was the case. Tom rolled his eyes at the question. The other listeners chuckled at the absurd question and returned to paying attention to their own things, leaving Ryevin and Tom talking alone once more. Of course, I would want to meet them, who wouldn't? He shook his head. But they're from a pretty prominent family and the circles they run in are kind of exclusive. How could we possibly meet them? Well, to tell you the truth, I and they were in the same party for the dungeon runs, and we fought together in Magron, Ryevin revealed. Get out of here, Tom said with a friendly shove against Ryevin's shoulder. You jest. Ryevin just stared at him for a moment as Tom chuckled. Eventually, Tom noticed the look Ryevin was giving him, and his smile wiped off his face. You're serious? Ryevin nodded. Yup. Wow, and here I thought I was the one who was going to try and rope you into my little group after hearing about your background, Tom said, shaking his head. I just got my luck stat up to 8. I didn't realize it would have such an effect as to put me in line right in front of someone like you, Tom laughed. Maybe he does have the charisma stat unlocked. I know Melissa and Larissa do, but I'm not sure if they have the luck stat unlocked. He probably mentioned it in order to impress me further. He doesn't seem like he was gloating. Hey, I have no problem making new friends, Ryevin said. I got some other friends at the Night Academy, as well my other party members who aren't casters, and we can all get together sometime after the initial phase of the new semester. Let me think about it. Tom tapped his chin for a moment. I've thought about it. Yeah, that would be great. Say, do you have a roommate already chosen? Roommate? Ryevin asked. Yeah, first semester students have to live in a shared living quarters. We'll each have a space with 4 rooms attached to a general living room. My friends and I only have 3 spots taken up, and we were originally going to just let fate decide who our newest roommate was, but they let people choose if they have friends they want to stay with, just like the little houses to rent in the dungeon town. Is it a coincidence, or is it standard practice, I wonder? That sounds fine to me, Ryevin said. Better to go along with someone I get along with than chance getting stuck with 3 strangers I might not. Ryevin nodded his head. If there's 3 of you, where are the other 2? Oh, they already went ahead, Tom said. They're probably in the affinities test right now. Affinities test? Yeah, you don't know about the tests, Tom asked. They didn't tell you when you got your admissions token. Ryevin shrugged. I didn't ask, Ryevin admitted. I knew there was some form of test, but it's for the first semester students. How hard could it be? Yeah, there's some truth to that, Tom said. And since you already have the admissions token, you don't even have to worry about failing. But it's not as easy as you think, Tom said with a serious expression. You have to have 3 of the 4 basic affinities at level 11 to pass, and you need at least 1 Tier 2 affinity at around level 15 if you hope to get into the elite class. Ryevin eyed his affinities tab surreptitiously at the information. My Tier 1 affinities are 4 times higher than the minimum to pass, and my Tier 2 affinities are mostly 10 points higher than required to get into the elite class. I wonder what Tom would think if he knew. Well, I'm pretty confident I can get into the elite class then, Ryevin said. Tom gave him a look of appreciation. What about you? Yeah, I have my metal affinity at 16, so I'm also confident I can get into the elite class. My other 2 friends as well, Tom clapped Ryevin on the shoulder. This works out great then. We'll all be roommates and be in the same class. So how does the affinity test work? Ryevin asked. Since you say you're confident in making it to the elite class, I'll let you experience it for yourself, Tom winked. There's an inspection orb at the front desk that verifies you have a caster class, and then you go off to one of the side buildings for the affinities test. Rievin looked up and noticed that there were only a few people left before it was their turn. He saw that there was a crystal ball on each desk that the new students placed their hands on when they arrived. The people manning the desk would get some sort of information from it and write it down on a form before handing it to another, older student who escorted them away. It doesn't look like anyone doesn't have a caster class, Rievin said. Yeah, it's common knowledge one has to be a caster in order to attend the Magic Academy, Tom chuckled. It's more a formality and way to get the proper information for one's record. Oh, looks like it's my turn. I'll meet up with you on the other side of the affinities test. Sure, Rievin said. He watched Tom get his information taken down before being escorted away. Interesting, Rievin thought as he stepped forward. What are the chances that I happen to get in line behind someone so open and friendly with 2 friends and one available spot left in their room arrangements? Rievin glanced at his 66 luck stat. It seems it was more my luck stat in play than his. Rievin walked along the main thoroughfare with his family. Talon and Kimberly had joined them as well, as the Magic and Night Academies were next to each other in the central region of the city. He was dressed in one of his new robes, white with blue trim, and the admissions token hung from the belt at his waist. Like Talon and Kimberly with the Night Academy, Rievin had already gone to the administrative building of the Magic Academy to submit his 2 letters of recommendation and received the token already. Contrary to Rievin's clothing, Talon and Kimberly were dressed in their usual style, though of higher quality after having spent some money over the past couple of months in the capital, and they carried their gear stowed away in the large packs they still had from when they trained their forced march skill on the way to the dungeon town. This robe is very comfortable, actually. Maybe the origin of casters wearing robes was more because it was easy and comfortable instead of any kind of visual cue. Melee combatants need armor to protect themselves, and the flowing nature of robes would actually cause more material to be in the way and cause more problems. If armor is worn under the robes, then the comfortable nature of the robes is a moot point anyway. Speaking of armor, there's a question I've had for a while now. Dad, what's the point of health points if a stab to the heart kills you? Rievin asked. His entire family had chosen to join him on the trek to admissions to see him off. He would be required to stay in the dormitory for the first month. It wasn't unusual for the family members to come along with them, and it was doubly so for Rievin's family. Kylie and Riley were also going to be enrolled in the supplementary school as well. The supplementary school didn't have the stipulation of requiring the students to live in the dorms for a set time, but they still needed to be escorted by their parents or a guardian. Rievin could see many such scenes of families walking along, and even the occasional situation like his family, where there was a student in the academy and the supplementary school. Well, a stab to the heart doesn't necessarily kill you immediately, Rafix answered. A stab to the heart deals 10,000 damage, and then 1,000 damage per second until healed. So your mother and I would both survive a stab to our hearts, but if we don't have someone there to accelerate the healing, it would still eventually be fatal. Quicker for your mother than for me. Someone with really high vitality would also have really high natural recovery, but 1,000 damage per second is still a lot. I would live for 34 seconds after receiving a stab to the heart, and that's not enough time for the wound to heal. I would need about 2 minutes for it to heal sufficient enough to stave off the damage per second. Oh, I never knew that, Rievin said. What about decapitation? Talon and Kimberly looked over as they listened in on the conversation as well. Decapitation deals 100,000 damage and 10,000 damage per second afterward, Rafix replied. It's possible for someone with over 100,000 health and a powerful enough healer nearby to survive decapitation and have their head healed back to their body. If one's body is destroyed, however, only a divine skill that can regrow an entire body would save them. It's possible for a healer to keep a severed head of a powerful individual alive indefinitely, but that would be more a form of extreme torture than an act of saving. I know I wouldn't want to be a head on someone's shelf until my natural lifespan expired, and anyone with 100,000 health has a very long lifespan. That's a good point, Rievin said. There's no way to build a body back other than a divine skill. What about attaching the head to a different body, or an artificial one? Yeah, it's theoretically possible, Rafix said. Though the meridians would be from the other person's body, or, in the case of the artificial body, either non-existent or completely in the hands of whoever built the body. That would bring about a whole slew of problems, though. I don't know what the system would do in such a situation. I suppose someone strong enough could research meridians enough to build their own body with the meridians they conceived to try and make themselves an even more powerful body, but the gains most likely wouldn't equal the risks involved. If a portion of the person's body is recovered, a healer strong enough to save a severed head would be able to grow the body back, but a body would also require additional materials other than just the magic of the healer involved. Someone that strong would also require materials that match the tier of their class, so tier 6 or higher, most likely. Why the questions about getting stabbed in the heart or getting your head cut off, all of a sudden? Rafix quirked an eyebrow at his son. Oh, I was just thinking that these robes were very comfortable, Rievin replied. And then that led me to thinking about why casters wear them and martial classes don't, and it eventually led my train of thought to armor and health points. That's quite the leap in thought, Rafix chuckled. Rievin shrugged as they walked along. The family and friends continued their journey through the city with the occasional banter. The pedestrian traffic was always heavy in the large city, especially in the central region where all the official business took place and the more expensive and higher quality goods could be found, but it was especially so on this day. Rievin hadn't realized just how many people would be coming to enroll in the new semester. I guess it makes sense, Rievin thought. The academies do accept students from the entire kingdom. I imagine there are also some of the people from the smaller towns of the Tier 2 region who come here, as well. If they can't qualify or secure a seat in the higher tier academy, it makes sense to come to this one instead of giving up completely. They eventually made their way to the front gate of the Night Academy. Rievin and his family stopped for a moment to bid farewell to Talon and Kimberly. We'll be seeing each other again, soon, Rievin said as he gave his best friend a shoulder hug. I know that you'll do fine in the testing and secure a good position in your class. Yeah, I know we'll do well, Talon said, returning the gesture. Still can't beat the jitters, though. You'll do great, Rievin said with a smile. Talon took in a deep breath, looked to Kimberly, who nodded her head, and the two waved goodbye as they joined the throng of other individuals joining the Night Academy. Rievin could see several other people with admission tokens tied to their waists, but the majority didn't have one. Most of the students come from different cities within the kingdom and don't show up ahead of time with any kind of letter of recommendation to secure their spot. A lot do, obviously, but the admissions process is called admissions for a reason. Rievin nodded his head to his parents, and they continued on their way to the Magic Academy. The two academies took up quite a large acreage in the city because of all the buildings and training spaces, so even though they were literally right next to each other, it was still a bit of a walk between the front gates of the two. Rafix and Emelian would take Kylie and Riley to their school after they saw Rievin off. Rievin kept an eye out on all the other teenagers dressed in robes and noticed the same trend with admissions tokens as those who went to the Night Academy. Most of the people in robes walking the street with their families didn't have tokens already, but a decent amount did. I would say it was about 10 for the Night Academy, and maybe a bit more, 20, for the Magic Academy, Rievin noted. You know, thinking of admissions, there's apparently a prince from Eldire attending the semester at the Magic Academy this time, Rievin said. Emelian and Rafix looked over at their son as he spoke. One of the reasons Melissa dragged us to the particular restaurant we went to the other day was to catch a glance at his arrival. One of her friends is the daughter of a noble, so she apparently had some inside information. Anyway, something weird happened when he finally showed up. Oh, what happened? Emelian asked. We were on the second floor of the restaurant, and we had a clear line of sight of the street below, but when he rode by with his entourage, he stopped his procession for a moment and looked up at the restaurant. I know for a fact that he looked directly at me and smiled. That is strange, Emelian said with a frown. Did anything else happen? Nope, Rievin said. He smiled for just a moment, and then they resumed their journey. That's it, huh, Emelian said. She and Rafix shared a look, both with perplexed looks on their faces. Well, the only thing I could think of is that somehow you gained the attention of the Duke over Count Ilpir, and that in turn somehow made its way up the chain. It's plausible, Rafix said, but even then he wouldn't know what he looks like or that he was there. The only thing I can think of is that he sensed something from Rievin, but that he didn't particularly know who Rievin was. Yeah, that was my thought, Rievin said. I didn't get any sense from him, though, so I wasn't sure. Well, we'll have some of our people investigate this prince and his family, Emelian said. Until then, though, until we know any more information, just act normally. Okay, Rievin nodded his head. I just thought you two should know. I don't think anything's going to come of it. Melissa mentioned he might form a party to go explore the dungeon in the mountains at the end of the semester, and hopefully we'll know more by that time. I doubt he'll enlist the help of students in their first semester, but I do have experience running the dungeon, and it's not a secret. I wouldn't worry too much about it right now, Emelian said. Just focus on your own studies and do what you need to do. Even if the worst comes about and it turns out this prince has some sort of nefarious interest in you, which I highly doubt, there's nothing he could do to you with your father and me around. The family made it to the front gates, and like in front of the Night Academy, there were countless scenes of families bidding farewell to the new students. Rievin gave his family members a hug each. I know you've already unlocked the ambidexterity skill, but keep practicing doing as many things as possible with your offhand. Emelian gave one final piece of advice. Don't let anyone stand on your head, Rafix said. Rievin gave him a confused look. It means don't let anyone bully you. Don't worry about anyone's background. If someone wants to throw their weight around with you, they have to have that weight themselves. Don't worry about any threats they might make, they're all empty. Sure thing, Dad, Ryevin said. He bent down and picked his sisters up for a hug too. Behave yourselves in school, Ryevin said. Don't look at it as work. Try and find what's fun about it and make a game of it. I'm sure you'll do great. Kylie said. I'm not so sure about this school thing, but Mom said it would be fun. Yeah, Riley said, as long as it's fun. Ryevin shook his head as he set his sisters back down. He turned to his parents and gave a final wave goodbye. I'll see you in about a month. Yes, yes, Emelian said. We love you, son. Make us proud. Will do, Ryevin said. He turned and joined the other teenagers entering the Magic Academy. The academy was surrounded by a wall all around the perimeter. It wasn't anything like a city wall built for defense, but Ryevin suspected there was more to it than just looks. The road was paved straight to a magnificent building about 100 yards inside the compound, and it was lined by trees and flowers to provide shade and a pleasant aesthetic. The main building reminded him of the Adventurers Guild in Magron with its ostentation, but it was much more spectacular. It was a shining white building with a large, golden dome in the center. Pillars adorned the front entrance above the grand stairs leading to the door. The building itself wasn't his destination, though. Ryevin saw that there were 2 lines leading to tables set out in front of the building. He quickly spied that the much larger line was populated by students without an admission token, so Ryevin veered toward the shorter line. As he walked, he saw that the ones in front were led away by an older student to a side building. Ryevin looked around as he walked to his position, and he could see pathways leading to gardens and fountains in the front space. There were several other buildings that could be seen in the distance, as well, and Ryevin speculated that they were the dorms and classrooms. The practical training grounds are probably out of sight behind the administrative building. Ryevin had already been to the administrative building once. At first, he had thought that it was strange that such a large, grand building was set aside for purely administrative reasons, but he had learned that some of the more advanced classes were also taught to the older students in one of the wings. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone, Ryevin mused. They get to set up their prestige while at the same time not wasting any space. Ryevin finally arrived at the end of the line and assumed his spot. He noted that his estimate on the number of students with an admission token versus those without had been pretty accurate, as the other line was about 5 times as long as the one he stood in. The student in front of him turned and gave him a friendly smile, holding his hand out in greeting. Ryevin took the proffered hand and shook it. Tom, the student said. Ryevin replied. You're a new face, Tom said. I'm from the capital, and I thought I knew who most of the new students who already had an admission token were. Are you from one of the duchies? No, I'm from Magron, Ryevin replied with a smile. I had a letter of recommendation from the Count and from Knight Captain Reifeld, which is how I got the admissions token. Oh, I've heard about the goings-on in Magron, Tom nodded. Usually cities that far out don't make much news that people in the capital are interested in, but a dungeon break with an army of undead attacking a city is definitely not something that happens every day. Tom chuckled. So were you involved with all that hoopla? Is that how you got the letters? Yup, Ryevin said. I and my friends volunteered to defend the city. We were with the conscription that laid claim to the dungeon, and then we became adventurers afterward and delved it several times before the break. We got lucky and got out of there ahead of time, but we decided to stay and fight. It was pretty crazy, and if we hadn't had help, we wouldn't have made it. Yeah, I heard about those crazy high-level adventurers showing up to save the day, Tom said with a twinkle in his eye. Is it true that one of them summoned angels to descend in a cloud of light to turn the very heavens against the undead horde? Ryevin laughed out loud at the question. It wasn't exactly like that, but I tell you, it wasn't far off, Ryevin said. Tom gestured for Ryevin to go on with excitement clearly written on his face. Mage who destroyed the undead army pretty much did turn the heavens on them. I've since learned that the spell she used was of the Tier 4 celestial affinity. She summoned a giant tornado made of light, and it merged with another one of her spells that shot out beams of light to disintegrate the horde. It was the single most awe-inspiring thing I've ever witnessed. Yeah, sounds like it, Tom said. Man, I wish I could have been there to see such a thing. He shook his head before giving Ryevin a rueful look. Don't get me wrong, you're much braver than I am. I don't think I would have stuck around without knowing someone so powerful would show up. But still, what a thing to see. Yeah, it definitely gave me motivation to get stronger. Oh, are you talking about Melissa and Larissa Bluefear? Ryevin asked. Some of the other students in line, ahead of Ryevin and Tom, as well as some of the new ones that had trickled in during their conversation, listened in. You know who they are? Tom asked, puzzled. I know they're pretty famous for their exploits in the dungeon, as well as their looks and background, but I wouldn't have thought a newcomer would have heard of them so quickly. It was Ryevin's turn to give Tom a puzzled look. Really, they also stayed behind in Magron to fight against the dungeon break. Of course, I should know who they are. Tom and the other listeners were taken aback at that news. I didn't know that, Tom said. The only thing everyone knew was that they had been to the new dungeon that had had the break. It's not common knowledge that they also fought against it. My appreciation for them has gone up even more now. Tom had a wistful look on his face. So they're pretty famous, huh? Do you want to meet them? Reevan asked. Reevan had gotten a pretty good impression of the other young man through their dialogue. He didn't know if Tom had the charisma stat unlocked and had that working in his favor or not, but his manners and speech were friendly and inviting even if that was the case. Tom rolled his eyes at the question. The other listeners chuckled at the absurd question and returned to paying attention to their own things, leaving Reevan and Tom talking alone once more. Of course, I would want to meet them, who wouldn't? He shook his head. But they're from a pretty prominent family and the circles they run in are kind of exclusive. How could we possibly meet them? Well, to tell you the truth, I and they were in the same party for the dungeon runs, and we fought together in Magron, Reevan revealed. Get out of here, Tom said with a friendly shove against Reevan's shoulder. You jest. Reevan just stared at him for a moment as Tom chuckled. Eventually, Tom noticed the look Reevan was giving him, and his smile wiped off his face. You're serious? Reevan nodded. Yup. Wow, and here I thought I was the one who was going to try and rope you into my little group after hearing about your background, Tom said, shaking his head. I just got my luck stat up to 8. I didn't realize it would have such an effect as to put me in line right in front of someone like you, Tom laughed. Maybe he does have the charisma stat unlocked. I know Melissa and Larissa do, but I'm not sure if they have the luck stat unlocked. He probably mentioned it in order to impress me further. He doesn't seem like he was gloating. Hey, I have no problem making new friends, Reevan said. I got some other friends at the Night Academy, as well my other party members who aren't casters, and we can all get together sometime after the initial phase of the new semester. Let me think about it. Tom tapped his chin for a moment. I've thought about it. Yeah, that would be great. Say, do you have a roommate already chosen? Roommate? Reevan asked. Yeah, first semester students have to live in a shared living quarters. We'll each have a space with 4 rooms attached to a general living room. My friends and I only have 3 spots taken up, and we were originally going to just let fate decide who our newest roommate was, but they let people choose if they have friends they want to stay with, just like the little houses to rent in the dungeon town. Is it a coincidence, or is it standard practice, I wonder? That sounds fine to me, Reevan said. Better to go along with someone I get along with than chance getting stuck with 3 strangers I might not. Reevan nodded his head. If there's 3 of you, where are the other 2? Oh, they already went ahead, Tom said. They're probably in the affinities test right now. Affinities test? Yeah, you don't know about the tests, Tom asked. They didn't tell you when you got your admissions token. Reevan shrugged. I didn't ask, Reevan admitted. I knew there was some form of test, but it's for the first semester students. How hard could it be? Yeah, there's some truth to that, Tom said. And since you already have the admissions token, you don't even have to worry about failing. But it's not as easy as you think, Tom said with a serious expression. You have to have 3 of the 4 basic affinities at level 11 to pass, and you need at least 1 tier 2 affinity at around level 15 if you hope to get into the elite class. Reevan eyed his affinities tab surreptitiously at the information. My tier 1 affinities are 4 times higher than the minimum to pass, and my tier 2 affinities are mostly 10 points higher than required to get into the elite class. I wonder what Tom would think if he knew. Well, I'm pretty confident I can get into the elite class then, Reevan said. Tom gave him a look of appreciation. What about you? Yeah, I have my metal affinity at 16, so I'm also confident I can get into the elite class. My other 2 friends as well, Tom clapped Reevan on the shoulder. This works out great then. We'll all be roommates and be in the same class. So how does the affinity test work? Reevan asked. Since you say you're confident in making it to the elite class, I'll let you experience it for yourself, Tom winked. There's an inspection orb at the front desk that verifies you have a caster class, and then you go off to one of the side buildings for the affinities test. Reevan looked up and noticed that there were only a few people left before it was their turn. He saw that there was a crystal ball on each desk that the new students placed their hands on when they arrived. The people manning the desk would get some sort of information from it and write it down on a form before handing it to another, older student who escorted them away. It doesn't look like anyone doesn't have a caster class, Reevan said. Yeah, it's common knowledge one has to be a caster in order to attend the Magic Academy, Tom chuckled. It's more a formality and way to get the proper information for one's record. Oh, looks like it's my turn. I'll meet up with you on the other side of the affinities test. Sure, Reevan said. He watched Tom get his information taken down before being escorted away. Interesting, Reevan thought as he stepped forward. What are the chances that I happen to get in line behind someone so open and friendly with 2 friends and 1 available spot left in their room arrangements? Reevan glanced at his 66 luck stat. It seems it was more my luck stat in play than his. Reevan stepped forward to the table. There were sheaves of forms stacked neatly in several different piles, waiting to be used, and the mostly clear crystal ball that was the inspection magic tool sitting in the center. There was a young man seated behind the table. He He was too old to be a student, so Rievin assumed he was an administrative worker. He might be a teacher or teacher's assistant of some type, but he seems a bit young for that. Also, it wouldn't make as much sense for one of the esteemed teachers to be given such a duty. Name, the man asked, holding out his hand. Rievin had seen others hand the admissions token over for the man to inspect, so he did the same. Rievin, he answered as the man verified the authenticity of the token, setting it aside once it was confirmed. The admissions tokens weren't the actual student identification. It was just a means to indicate they were already accepted. Now that it had served its purpose, the school would reclaim it. Place your hand on the ball, the man said. His tone was almost bored. I can't imagine why. Saying the same thing over and over again for hours, Rievin internally chuckled. He placed his hand on the ball, and the young man stared off into space for a moment, looking at the information the ball was feeding him. One moment became several long seconds, much longer than he had taken for any of the other students before Rievin. Rievin frowned slightly, and he leaned forward and waved to the man to get his attention. Excuse me, Rievin said. The man startled out of his stunned state and looked at Rievin with wide eyes. Is there a problem? No, the man stammered. No problem. Give me 1 second while I write the relevant information down on your student record. The man hastily wielded his pen and scribbled some information down. Rievin wasn't used to reading things upside down, but he could make out that his student record included his name, level, class, and his stats. The form didn't have a spot for skills, but there was one for affinities below the information gleaned from the orb. The man called one of the older students that were assisting over and handed the page to her. He had placed it in a manila envelope to protect Rievin's privacy from the other students who weren't staff. Just inside here, the girl held her hand out, palm up, to the door. Rievin walked through, the girl following behind him. There was a small reception area in the front of this building. An obvious staff member, he was the oldest person Rievin had seen so far at close to middle age, was standing in the center of the room. The girl handed the manila envelope to the older man. The man took a glance at the sheet, and his head snapped up in astonishment as he looked at Rievin. After a moment of surprise, the man put the sheet back in the envelope and handed it back to the girl. Room 3, he instructed. The girl received the envelope hesitantly, clearly curious as to why 2 staff members had had such a reaction. Even though she was curious, she knew it was inappropriate to spy on another student's record, so she simply nodded her head as she indicated for Rievin to follow her down the hall again. Inside the room, there will be another crystal ball, she said as they arrived at a room with a clear number 3 next to the door. Your task is to simply infuse the ball with each of your affinities, and the information will be recorded for another staff member on the other side. Once you're done, you will go through the door on the other side, and someone else will take you to the dorm supervisor to get your room key. That's it, Rievin asked, surprised. Tom made it seem like it was going to be something more mysterious than another simple inspection tool. He's probably laughing to himself right now. That's it, the girl smiled. She opened the door and led Rievin into the room. The inspection tool out front is designed to get the bare information about your class and stats, and it's at the expert level. The affinities orb is solely used to gauge affinities, and it's at the grandmaster level. You can't fake this one. Makes sense. Mom did mention that there are people who want to keep certain things private, but the basis of the school is built around affinities, probably because that's one of the main factors for caster class availability and an indication of one's mastery of a spell type, so it would make sense to be strict on those. The room was obviously used for something else other than an affinities test at other times, as it was much larger than was necessary for the function. Probably a classroom or something. The girl walked to the other side and exited the door on the far side. Must be handing off my record to the staff member. That explains why we didn't run into the other students leading the admissions around. They go through and around. Once the door was closed, Rievin walked up to the ball and placed his hand on the crystal ball. He didn't hesitate, and he infused his affinities into the ball. Once he injected his first affinity, he noticed that he wasn't able to control the intensity of it. The affinities orb seemed to wrestle control from him, and he automatically infused it to the maximum of his ability. He wasn't too surprised by this, as they had made it pretty clear that they wanted accurate information on everyone's affinities. What's the point of isolating the information to get the true numbers if you're going to allow someone to flub the test and deliberately hold back? It took several minutes for Rievin to cycle through all of his affinities. He contemplated whether or not to infuse his tier 4 eternal affinity or not, but he ultimately decided to do so. I want to get the maximum benefits out of the academy, and Mom and Dad have both repeatedly stressed not to worry about showing off. He still kept his veridical and abyss affinities to himself, though. Rievin had a large mana pool. The affinities orb only drained 1 mana point per affinity level multiplied by the tier, so he ended up spending 853 mana. Phew, I feel a bit drained after that. I spent close to 40 of my mana on the affinities test. Rievin shook his head and mustered up his energy as he walked to the exit. I wonder what would happen if someone didn't have enough mana to cycle through all of their affinities. He walked through the door and ended up in another, smaller room, but this time there was something different. The student tasked with assisting and guiding the admissions around was standing off to the side, and there were several much older men and women looking at some sort of display. They were dressed in robes like everyone else, but they had a sense of dignity about the way they carried themselves. These aren't just your average staff members, Ryevin thought. They were in quiet conversation as they pointed out different things, and even with his eavesdropping skill, Ryevin wasn't able to make out any of the words they were saying. They must be masking their voices somehow to keep their conversation private. They're obviously talking about my status and affinities, so I'm gratified to see that they're taking proper precautions against others snooping, Ryevin thought. He wasn't too concerned about others knowing about his information. That was the entire reason he didn't alter anything other than his skills, but it was nice to see others taking it seriously. It instilled confidence in the staff. As Ryevin stepped through the door, one of the older mages looked up at Ryevin and broke off from the others still in conversation. He snagged the manila envelope, already containing the recorded information, from the regular staff member and walked up to Ryevin with a smile. Ryevin, I presume, the man asked in a friendly manner. Yes, sir, Ryevin nodded his head. I'm Headmaster Wilson, the headmaster said, holding his hand out and guiding Ryevin by the shoulder as he led him to the exit. He turned his head to the side to address the student. Just stay here, Derek. You won't be needed to guide this new student. Derek nodded his head, his eyes as wide as they could possibly go as he took in the scene before him. Apparently, nobody else has brought the bigwigs down to look at a new student's status and affinities before, Ryevin thought wryly. Ryevin felt a bubble of mana encompass the two of them as the headmaster led him out of the other side of the room once again. They entered a hallway that led to the outside on either end, and the older man steered him in the direction that would lead to the exit closest to the administrative building. I must say, young man, that your status and affinities have caused quite an uproar, Wilson chuckled. There's obviously a story behind this. I will say, though, that you basically meet the minimum requirements in affinities for basic graduation upon admission. Ryevin wasn't actually that surprised at the statement. I figured it would be something like that after Tom revealed the conditions for acceptance into the academy. That being said, this isn't the first time someone has entered the academy meeting those requirements, the headmaster continued as they stepped back out into the sunlight. The bubble of mana that Ryevin sensed protected their speech from extending to others. Based on the other people walking about not sparing us a second glance, I assume it also has some sort of function to either conceal who we are or make others subconsciously ignore us, too. There's more to graduating than just the affinities. You'll have to display your mastery of mana skills and weaves, and there will be a general knowledge test to ensure you actually absorb the education. The headmaster led them toward the end of the administrative building, where Ryevin could see a line of students waiting to get their room assignments from an office just inside the end of the building. He spotted Tom waiting with two other boys off to the side. Headmaster Wilson stopped short of the crowd and turned to face Ryevin. Your status startled a few of us older dogs out of hibernation, the man chuckled. I decided to bring you along in place of the student to assure you that there are still many things the academy can teach you. Magic and life, for that matter, aren't just numbers on a status screen. Having a high starting point tells me that you're a hard worker, especially considering your age, and I want you to know that our staff will work just as hard. You'll have to tell me the story behind your phenomenal stats and affinities one day. The man held his hands up to placate Ryevin before he could make any kind of prevarication or objection. I'm not going to ask you to reveal any secrets, mind you, but someone your age doesn't get stats and affinities like that from something so simple as a bloodline, especially not one who shows up with a recommendation letter from the Knight Captain. And your class, Light Magus, has a story behind it as well. I've heard stories and legends of people with the Magus designation to their class, but you're the first I've met. You've made the right decision to attend the Magic Academy. We can provide you with the necessary instruction and opportunities to ensure a bright future for you, whether it's to accept an appointment or to further your study by moving up to a higher region. Keep working hard and enjoy your time here. The man shook Ryevin's hand. Welcome to the Magic Academy. The bubble formed around the two didn't dissipate, but it contracted until it only covered the headmaster. Ryevin immediately lost interest in the vague man who strode away. Ryevin startled back abruptly. That's pretty powerful. If I wasn't just walking with the man and knew what was going on, I would have never noticed him at all. Ryevin shook his head and chuckled to himself. Despite saying he was interested in hearing my story someday, I never even got a word in edgewise. Let's just hope he doesn't give a speech to all the new students later. It seemed a little unnecessary for the headmaster himself to guide me here, but I guess he just really wanted to stress the points he was making. As soon as Ryevin was out of the protection from the bubble, several other students made note of his presence, including Tom and his friends. Tom perked up and waved Reevin over to join them as they got in line. Makes more sense for me to go to them than for them to come to me, Reevin thought as he walked over. Tom smiled brightly at Reevin as he joined them. Guys, this is that Reevin fellow I've been telling you about. The two others nodded their heads. Reevin, this is Patrick, we call him Trick, and this is Vane. The two boys nodded their heads and shook Reevin's hand in turn. Reevin took in the appearance of the three boys. Their robes were of high quality, and they obviously weren't from poor families. The others weren't nearly as fit as Reevin was after his years of physical exercise, but he could tell that they hadn't skimped on their stats training when they were pre-class. So first impressions are they have the means and the will. As long as Trick and Vane are as friendly and easygoing as Tom is, then this could work out great. Nice to meet you, Reevin said as they made their greetings. Likewise, Vane said. So Trick said, a twinkle in his eye, I hear you can introduce us to Melissa and Larissa Bluefear. He wiggled his eyebrows. Reevin quirked an eyebrow at the other teenager. Maybe, Reevin said as he looked at his new acquaintance. I'm not a matchmaker, though, so if all you want to do is drool over them, we'll consider it as finished. Whoa, calm down, bud, Trick said, throwing his arm around Reevin's shoulder. I'm just playing. There's no way I would act inappropriately toward either of them. Melissa would be sure to burn my face off, or Larissa would freeze me in place. Reevin glanced at Tom from the side of his eyes. I thought you said they were famous. Reevin teased. Your boy here has them backward. Melissa is the ice mage and Larissa is Firewell, more like a raging inferno, but you get the point. Trick pulled his arm off of Reevin's shoulders and the three boys shared a quick look between themselves. Right, Trick said with a smile. How could I get them mixed up like that? I guess it doesn't matter all that much, really, Tom said. They're both working together to advance to the dual fire ice tier 3 class that their family is known for. Oh, so they are famous, Reevin said. If you guys know that much, then they obviously have a reputation more than just from their exploits in the dungeon. Well, that depends on who you ask, Vane spoke up. They've always been pretty well known for how pretty they are, but their adventure to the new dungeon is what really made a name for themselves. People are attracted to attractive things, obviously, but they're impressed by competence more. Yeah, that makes sense, Reevin said. What do you guys know about their friend group, Elijah, Aaron, and Halen? The three boys shared another look between themselves, and Reevin could sense that they relaxed in some sort of way. I wonder what that's all about. Elijah is even more famous than Melissa and Larissa, Tom said. I mean, she's the daughter of a duke, how could she not be? Aaron and Halen are less so. They're from prominent families, so other kids from affluent houses know who they are. Their families aren't quite as influential as the Bluefears, though, and they're not quite as good-looking. Reevin was slightly surprised at the mention of Elijah being the daughter of a duke. Melissa just mentioned that she was from a noble family. Being the daughter of a duke is a pretty big deal. Yeah, they're not on the list, though they're probably pretty close, honestly, Trick said. I would say that they haven't been able to get their charisma as high as the other three girls, and their natural beauty is a step down as well. That's not to say they're not pretty, but you know how things are, I guess, Reevin said. But what's this list that you mentioned? Oh, the list of angels, Trick said enthusiastically. Elijah is higher than Melissa and Larissa at the third spot, probably because of her status more so than her looks. Melissa is 6th and Larissa is 9th. The list of angels is the top 10 beauties who attend the school, and it gets updated each semester. The Night Academy has a similar list, and there's also an equivalent one for the males. Yeah, but the girls don't share it as readily as the boys talk about the list of angels, Vane said. We have to kind of guess who the guys are on that list from who the girls pay attention to and whisper about. They like to keep their secrets, and it becomes a sort of a game for the boys to ferret out who the girls consider being on the list each semester. You guys sure take these lists seriously, Reevin laughed. You're pretty well informed for new students, Reevin pointed out, more a question than a statement. Of course, Tom said, we have friends who are already students here. You'll see in time, there are only so many circles and they extend throughout the capital. The people from out of town, depending on which cities they come from, are either already marginally part of one circle or another, or they'll soon be roped into one. Those that aren't are also de facto part of a circle, the outsiders. So is politics involved in everything around here? Reevin asked with a frown. The three other boys looked at each other and burst out laughing. Of course, Trick said, families have interests after all. The relationships of the older generation are going to affect the younger, and sometimes vice versa. It's fairly muted in the academy, but there are still obvious cliques and factions. You can't escape politics when most of the populace is involved in it in their everyday lives. Don't let it scare you, though, Vane said. Even though there are conflicts of interest and fights for benefits, the families are harmonious for the most part. I've heard that fights for benefits in Eldire and other, higher-tier kingdoms can be deadly. We don't have to worry about that here. Nobody has died over these conflicts for centuries. The royal family is pretty popular, actually, Trick said. Some kingdoms you get different overall factions, like the royals versus the nobles versus the commoners, or some such arrangement. But here, the royal family is popular among the nobles and commoners alike, and after years of steady, even-handed rule, the nobles have adopted a pretty good form of governance, where the nobles actually take their responsibilities to their subjects seriously. Yeah, I've seen it firsthand, Reivin said. Count Ilpir fought on the walls next to all his men during the dungeon break, and he bent over backward to see that all of the families of those that died were taken care of. Exactly, Vane said. You'll have to tell us about your adventures in the dungeon and the fight in Magron later. Tom already told us what you said about the adventurer calling forth a tornado. It's a shame the rumor of descending angels wasn't true, but it still sounds amazing. Yeah, Trick said. We're pretty lucky to be in the kingdom we are. He leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, I've heard that the main antagonistic faction to the Tier 3 kingdom, Pernius, that Eldir is sworn to, is a kingdom that brands their subjects with the tier they're from. If anyone from a lower tier goes to a higher tier, they're treated like second-class citizens, and they can never advance above the mark on their forehead their entire lives. I've heard that too, Tom said, but why are you whispering? He frowned at his friend. Trick shrugged. A makes it sound more interesting that way. Like it's a secret. Tom rolled his eyes at his friend. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible, Reivin said. I'm glad my parents didn't end up in a place like that while chasing the mastermind behind the dungeon break in our empire. I'm sure it would have gone over real well when some official in a Tier 1 kingdom tried to force a brand on my parents. Reivin chuckled to himself. The four boys finally arrived at the office where the room assignments were handled. The room had a window next to the door, and there was another older student taking down the information and handing out keys. Next, the young man called out. Tom stepped forward, the other three just behind him together in a group. Tom, Vane, Patrick, and Reivin, requesting to share a living space, Tom said. The student behind the window flipped through some records and cross-referenced the names with the information he had. All four of you are part of the elite class, so there's no conflict on the level of accommodation, the student nodded. Reivin was slightly surprised. They already have that information here. The student records were written down on paper. Maybe the inspection orbs had a similar function to what the Adventure Guild uses, and they made magical records at the same time. That makes sense, actually. Okay, you'll be in Suite 17 of the Novice Hall. The man handed out 4 keys and student tokens, which Tom took and distributed to the group. Don't lose your key or token. If you misplace either of them, you'll have to pay a fee to get a new copy. The 4 boys nodded their heads in unison. The student behind the window craned his neck to look around them and yelled, "Next." The 4 boys quickly walked out of the administrative building and headed in the direction they saw other students walking. Both the males and females walked in the same direction, but Reivin saw that the girls separated from the boys up ahead. The two sexes were clearly housed in different locations. That's it, Reivin asked as they walked. We don't need to get bedding or anything else. Nope, Tom replied. The rooms are fully furnished. As new students, we have to take care of our own washing and everything, but the older students in the more advanced elite classes get maids to do that for them. We haven't earned that level of service yet, and the Novice Hall, Reivin questioned. All new students, regardless of ability or whether or not they're in the elite class, are called novices, Vane explained. The girls' dormitory is also called the Novice Hall, but everyone knows which one is being talked about when referring to one based on the person involved, so there's hardly any confusion. The second years are called apprentices, and the third years are called journeymen. What about masters? Reivin asked. The teachers are the masters, Trick answered. There are only 3 years of students at the academy, and it would be hardly appropriate to refer to a student as a master. Graduates are just referred to as graduates, and staff members are referred to by their job title. Does one have to spend the entire 3 years in order to graduate, or can one do so early? Reivin continued his line of questioning. Depends on what you want to do, Tom said. There are a few options. One can be selected to advance to the Tier 2 academy, and they would technically be considered a graduate. One can accept some form of appointment early, and they would also technically be considered a graduate, or one can spend the full 3 years here and take the graduation test. That doesn't really answer my question on how to force a Tier 3 class transition. I guess I'll have to wait and ask one of the teachers. All right, let's go look at our room and decide who gets which spot, Trick said. They're all going to be the same, Vane pointed out. Yeah, but some rooms have a better atmosphere, Trick retorted. Vane rolled his eyes. I'm fine with whatever, Reivin said. The 4 boys entered the Novice Hall. Reivin looked around, but the halls were pretty bare outside of the living spaces. This is my new home for the next month at least, Reivin thought. So far, this new group of friends seems to have been the right choice. Reivin was optimistic about this new phase of his life. Man, there's nothing so crazy like any of that happening here in the capital. Tom shook his head. The occasional news of someone outmaneuvering someone else for benefits is about as exciting as it gets around here. We have to come up with lists and speculations in order to keep ourselves entertained. Reivin had just finished telling the stories of his experiences in Magron and the dungeon town. He quirked an eyebrow at the statement from Tom. You guys live in the capital, and you're bored. Reivin asked. Oh, don't get me wrong, Tom explained. There's plenty to do and we have fun, but it's not exciting like having to fight for your life or exploring new dungeons. After a while, it gets a bit monotonous. Don't tell me that you have as much fun preparing for a dungeon delve as you do the dungeon delve itself. I don't know, Ryevin shrugged. I like training. And how does coming up with lists about girls equal the excitement of fighting for your life in a dungeon? Ah, you're still young. Vane leaned over and clapped Ryevin on the shoulder, a commiserating look on his face. Do you like training, or do you like the feeling of getting stronger? Trick asked, pointing his fork at Ryevin. The four boys had chosen their living arrangements and then set out to explore the campus a little bit. The three natives of the capital already knew a bit about the geography of the Magic Academy, and they took the opportunity actually to see what their older friends had described. They also managed to locate where their classrooms would be and the auditorium for the first assembly the next day. In the words of the other three teenagers, it was better to find your classrooms before the first day of class, because bad things would happen if you were late. They ended their little excursion at the cafeteria, and they asked Ryevin to tell them of his adventures while they ate. That's a good point, actually, Ryevin said with a thoughtful look on his face. I've never really thought about it. If I had to say, I would say the dungeon delve is definitely more fun, but I still like training. It might just be habit at this point, as I've been doing it for a long time. Well, at least we know which one of us is going to make sure we all graduate with a good ranking, Trick said with a laugh. Speaking of, how are class rankings determined? It can't just be based on one's skill and affinity levels, Ryevin asked. Oh, there are several factors that determine one's ranking, Tom said. Your skill and affinity levels definitely play a role, but it's not the be-all end-all. In fact, it's only a small portion. 20 of your ranking is based on your overall numbers, and 20 is based on how much your numbers improve from the time of admission to the time of graduation also. At intervals like during the semester, 20 is based on your written test scores, 20 is based on your life experience while enrolled, and 20 is based on the practical tests. What are the practical tests? Just application of your spells, Ryevin asked. Kind of Vane said. The Magic Academy and the Night Academy, for that matter, they share it has a unique magic item that creates a small world, almost like a mini dungeon. They can create illusions according to the desire of the one controlling the magic item, and students have to solve different types of situations with the relevant skills. Yeah, I hear you get points for ingenuity as well as mastery of your spells and skills, Trick said. It's easy to brute force a set difficulty if you have really high numbers, but that doesn't really show the teachers how well you understand your own abilities. It just shows them that you're strong. Remember, it's a good rule of thumb to never just bash through something head-on, but to consider the point of the exercise and the goals stipulated. You can get a good score by just destroying everything in your way, but you can't get the maximum score that way. That actually sounds like a pretty good method, Ryevin said, rubbing his chin. Does that mean that students with more variability to their affinities are inherently at an advantage in those tests? Not necessarily, Trick said. If it's open-ended with multiple goals, which is usually reserved for the third-year students it would be, however, most of the scenarios they'll put us in are based on one or two affinities. So do they tailor the tests to the individuals? No, they run multiple exercises over a period of time, Vane answered. You only have to complete a set number of them, and you can choose which affinities you want to participate in. There will be some variation within each affinity so that people don't cheat, but it'll be a similar theme. One last main point, Tom spoke up. The tier of the affinity you choose needs to correspond to your year, or you'll be required to run multiple tests to make up for it. Only about 10 of third years actually participate in the Tier 3 affinity tests each year, and not all of them pass. You can do 3 tests of a lower affinity, but only of 1 each to make up for a higher tier. Most students in their third year end up running 2 Tier 2 tests and 3 Tier 1 tests. Can an underclassman challenge the higher tier tests? Ryevin's interest was piqued. My light and darkness affinities are almost as high as my Tier 1 affinities. That will definitely give me a huge advantage. Sure, Trick said. You also get bonus points for doing so. A lot of first years actually challenge the Tier 2 affinities right away. There's no downside to taking more tests, Vane added. If you fail a test, it doesn't get held against you, and only your highest scores to meet the requirements are counted. But as Tom said, you can only take 1 test per affinity. Not many people fail the tests other than the third years attempting the Tier 3 affinities, but it does happen occasionally. Okay, and what about the fact that casting spells costs so much mana for non-system class spells? Ryevin asked. It seems like that's the biggest drawback here. Everyone has their own class and elemental specialty, except for the uncommon grade mage class. That's what makes the magic item unique, Tom said. It's not an actual mini-dungeon or anything like that. The illusions aren't just the environment or creature inside the small world. It also simulates the spells you cast. You don't use your class spells while in there, Trick said. In fact, your system-guided spells won't have any effect on the small world. We don't know how or why it works like that, but that's the way it is. You're not really casting spells, so the intense mana cost is moot. You're not spending any extra mana other than what's required to form the pure mana shell. The magic item supplies the power for everything else. It has something to do with the intentions of those who create the scenarios, I believe, Tom said. The Knight Academy uses the same magic item, and for them, it affects their class skills that use stamina. They have to show an understanding of the form of their skills, and the magic item that powers them. We have to show an understanding of the weaves in the same way. One of our friends said it felt pretty incredible to be able to use all of the affinities available to them that they had trained the weaves in, Vane said. It's almost like it's a preview of the later classes that have much more versatility in their spell selections. He said that you just form the shell with your own pure mana, and then you'll get the feeling of a separate source that you can use to make the weaves and power the spell. That wouldn't really be a problem for me for the more basic spells, as my class grants me access to several versions. But if the scenarios aren't always about combat, but other situations requiring critical thinking and imagination, then I can see how even I would benefit from such a setup. No problem, Tom said. It's common knowledge, and the teachers would have explained it at the right time anyway. Tom stood up once. Trick, the last one still eating, finally finished. Let's get out of here. It's getting late, and we've already found the auditorium for tomorrow. Don't want to be up too late and sleep in. I heard that a student who was late to the very first assembly last year had to go to the Knight Academy and participate in physical training for a month because Trick held up his hands for quotes. Apparently, magic wasn't important enough to the student, so he should broaden his horizons to see if he really even wanted to be a caster class. And that was on top of his responsibilities here at the Magic Academy. That doesn't sound so bad, Rievin said. I thought you said bad things. Not so bad for you, Vane said. You just finished telling us about your exploits with a martial class and how much you like training. It's a punishment, not something you're supposed to enjoy, so they would probably make you do something completely different. You'd be forbidden from training at all, Tom teased. That and maybe have to do some mundane chore that doesn't improve any of your skills. Like watching paint dry or something, Trick said. He eyed Rievin sideways as they walked. Without using mana sight or some other kind of skill. Remember, no training. That does sound awful, Rievin said with a chuckle. I can handle having to do boring tasks, but wasting time is against my nature. Oh yeah, what skill are you training right now? Tom asked. I'm building rapport with my classmates, Rievin said, hand on his chest. Life isn't all skills and numbers, I've recently been told. Building relationships and connections is a worthwhile use of my time. There will be no fraternization between the sexes on campus, the teacher on the stage announced, for about the 5th time in the half-hour-long assembly. No males in the female dorms and no females in the male dorms, period. How many times is he going to reiterate the point? Trick whispered. I thought this was supposed to be an important lecture on what they expect of us during our time in the academy. It is, Vane replied quietly. They expect us to make magic, not babies. He snickered at his own joke. Rievin nodded his head. I have to agree. They're beating a dead horse at this point. We get it, Tom said. Make babies off campus. The 4 boys had to cover their mouths to stop themselves from laughing out loud. SHH, Rievin said, chuckling. Do you want to go do physical exercise at the Knight Academy? The other 3 teenagers sat up straight and focused their attention on the teacher, the very image of attentive students. Rievin rolled his eyes. All right, on to the main point, the teacher said. That wasn't the main point. Trick asked in a whisper again, an eyebrow raised. Could have fooled me. You are all novices of the Magic Academy, and as such, you will all be required to take the same classes: basic mana theory, basic element weaving, history of magic, introduction to philosophy, political science, and 1 elective. Philosophy and political science, Rievin asked, confused. Yeah, the graduates get sent out into the real world once they graduate, and many of them get employed by the kingdom in some way or another, Tom answered. It's in part to make sure their students know what they're getting into and understand the whys of it, but it's also in part for the academy's reputation. It wouldn't look good if all of the graduates were bumbling idiots who didn't have any tact. That makes sense, Rievin nodded. The introductory courses only talk about things relevant to our kingdom, and a little bit from Eldir, the immediate Tier 2 superior region, Vane said. The more advanced courses go into the political situations of the entire Tier 3 kingdom we technically fall under, and the philosophy instruction is much more in-depth with a heavy focus on mana and magic. There are just over 2,000 new novice students of the academy, broken up into 20 classes, the teacher continued. Rievin looked around the large auditorium at all of the students in attendance. The location for the first assembly for the novices was located in some sort of amphitheater, and it could easily hold several thousand people. I hadn't really paid attention to the overall numbers, and all of the empty seats that stand out kind of make one ignore just how many people there actually are, Rievin thought. Now that I'm looking closer, it does appear that there are about that many new students. I didn't realize there would be so many students per semester. Just how big is the kingdom, considering those that can use mana skills are only about 10 or so of people, from what I've seen. The classes aren't a simple 100 students in each class. The teacher wasn't finished. There are progressively more students in the lower numbered classes. Higher numbered classes have more opportunities to interact with the teachers on an individual basis, so raising your rank if you're in the lower classes is a paramount goal. Your initial ranking is based on your affinities levels upon admissions. Now that you're enrolled, the full ranking scale will take into effect. Don't despair that your affinity levels are low upon entry. Those that improve quickly will be able to replace those that entered the academy with higher skill levels but slacked off in their training. Likewise, if you don't take the non-magical classes seriously and do poorly on the written tests, your ranking could be adversely affected. There's also the issue of resources. No quotas of resources are given to students in any of the classes, but if you work hard on attaining school credits, you can make up for some of your shortcomings. Experience crystals are the most well-known resource available to exchange, but there are other treasures as well. For example, there are natural treasures imported from Eldar that can help you increase your affinity levels directly, or there are even ones that provide insights on mana weaves. Looks like one of my class skills has an effect on one of these natural treasures. At its current level, though, it's probably far inferior. The good thing about class skills is that they can be raised. Basically, don't get complacent if you're in a higher class, and don't give up if you're in a lower one. Everything is based on your personal merit and hard work. Talent only really factors into your starting position, much like life in general. The classes are recalculated at the end of every month, and the changes are implemented on the first. Everyone should know what class they already belong to based on your student tokens. When I dismiss you in a moment, you will each find your designated guide, one of the older students, and they'll give you the itinerary for your class schedules. The teacher paused for a moment to look over all of the students in attendance. After a few seconds, the teacher nodded his head. I'm pleased to see that most of you are being attentive. You're the future of our kingdom. These formative years in your Tier 2 class are important for the rest of your lives, so all of you should work hard to make the best use of your time. It's even more important than the preparations you made pre-class and while in Tier 1. Growing and improving is a lifelong endeavor, and there's no time like the present to set a good standard for yourselves. Good luck and welcome to the Magic Academy. Dismissed, the teacher concluded before striding off of the stage. All of the students began talking with one another as they stood up and began exiting the auditorium. That's it for today, Reevin asked as he followed his roommates to the stairs that would lead them down and to the exit. Yup, Tom said. Admissions are purposely set at the end of the week before the start of the new month exactly for this reason. We get our schedules and have the opportunity to acclimate to the new environment. Not all of the students are familiar with the academy, after all. On Monday, we'll get down to business, which means we have the whole weekend to do whatever we want, Trick said. I know the teacher said no, fraternization with the opposite sex, but that really only means pursuing a romantic relationship. Even then, they only pay lip service to it and enforce it on academy grounds. They can't be expected to supervise all of the students all of the time when they're not even here. There have been incidents in the past, though, and you'll still run the risk of expulsion if something really does happen off campus like Tom joked, Vane said. Most of the students here are from affluent families, and they us included. He pointed at himself and the other two teenagers that had formed the initial trio, have to take into account our elders' plans and concerns. It's no secret that students have disappeared from the academy and social life after messing around with the wrong people, Tom said. There was one such instance several years ago where two students whose families were at odds with each other ended up getting together on accident. How do you get together on accident? Reevin asked, puzzled. Well, the getting together part wasn't an accident, Trick snickered. The accident was that they each didn't know that the other person was from a rival family. They got all doe-eyed for each other and didn't bother to investigate the other's backgrounds too closely. It's not common, but it obviously does happen, or this wouldn't be a story. Anyway, once their families found out that there was going to be a new, unplanned addition to their dynasties, they were whisked away and nobody has seen them since. I have inside sources that say their families allowed them to remain together, but they had to renounce their heritage and move away, Vane said. Well, I guess if they really love each other, Reevin said. It could work, Reevin shrugged. Sounds a lot like my own parents. Though their situation was a bit more complicated than simply falling in love with the wrong person. Oh, I didn't say it couldn't work, just that I'm not interested in that myself, Tom replied. Then what are your goals? Reevin asked. The same as anyone else in the elite class, Tom said. Get promoted to the Tier 2 academy, or failing that, get an appointment to a powerful noble. Either one of those will help my family out and widen my horizons for the future. Getting bumped up to Eldar, though, is the obvious first choice. Everyone always talks about getting moved up to the Tier 2 Kingdom's academy, but how does that work exactly? Well, there's a quota at the end of each year for each level of student, Vane answered. There are more quotas for the younger students, actually, because it's easier to display raw talent and work ethic at an earlier age, but people still have 2 chances to move up if they don't make it as a novice. How many quotas are there? Ryevin continued to ask. 10, Trick said. 10, for 2,000 students. Ryevin was surprised. Yup, Trick said. You have to know, though, that there are 10 Tier 1 kingdoms attached to Eldir, and each one has an academy of about the same size as ours. The second-year students have 5 quotas, and the third years have 3. That means that each year, the 10 academies together send up with almost 200 students who go to the academy in Eldir, and they don't have significantly more native students at their academy than we do. Isn't a Tier 2 kingdom much larger than a Tier 1 kingdom? Ryevin asked. I always assumed higher tier regions were larger, and thus more populated. Not necessarily, Tom said. Higher tier regions can come in any size, but they're typically equivalent. Eldir has the same approximate population size as our kingdom, and normal travel, beyond commerce, is regulated. It's possible to just move up to the higher tier region, but they only let so many do so per year. Why is it so restrictive? Ryevin asked. Wouldn't they want to recruit talents and hard workers? That's exactly why these systems are put into place, Tom said. Think about it. Most people from a lower tier region are restricted in their opportunities for growth and good classes. Most people simply don't have the talent or luck to get a powerful class, be it caster, martial, or lifestyle. If one doesn't have the qualifications to compete with people who have had an inherent advantage since birth, there's a high likelihood of failure. Then you'll just have more homeless people or more economic refugees fleeing back to the lower tier regions again. There are almost as many people moving from Eldir to the Tier 1 kingdoms as there are people trying to move up each year, Vane said. It's fairly balanced, all things considered. I understand, Ryevin said. It's similar to when Talon, Kimberly, and I left Will and Simon behind. They didn't have the qualifications to keep up with us, and if we had dragged them along anyway, they wouldn't have succeeded. Speaking of Eldir, I hear there's some prince or other come down to inspect the Magic Academy, Ryevin said. Anyone knows anything about that? I've heard of it too, Tom said. He's likely a third year, though. I doubt we'll even see him, or if we do, it'll be from a distance. Tom glanced at Ryevin. If there's any novice that's likely to interact with him, it would be you, if he learns of your experience in the dungeon that he's likely to go check out. But chances are, he'll just pick Melissa and some other third years if he forms a party. There's not even a guarantee he will form a party consisting of students from our academy. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about having anything to do with him, Trick said. Though he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, he's likely going to take one of the top spots on the girls' list. That's one spot we won't have to guess about. There you go again with your talk of the lists, Vane said. He pushed Trick away from him. Get back, bro, you don't need to whisper in our ears so much. Trick just chuckled. Enough about that stuff, Tom said. We're supposed to live in the dorms for the first month, but that doesn't mean we have to stay on campus for the whole month. Let's go get our schedules, and then we can go meet up with our other friends and find something fun to do. Step forward and demonstrate the weaves that you've learned so far, the teacher, Master Feld, said. You're all in the elite class, so I imagine that all of you have been able to master the weaves to the basic spells your class provides at the very least. Most of you have most likely gained some proficiency in other elements as well. I need to have an understanding of your standards so as to appropriately guide the class moving forward. Master Feld was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark robe. He had long graying hair with a medium-length beard, and his appearance matched his serious demeanor well. He looks exactly like how I imagined a professional Magic Academy teacher would look, Ryevin thought. The man had swept into the class and immediately opened by testing the students on their mastery levels of the weaves. It's not a way to put the students down and show them how little they know, but it instead appears that this man has no tolerance for wasting time. Basic magic weaving was the first class that the elite students attended once the first week of instruction began, and they would attend the class 3 days a week. Ryevin had asked his roommates about the schedule as soon as they had received it. Every class can't attend the same lessons at the same time, obviously, as there are only so many teachers that specialize in teaching each class, Tom answered. Weaving is one of the fundamental ways that casters are able to advance their personal magical capabilities, so the elite class will focus on this one more than the other classes, as one of our benefits. The other classes are all important for various reasons, but we'll be spending the majority of our active efforts on learning and mastering various weaves, so we'll get the class 3 times a week. Practice will be immediately followed by the lecture. Weaves will be followed by monotheory, and that will also be attended 3 times a week. The more non-magical classes, history, philosophy, and politics aren't as important to us, so we'll be attending those 3 classes on the off days of the week. The top 10 classes have a similar schedule, with the elite class having access to the better teachers and more instruction time allotted to us, Vane said. The lower 10 classes have their schedules flipped, though they still only take the non-magical classes 2 times a week, and they have free practice on the last day of the week. The smart, ambitious students will take that last day to actually practice, Trick added. It's basically a consolation prize to the students to give those with determination to advance in their ranking and opportunity. It's not as good as getting on-hand instruction from the teachers, but it is an opportunity. Rievin lined up with the other students and watched the first in line perform their weaves as he pondered the schedule. Most of the students in front of Rievin were only able to create one permutation of the weaves from their class spells, but a couple knew another element to add to their mastery. Lauren told me he was 16 years old by the time he mastered all 4 basic elemental weaves, Rievin thought, stroking his chin. Most of the other students are 13, with a few being close to 14 years old, and they've only been in their Tier 2 classes for a short time. If they followed the same path as I did, focusing on the affinities and fundamental mana control skills before experimenting with weaves, then their level of progress makes sense, even for elite students. I have no idea how talented Lauren was when he was learning, but it took him 3 years to learn the 4 basic elements. Melissa told me it took her and Larissa about a year to master not learn the weaves for their class spells, but they never said when they mastered those weaves. And Melissa's class is based on a Tier 2 affinity. The classroom the elite class had their class in was one of the smaller rooms for teaching, and there wasn't really a space set aside for casting spells inside. Rievin had wondered about the situation, but he noted that the teacher had set up some sort of magical barrier and target for the students to use for their bolt spells. Everyone is using the basic bolt spell, Rievin chuckled, and there was no harm to the classroom or any of the people present. The elite class was pretty small with only 30 students, and everyone was able to move through their weaves pretty quickly, so it was Rievin's turn before he even had a chance to banter with his roommates. Rievin stepped up to the small, raised platform in the front of the class, the teacher standing just to the side maintaining the barrier. He faced the target and summoned the shell of the bolt spell like everyone else. This is only to show that we've learned to weave and gained some proficiency in its use. I didn't see anyone else use more than 2 weaves, one each consisting of the spell, so I'll just do the same. Rievin infused the fire affinity into his mana and expertly wove the braids inside of the mana shell before releasing the spell. The mana cost was still more than using his class skill to cast the spell, but because of only using the bare minimum requirements, the power and cost were greatly reduced. Rievin noted that he had plenty of mana to go through all of the weaves he had learned. After all, I haven't learned any Tier 3 or 4 weaves, and not all of the Tier 2 affinities. The teacher nodded his head as Rievin quickly cast the fire bolt spell by hand and continued to watch with interest as Rievin didn't move aside. Rievin gathered his mana again and quickly sent out the air bolt. He quickly followed it up by casting the earth and water bolts as well. All quiet chatter from the other students stopped as Rievin managed to perform all 4 basic elemental bolt spells. The teacher nodded his head in appreciation. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "A newly admitted novice, and you've already learned the 4 basic elemental weaves. Learn just a few." The man's words cut off mid-sentence as Rievin once more gathered his mana and constructed the ice bolt. Rievin wasn't especially paying attention to his surroundings and was entirely focused on his task. Despite his one-track mind in performing the task, extensive experience and his battlefield awareness skill enabled him to fully focus on his task and still understand what was going on around him. "Seems like I'm making a big splash on the first day," Rievin chuckled internally. He continued his display of weaving as he sent out the bolt spells for the Tier 2 affinities he had learned from his training with his mother after arriving at the capital. I didn't spend all of my time unlocking affinities and working on the control skills. I practiced a couple of the Tier 2 weaves as well whenever I had the chance. All 4 basic elements plus ice, metal, and plasma from the Tier 2 affinities, the teacher said, still looking at the smoking target. "What's your name, novice?" He focused his attention back on Rievin. "Rievin, sir," Rievin answered. "Good, come see me after class." "Yes, sir," Rievin nodded and returned to his seat. All of the other students watched him wordlessly as he made his way back. Only Tom had gone ahead of him, and his other 2 roommates had been standing behind him in line. Rievin hadn't revealed his abilities to his new friends yet, so they were just as stunned as everyone else. Vane stood rooted to his spot, standing just below the small platform, his mouth open as he stared at Rievin. A cough from the teacher brought him, and everyone else, out of his stunned state, and he mounted the platform to demonstrate his weaves. "I know you said you were confident in making it to the elite class when we first met, but man, did I underestimate just how confident you meant," Tom leaned in and whispered. "Have you actually mastered any of the weaves, or have you spent all of your time learning the various elements?" "I wouldn't say I've mastered any of the weaves," Rievin said, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm probably pretty close to mastering fire, as I've used that element more than any of the others, but I spent my time diversifying." "Why?" "Oh, thank Myrna," Tom said with a sigh, hand on his chest. "If you had actually mastered all of those weaves instead of just learning so many already, I would have to question life. I've heard of people very, very rarely having learned all 4 elemental weaves before enrolling in the academy before, but none of the ones that had also learned any of the Tier 2 weaves. You've learned 7 weaves before entering the academy. I told you, Rievin shrugged, I like to train. That doesn't include just my martial skills, either. I can see that, Tom chuckled. What was that? Trick hissed as he and Vane resumed their seats. They leaned forward and fixed Rievin with their stares. The boy likes to train, Tom answered. He told us that already. Yeah, but isn't this a bit excessive? Vane asked. Rievin shrugged once more. My mother's a weaver and she has a light element focus in her class. Maybe weaves just come to me easier because of her. A weaver with a tier 3 elemental specialization. Tom raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I can see how that would make sense. Man, you're going to have to take us to your house so your mother can give us some tips, Trick said with a chuckle. With insights from her, we should all have a good chance of advancing to the Tier 2 Academy. Who's gonna stop us? Yeah, you've definitely painted a target on your back, Tom said. A target on my back? Rievin asked skeptically. Not in the sense that people are going to want to take you down or anything like that, Tom explained with a placating gesture. You've just demonstrated that you're likely going to be top of the class, and since this is the elite class, everyone is going to be using you as their motivation. Expect a bunch of people asking for tips and tricks in the future, Trick said. If any of the pretty girls ask you for help, you gotta say yes, and don't forget to bring your best buds along with you. Some of the more confident students, the ones with better classes, might ask to duel you in the school arena, too, Vane said, elbowing Trick lightly in the ribs. They can challenge you to a normal magical duel where you basically pit your classes against each other, or they can challenge you to a free-for-all, which is designed to test your weaving abilities against each other directly. Oh, there's such a thing? Rievin asked, his interest piqued. I've never been able to participate in a proper magical sparring session before, for fear of injuries. If the school has a way to make it possible, this could be an interesting experience. Yup, the school has a double shield system to protect the students from harm, Tom explained. You'll wear 2 sets of magical items that provide a shield. The inner shield is extremely brittle, but it can block most of the power someone in Tier 2 or 3 could muster. The goal is to whittle down the outer shield to reach the inner one and shatter it. Once it's broken, that indicates victory and loss. What about someone's personal mana shield skills? Rievin asked. Oh yeah, anything can be used in the normal challenge, but if you're in a weaving challenge, you have to be able to construct the shield by free hand. No system skills allowed. Good, Masterfeld said, resuming his position at the podium in the center of the dais. I'm glad my expectations weren't off, and all of you from the elite class has learned at least your own elemental weaves, and several of you have gone beyond that. Several of the students shot a glance at Rievin. The teacher nodded his head. I know what all of you are thinking. Novice Rievin is a bit ahead of the pack, but his ability to form so many weaves is not an exception. The entire point of this class is to teach all of you to be able to do the same, and with my help, all of you will be able to perform all of the Tier 1 and 2 weaves by the end of the first year. Now that I have a basic understanding of where all of you stand, we can begin the lesson immediately. I'll only be focusing on 1 affinity per week each month. There are 4 basic affinities, and there are 4 weeks in a month. At the end of the month, we'll cycle back to the first affinity. That doesn't mean you can't work on whichever affinity you want, though. You're free to pursue your own path to learning. Today, we'll be starting with fire. Most of the students in here have a class for the fire element, which is not uncommon. Even though all the basic affinities are equal, fire mages make up the majority of elementally focused mages in society at large. That topic will be discussed in magic history. Just know that it's not favoritism that I choose to teach the fire element first. It's pure numbers. Rievin paid attention to the lecture, as the teacher demonstrated the braids associated with the fire bolt spell and described their natures. Rievin had already learned the basic information from his own experiments and practice with Larissa, but this was an older teacher who specialized in teaching weaves. He was confident that there were still things he could learn to help him fully master the weaves. I don't know if it's his own personal mastery of the topic, or if it's his teaching skill, Rievin thought as he listened to the lecture, but I can feel my understanding of the weaves improving at a marginal rate just from his verbal instruction. The teacher continued the lesson, going into further depth than Larissa ever had, for another half an hour before he ended the lesson. There's a training ground behind the classroom for everyone to get practical experience, Masterfeld said, indicating a door off to the side in the front of the classroom. It's fine for me to make a barrier and target for individual displays, but everyone's going to be practicing at once, so we'll change venue. Rievin, you stay behind for a moment. Rievin was expecting to stay back after class, but he had thought the teacher meant after the practice. He nodded to his 3 roommates and remained in his seat as everyone else filed through the door in the front of the class. Come up here, Masterfeld beckoned. Rievin stood up and approached the podium where the teacher had remained. The first semester of the class is to teach all of the students the basic weaves for the basic affinities. The second semester is focused on the Tier 2 affinities, Masterfeld said once Rievin had arrived in front of him. You have two options available to you. You can remain in this class, piddling along during the first semester and seeking out your own knowledge on the remaining Tier 2 affinities, or you can move up to the second-year weave class. I will still be your teacher, so I'll know your situation. I won't let you slack off, though. You'll have to learn the Tier 2 weaves while also learning the second-year curriculum. If you don't have good results by the end of the first month, I'll kick you back down to this class and not let you move up early again. You don't have to decide right this moment, but the sooner you decide, the better. Right now, you'll only miss out on today's instruction, which I can summarize for you. The longer you wait, though, the harder it might be to catch up. I don't have to think about it, Master Feld, Reevan replied. I like to push myself, so I want to move up to the second-year class. Decisive, Master Feld said with the first smile Reevan saw on the man. Okay, I'll give you the summary of the second-year lesson. Master Feld held out his hand and created the most basic weave out of pure mana. He simply made two threads and looped them around each other. You understand the basic concept of the mana weave. None of them are as simple as this example here, but this will work for the demonstration. What is this? Master Feld watched as Reevan contemplated the question he posed. This likely isn't a trick question, Reevan frowned. This is the simplest weave possible, but what is it? Since we're dealing with a mixture of the literal and metaphorical, I'll go with the most obvious answer I can think of. It's a string, Reevan answered. Master Feld smiled once more. Yes, it's a simple string, he nodded. So then let me ask you this, what are strings used for? Keep it simple. Reevan once more entered into contemplation. Strings are used for a lot of different things. They can make rugs and tapestries, clothes, ropes. It's the same structure as a string, just more string woven together. That's probably the correct answer. Based on the usage of the mana weaves for spellcraft, I would say you could use more strings to create a mana rope. Master Feld produced two more threads, turned them into another simple weave, and then he wove the two weaves together to create a thicker rope. Just so, Master Feld said. The main instruction of the second year is turning the mana weaves into mana ropes. You can mix and match weaves, and that, as well as compressing them to better fit inside your spells, is the main focus of the first semester in the second year. When we go to the practice area here in a moment, you can practice this technique. As I am able to during supervising the practice sessions, I will also impart the weaves of the rest of the Tier 2 affinities. Your thought process was on the right track with converting string into rope, but there's another aspect that is intrinsic to both strings and ropes that you didn't consider. Think about it and see if you can figure it out before I bring it up in class. Now to the practice yard. Yes, sir, Reevan said. He walked through the back door, turned down a short hallway, and exited into a wide open space between a couple of buildings. Reevan looked around the practice area as he approached where his class was located. It looks like we're the first class to get out of the lecture, Reevan thought. That makes sense, as we have the least amount of students, and classes 11 through 20 aren't going to be using the practice yard today, at least not during class hours. Reevan looked further down the range. It extended beyond where the classroom buildings ended and continued on behind the administrative building. It looks just large enough to contain year 1 and 2 students on a rotating schedule. I imagine the third-year students have a different practice area. So what did the teacher want? Tom asked as Reevan joined them on an open target they had reserved for him. The range between where the students were lined up and the target wasn't very large, only about 20 yards, but the lines were clearly defined. There was a wide line for the students to stand behind to practice their spell casting. Reevan looked over to a raised platform and read the large sign on it. No spell casting without supervision. Do not cross the spell line during exercise. A scene of a huge, open space with berms, lines, towers, and targets flashed through Reevan's mind as he took it all in. Safety first, Reevan thought. Wouldn't want any stray spells flying towards a target while someone is inspecting a target. The spells are likely to be weak, especially for the novice students working on their non-skill spells, but why take the chance? None of the students had violated the rules listed on the sign, and everyone was waiting for the teacher to arrive and take his position on the short tower. He offered to let me move directly up to the second-year class for mana weaves, Reevan said. Well, Trick asked, don't leave us in suspension. Did you accept? Yup, Reevan said, and then he showed me the summary of the second-year lecture. He told me to go ahead and work on it right now, and he'll help me with the other Tier 2 affinities as he's able. It's not unheard of for students to skip a novice class or test out of it, Tom said, but I've never heard of it happening for basic mana weaving. The same rules will probably still apply though. Your performance in the second-year class represents your ranking scores for this class. You won't get any bonus points or anything though. That's fine, Reevan said. I'd rather have to work harder and not get any bonus points towards the rankings than twiddle my thumbs the entire semester anyway. That's true, Vane said. I'd make the same choice actually. Yeah, Trick said, and if you're going to help people as in us with weaves, then you can also give us a leg up on the second-year techniques. Don't you have older friends who could do that? Reevan asked. Yeah, Tom said, but they told us not to worry about it until we get the first year down. With you around, you can use your judgment to decide on when to teach us instead of having us wait until next year. No problem, Rievin said with a smile. I'm happy to help. I found that helping others also helps to increase my own mastery and skill levels. I mean, you have to approach the same problem from a different perspective. That's something to keep in mind if you guys ever hit a wall with your practice. That's not a bad idea, Vane said. Tom and Trick nodded as well. All right, it's time to begin your practice, Master Feld said as he assumed his position above everyone else. There will be no spell casting if I'm not up here, and you will wait for my order. Once everyone has had time to practice for a bit, I'll come down and offer some one-on-one pointers to everyone who wants it. Let's begin. Those in power have a responsibility to those they have power over, the teacher, Master Saura, said. People with personal power get it through their own work and effort, but those with political power get it from the ones who put them there. If one wants to remain in power politically, it is necessary to take care of the needs of the populace. The royal family wasn't created from scratch as the royal family. They lead their people in a benevolent manner, and they help to bring prosperity to the kingdom. Many rulers of nations would dispute this notion. They claim they have divine right and are appointed by the various gods or fate itself to power. One of the reasons our royal family and the nobility are so beloved is because they recognize the truth. They lead by example and they let the people strive for better lives. As scions of the affluent families attached to the nobility and future mages of the kingdom, you don't have as many responsibilities, but you do have some. Those duties and how to go about selecting the best methods to accomplish them are the things we are going to learn this year. It sounds like propaganda towards their way of running the kingdom, Rievin thought. That's not to say I don't approve of the system of governance. I do, especially after witnessing Count Ilpir's actions and learning more about them. But it looks like this class is more a primer for how to work for the political system than it is a neutral instruction on politics. Do they teach the different political structures of the different kingdoms, or is it just guidance on how to be successful in ours? Rievin whispered to Tom. They teach those lessons in the second and third year classes, Tom whispered back, but they always present it in a way where we need to consider things from our own perspective. Thus, this is the basics of political theory. I want to learn more about the other kingdoms and the higher tier regions, but it seems like I'd have to wait until at least next year to get those lessons. Tom said it was possible to test out of classes early, so maybe I should seek some tutoring on the subject from Melissa. I can get some more from my parents as well. I don't plan on sticking around this region my whole life, so it doesn't make sense for me to get fully steeped in the workings of this kingdom. Rievin made up his mind to attempt to test out of the class. He was confident his parents would have certain insights that could give him an advantage, though he would need to find out exactly how the tests worked. He still needed to pay attention in class, despite his decision, so he focused his attention on the teacher in front of the class. The classroom was identical to the other ones he had been to so far. Master Saura, though, was not similar to the other instructors. She didn't appear to be specialized in teaching magic at all, and she didn't wear the traditional robes of the caster classes. She was attired in a red dress that accentuated her looks, and she was a looker. She appeared to be much younger, in her early 20s than the other magical instructors. She was one of the prettier women Rievin had seen on campus. I imagine, considering her specialty is politics, that she has a high charisma and skills focused on getting along with others and persuasion. I wonder if there are tier 3 or 4 affinities associated with the charisma stat and skills. There must be if Sovereign is one of them. Rievin watched and listened. Master Saura's voice was soothing, and her every gesture drew him and the other students in to pay attention to the lesson. Rievin's vision slowly blurred everything else out, and his battlefield awareness skill let him know that the situation was the same for all of the other students. There was zero chatter among the students as everyone listened to the teacher. Rievin's mental fortitude skill kicked in and his vision returned to normal. He sat up in surprise and looked all around. None of the other students wavered in their attention, fully focused on the teacher, and Rievin noticed Master Saura look up at him with a flash of surprise in her eyes. She simply gave a small smile, drawing the other students further into their focused state, and continued her lesson. This woman is dangerous, Rievin thought, sweat beading his forehead. It's good to pay attention in class, but I prefer to have a clear mind. I think this is my favorite class, Trick said once Master Saura ended the lesson and left the room. All of the students watched her go, and the spell over them didn't end until she was completely out of sight. I had heard that her classes were unusually captivating, but that was something else, Tom said. Oh, you guys knew about it ahead of time. Rievin asked as they filed out of the room. Sure, Vane answered. Our friends told us that she has a way to make you fully focus on her and nothing else. Most of the elite students knew about it. Aren't you worried about getting brainwashed or something? Rievin was confused. They willingly let themselves get spellbound like that. The three friends looked at each other and laughed. That would never happen, Tom replied. Don't think that there's anything that happens on campus that the headmaster doesn't know about. Something like that was attempted in the distant past, and that teacher didn't have a good ending. The headmaster is supposedly a super scary guy, Vane said. I hear he's a tier 4 and even the royal family has to show him respect. Reevan thought about the man he had met during admissions. He wasn't scary at all. He was very amiable. Maybe Vane just means his power has the possibility of being scary. I doubt he could pose any kind of threat to my parents unless he was close to tier 5 though. And I highly doubt that's the case. Our friends told us to just enjoy the ride, Tom said. She uses her abilities in the classroom setting to better impart the knowledge to us. It also has the added benefit of exercising any willpower skills one might have, Vane said. Most students won't try to resist her charm until they feel they have a good grasp on the subject matter, though. I think I'll just enjoy the view, Trick said, a distant look in his eyes. That's all you ever care about, Reevan said, playfully shoving Trick's shoulder. The 4 boys laughed as they exited the building. They had a little bit of time until their next class, so Reevan decided to go ahead and head to Master Saura's office and broach the topic of testing out. He waved to his friends and headed over to the administrative building. Reevan asked one of the third-year students acting as an assistant of some sort, and he quickly found his way to the beautiful teacher's office on the first floor. He knocked on the open door and waited for a response from the teacher. Come in, her voice carried to Reevan. He entered the office and walked up to the desk she was seated behind. There were bookshelves with various books filling the shelves, and they looked like they had all been read more than once. The office and desk were neat and tidy, and Master Saura nodded her head and indicated for Reevan to take a seat. What can I help you with, Novice Reevan? She asked. Reevan wasn't surprised that someone with her specialty knew exactly who he was after the first lesson. Hello, Master Saura. I wanted to inquire about testing out of the first-year basic class, Reevan said without preamble. Oh, ambitious, are we? Saura quirked an eyebrow. Reevan found himself zeroing his attention down on her facial expressions. He shook his head and mustered his willpower to stay focused on the conversation. It's good to be ambitious, but ambition has to be tempered by one's foundations. This class is very important for laying the foundations for your later classes on the topic. Are you sure you want to skip it? That's a very good point, Reevan said. One must make sure they're not cutting corners. Reevan's mental fortitude kicked in once again, and he cleared his thoughts as he narrowed his eyes at the woman. But I feel like I should take the opportunity to. And if you skip my class, then we wouldn't be able to spend any quality time together. Saura sighed as she leaned back in her chair, a look of self-pity on her face. Reevan's breath caught and he opened his mouth to say he didn't want that, but his iron will activated and shook him out of the fugue. He coughed into his hand as he gathered his thoughts. Wait, Reevan said, aren't you still the teacher of the second-year class? Master Saura crossed one arm under her breasts and rested her other elbow on her wrist as she tapped her chin. She contemplated Reevan for a moment before she laughed. Her laugh was just as mesmerizing as her voice. Forgive me for the little test, she said. All of the mental compulsions his willpower skills were fighting off fell away. I just have to make sure someone is truly set on testing out of the class first. I didn't mean anything malicious by it. You can take the test to skip the course at any time during the first 3 weeks. After that, you're stuck with it. Just let me know when you want to do so, and I'll arrange the test for you. Is there anything else I can help you with? Master Saura asked. You're welcome, Master Saura said with a small smile. Then I'll see you in class until you've made a decision. Reevan stood up from the seat, cold sweat running down his back, and quickly left the room. He could hear the light tinkling of her laugh follow him out into the hallway. Very dangerous, Reevan thought as he made his way to join his friends again for the next class. Are you Reevan? A timid voice asked as Reevan ate lunch with his friends. He looked up and behind him to see a young girl standing next to the table, hands clasped and head down. Reevan looked at the girl. She was pretty like most of the female students, but she wasn't a beauty like Melissa or her sister and friends. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any girls I wouldn't consider pretty since arriving at the academy. Does that make her average? Reevan chuckled to himself. Yup, that's me, Reevan said, setting his fork down on the plate. His other friends continued to eat, but they watched the goings-on out of the corner of their eyes. What can I do for you? If you want, the girl stammered. Do you think, maybe, can I, She took a deep breath and then rushed the last words out as fast as possible. Can I get some tutoring on weaves from you? She seemed to deflate a little after getting her question out. Sure, Reevan said. The girl perked up and peeked at Reevan. But first, what's your name? My name. She fidgeted as she spoke. My name is Carrie. Well, Carrie, it's nice to meet you. I would be happy to help you with some of your weaves. What time were you thinking? Maybe tonight, at around 7 after dinner, Carrie asked. Sounds good, Reevan nodded. In fact, tell any of your friends too. I'm willing to help anyone that asks. Reevan smiled. Oh, okay, Carrie said, her shoulders slumping just a little. I'll be there. Bye. She turned and fled to another table consisting of similar-aged girls. I don't think any of them are in the elite class, Reevan said as he watched her join her friends again. All of the girls leaned in and began whispering with Carrie. Seems like the rumor mill spread the news fast. Reevan chuckled to himself as he resumed eating. What was that shameful display? Trick said, staring at Rievin. Huh, Rievin asked, confused. Bro, she obviously wanted personal instruction from you, and you told her to invite all of her friends. Trick shook his head as he took a bite. I know that, Rievin said. I'm not interested though, and it's better to make my stance clear from the very beginning. Well, you're no fun, Trick said. I guess we can strike another spot off on the girls' list, he added after a moment. Rievin looked around the room and noticed that a lot of tables with girls sitting at them were sending looks their way. Looks like I've sent an open invitation, Rievin thought wryly. It looks like we'll need more room than the personal practice rooms can hold, Trick said. What do you mean, we? Rievin asked, amused. All of us, obviously, Tom said, swinging his fork around the table. You did say you would help us out as well, and there's no way you could handle all of those girls on your own, Trick said. You need reinforcements. Ha, of course, that's what you're worried about, Vane snickered. We actually plan on practicing our weaves. Hey, I'm going to practice my weaves too, Trick said, a look of mock hurt on his face. I just plan on broadening my connections and working on my charisma skills while I'm at it. Sure, Tom said. We all know what you're really interested in. Speaking of practice area, we might need to seek permission to use the practice yard. We'll have to get supervision from a third-year student or teacher, though. Maybe I can ask Melissa, Rievin said. We can kill two birds with one stone that way. You guys can meet her and she can help us supervise. The three other boys looked at each other and nodded. Sounds like a plan, Tom said. We'll have to set up some sort of notice to let others know. Leave that to me, Trick said as he got up from the table with his tray of food. I'll spread the word along the way. Trick returned his tray, and then Rievin watched as he went from table to table with girls sitting at them to strike up conversations. Well, at least he's not shy, Rievin chuckled as he finished his meal. Yeah, he might act like a horned dog all the time, but he's actually fairly popular with the girls, Vane said, and he does have some actual scruples. I think he just likes the chase. You guys talking about Trick, a new voice said as someone placed their tray on the table and sat down. Oh, hey, Seamus, Tom said. Rievin and Vane nodded their heads to the newcomer. Seamus was one of the senior friends that Tom and company had introduced Rievin to over the weekend. He was a second-year student, and the source of a lot of the information the three friends had on the academy. I heard that he already has an arranged marriage from his family, Seamus said. I think he's just trying to get it out of his system. You know how he is. He's a loyal fellow, so he won't have the chance to flirt or chase girls for long, and he wouldn't even if he did have the chance once he's officially engaged. Now that you mention it, Vane said, a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't always act like a skirt chaser. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Who's the girl he's arranged to marry? Anyone we know? Tom asked. I don't know. I've only heard some small talk from my elders about it, but none of the specifics. He'll tell us when it's a done deal, Seamus replied as he ate. So Rievin, I hear that you're going to be hosting a tutoring lesson tonight. What? That just happened, Rievin said. And yeah, a girl named Carrie came up and asked if I could help her. I told her to tell her friends I would help anyone who wanted it, and it seems to have spread already. News travels quick, Seamus laughed. How are you going to help so many people all at once? I'm going to have to use the practice yard. I have a third-year friend who might be willing to supervise, and barring that, I can always ask a teacher. So Melissa really is one of your friends? Seamus asked. Yup, Tom had told all of his second-year friends that Rievin was supposedly friends with Melissa and her circle when they had met over the weekend. Some of them had been skeptical of the truth. They'll find out tonight whether I was telling the truth or not. If Melissa agrees, that is. All right, well, have fun, Seamus said with a smile. You might have to beat them off with a stick at this rate. So how many people are going to be there? Melissa asked as she walked next to Rievin towards the practice yard. Larissa, Aaron, and Halen followed in tow, but Elijah was nowhere to be seen. I don't know, actually, Rievin said. Only the one person asked, but I told her to tell all of her friends, and it seemed like a lot of people were interested, Rievin said. They're going to be disappointed when they see you arrive with us, Larissa said. The three girls giggled to each other as they whispered to one another. Melissa rolled her eyes. It's better for them this way, she said under her breath. What was that? Rievin asked. He had heard what she said, but he didn't understand what she meant by it. Oh, nothing, Melissa replied with a wave of her hand. It's just better to focus on studies right now. That's all. Okay, Rievin said. The group of 5 rounded the corner and the practice yard came into view. Rievin saw his roommates standing with another 20 or so teenagers. Not all of them were girls, but there were only 5 other boys besides his roommates. Trick was in the midst of talking to a couple of girls when Rievin came into view. The group of students perked up and interrupted Trick as they spotted Rievin and the others. Rievin saw Carrie standing in the front, and he could see a look of disappointment flash across her face as she saw Melissa and the others with Rievin. Tom, I haven't seen you for a while, Melissa said as she stepped forward. How have you and your parents been? Vain, Trick. She nodded to Rievin's 3 roommates. Wait, you guys already know each other? Rievin asked. Rievin's roommates shared a look before bursting out laughing. Of course, they didn't tell you, Melissa asked, cocking her head. Nope, Rievin shook his head. They made it sound like they wanted to use me to meet you and your sister. Larissa and the other 2 girls also greeted Tom and the other 2 boys. We've known each other for ages, Larissa explained. All of our families are close to each other, Aaron said. We practically grew up together. I see, Reevan said. Yeah, but it is true that the Bluefears lead the group, Tom said with a smile. Well, that's not entirely true, he amended. We're all attached to Elijah's family in some way or another. It's just that the Bluefears also have a connection to Eldire, which puts them more or less equal to Elijah's family in some ways. Enough about that, Melissa said. Reevan has students to tutor. Melissa climbed up the short platform for the supervisors, followed by her sister and friends, and she addressed the other students briefly. Don't mind us. We're just here to follow the rules of the academy. Reevan stepped forward to the group of students. He idly noticed that several of the girls gave Trick more looks than they had before. I wonder if it's because they've learned that he has some sort of connection with Melissa, or if it's because Melissa is so pretty and he's paying attention to them instead of her. Reevan shook the thoughts out of his head. All right, Reevan addressed the other students. You all know who I am. You wouldn't be here if you didn't, obviously. I'll get to know all of you as we work together to learn and practice the weaves, but for now, show me what you got just like you did for your teachers. Reevan sat in meditation in his room, going over the weaves he had been assisting the others with. Teaching others really is a good way to further my understanding of the weaves, he thought as he created and banished the Tier 1 weaves over and over again. Not only did I have to think of ways to help them improve themselves, but I also got to see a bunch of different ways that everyone forms their own weaves. I'll be able to master the Tier 1 weaves in no time like this. Too bad there isn't anyone else working on Tier 2 weaves in the group. Maybe I can ask Larissa if there's some sort of similar study group among the second years. It's still early the first week, but so far I've only seen individuals or small pairs of people working together. Nothing like a large group of 20+ people. Reevan quit forming the weaves over and over again and switched to braiding the weaves together into a rope. He decided to work on the act itself rather than any specific weaves, so he formed a simple 2-thread weave of pure mana like Master Feld had done, to begin with. He formed the first weave and very quickly combined it with another one. He maintained the mana in his budding rope and set it to the side as he formed 2 more weaves to make another rope. The exercise became slightly harder as he had to keep his concentration on maintaining the first rope as he built the second one. He finally managed to build the second rope, and he pulled the first one over to combine the two even further. The final product was considerably thicker than any other weave he had ever worked with, despite how simple it was, and it contained exponentially more mana than a simple Tier 1 weave would normally hold. This is becoming a pretty thick cable, Reevan thought as he examined his work. I can see where compression would come into play. If I go any further in thickening the rope, not only would it take even more concentration and precision, but it would become much harder to use it. It could grow to such a size as to not be able to fit inside of a spell, and it could also get too thick to easily weave together with another braid. The other limiting factor is the time involved. At my current mastery and skill levels, it would be impossible to effectively use such a method for real spell casting. Reevan glanced at his mana and saw that it was ticking down at 8 mana per second. It's also considerably more expensive. A typical Tier 1 basic weave costs 1 mana per second to maintain, but this simple rope takes 8. I can definitely see how this would be useful for empowering spells, though. Reevan dismissed his hold over the mana and started again from scratch. The only thing to it is repetition. Master Feld is going to be teaching us how to do this and compress the mana. I just gotta keep at it, like usual. Reevan spent about an hour practicing the rope, and he saw marginal increases in his speed and efficiency. All that was needed was time. Pull a string of mana out and make it about a foot long, Master Feld said. You can do it any length you want, but for the purpose of the exercise, we're only going to do a foot. It was the second week of classes, and Master Feld was introducing the concept of compressing mana to the students of the second-year class. Reevan had attended the class for the remaining 2 times the first week, and Master Feld had simply demonstrated each of the weaves for the various elements and showed the increased strength versus the simple strings. Reevan hadn't had time to pick up all of the new weaves for Tier 2 affinities, but with the simple demonstration and his lattice skill, he was already able to start practicing them. Master Feld had instructed the second-year students to practice on their main affinities first, and he had given pointers to everyone on how to increase the speed and efficiency of making the ropes. You can practice weaving the ropes for the affinities you already know, and next week, after I introduce compression, I'll help you with the Tier 2 affinity weaves. Reevan was looking forward to continuing his progress, but mana compression was also something he would need to learn soon, so he paid attention to the lecture and followed along with his own mana string. Compression isn't anything amazing or complicated, Master Feld continued. The main determining skill for compression is mana manipulation, but conjuration can also be a supplementary help. All you have to do is muster your will and force the mana together. This is the simplest form of mana compression. Master Feld materialized a mana rope instantly next to the mana string, and Ryevin watched as the rope shrunk until it was the same size as the string. Once you're able to compress your ropes to match the same size as your strings quickly, you'll be ready for the next step, removing the empty space between the mana motes to allow for further compression. Simply squeezing the mana together leaves the little pockets of empty space in place, and so it can only take you so far. For now, practice on the strings. They will have less resistance to your compression efforts. Once you have enough confidence, you can move on to the ropes. All of the students concentrated on their own mana strings as Master Feld gave his lesson. Ryevin took control of the motes in a portion of the string. He tried to compress them together, but when one portion moved in, another portion of the string further away bulged out instead. I understand why we're only using a foot of string, Ryevin thought as he rearranged his efforts. We have to compress the string from all sides at once, or it'll simply slip out of our grasp, like a squishy toy. Master Feld must have left that out on purpose for all of us to experience it firsthand. Ryevin was aware that all of the other second-year students experienced the same thing he had just seen with his own string. He concentrated further and took complete control over the entire thing and pressed his will in on all sides at once. There was a bit of resistance to the forceful movement, but it wasn't anything he couldn't brush past with a little effort. He increased the pressure, and his mana string shrunk to about 2/3 of its original size. Ryevin pressed even harder, but the mana remained in place, unwilling to shrink any further. I'm not able to compress it any further than this. If this was a mana rope, I wouldn't be able to meet the minimum requirement of the same size as the string, much less in a quick speed. A student raised their hand, and Master Feld nodded for them to ask their question. Master Feld, how come I can't get it to compress any further? I feel that my mana manipulation skill and willpower are strong enough to go further, but it isn't working. It seems like it's something that can't be fixed with just more practice. Excellent question, Master Feld replied. The issue is speed. When you create the string of mana, the motes consisting of the string are basically just floating in an approximate position, and they're fluid and easy to move. Once you begin compressing the mana, though, it begins to solidify in place. That doesn't mean you can't still manipulate the string freely, because the motes become rigid to their internal structure. Practice is still the key, but you have to work towards getting faster. You only have a limited amount of time to compress the mana before it will become impossible, and then you would have to dismiss the mana and start over if you fail to achieve the result you want. Any more questions? Master Feld looked around the room. If not, we'll simply work on compressing the different weaves of the basic elements for the rest of the class period. This is just to introduce the concept to you, though, and we'll return to the affinity ropes next class period. You're free to pursue any form of practice you choose, but the second semester is dedicated toward compression. Life at the academy during the first month was hectic and peaceful in equal measure. Ryevin found that he would have sporadic periods of time where he was super busy, and sometimes he could relax a bit as the teachers allowed for consolidating their lessons. Ryevin found that even the non-magical classes had snippets of information useful for increasing his proficiency as a caster, as they were all focused with casters in mind. The History of Magic class was more of a primer on all of the different permutations of caster class that were available in Tier 2 and Tier 3. He had already seen almost all of the ones in Tier 2 from his own class page, but there were several caster classes and specialties that he hadn't seen in the list that the class went over. There is actually a long list of lifestyle classes that are technically considered caster classes. There are classes like Mana Gardener, Stone Shaper, or Mana Speaker. The Mana Gardener focuses on cultivating plants with their magical abilities, and it's apparently a highly sought-after profession in the higher tier regions as they can greatly complement alchemists. Stone Shapers are artists for the most part, but they can also be useful for mining natural resources. The architecture and decorations that can be found in the capital have a hand from such people, though it's not found much of anywhere else in the Tier 1 kingdom. Such professions are more widespread in the higher regions, where mana is more abundant. They're also integral for resource hunting parties going into the wilderness, as they're much more efficient at finding and retrieving rare metals. The Mana Speaker can also be utilitarian or artistic in execution. Many bards and singers actually have the Tier 2 class Mana Speaker as their foundation. They're also useful to armies and leaders because they can choose the path of long-distance communication. I've already determined my own path, but it's good to know what else is out there. The basic Mana Theory class was instruction on the different Mana skills. Ryevin once more found that his skill levels were considerably further along than the rest of the novices, but that was only in terms of raw numbers. The teachers had a lot of different methods to better utilize the skills for better efficiency, and Ryevin soaked the knowledge up like a sponge. My higher levels just represent my ability to enforce my will and raw power. It's also helping me master the tips and tricks more easily. I'm sure Mom would have eventually taught me these lessons as well, but we just didn't have enough time to go more in depth like this, what with the fundamentals and martial skills we were focused on and everything that's happened in life. Rieven's roommates didn't have as high of numbers as he did, but he found that they had mostly already gained some proficiency in the techniques before attending the academy. Rieven wasn't jealous of their mastery levels, and he was confident he could catch up and pass them with due time and effort. They didn't spend a lot of time working on martial skills like I did when I was younger, so they obviously had more time to branch out into different aspects of practicing their mana skills. Introduction to Philosophy was exactly what it sounded like, but it introduced the different philosophies that had evolved over time with a bent towards looking at it from a caster's perspective. This particular class was the least useful for Rieven, but he understood the reasoning behind having to learn the information. It would serve him well in the future to not be ignorant of the different schools of thought. The elective that Rieven had chosen was etiquette. This wasn't just a simple course on how to properly interact with others in various situations, but it also included such things as dancing, calligraphy, and music. It wasn't as in-depth as those individual classes would be all on their own, but it gave Rieven an opportunity to practice several of his skills. He was finally able to level up his piano skill above 0 after all of these years of having it sit there in his status with no change. The real reason he had chosen the broad etiquette class over a more specialized one, though, was that it actually had lessons in how to use his tessin for its actual purpose as a fan. A fan was a popular item for nobles and affluent people to carry around, and an entire language had been built around their use in different settings. Rieven began walking around with his tessin out and using it everywhere he went. His roommates had laughed at him at first, but after seeing the look in the eyes of several girls that witnessed Rieven using his fan, the laughter had stopped right away. Now all 4 of the roommates carried a fan with them at all times. Rieven wasn't stingy in teaching his friends what he learned about the topic. I feel like it's easier to give a more refined appearance, Trick said, as the group of youngsters walked through the campus. I subconsciously want to move in a more fluid manner, and it's starting to come as second nature to use the fan in everyday interactions. Trick smiled at a group of passing girls as the 4 friends walked along the pathway. The girls blushed and quickened their steps at the attention, and Trick chuckled to himself. The 4 boys walked in unison, their hands holding the open fans with their arms crossed in front of them. They all had the larger tessin version of the fans after Rieven had convinced them to go for something more sturdy than just a regular fan. Each of them had chosen one with a different design on it, so they each had a unique flavor to their aesthetic. Leave it up to Trick to solely focus on trying to look good to the girls, Vane snickered. Hey, you started learning to use the fans for the same reason as me, Trick pouted. You laughed at Rieven too, until you saw what the girls thought about it. Be that as it may, Vane replied, his chin held high. I've since evolved to learning the more nuanced uses of the fan. Oh, enlighten me, great fan master, on the different nuances, Trick said. Well, for one, it doesn't just work on the girls. Vane nodded to some passing friends as he spoke. They gave him a respectful nod in return. It seems to enhance the feelings of goodwill that the charisma stat brings. Also, Vane used the fan for its original purpose and waved it in front of his face. It can be used to keep you cool. Wow, Trick said, a look of shock on his face. That's quite the nuance. How did you ever figure those things out all on your own? The 4 boys laughed. There's something you might not have realized, Rieven said, bringing their attention to him. The tessin can be used as a focus for your casting. Observe. Rieven activated his elemental weapon skill, and the tessin in his hand was surrounded by fire. He waved his arm about and let the fires extend during the motion, creating an arch of fire with the fan's outline. It got thick or thin depending on how Rieven twisted his wrist as he moved it about. His 3 friends watched in fascination at the display. This is a class skill, elemental weapon, Rieven said once the display was over, but I got it independently from my class. You guys could do the same thing. This is one of the reasons I took so much effort to convince you to get a tessin instead of a typical fan. Getting a class skill outside of the class, Tom said, dumbstruck. We all know it's possible, but do you have any idea how hard that is? What do you mean? Rieven asked. I got it on the first try. Tom threw his hands in the air and Vane and Trick shook their heads. That's not how it's supposed to work, Tom shouted. You're supposed to have to understand the skill on a fundamental level to unlock it as a general class skill. Have you made any of your class skills open for any class skill slot? Yeah, Rieven said. One other one. I have charge unlocked. Really? Tom was taken aback for a moment before he continued. And what was the skill level before you unlocked it? And what did you have to do so? It should have been the same for your elemental weapon skill, but you say you got it right away. Rieven frowned at the comment. Maybe it has something to do with my mythic skill and its level. From the sound of it, it shouldn't have been so easy to get the skill. I wonder why Melissa or Larissa didn't say anything. Well, it doesn't matter, Rieven said. You can still use the tessin as a focus to practice your spells regardless of whether or not you choose to work on getting a class skill out of it. You could also probably modify it with the mana stones found in staves and other implements casters use as a focus. That's not a bad idea, Vane said, looking at his Tessin. I think I'll do that. Is nobody else concerned about the ludicrous statement Rievin just mentioned? Tom said, pulling his hair in frustration. Nah, everyone has their own specialties and chances, Trick said. He just said it was based on a weapon, and he's already told us he was a martial class beforehand. His skill with his weapon probably did the heavy lifting. I guess that makes sense, Tom said, looking mollified. Still, that's pretty incredible. I bet that skill will come in handy in any sparring matches you have in the future. I thought so too, Rievin chuckled. I can also do this. Rievin activated his mana shield skill, and with a small effort of willpower, he transferred the shielding ability to his elemental weapon as his element, and did the same thing he did previously with the fire, but he made a shield arch out of his Tessin. It uses less mana than to have it running through the mana shield skill this way, and I can manipulate the shape easier, as well. Rievin was proud of his ability to do so. It was something he had worked on in his off time since gaining both of the skills. All right, show off, Tom said, resuming his air of refinement. Let's save it for later. We got places to be. The last thing that caused a flurry of being busy for Rievin during the first month was preparing to test out of the basic political science class. He decided to wait until the second week, so he could get a better feel of what would be expected out of him. After listening for the first week and inquiring from Seamus, who had already taken the class, he learned that the class was less about getting the right answers, as it was about showing an understanding of the responsibilities of those in positions of power. The test consists of open scenarios that you'll have to provide a solution to, and your grade is determined by how well you can explain your decision, Seamus told him. In fact, the questions usually don't even have an actual right answer. You'll be given situations that have multiple solutions with multiple drawbacks. The questions won't be the same, so I can't tell you what they'll be, but they shouldn't be difficult as long as you keep the fundamental rule in mind. And what would that fundamental rule be? Rievin asked. Make decisions based on how the nobility rule the kingdom, provide opportunities to people without forcing them to do things against their will as much as possible, and mitigate the fallout for any time it's required. Like conscripting people, Rievin said. Yeah, like that. You might be given a question about an invading force that outnumbers you, and that could be a solution. Conscription is considered acceptable as long as it's done through the system to reward the people conscripted. I hear that some countries don't engage their system capabilities for governing, and they just use threats. A situation like that doesn't provide any recompense to those affected, and it's illegal to do such a thing in our kingdom. Oh, I didn't know that, Rievin said. I thought conscription was an automatic thing recognized by the system. Nope. It's the same situation with the academy and the almost impossible cases of people getting their class altered to Tier 3 while in Tier 2, Seamus said. There's a reason you have to graduate and can't just be declared to have done so. It takes someone using the system functions, and it's not the system acting in response to the situation. Rievin had taken the advice from Seamus, and he had gone to meet his parents over the weekend to get some insights from them to prepare for the test. On Monday, Rievin had once again gone to Master Saura's office after class and informed her he was prepared to test out the next class period. She had agreed, and the next period, Rievin was escorted to a smaller, private room where he was supervised by a third year to take the exam. Rievin looked through the test before beginning, and sure enough, it was filled with hypothetical situations that tested not just his understanding of the system of governance, but also his ethics. First question, there's a runaway carriage barreling down a narrow alley. The alley splits and can go toward two different alleys further ahead. Down the alley the carriage is headed towards. 5 pedestrians are in the way. Down the other alley, there's only 1 pedestrian. Any pedestrian in the way of the carriage will lose their life. Supposing you're only able to alter which alley the carriage travels down, what do you do? Geez, this is a tough first question, Rievin thought as he rubbed his temples. I thought Seamus said it would be pretty easy, and there won't be any right or wrong answers. Okay, well, I know what I would do in real life if I was unable to do anything else. Rievin wrote his answer down and explained his reasoning. I wouldn't alter the course of the carriage. The 5 pedestrians in the way will lose their lives, but it will not be because of anything I have done. I have a clear conscience. If I decide to alter the course of the carriage, though, I will be directly responsible for the death of an innocent person. My actions would cause that person to die. One might argue that it is moral to choose the lesser of 2 evils, but I reject that notion. The lesser of 2 evils is still evil. I have nothing to do with the carriage or the 5 pedestrians, so by not doing anything, I have not committed any evil. If I condemn someone to die, though, then I will have committed evil. Rievin was confident in his own personal morals and principles. He moved through the exam, answering each question in turn. Some required more contemplation than others, but most of them weren't nearly as complicated or geared toward testing his ethical reasoning as the very first question. There were many different scenarios posed in the paper. Rievin answered questions involving asking how he would go about increasing the availability of healers to a city, what to do with tax money, how to walk the line between getting enough tax revenue and keeping the people happy, and many others involving managing people and cities. They don't expect us to actually go out and become rulers, but thinking about these questions could help any students become a better advisor to a lord or lady in the future. It also allows us to gain insight into the decisions made by the nobles, and why. Rievin turned the test over to the proctor with confidence. He was glad he was able to pick his parents' brains about the topic, as their insights definitely helped. I'll also have to thank Seamus sometime. He didn't give me a lot of information, but what he did tell me helped out. He found out on the last day of the week that he had passed the exam. I'm actually quite impressed with a lot of your answers, Master Salra said. You have a unique take on a lot of the issues, and you've shown that you have more than just a cursory understanding. I'll see you in the second-year class starting next week. Rievin's first month was a rounding success, and he ended up enrolled in 2 of the second-year classes. He continued to study and work on all of the different topics, as well as hold the study session with the other first-year students. They didn't meet every day, but the number of people who showed up slowly increased each time. There were over 50 people seeking tutoring from Rievin's study group by the end of the month, and almost all of them were actually serious about learning. Even Carrie and her friends buckled down to focus solely on the practice after they lost hope of attracting his attention any further than just being friends learning together. Rievin even received a small, though not quite unexpected, surprise towards the end. New skill unlocked, teaching one. It's the end of the first month and the student rankings will be updated over the weekend, Master Feld said to the class. You second years already know the drill, so begin infusing your affinities like usual. Rievin, come up here for a moment and I'll explain it to you. Rievin got up from his seat and joined the teacher at the front of the class. Here in the weaving class, we handle recording the progress of your affinity levels. The monotheory class will handle the progress of your skills, but they don't do so based on your levels. They test you on the mastery of the skill and the content they've taught. The non-magical classes will have written tests. I know that you've tested out of the first-year course, and that exam will count as your first-month test grade. You'll still have your tests each month after that compared to those in the first-year course. It's not entirely fair to do it that way, but that's one of the stipulations for testing out early. On Monday, there will be an assembly and no classes. At the assembly, there will be an orb where you hold your token up as you enter. It will update your token to your student rank. Up until now, nobody has been given a rank. You've just been separated into your classes based on your affinity levels. 1/5 of your overall score wasn't enough to give everyone a specific rank, but now we'll have a complete picture after the first month of classes. Any questions? Master Feld concluded his explanation. I have one question, Rievin replied. If our rankings are determined by our progress in our affinities, then what about when someone has a much higher level than someone else? They will progress slower than those with a lower rank, so it seems counterintuitive to hold that against people who started with a higher affinity level. That's a good question, Master Feld nodded his head. The answer is simple. The scores for advancing are weighted. Nobody has an affinity level less than 11, so we can disregard those levels. Unlocking a new affinity gives a bonus of 5 points, but then no points until level 11. Levels 11 through 19 get 1 point per level gain. Levels 20 through 24 get 2 points per level gain. Levels 24 through 29 get 3 points per level gain, and every 5 levels grant an additional point after that. The points are multiplied by the tier level, as well, so advancing a Tier 3 affinity to level 20 will give 6 points. You started off with your base affinities at level 44, so advancing to level 45 would give you 7 points for each affinity advancement. What about level 100 or beyond? Rievin asked with curiosity. Master Feld chuckled. You don't aim low, do you? That's never happened before in the history of the Academy, but we do have a system in place. Just because it's never happened before doesn't mean it's not possible. Anyway, the scoring system is the same all the way to level 99, which grants 17 points per level between 95 and 99. Level 100 grants 20 points, and all transcendent levels, those above 100, grant 100 points. Those grading systems were just set in place because it makes sense to always be prepared for any eventuality, not because we expect it to ever happen. I've never heard of anyone reaching a transcendent level in anything, affinity or skill, below Tier 5. Even the headmaster doesn't have a transcendent level, though I don't know if he has any skills or affinities at level 100. A good rule of thumb is to assume anyone in mid-tier 4 or above have at least some skills or affinities at level 100, though so we can assume that he does. That matches with what I know about my parents, Rievin thought. My dad said that he had stagnated at level 100 in his weapons prodigy skill for a long time, and he didn't advance to the transcendent level until recently when helping to teach me. I don't know how long he's been in Tier 5, but I'm pretty sure he already was when he advanced his skill. Good, and remember, Master Feld said, it's a double-edged sword to have higher affinity levels. If you advance your levels during the month, you'll get more points than other people, but if you stagnate for the month and don't advance, you get 0 points. The second-year students had lined up and were busy infusing their affinities into an orb similar to the one used during admissions. There was one slight difference in the procedure, though the students placed their tokens into a slot, and instead of ramping up their affinities starting from the lowest level all the way to the top, their information was recorded on the token, and it somehow bypassed all the previous levels and worked to extract the appropriate level from the very beginning. It's much faster this way, and it doesn't cost nearly as much mana re-even thought as the line moved quickly. There was a staff member recording everyone's information down on their student records as they moved through the line, though I suppose a lot of people didn't enter the academy with affinity levels as high as mine, so they probably never experienced the amount of mana drain that I did. It was quickly Re-evan's turn to infuse his affinities. He did like everyone else before him and placed his token in the slot. He put his hand on the orb, and he felt the orb absorb his affinities starting off from where it had finished with the initial testing. Re-evan's test lasted only a little bit longer than the average of everyone else in the class. Most of the second-year students had unlocked all of the Tier 2 affinities, and some of them had begun working on their Tier 3 affinities as well. I won't get any additional points for my Tier 2 and Tier 3 affinities I've already unlocked until they reach level 11, but that's fine, Re-evan thought. I'm still ahead of everyone in the first year, and I'll start getting points from them long before they do. It doesn't matter for just the first month of classes. The staff member recorded the numbers down with an obvious look of appreciation on their face. The staff member didn't know Re-evan was still a first-year student, but from their expression, it seemed he was still at the top of the second year based on affinity levels alone. He wasn't given his score when it was over, but all he had to do was look at his affinities tab and compare it to what it was when he started to calculate it on his own. Affinities, Tier 1, Air 49, Earth 49, Fire 49, Water 49. Tier 2, Ice 26, Lightning 13, Magma 26, Metal 26, Mist 13, Mud 13, Plasma 26, Wood 26. Tier 3, Darkness 42, Durability 6, Gravity 6, Kinetic 6, Light 42, Piercing 6, Sharpness 6. Tier 4, Eternal 1, 140 points for my Tier 1 affinities, 48 points for my Tier 2 affinities, and 108 for my Tier 3 affinities. Re-evan did the mental math as he walked back to his seat. So a total score of 296 points during the first month of class. I think my score is going to be well above those of anyone else in the first year. Re-evan chuckled. He left out the Tier 5 affinities as he wouldn't be exposing them regardless. I already know I passed the first exam for the political science class, so we'll just have to see how that compares to whatever exam they have to take. Then we're all in it together for the other courses. I'm definitely going to remain in the elite class, but we'll wait and see just how high of a position I can get. The affinities improvement only accounts for 20 of the ranking, so even if I had 1,000 points more than anyone else, its effect is still limited. I also still have a solid lead based on my overall numbers, as that accounts for another 20, but I don't know if that's only affinities or if there are other skills or stats involved. All in all, I basically have 40 of my ranking guaranteed to put me in the first place ranking, and I'll need to maintain good scores for the other 60. Re-evan stood in line as the students from the first year trickled into the auditorium. Usually they would all be able to get in at a much faster pace, but because they were updating their student rankings as they entered the building, it was much slower than usual. There were multiple entrances accommodating the students, but there were still 2,000 students that had to go through the process. So is there going to be an official ranking board or something? Re-evan asked as they slowly moved forward in the line. Nah, Trick said. There isn't an official board, but someone is bound to make one anyway. People will find out who's close to them in their own class so they understand where they stand against everyone else, Tom said. So each individual class is bound to have their own information sorted out fairly quickly. Every year, someone will compile each of the classes together and make a list public to everyone. Some people just have too much free time on their hands, Vane chuckled. It makes sense to understand your own class and the ones behind and ahead of you, as those are the main competitors you'll be dealing with trying to jockey for a better position. But people love drama. Those in the lower classes will pay attention to what's happening at the top, and they'll be looking to stir up trouble so they can watch from the sidelines. Stir up trouble? Re-evan asked. Yeah, they'll start rumors and other little tricks in order to heat up the competition between the best students, Tom said. That's where the duels really come into play. Most people get along just fine, and there's really no reason to hold duels or anything other than practice. But every now and then, someone with a lower ranking will do something that garners attention, and the lower ranking students will start rumors that their positioning underneath someone else isn't fair. They'll goad the two students into settling it in the dueling ring, and then they'll get to watch a show. Dueling outcomes don't affect your official position unless the duels are part of the course, Vane said. Then, the results of the duels will be calculated in your practical application portion of your scores. Doing well in duels will have a positive effect on your position in the girls' list, though, Trick said. We don't care as much for a girl's performance when it pertains to the list of angels, but it can be used as a tiebreaker. Of course, that's what you'll interpret from the rankings in duels, Vane snickered. Hey, now I'm not the person who makes the list, Trick defended himself. If other people weren't interested, it wouldn't exist at all. You have a point, Vane said. So who makes the list then? Reevin asked. Nobody really, Trick said. It's a collective will kind of thing. When people talk about a girl enough, she'll obviously make her way on the list somewhere, and if enough people accept it, then that's her position on it. There's no committee or anything that makes the decisions. It's organic. Do you ever think that this might be one of the reasons why the girls' list is so secretive? Reevin asked. Trick looked at him in confusion. They might not care enough to codify it like you and the other boys interested in the list do, so it might not exist at all. Trick had a stupefied look on his face for a moment before he shook his head. Impossible, he denied. Their list definitely exists. If you say so, Reevin shrugged. The four friends made their way to the entrance, and there was another orb just like the Affinities testing orb with a slot for their token to go into. Tom was the first one to step up, and he placed his token in the slot. The orb shined for a moment, and then a light flashed on his token. Tom took it and looked at it while stepping to the side for Vane to move up. Rank 17, boys, Tom said. I'm firmly in the middle of the elite class, pretty much the perfect position. Perfect position. Reevin asked as Vane retrieved his token from the slot as well. What do you have? 19. Also a good spot, Tom said. He turned to Reevin and addressed his question. Yeah, those in the bottom portion of the elite class have to worry about losing their spot, and those in the top position have to worry about all of the attention. Like we were talking about earlier, those in the top 10 are more likely to have trouble stirred up between them. It's more annoying than anything else, Trick said as he took his token and put it away. It can get in the way of your studies or practice with people constantly trying to mess with you in one way or another. I pity the person who ends up in first place, actually. What's your rank? Quickly, tell us, Vane said, jabbing Trick in the shoulder. Trick rolled his eyes and produced the token for his friends to see as Reevin also put his token down in the slot. Ha ha ha, rank 9, Tom said. You're going to be one of the ones that get harassed, and your spot isn't much worse than first place. As a person in a low spot in the top 10, people will be equally looking to knock you out of the top 10 and get you a higher spot. Yeah, Trick said, rolling his eyes. This works well for me, though. I don't mind a bit of competition, and this might get me a spot on the girls' list if I can capitalize on it correctly. Of course, Vane said, wiping his hand down his face. Reevin, what's your rank? Reevin held his token in his hand, looking down at it, and his three roommates joined him in staring at it. On the token, where it had once been blank, a large one was prominently displayed in the center. Oof, Tom said, clapping him on the shoulder. You can look forward to a lot more people showing up to your study group, as you call it, and you'll probably get extra busy with challenges. I'm not too concerned, Reevin said as he put the token away. You all seem to forget one thing. What's that? Trick asked. You mentioned that challenges happen because people start rumors about their ranking being unfair, Reevin said. But if you crush all opposition and make it clear that you stand on a different level than everyone else, nobody can question whether or not your rankings are close. Reevin flourished his tesson and allowed some sparks of embers to ignite off of it. I might be challenged in the beginning, but if nobody can stand a chance against me in the arena, then those challenges will quickly disappear. That makes sense, Tom said, stroking his chin. It's the same principle as if a commoner comes into wealth. The other commoners will be jealous of him, but they're not jealous of nobles or affluent families because it's natural that they have wealth. If you make it seem that it's completely natural for you to be in the first position, so much so that not even the second place has a shot at knocking you off the pedestal, everyone will just assume that it makes sense for you to be in your spot. The premise, though, Vane said, is that you can crush everyone else in such a manner. You might be able to use your class skill in open challenges, but you'll still have to expend some effort on the weaving challenges. No skills allowed, remember. Reevin smiled as he thought about the progress he had made with his Tier 2 weaves and his lattice class skill. As my lattice skill increases, and I get more instruction from the teacher as I show my mastery of the weaves, I'm confident I'm further along in that aspect than anyone else as well. I think I'll be fine, Reevin said. Okay, if you say so, Tom said. We've already seen you in action before, so I'm sure you know what you're talking about. Let's go find some seats. First month is over, and that means there will be some changes in how things are done, the teacher announced. It was the same teacher that had given them the speech at their first assembly at the start of the semester. Reevin didn't know what his name was, as he didn't teach any of the classes that Reevin was in. You may now live off campus if you so choose. Your rooms will still be yours, so you'll always have a place to stay, but you don't have to stay there any longer. Another change, obviously, is the rankings. Many of you may think that the rankings only determine which class you're in because there aren't any resources allotted to anyone. That isn't the case. While you're enrolled in the academy, your ranking directly affects how many classes you can miss and stay in good standing. This will become more apparent as you go off to gain life experience in various things. People with lower rankings won't have enough absent days available to them to go off and explore dungeons or participate in adventure guild quests that require any kind of significant travel time. If you miss too many days beyond what your ranking allows for, you could fall even further or even possibly face expulsion. Nobody wants to be expelled, and nobody wants to stay cooped up in the academy forever. The system is designed to ensure those that are lower in the rankings are spending their time in the most efficient way for their ability levels. Higher-ranked students have shown that they don't need as much instruction, and so they're given more time abroad. We don't want people to set themselves up for failure by biting off more than they can chew. That makes sense, Reevan thought. The lower one's ranking, the lower skill and affinity levels they've displayed, as well as a lack of understanding of the outside world when it comes to politics and philosophy. People with higher scores within the academy have displayed a certain level of mastery that they can be trusted to go about independently. I guess that means Melissa and Larissa are fairly high-ranked, as they were gone from classes for well over 2 months. There might be more to it, though, as it was towards the end of their school year. This leads to the next change, dungeons and guild quests. As novices in your first semester, even if you have a high ranking, we don't want you going off on long expeditions. You will now be allowed to explore the Cobbled Ruins dungeon located half a day away from the capital, and you can accept any Adventurer's Guild quest that isn't more than a day's journey away. The Cobbled Ruins dungeon. Reevan leaned over and whispered his question to Tom. Yeah, it's one of the dungeons controlled by the capital, Tom answered. Students get preferential access. It's a pretty low-level dungeon, so the army and nobles don't care for it too much. It's a bit different than the dungeon you explored, though. Oh, how so? Reevan queried. It's not an infinitely instanced dungeon, Tom said. It's an open-air spawn dungeon. That means that beasts and monsters will pop up out of nowhere in a set range over and over again, but there's no floor to explore or even a separate space. It all happens here in the real world. There are theories about how these dungeons are formed, Vane whispered, joining the conversation. Some people think that an infinitely instanced dungeon failed to form or didn't connect with our plane of existence properly. It's still there, and there's a small connection, though, so monsters and beasts inside of it occasionally pop over to the real world. So if there's no separate space and no floors to explore, does that mean there's no bosses or bonus experience? Reevan asked. Yup, Trick said. It's just a place where you can go to practice your spells in live combat situations. The monsters and beasts are all weak, too. Tier 1 creatures, like goblins and ferocious beasts that are barely more dangerous than regular predators. Doesn't seem like it's worth it, Reevan said, rubbing his chin in thought. No, there's a reason to still go, Tom said. You'll get an artifact from the school that records your performance, and you can get school credits. Sure, the amount of school credits you can get from this dungeon is low, but it's more than you can get on campus. Plus, it's the only dungeon open to first-semester novice students. Next semester, more options will be open to you, the teacher continued. You'll be able to explore slightly higher-level dungeons in the surrounding area, and then there's the third semester of the school year. The third semester is designed to allow students to go further afield and get more life experience using the lessons they learned in the first 2 semesters. I'm sure everyone has heard of the new dungeon in Count Ilpir's domain near Magron. We had a couple of students explore that dungeon, and one of them was a first-year novice like you. They were able to go so far away because they were elite students in the third semester. Your time allotted to you still uses the same concept. Lower-ranking students will be required to attend more classes to make up for any deficiencies, but even they will be allowed to go further away to gain life experience. That's all there is to it, the teacher concluded. You all now understand what the academy is like and what's expected of you. You're not children, so we're not going to hold your hands the whole time you're here. There are no classes today, and you can begin making plans for furthering your education outside of simple classroom instruction and practice. That is all. Dismissed, the teacher walked off the stage after ending the small speech. Well, that was short, Reevan said as he and his 3 friends stood up from their seats. Yeah, the main purpose of the assembly was to get everyone their rankings updated in an efficient manner and explain some of the new things, like going to the dungeon, Tom said. We got the rest of the day to ourselves, Trick said. I'm sure the unofficial ranking list will be out before the week is over, so we still have time before you see anyone making moves. Why wait for someone else to make a move? Reevan thought. A plan formed in his mind to get it over and done with. I don't know how you talked me into this, Tom lamented. It's because I'm so charismatic, Reevan shrugged. Yeah, Tom replied. That doesn't change the fact that this is absolutely crazy. Ready? A teacher shouted. Rievin and Tom both nodded, and the teacher, after a moment to verify, raised his arm and then brought it down sharply. Begin. Unassisted bolt spells flew all over the dueling stage as the entire 30-student elite class began a free-for-all magical melee. Rievin began the combat by creating a mana shield by hand and infusing it with the eternal element, using his Tessin as the focus for the spell. His paranoia was right, as over half of the spells came flying to him, but his conjecture on the properties of the eternal element was also correct, and all of the spells were blocked by his shield. He noticed that there was only a small spike in the mana usage of the shield, much smaller compared to when he used only pure mana. The actual cost of keeping up the shield with eternal mana is higher, so it's a wash on the mana cost, Rievin noted. It's more powerful than a pure mana shield, though. There was zero chance of any of the spells overcoming the shield, so it's already a better method. As I raise my affinity level and skill levels, though, the mana cost will come down. Rievin dismissed the shield and pulled his left hand out from behind his back, where he had been threading the weaves for a simple bolt spell. He tossed the spell out towards the other side as everyone else was scrambling to form new weaves to deal with each other. Tom was to his immediate right. All of the students had agreed to not forming any kind of alliance at the beginning of the match, but Rievin, Tom, and the other two roommates subconsciously focused their attentions on the students across from them. The 30 students were formed in a circle, as there wasn't enough room otherwise, and some of them attacked those closest to themselves. Before the match had begun, everyone had been given the 2 artifacts to create the shields to protect everyone from harm, and the audience stands were full of the other novice students, and even some from the apprentice and journeyman classes. If their goal is to entertain themselves with drama, why not put on a big show right at the beginning instead? Rievin had brought up the idea to his roommates. It's not just the sparring matches that people will get to see, Trick said. People also like drama, so it's likely that the instances will still occur. Yeah, but this should sate their desire to watch some magical fun, as well as showcase the elite class's prowess, Rievin argued. Sure, they'll eventually stir up trouble between people, but this will give us a lot of breathing room before that happens. I suppose that's true, Vane said. And if people can show abilities above everyone else all at the same time, it will get your point across about deserving to be in that spot. Plus, if we're all in the arena at the same time, it doesn't have to be anything serious, Rievin continued. We can say it's just for fun, and we don't even have to go all out until there's a clear winner. If we all get up there and go wild, but we don't fight till the last man, that leaves a lot of leeways for people to save face as well as give others something to talk about. Most people don't have enough mana for a sustained battle like this without using class skills, anyway. It's a win-win situation. Okay, let's run it by the rest of the class and see what they have to say, Tom said. It went without saying that they all eventually agreed. Rievin's firebolt spell went sailing through the empty air, all alone as everyone else was still working on building their next weave. It flew through the air and smashed against one of the other students, a shield popping up to protect him from the effects of the magic. He looked momentarily surprised as he lost concentration on his weave. He shook his head as he reformed his weaves with a renewed effort to try and keep up with the others. It seems weird, but I can tell that the ambidexterity skill definitely played a role in assisting with making the weave with my offhand, Rievin thought. I don't know if it's a mental thing, a system thing, or what the cause is, but it seems manipulating mana with your hands, and not a focus, is somehow affected by how well you can manipulate material things with that hand. I thought it was purely a mental thing. Rievin dismissed the thoughts from his mind as he focused on the battle going on. Different elemental spells were formed and launched by the students, and it became apparent very quickly who was slightly more skilled and who needed more work as the spells weren't formed at a uniform speed. There wasn't much of a difference between the elite students, but if one paid attention enough, it was there to be noticed. Rievin continued to form spells with his Tessin as a focus as well as concealing weaves made with his offhand behind his back. He noticed that most of the other students used some form of focus, too, be it a fan, as in the case of his friends, or a staff, rod, or wand in the case of most of the other students. Hardly anyone else was just using their hands to manipulate their mana. Rievin surveyed the field and noticed that everyone mainly stayed put in their position as they concentrated on forming their weaves. He also noticed another peculiarity as the melee continued. There were 3 girls that received considerably fewer attacks than any of the other students. Rievin decided to change that, and he strode out into the middle of the field as he gathered his 2 mana weaves. Many of the other students were still focused on building their own weaves or on an opponent they had selected for themselves, so most didn't immediately notice Rievin's movements. I'm pretty confident I'm the only person in the dueling ring that has the battlefield awareness skill. I wonder if competing in more matches like this will help others get that skill, something to think about and discuss with the others at a later time. He walked toward the center, but then veered in the direction of one of the girls that were getting fewer spells launched her way. Either people are subconsciously avoiding attacking these girls, or there's an ulterior motive behind their actions. Can't have that. This is a free-for-all, and nobody should feel completely safe. Ryevin chuckled with a small smile forming on his face. He threw his left hand forward and released the spell he had formed. It was a light flash spell. He had extrapolated the weaves from his class skills using lattice to help deduce it, and an orb of mana shot towards the girl. One of the male students standing nearby had noticed the situation with Ryevin, and he dashed in front of the spell. "I'll protect you," the boy valiantly declared. "Well, that answers that question," Ryevin snorted. The light flash spell detonated in front of the boy's face, blinding him. He yelled out in surprise and covered his face. Ryevin then held his fan out, closed it, and channeled a plasma beam through it, directly at the stunned boy. The boy's shield lit up as it protected him, and it quickly dimmed under the onslaught of the beam spell. Ryevin released the built-up mana he had prepared for the spell, and the boy's shield was precariously close to winking out. "What are you doing?" The girl spoke up to the boy who had jumped in front of her. "I don't need your protection." She shook her head as she released her own weave upon the boy's back. The spell appeared to be a simple bolt spell using the wind element, but Ryevin noticed that it had a severe rotation inside of it, like a tiny tornado. It slammed into the boy's back, and his outer shield collapsed. The wind bolt had enough power left, though, to shatter his internal shield, and he was eliminated from the match. "Go down," the girl said dispassionately. Ryevin's danger sense kicked in, and he launched himself backward as several bolt spells flew past where he had just been standing from several different directions. Ryevin looked up and saw several other students grinning at him. Ryevin began weaving his mana again and started moving about the ring. His actions had apparently inspired others, and many of the students began moving away from their original positions. The melee descended into even more chaos as not just spells flew about the field, but people ran around in a confusing manner as well. Ryevin continued his dual spell casting, one after another, as he witnessed the scene. Ryevin noticed that the other two girls that had been avoided by most of the other students had ended up in a personal duel of sorts. "I guess if the others aren't going to give them the fight they want, they can just fight each other," Ryevin chuckled. The girl that Ryevin had attacked was now fully involved in the melee as the other students saw her attitude toward her protector. Most of the students began slowing down their manic launching of spells as their mana pools diminished, but Ryevin continued on unabated. He heard the laughter of his friends and other students, and several others were eventually eliminated as their shields failed. "It's about time to end this," Ryevin thought as he witnessed the other students begin to gasp for breath. Sweat trickled down their foreheads and dripped down as the consumption of mana caught up to them. Ryevin glanced at his mana before summoning his spells once more. 826, 2240. "I've been spending about double the mana as everyone else, but even then, I imagine my mana pool is considerably higher than anyone else's." Ryevin nodded to himself as he formed a flame blade from his closed tesson. He formed the spell to create a shield out of pure mana with his offhand, but he kept it in reserve until it was needed. Ryevin dashed towards a clump of students who had coincidentally formed together as they moved about, and he slashed through them all like he was wielding a sword. Their outer shields were already flickering, and he managed to burst 3 of the 5 with his maneuver. One final attack. "He can't block us all," a call came from a student behind Ryevin. He assumed a ready stance as he twirled about to see that all of the other students had focused on him. Multiple spells came flying at him from every direction. He released the shield spell he had built, and with an effort of will, he transferred the same intent to his flame blade. He noticed out of the corner of his awareness that the weave inside of the spell form altered a bit, and he used his shield to block several spells from his left, and he used his flame blade to parry the other spells. "Whatever it was that I subconsciously did, it worked," Ryevin noted as he batted the spells away with his improvised fire sword. He wasn't able to stop all of the spells launched at him, and his shield artifact lit up as it blocked the ones that got through. His protection, however, was still mostly intact, and it didn't even flicker. He stood there in his ready stance as the other students who had launched the volley witnessed him come out of it almost unscathed. Several of them sighed as they sat down where they stood. "That's it for me," Tom said with a laugh. "I don't have enough mana to form another weave, much less continue fighting." "Me too," Vane said. Trick nodded his head. The other students seemed to share their sentiments as they began walking to the edge of the stage. Ryevin stood where he was, his shield spell and flame blade still going strong. He looked around and saw that the battle was over and everyone else had stopped competing. He dismissed his spells, and the sounds of cheering from the crowd finally entered his conscious awareness. It was almost deafening, the loud shouting from all of the students as they fully immersed themselves in enjoying the spectacle. A sudden notification popping up caused him to pause and inspect it. New skills unlocked. Tier 1, Light Armor 1. Tier 4, Dual Spell Casting 1. Nice, Ryevin thought. I wonder if I was able to more easily get it because of the ambidexterity skill. I should mention this to the others, and I didn't realize that these robes would count as light armor. I should practice sparring in these clothes as well. Ryevin stood up straight, opened his fan, and strode off the stage towards his roommates with his head held high. He could make out that some people were cheering for him specifically and congratulating him on a job well done, but most of the cheering was for the elite class as a whole. How are you still so nonchalant? Vane asked, bent over breathing hard. How much mana do you still have? Ryevin glanced at his tab once more. 731 2,240. Just over 700, Ryevin said. His three roommates gave him a weird look as they digested that information. What? Tom shouted. You still have over 700 mana. Many of the other students nearby from the elite class, as well as the closest ones in the audience, looked over with surprise. That's more than half of my total mana pool, Trick said, shaking his head. And you were running about casting twice as many spells as anyone else. Ryevin shrugged. Yeah, I can see how you were confident in crushing your opponents, Tom said after regaining his composure. It's not just that you know a ton of weaves already. You're a monster. You're not wrong, Ryevin said with a smile. That's what my parents say too. Your parents call you a monster, Vane asked, his eyebrow quirked up with a skeptical look on his face. In a loving way, Ryevin defended. Sure, Trick said. They lovingly call you a monster. Come on, let's go, Ryevin said. Hold on a minute, a voice called out. The four friends stopped and looked over to see Master Feld entering the arena. Elite class, gather up really quick, he instructed. The other students stopped their exit and looked at each other before making their way back up onto the stage. This isn't anything important. Master Feld directed his voice toward the audience, which had quieted down upon him taking the stage. You all can go about your business. I'm only going to talk to them for a moment. The students in the audience mostly resumed walking towards the exit, talking about the chaotic battle they had witnessed enthusiastically, but some stayed where they were to see what Master Feld wanted with the elite class. Master Feld waited for the elite class students to gather up before him. Most of them were excited about what they had just done, but some were a little disheartened about their poor performance. The boy who had jumped in front of the girl that Ryevin attacked was one such student, and he seemed like he wanted to be anywhere else at the moment. I noticed several of the students pause and supposedly check out a system notification, Master Feld said once everyone had gathered around and were paying attention to him. Now skills and stats are private matters, so I don't want anyone to think they have to share, but I would like to know if anyone gained anything unexpected out of the melee just now. Just a show of hands will be fine. The students looked around amongst themselves, and about half of them raised their hands, Ryevin included. Excellent, Master Feld said with a small smile. If anyone wants to share what it was, that would be great. But as I said, you don't have to. A tentative voice spoke up. Ryevin looked over and saw that it was the boy who had jumped in front of his spell. I unlocked the danger sense skill, he said meekly. Maybe he's trying to recover from the embarrassment, Ryevin thought. I mean, good on him, that's a very useful skill. Good, Master Feld congratulated him. Anyone else? I unlocked battlefield awareness. One of the girls who had ended up dueling with the other spoke up. Her opponent on the field nodded her head to indicate she had as well. They smiled at each other. It seems like they're friends off of the stage, Ryevin chuckled. Kind of like how Tom joined the other students in their last attack on me. What was that all about? Tom asked to the group of friends as they once more made their way to the exit. Well, Ryevin said, contemplating the situation. How often is the arena used for a free-for-all melee? I don't recall anyone else doing it, Trick answered. Maybe we showed that there were benefits they hadn't considered before, Ryevin speculated. Sometimes people are too close to the issues to see everything involved, and they've been doing things a certain way for so long that they don't even consider other avenues of approach. That makes sense, Vane said. It's just been taken for granted that the dueling arena is used between two people dueling. I don't see how anyone is likely to unlock skills like danger sense or battlefield awareness in a simple duel like that. Speaking of, Tom interjected, I noticed that you raised your hand, too, Ryevin. What did you unlock? I unlocked dual casting. Ryevin didn't conceal the skill. He had displayed his ability to weave multiple spells simultaneously to practically the whole academy anyway. I would have guessed that you already had that skill, what with how you were slinging spells about like that, Trick said. Nah, I was using ambidexterity to help manipulate the mana with my offhand, Ryevin replied. Speaking of, that might be an avenue of approach to assist all of you in gaining the skill if you want to work towards it. Yeah, it would definitely be useful, Tom said. In the future, I'm not sure any of us have the raw mana pool necessary to make it a viable strategy at the moment. You're not taking your class spells into account, Ryevin pointed out. The mana cost will be a lot less that way. Good point, Tom conceded. All right, it's settled then, Vane said. Another skill you'll be helping us unlock. Ryevin's life at the academy returned to normal after the large, open battle between the entire elite class, but it seemed that his little scheme had also drawn a lot of them closer to each other. He could often hear students of the elite class discussing different aspects of what had happened during the battle with each other. Everyone was trying to analyze their own actions, as well as each other's, in order to be better casters. Many students included Rievin and his roommates in their discussions, and they didn't hold anything back from each other. His roommates' predictions of a larger study group also came true, as even some of the other elite class students joined the group. Their numbers swelled and stabilized at around 80 students each time. Melissa, Larissa, and their friends went to most of the study groups, but they also had their own things to attend to, so sometimes they had to get a teacher to supervise. Regardless, the girls also managed to make new friends in the novice class, and the study group was a harmonious environment for everyone that attended. It was mostly the same students each time, but there were some that rotated in and out. Another change to the student's life came about in the official formation of group duels. The school created rules and formalities for different levels of free for all battles as well as team battles. They even made it a mandatory exercise going forward to participate in them as classes, and the benefits were seen by staff and students of each year alike. "You seem to have had a pretty big impact on the entire academy," Tom said. "It's been a long time since a change so big has happened, that I'm aware of. As long as it's a good impact," Rievin said with a shrug. "I've always been open about helping anyone and everyone, and if I don't even have to be involved, even better." The four boys chuckled. "Yeah, if you were involved every time, you'd have no time for yourself," Vane said. "Your little plan worked even better than we anticipated, too," Trick said. Now the lower class students are also preoccupied with their own battle royals and team competitions that they have less time to stir up rumors to cause drama. "It'll still come," Tom said. "Mark my words, but it does seem like our entire novice class is closer to each other, at least on a class-by-class basis, than it has been in the past. Now that you've caused such large waves and your own studies are coming along, what's the next step?" Trick asked. "Well, it's about time we went to the Cobbled Ruins dungeon," Rievin replied. "We'll have to put our study group on hold while we're gone, but it should only be for a couple of days at most. It is only half a day's journey away." "Sounds good to me," Tom said. "We'll make preparations and get the recording artifacts from the Academy quartermaster. When did you want to go?" "I was thinking we could go towards the end of a week," Rievin said. "We get allotted time off to be able to go, and I don't want to go on a weekend so I can go and visit my family for a break." "Sounds good," Trick said. "You can take us with you too, and introduce us to your friends at the Night Academy and family while we're at it." "Good," Rievin said. "Sounds like a plan." Rievin and his three friends dismounted from the horses they had ridden to the Cobbled Ruins dungeon. There was a small outpost just outside of the outskirts of the dungeon that reminded Rievin of the dungeon town. This dungeon was considerably less valuable, though, so it wasn't a booming startup or anything like that. Most of the people present were on the younger side, gaining their first bit of experience. The residents were mainly employed by the Crown or the two academies, and there were places that specially catered to the students. The young adventurers had to wait in line for a chance to delve into the dungeon, despite it being quite large from what Rievin could see. "It's at least twice the size of Magron from what I can tell." The dungeon got its name from the broken-down fort aesthetic it had. There were crumbling walls and other stone buildings that could be seen in the distance. The roads were just dirt paths created by the many people wandering the dungeon to find monsters to fight, and grass and weeds had taken over with other flora. It was a mix of ruined fort city and grassland with some sparse forests. "This is the famous Cobbled Ruins dungeon," Tom said, extending his arm out to indicate the dungeon in the distance. "We can board our horses at the academy stables. There's room and board for staying overnight, and you can pay money or school credits to extend your stay." Rievin had kept the horses that he had purchased at one of the stables managed by the Adventurer Guild when they had arrived in the capital. He had taken the opportunity to increase his adventurer rank when he picked the horse up for the journey to the dungeon. There wasn't that much change from being a complete newbie to the Adventurers Guild, with just one increase in rank, but he was assured that he could take on more jobs and requests that required a higher level of responsibility. It was practically assumed that someone who had adventured long enough to increase their rank also came with an increase in wisdom and common sense. One couldn't just wait out the time in grade and expect to go up in rank. One also had to actively participate in adventuring or other similar situations. Rievin had plenty of accomplishments to fuel his rank increases for another 3 or 4 ranks, and it would only get more as more time went on. "Sounds good to me," Rievin said. "Let's get our horses taken care of, and then we can just jump right into it." "I'm sure this place isn't nearly as interesting as the dungeon you ran out near Magron," Trick commented. "It's not about that," Rievin said. "I'm not here to gain levels or seek life experience. I'm here purely for the school credits. So are you wanting to separate and go our own ways when we go in there?" Vane asked. "Not at first," Rievin said. "You said that the recording artifacts given by the Academy will record our progress, right?" Tom and the other two boys nodded their heads. "How does that work exactly?" It works in two ways, Tom said, holding up his fingers. It will integrate with your mana signature and record your spell casting, so it makes a record of that. Then it also integrates with the system somehow and records the experience you gain, so it keeps a personal record of how you cast spells as well as the enemies you defeat. So if it integrates with our mana signatures and the system, does that mean that if we form a party, it will record how well we act together? Ryevin asked. Yes, Tom nodded his head. Okay, then our task is to form an official system party and practice working together to fight monsters and cast spells. Once we've worked together and formed a cohesive system, we can split up and do our own thing. Ryevin glanced at his system clock. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. It's still toward the end of summer, and the sun will go down around 8-ish or so, which gives us about 7 hours to explore the dungeon. I say we spend about 4 hours in a party and then break up for the last 3 hours. We can do some more exploring in the morning before we leave if you guys want to. Tom and the other 2 roommates shared a look and nodded their heads. Sounds good to me, Tom said. Ryevin formed up the party through the system interface and invited his roommates. The 4 boys handed their horses over to the stables and immediately made their way to the large opening in the crumbled walls surrounding the dungeon. This dungeon has been here for as long as anyone in the kingdom can remember, Tom said conversationally. Nobody knows the origins of the ruins, and it would usually have broken down and faded into obscurity by now, with how old it is. They say it doesn't completely collapse because it has been integrated as a dungeon by the system. The monsters here are all low-level, Vane added. We'll mostly encounter goblins, either alone or in small groups, and wild beasts that have become stronger due to the higher ambient mana in the localized area. They stepped through where there were obviously once gates in the walls of the fort, and Ryevin noticed an obvious uptick in the mana density. It's not nearly as much as the dungeon, can't keep calling it that. It doesn't have an official name yet, but I'll call it the Revenant Dungeon until then near Magron. I can see how over time, though, it would warp beasts and animals beyond what can be found in the Tier 1 region. Yeah, if we use the ambient mana through mana absorption to assist in our spell casting, we should be able to sustain free hand weaves longer than we normally could in the academy, Trick said while looking all around as they walked onto a path. That's another thing the higher tier regions have on us. It's not to the point where they can continuously cast without repercussions, but they definitely have an advantage. Mana absorption becomes more and more important the higher the rank of your spells, and it gets more efficient the higher the tier of the region. Yeah, the Revenant Dungeon had a higher mana density than here, and I never felt like I was going to run out of mana when exploring that dungeon, Ryevin chuckled. That's not saying much, Trick said. You have a ridiculous mana pool. I didn't always, Ryevin pointed out. Even when I had considerably less mana, it was always enough. The boys traveled for several minutes on what was apparently the main road. There wasn't a lot to see yet, as they didn't encounter any beasts or monsters of any kind. They occasionally passed by other people, though. Some of them were seen off in the distance, and some were heading out of the ruins, walking opposite to Ryevin's party. So how is the dungeon managed? Ryevin asked. I noticed that we didn't have to wait at all, but there were apparently a lot of adventurers in the outpost waiting to go in. The students get priority, Tom answered. We don't have to wait at all, and we can come and go as we please. The other people have to wait their turn, though. There are only so many monsters that can spawn in a given amount of time, and it never exceeds an upper threshold of about 2,000 or so. Yeah, we don't have to worry about a dungeon break with this one, Trick said. The reason dungeon breaks are so dangerous is that they release multiple instances at once, greatly increasing the number of monsters one would normally face. The monsters in the open-air dungeons are still somehow bound to the perimeter of the dungeons, and even if they could be broken out, their numbers would be limited to what was currently spawned. Also, this dungeon is only goblins and other weak beasts, like we said, Vane added. If there was somehow a break, they'd be wiped out in less than an hour, even if they spread in all directions from the dungeon. I can see that, Ryevin said. Something tickled at his awareness as they had their conversation, and he swung his head around looking for the source. He noticed a faint shimmer a little ways in front of them on the main road. It kind of reminds me of when I saw the faint outlines of the system notification when Talon got an achievement. Ryevin squinted at the spot. He activated his mana sight and focused his veridical affinity into his eyes. The faint shimmers immediately became clearer, and Ryevin saw the shadowy outline of 4 goblins walking together. As he watched them move towards the party, he noted that they were slowly becoming more corporeal. He held his hand up and pointed at the location where the 4 goblins appeared to come into full view from his estimation. We got 4 goblins about to appear right in front of us, right there, Ryevin said. As he finished speaking, 4 goblins suddenly came into existence, walking along the path like they had always been there. We'll each take one. Pick the one in the same position as yourself, Ryevin subconsciously commanded. The 4 boys swiftly created their weaves as the goblins spotted them almost at the same time. They screeched and charged forward, just like Rievin remembered them always doing. They had no care or thought for anything other than getting to the humans and attacking them. 4 spells materialized from the focuses the boys carried and launched at the goblins. They smashed into their heads almost simultaneously, and the 4 goblins dropped down, dead. Enemy defeated. X plus 550 for 1 tier below. Oh, I didn't know there was an experience penalty for killing things of a lower tier. It hasn't been an issue until now, Rievin thought as he examined the notification. I guess +1 is the minimum. So what's the penalty for killing things even lower than 1 tier below you? Rievin asked. It's 50 per tier, Tom said. These guys are equivalent to tier 1 level 10, so they give 10 experience. You get 5 experience for being tier 2, and if you level up to tier 3, it'll be another 50 less for 2 experience. The system always rounds down, but there's a minimum of 1. So once I'm tier 4, killing the revenants will only grant 190 experience. Rievin tapped his chin in thought. Mom killed a couple of thousand revenants plus some tier 4 demons, but if most of her experience gains were cut in half, it makes sense that she didn't skyrocket in level. She was level 40 when she showed me her status, so that means if she was in the 30s before the battle, she would need over 50,000 experience per level. I guess she gained 5 or 6 levels from destroying the army. Dad would have only gained 85 experience for each of the revenants he killed, and he only killed a couple hundred on the wall. By the way, Vane said, how did you know those goblins were going to appear when and where they did? Rievin shrugged. I'm just special like that, Rievin replied nonchalantly. Fine, keep your secrets. Vane shoved Rievin on the shoulder playfully. It actually is fine. All right, let's keep going, Rievin said. We should practice on teamwork and using synergy for our spells. I'll also act as a vanguard sometimes so you can get some experience casting around a melee ally. Why do we need to try so hard? Trick asked, an eyebrow quirked. This is the easiest of the easy. Rievin clapped a hand over Trick's mouth to keep him from talking any further. SHHHHH, Rievin said, looking around like he was checking to make sure nobody else heard him. Do you want it to be harder? Never say that it's too easy out loud. Don't even think it. Every time I've ever had that attitude, something has gone terribly wrong. Rievin straightened up as Trick eyed him suspiciously. Trust me, don't talk like that. Anyway, the point isn't about this dungeon at all, Rievin explained. The point is to use this opportunity to train for the next dungeon. During the summer semester, we'll have a lot more time to go and explore other, more dangerous dungeons. We can team up with my friends from the Night Academy and get even more training in with them. All of that will be necessary if you want to go to the Revenant Dungeon, Rievin said. You guys all want to get the quota to move up to the 2nd-tier Region Academy, right? The 3 boys nodded their heads. Completing the 2nd floor of the Revenant Dungeon will definitely be a huge boost towards that goal. It's not a joke down there, so you guys need to practice these things. That makes sense, Tom said with a thoughtful look. But if you're with us, how much training do we really need? The 3 boys laughed, but Rievin just shook his head. The same thing goes for my friends in the Night Academy. You can count on us to go with you anywhere else in the kingdom to get life experience and school credits, but we'll need more thought on spending the time to go all the way back to the Revenant Dungeon. It's all about opportunity cost for us. Sure, don't let us hold you back, Vane said. Just helping us get the proper training to strike out on our own with our own acquaintances is more than enough. Okay, Rievin said. Let's continue. We're burning daylight. The party spent the 4 hours they had decided on going through various permutations of combat. Rievin was quite pleased with how well they picked up on the different responsibilities associated with the different tactics. He was able to lead the group of 4 around in a very efficient manner, with his ability to detect monsters and beasts about to spawn over from wherever they came from. They witnessed several other groups or individuals waiting around in supposedly hot spots, waiting for enemies to spawn. Rievin's group didn't have that problem, as he constantly led them forward towards new enemies to practice on. Experience, 2021, 3,200. Despite only getting 5 experience per kill, and mostly only 1 experience for each enemy, I still managed to get around 400 experience in the past 4 hours, Rievin mused as he pulled up his experience tab. Gaining experience isn't the point of this excursion, but it's still not terrible, all things considered. All right, this is where we should break up and go solo, Rievin said to his party. Aw man, Trick complained. How are we supposed to fight anything with you running around snagging up all of the monsters that spawn? I'll head toward the far side of the dungeon, Rievin chuckled. I'll stick to that side and not cross the halfway point, so you guys have a city-sized zone to explore. We know, Vane said, pushing Trick, who was looking at Rievin with puppy dog eyes. He just doesn't want to slow down to almost crawling after roaming around with a monster magnet for so long. Yeah, let's go. Tom jerked his head to the side. Vane pulled Trick along as Trick held his arms out like he wanted to grab a hold of Rievin. Rievin just snorted and shook his head. I'll be able to focus more on my own weaves. Now, Ryevin thought as he headed off towards the far side of the dungeon. He picked his way over the broken stones and occasional tree littering the paths. The pathways were much less distinct further away from the entrance to the dungeon, and he also saw fewer people moving about. He kept his mana sight going with his veridical affinity, and he made his way from one group of spawning monsters to another, cycling through his different weaves to deal with them. He entered a state of concentration as he focused on weaving death throughout the dilapidated ruins. Gilles, a voice heard on the other side of a broken wall, intruded on Rievin's concentration as he moved down a path between collapsing stone buildings. "I feel great, Your Excellency." The second voice sounded very familiar to Ryevin. He frowned as he came fully out of his concentration and focused on the voices, trying to remember where he knew that voice from. He slowed his steps and activated his stealth skills with eavesdropping. He wasn't particularly trying to hide, but he also didn't want to get entangled in anything right now. "That's only the beginning," the first voice said with a laugh. "Keep following me and there's more to come." There was a small hole in the wall that Ryevin was walking alongside, and he peeked an eye through the crack. On the other side of the wall, he saw 6 people, 4 males and 2 females. He didn't recognize 4 of them, but 2 of the people stood out and rooted Ryevin in place as he took it in. On the other side of the wall, the prince from Eldir was standing with 4 other people behind him, and Ren, the man who had caused him so much trouble and tried to have him killed in the skirmish, was standing opposite them. He was looking down at his hands in wonder, and he constantly gripped and ungripped them. "It feels like I never lost it," Ryevin heard him whisper. Ryevin focused on Ren's actions. He has a new hand, he realized. "Come on," the prince clapped Ren on the shoulder. "We're only here to get you familiarized with the differences. This is low-level stuff, but you need a proper understanding if you plan on sticking with me." "Yes, Your Excellency," Ren said. He stopped gripping his hands and got into formation with the other 5 people behind the prince. Ryevin took a closer look at all of those present, and he noticed that the other 5 were students from either the Magic Academy or the Knight Academy. Their student tokens hung on their waists were a dead giveaway. They each carried another token, though one that held an unfamiliar sigil on it. That must be some representation of the prince and his house, Ryevin surmised. He looked around himself and at the buildings, searching for the bodyguards that Ryevin knew would be present, but he didn't see anyone. Either the prince's bodyguards are just that good and I'm about to get ambushed, or he left them at the outpost. Honestly, it's probably the latter, but I should move about with caution, assuming it's the former. Ryevin wasn't intending on spying on the group, but there just seemed to be something off about the situation, so he wanted a little bit more information. He tailed the group that moved about the ruins in high spirits. The prince occasionally looked at a device in his hands that Ryevin couldn't see, and he apparently chose which direction to move based on what the device told him. Ryevin noticed that the group of 6 was heading towards some monsters that were about to materialize, and he watched as the prince held up his arm to stop his group. "Should be another group of goblins appearing nearby," he said as he looked around. "Whatever he's looking at must somehow detect the monster spawns," Ryevin thought. "I can see them clearly with my veridical affinity infused mana sight, but it looks like they only get an approximate location from that magic item." Soon the goblins came into view, and Ren pulled out his sword and attacked the goblins. Most of the others just watched, but one of the Magic Academy students unleashed a few free hand spells as well. There was something odd about the spells, but Ryevin couldn't quite place his finger on it. He followed them for a bit longer, but they weren't really doing anything other than hunting monsters like everyone else in the dungeon. "Why am I still following these guys?" Ryevin thought. He was about to give up when he had an idea. He focused once more on the spellcaster that joined Ren in attacking the monsters, and he flipped his veridical affinity infusion off. The spell weaves still looked exactly the same, but there was still an odd sense that came from the mana. He switched his abyss affinity on to his mana sight on a whim, and he saw creeping, shadowy mana merging with the regular mana weaves. "They're using abyss mana," Ryevin thought in shock. He noticed the token with the prince's sigil on it flare up with abyss mana as well, and it managed to block all of the abyss mana from seeping out beyond what Ryevin could see when specifically looking at it with his own affinity assisting him. That token somehow mixes their abyss mana in a way that hides it from outside observers. "I can only see it because I can specifically see abyss mana while focusing. Is the prince a member of the cult, or maybe his entire family? If it's his family involved, how much of the royal family of Eldir are cultists? I need to tell my parents about this." Ryevin lost interest in exploring the dungeon further and working on his weaves. He backed away from the prince's group and headed toward the center of the dungeon. There was nothing more to learn from the group, as they just appeared to be practicing their spell weaves with abyss mana. There's probably something involving abyss mana mixing with stamina for the martial classes as well. "I still need to record a bit more for the school credits," Ryevin thought to himself as walked in contemplation. "I've already done a lot more than most people because of my unique advantage, though, so I'll just snag up any monsters I spot on the way. I I have too much to think about to worry about fighting monsters right now. The sun began to set as Ryevin sat near the entrance to the dungeon. He had only killed a few more monsters that spawned near him on his way out after witnessing the prince with Ren and his entourage. He was lost in thought and didn't even activate his mana sight with veridical affinity in order to find monsters more efficiently. It's a good thing the recording devices, like all of the other magical devices mass-produced for the students, are geared towards students and only have functionality up to Tier 3 affinities and spells, Ryevin thought. I wouldn't have been able to find monsters before they spawn or witness the conspiracy, or whatever it is, involving the prince and his people otherwise. Ryevin didn't have to wait long until he heard the banter between his friends as they made their way out of the dungeon. He had spent most of the 3 hours they had designated for solo exploration in his concentrated state of hunting, and it was almost time to leave the dungeon anyway by the time he finished eavesdropping on the prince's party. Probably killed a couple hundred monsters, Trick's voice reached Ryevin's ears. He perked up and watched his friends stride into view. I only killed 30 monsters in the whole 3 hours. Better than me, Vane said. I got 26. There he is, let's just ask him, Tom said as the friends spotted Ryevin sitting alone on a broken stone brick. Hey, Ryevin, how many monsters did you kill after you banished us from your presence? Ryevin frowned as he thought about it. I don't know, Ryevin said. I didn't keep track, honestly. He opened his experience tab and took a glance. Going by my experience gains, I killed an additional 160 monsters. Look at this guy, Trick said, turning to the other two. Disgusting. Ryevin shrugged. So we're going to pick up where we left off in the morning, get some additional hunting in before we leave to head back to the capital? Tom asked as they turned and headed for the designated student quarters. No, Ryevin said. I plan on leaving at first light. Something came up and I need to go talk to my parents. You guys are welcome to come with me, or you can stay here and keep going on your own, up to you. The 3 friends looked at each other and shrugged. All right, let's get some dinner and then sleep, Ryevin said. It'll be an early morning. Sure, Vane said. Ryevin woke up feeling refreshed. He had only spent a little bit of time working on his mana skills and affinities the previous night, as he was serious about getting up early and leaving right at dawn. He got dressed, grabbed his gear, and headed downstairs to the common room to get breakfast. As he descended the stairs, he suddenly came face to face with Ren. Ren saw him and frowned as Ryevin took him and the others in. Ren had been heading up the stairs, presumably to get something from a room, and the prince and the others he had been with the previous day all sat at a table. Ryevin took a quick glance around and noticed 3 men, obviously not students, standing at various places in the room watching the surroundings. The prince saw the 2 young men stop and stare at each other, and recognition flashed in his eyes as he noticed Ryevin. He stood up and walked over to the 2 with a smile on his face. Judging by the reactions you both displayed, you 2 must know each other, the prince said. Ryevin glanced at the prince as he walked up, not knowing what to make of the situation. So, Ren, are you going to tell me who this is? I dare not keep anything from you, Your Excellency, Ren said, head bowed. He's the one I was punished over from my time in the Lord's retinue. The prince looked Ryevin up and down with a thoughtful look on his face. The 3 men, who were obviously bodyguards, zeroed their attention in on Ryevin and stood ready to jump in to interfere if Ryevin attempted to do anything to their charge. I see, the prince said. I know you said you were already punished, court-martialed, jailed for a time, and kicked out of the count's private retinue, but the prince held a finger up to draw Ren's attention. Have you ever actually apologized? The prince maintained his smile as he looked back and forth between the 2 young men. No, Your Excellency, Ren answered. This is the first time we've run into each other since the incident at the skirmish. Perfect. The prince clapped his hands. Then this is the perfect opportunity. Apologize now. The smile left the prince's face as he commanded Ren. Ryevin frowned in confusion. Ryevin, Ren stood up straight and looked Ryevin directly in the eyes. I sincerely apologize to you for my actions before. I made a mistake and I won't do it again. There was no deceit that Ryevin could detect in his expression or tone of voice, but he did notice that Ren clenched his fists until the knuckles went white. The prince also seemed to notice, but he just smiled once again. Ryevin considered the men standing before him for a moment before he replied. Out of consideration for my slight friendship with your sister, I will consider the matter finished, Ryevin said with a magnanimous nod. He looked at the prince, but you can't expect us to ever be friends. Not everyone has to be friends, the prince said, the small smile still on his face. This is a satisfactory step, though, in my book. You've probably already guessed who I am, but allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Prince Galwit from Eldar. I heard Ren here address you as Ryevin. I've heard of you in my time at the academy. I'll be watching your progress with interest. You're likely to meet the quota to move up to Eldar, and maybe we can get more acquainted at that time. As it is, I can see that you want to get your breakfast before heading out, so I won't keep you any longer. Galwit faced Ren once more. Go about your task, Ren. Yes, Your Excellency. Ren ducked his head and made his way past Ryevin, up the stairs. I'll be seeing you, Prince Galwit said over his shoulder as he returned to his table. Reevan noticed the three bodyguards relax their stances as Galwit resumed his seat. Reevan shook his head and made his way to a table to order some breakfast. His companions hadn't made it down yet, so he sat alone. What is happening? Reevan was thoroughly confused. After seeing them yesterday, I had a preconceived idea of what his personality would be like, but he definitely didn't act like how I imagined. I would have guessed he would have stood up for his man and tried to make things difficult for me, not force Ren to apologize to my face. There's something weird going on. I really need to discuss this with my parents. Reevan kept glancing at the table the prince and his people sat at, and he noticed that he conversed with those following him in a friendly, companionable way. The more he watched, the more he was confused. Everything I know about those associated with the Abyss, myself excluded, is that they're sadistic and murderous. Reevan shook his head. Either this guy hides it really well, or there's more truth to Mom's statement about affinities not being inherently evil. I just don't know enough. Reevan didn't have to wait long until his friends began descending the stairs. Tom was the first to come down and join him, shortly followed by Vane. The two of them seemed like they had also gotten a decent rest, but Trick didn't show up until they were almost done with their breakfast, rubbing his eyes and barely paying attention to his surroundings as he stumbled over. Nice of you to finally join us, Vane said. Grab a quick bite. It's almost time to go. Sure, Trick said with a large yawn. He simply grabbed some biscuits and bacon that sat discarded on the others' plates, not bothering to even place his own order. Dinner and breakfast for traveling students were free for the basic fare, but Trick realized they were tight on time, not money. The four were soon finished and got up to leave. Reevan threw one more glance over his shoulder to the table with the prince and his party as he left, and the prince was likewise watching him depart. The man smiled and gave a nod to Reevan as he stepped through the doors to the outside. Who was that? Tom asked. Seemed a little weird to be paying attention to you so much. Oh, was he? Reevan asked. I hadn't noticed. Anyway, I spoke to him briefly before you guys came down. That was Prince Galwit from Eldair. What? Tom said, stopping in his tracks. That was the prince. You're just going to drop that on us nonchalantly and act like it's perfectly normal. What's abnormal about it? Reevan asked back. Tom threw his hands in the air in exasperation. If you knew he was the prince, it would have been proper to bow and give a farewell as we left, Vane pointed out. Why do I need to bow to him? Reevan asked, genuinely confused. I'm not a citizen of Eldair, and he's a cousin to the royal family. Technically, we are citizens of Eldair, Trick said. Our kingdom is a vassal state to theirs, and he is a member of the royal family, even if just a cousin. He didn't seem to mind, Reevan shrugged, and neither did any of his bodyguards. If they had a problem with it, I'm guessing one of them would have stepped forward to say something. Maybe, Tom said, shaking his head, or maybe they felt it wasn't their place to interfere with a situation the prince didn't care about. Either way, you probably left a bad impression on them. Guys, listen, Reevan said, stopping in place. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it so much. Now let's go get our horses and get going. Reevan resumed his walk to the stables. The other three friends shared a look and shrugged. If you say so, Trick said. The trip back to the capital was uneventful, but the traffic in the city was much heavier as it was around noon on a weekend once they arrived. Reevan came to a stop outside the stables he used from the Adventurers Guild and addressed his roommates. We can get together for dinner or something later with my other friends from the Night Academy, Reevan said. I'm going to go home and discuss some things with my parents. I'll introduce you guys next time. Okay, Tom said, nodding. It's not a big deal. We figured you wanted to see them in private from what you said earlier, so don't sweat it. We can meet up in the market square later and figure out what to do then. Do you need one of us to deliver a message to the Night Academy? Vane asked. No, Reevan shook his head. I sent a message before we left telling them to come to my house in the afternoon today. I'll see you guys tonight. The other three waved and departed for their own estates as Reevan took his horse back into the stables. He topped up the payment for the next couple of months, a bit less than it had been at first due to his increased adventure rank, and walked home. His parents were sitting in the living area of the house as he got home, and his sisters weren't around. Probably playing out back, like usual, Reevan thought as he nodded to his parents before sitting down opposite them. Well, how was it? Emelian asked with interest, setting aside the little weaving project she had been working on in the comfort of her husband's presence. Rafix also focused his attention on his son, waiting for his answer. It was nothing special, Reevan said. Though something special did happen while I was there. Emelian and Rafix looked at each other before turning back to Reevan. What's this, something special? Emelian asked. Tell us everything. I ran into Ren in the dungeon, Reevan said. His parents sat up straighter at the revelation. He wasn't alone either. Emelian and Rafix sat in silence as they contemplated the information Reevan had just given them. Do you think I should take this information to the church? Reevan asked. I have the token of friendship with them, so they're likely to listen to me. It's not necessarily a bad idea to inform them, Emelian said, but don't expect an inquisition or anything like that. The churches aren't in power in these kingdoms. They might span multiple regions and have a strong influence and power in many places in the realm, but when it comes to the royalty and nobles of the local areas they're in, they have to follow the rules just like everyone else. They're more likely to investigate quietly. You also said this prince gave the people a token that blocked the influence of the abyss mana from spreading, and you needed to infuse the abyss affinity into your mana sight in order to see anything, Rafix added. Most likely, they don't have anyone or anything with a similar level of power to discover the abyss mana in this remote region. Probably not even in Eldir or Pernius. Tier 5 affinities are rare even in Tier 4 empires. If Tier 5 affinities are so rare, then how is he spreading the abyss mana? Rievin asked, confused. This had been one of the issues on his mind the most as he traveled back to the capital. Think about it, Emelian said. When you gained the Tier 5 abyss affinity, it no longer appeared as heretical mana on you. If they're blocking it from spreading out, that means they don't have the Tier 5 affinity, making it not appear heretical. One doesn't have to have the affinity in order to use the abyss mana. Then how are they not being corrupted or getting sick? Rievin asked further. That's the real question, Rafix answered. Maybe they are being corrupted, we don't know. Or maybe they're being steered toward only using abyss mana as a bolster and not going down the route of full heretic classes. One thing is likely, though, from what you've described, this prince doesn't seem to be a member of the cult. Why would you say that? Rievin asked, confused. The cult that we've been following has always shown the same pattern, Emelian stepped in to answer. They have a core group that uses force to spread the abyss influence, and they cause mass destruction wherever they go. If it's the prince's family, which is more likely than it being him alone, then they are attempting to spread their influence in a completely different way. The abyss is an entire realm, like ours, Rafix said. They're not a unified front. There are many factions just like in our realm, and they're likely just a different group also associated with the abyss. We'll still send people to investigate and keep an eye on them, but we'll have to get more information before taking any concrete actions. We can't just assume that everyone who uses abyss mana is the enemy we're looking for. If they're not affiliated with the cult and they're not hostile to us, well, then we'll have to go from there. Who knows, this might be a good opportunity for you to learn something about it, Emelian said. It's good to be suspicious and to maintain some distance to figure things out first, of course, and we're going to do our due diligence to determine if he or they are associated with the cult we're chasing. I'm just saying, don't jump into anything before we know everything. Okay, so then is there anything I should be doing? Rievin asked. Emelian and Rafix shared another look once more. Just keep focused on your studies, Emelian said. Don't worry about it too much for now. We'll contact our people in Eldir in the meantime. And don't feel like you have to tiptoe around this guy, Rafix said. We're not concerned with Eldir and their royal family. Rievin nodded his head. Now that that's out of the way, for now, I had another thing I wanted to discuss with you, Rievin said. Do you think it's a good idea for me to accompany my roommates back to the Revenant dungeon when they go in the future? Or does it make more sense to spread myself out and go for the variety of experiences I haven't had already? Let me ask you this in return, Rafix said. Did you fully clear the dungeon already? Rievin shook his head. Then you should obviously take the opportunity to do so before you leave for Eldir or any other higher tier region. If you can't form a competent enough group from your friends and acquaintances to clear the full dungeon on your own, I can give you a way to contact your protectors and you can go in with them. Won't that defeat the purpose? Rievin asked. No, Rafix denied. The amount of experience and life experience the system calculates for you is based off of contribution. If they hold themselves back to only perform at the level required for you to contribute at your maximum potential, there shouldn't be any problems. The reason I'm not taking you into the dungeon we have access to is not because we would interfere with the contributions you could potentially make. You wouldn't be able to make them anyway, and even with us there, it could still be fatally dangerous to you at your current power. We'll let you go off and do things on your own, Emelian said, but we're not going to leave you completely unprotected or let you take stupid, unnecessary risks. The Revenant dungeon's lower floors should be a great place for you still. And that leads me to my last question, Rievin said. What about the vast amount of experience I still need to fully unlock my bloodline? You previously said there was something you might be able to do to help me out with that. Yes, we've gotten several materials that will be of great benefit to you, Emelian nodded her head. But unlocking your bloodline fully will shoot your stats up pretty high, based on what you said. It's better for you, while you're still at the academy and participating in weak dungeon explorations, to do so at your current level of power. We'll unlock your bloodline before you head back to the Revenant dungeon or any other higher tier region or dungeon. Sure, Emelian said as she took up her project once more. It's good to introduce your friends to each other, especially for when you do go back to the Revenant dungeon or move to a higher tier region in the future. You can all be assured that you'll have friends at your back. I'm going to go get some practice in while I wait for them to come around, Rievin said. He bid his parents farewell and headed to his room. This is interesting, Emelian said to Rafix as she resumed her project. She was making another shirt for the twins. They weren't short on clothes or anything, but after doing such things for years, Emelian found herself making things for her family whenever she had free time. It was an enjoyable thing to do, and it was something she could look upon with pride. Yeah, Rafix agreed. We've been so focused on chasing the cult down that we haven't actually run into any other factions from the Abyss until now. We know for a fact that they exist, of course, but this might be a new experience for us. That prince and his family better have some tact when it comes to Reivin, Emelian said nonchalantly. I'm not really interested in being the cause for upheaval if they need to be replaced. Even after so many years of living low-key, you still talk about these things so casually, Rafix chuckled. Emelian gave him a look over her weaving. I'm not being casual about this, Emelian refuted. This is about our son. If this prince didn't show an obvious interest in him, I would never consider getting involved at all. The premise being that they're not actually associated with the cult, that is. Of course, Rafix said. You know what I mean, though. Emelian snorted. I suppose so, she replied. We can't change who we are. I might not have stripes, but I'm a fierce tigress if anyone wants to mess with me or mine. That's what I love about you, Rafix said with a smile. Is that what you love about me? Emelian quirked an eyebrow at her husband. You think I'm a fierce tigress? Definitely, Rafix said with a grin. Emelian snorted before laughing. She leaned up against her husband as she continued her weaving. You know me best. Am I a tiger or a house cat? Rafix threw an arm over her shoulder and hugged her close to him. Doesn't matter, he said. Either way, you have sharp claws. And so I said, if you're not afraid of your own shadow, you can try it, Talon said. Reivin chuckled along with his friend as he told his story. Kimberly smiled as Talon described their days in the Night Academy. Reivin had been right when he suspected Talon and Kimberly would be in the elite class. They weren't quite at the very top like he was. They're about the same as my new roommates, Reivin speculated. They're just within the top 10 of their class in regards to combat ability, but their foundations in knowledge and education are a little lacking. I was lucky that Mom's lessons directly translated to the Magic Academy, and she and Dad both have a lot of knowledge of political science and philosophy. Talon and Kimberly are a bit weaker on the theoretical aspects. The knowledge that they gain being conscription and adventuring helps a lot, but the Knight Academy is geared to a more formal education. As long as they can shore up their foundations throughout the year, they should be able to secure 2 of the quotas to Eldire. I wasn't able to beat the jerk in a fair duel, but he wasn't able to do anything to me either, Talon said, puffing up his chest. I gained a bit of prestige from that fight, at least. Some people weren't convinced that my style of combat was effective enough compared to their more straight-up tactics. That fight shut up a lot of the whispers, though. Sounds like you fell victim to exactly what Tom and my other roommates warned me about, Reivin said, stroking his chin. What's that? Kimberly asked. They said that after the official rankings came out, a lot of bystanders will start rumors and try to stir up trouble between people, Reivin explained. They'll question someone's position or pit them against others. Some of it's out of jealousy, some of it's out of boredom, and some of it's just because people like drama. It sounds like someone spread some rumors about you in order to watch you guys fight it out. I can believe it, Talon said, rolling his eyes. You wouldn't believe how juvenile some of the other students can be. I think a couple of months serving as cannon fodder in a military unit somewhere would do them a lot of good. That jerk, though, thinks he's the king of the world or something. I doubt it required a lot of rumors to get him foaming at the mouth, and I bet he duels another student in a week or 2 under similar circumstances. What was his name again? Reivin asked as they made their way to the market square. Lance, Talon said. He's the son of one of the counts located here in the capital. They don't have any land or territory themselves, so it seems like he and his family, like the other non-landed aristocrats, always have something to prove. I admit he's a competent fighter, but he's probably not even as good as Eric, and Eric is just a bodyguard. Yeah, but you also have to consider who Eric is a bodyguard for, Reivin said. I don't know if you guys have heard about it or not, but apparently Melissa and Larissa's family is a branch family to some high-ranking nobles in Eldire. They're basically as influential as a duke's family here in the capital. Eric probably receives training from people who attended the Knight Academy in Eldire, or something equivalent. Oh, that really sheds some light on a lot of things. Talon nodded his head. So have you guys made any friends that you want to bring along next time? Reivin asked. Not so much, Talon said. Most of the other elite students are nobles, and without knowing about our connection to Melissa and her friend's circle, they don't really spare us a second glance. They're not necessarily rude, minus a few like Lance, Kimberly added, but the ones who are equal standing as us are typically further down in the rankings and classes, and we don't interact with them enough yet. Yeah, a good amount of the noble students have some form of weak bloodline that gives them a stat advantage, Talon said. Our peasant levy classes only allow us to keep up with them for now, and it's our superior skill levels and combat experience that allows us to be in the elite class. The top 100+ students, from what I hear, have a bloodline, Kimberly said. From what my parents have told me, A bloodline is typically formed from having ancestors that consistently achieved Tier 4 or higher, Rievin mused. A bloodline slowly forms over time based on the class in meridians, but one has to have their offspring after they achieve Tier 4, or it doesn't accumulate. The higher the tier achieved before having children, the more powerful the bloodline. I wonder if there's a way to artificially induce a bloodline in someone, Rievin thought aloud. I can ask my parents. If these noble students have the stat bonuses from their bloodlines, then as long as they have the same rarity class as you guys, the only thing you can rely on to keep up is achievements. But they can get achievements as well. I know that there are some natural treasures in the Night Academy that can stimulate stat growth, Talon said. They cost a lot of school credits, but they can eliminate the reduction of growth due to diminishing returns. There are apparently even natural treasures available in Eldar and higher regions that make your body grow as you've never gained stat points from your classes or achievements for a short time. These treasures only work one time though, so you have to grasp the right timing to get the maximum benefits. Rievin stared at Talon with a smile on his face. Talon frowned as he saw the expression on Rievin's face. Why are you smiling at me? Talon asked. Rievin didn't say anything, his smile growing wider. Hey. Why are you smiling? Kimberly hid her mouth behind her hand as she chuckled. And this is Talon and Kimberly, my good friends from our hometown of Hollowville. Rievin finished the introductions between his new friends and his old. Melissa and her sister and friends had also come along with Tom and Rievin's other roommates, so they had quite a crowd of people around. Talon and Kimberly had already met Melissa and Larissa's friends, so Rievin only had to introduce them to his roommates. We were all conscripted together, and we formed our first adventurer party together, Rievin said. Any friend of Rievin and Melissa is a friend of ours, Tom said with a smile. They exchanged handshakes and greetings once the introductions were made. Hey, what about me? Larissa said with a pout. Tom rolled his eyes. You're obviously included, Tom said. It's just a mouthful to always say Melissa and Larissa, well next time you can just say my name, Larissa said, lifting her chin. Sure, Tom placated her. Anyway, Melissa stepped in. Alicia apparently reserved a private room for us at a restaurant her family owns just across the street. Over there, Melissa pointed. She should be waiting for us, so let's not waste our time out here. Let's go, Talon said, throwing his arm forward like he was issuing a charge. Some of the bystanders walking through the market square looked over at the shouting teenager and the group of friends. Rievin slapped his hand on his forehead. Trick threw his arm over Talon's shoulder as he laughed. Yeah, let's go, he parroted. The two boys walked toward the restaurant that Melissa had indicated. Larissa hopped up and down as she followed in their wake, and all of the others shared a look before following them. Rievin looked around the surroundings as they entered the large building. The decoration is similar in style to the other restaurant that we ate at when we first got here. As in, it's all high quality, but not outlandish. I wonder if her family has an ownership stake in that other restaurant as well. It would make sense, now that I think about it. Melissa took the lead in introducing the group to the hostess, and they were led up to the second floor where there were many private rooms of varying sizes. They entered the most spacious one in the center, and Rievin saw that Alicia was seated with some of the staff already placing appetizers and drinks on the table. Alicia's eyes lit up as she saw her friends enter the room, and she gave a sly smile to Rievin as he walked in behind Tom and Melissa. Hey, handsome, come sit next to me, Alicia called out to him. Tom turned and gave Rievin a look before stepping out of the way and finding a seat for himself. Now I see why Rievin isn't interested in girls, Trick whispered to Vane and Talon, just barely audible to Rievin. He's already snagged one of the best matches in the capital. Vane and Trick chuckled, but Talon simply shook his head. Nah, he's got higher vision than that, Talon replied, equally in a low whisper. He's literally had girls fighting over him before. Melissa paused in her stride toward a seat and turned her head to give Talon a look. Talon smiled innocently, and Trick and Vane shared a confused look with each other. Melissa harumphed and moved to her seat opposite Alicia as the rest of the group filed in and found a spot to sit. Talon sat between Trick and Vane, and they immediately launched into a conversation. Rievin tuned them out as he was sure what it was they were already going to be talking about. Trick and Talon have very similar personalities and interests, and Vane seems to get dragged along by Trick more often than not. Rievin quietly laughed to himself. Kimberly sat between Larissa and Halen, Aaron on the other side of Larissa between the two sisters. Tom took a seat next to Rievin with Vane on his other side. I already ordered the appetizers and meals based on the specialty of the chefs and what I know everyone likes from previous times, Alicia said. She must use her social memorization skill for more than just names and faces. Rievin nodded his head. That way we won't have to wait for our food any longer than necessary. I'm 100% certain everyone will enjoy their meal. So, handsome man, did you miss me? Alicia turned to Rievin and said. Her tone was more joking than it was flirtatious, but Rievin kept what Melissa had said in mind as he formulated a response. How could I not? Rievin said. He tilted his head back and placed a hand on his chest. I've been just distraught that you haven't been able to accompany Melissa and her friends to our study group. Alicia giggled behind her hand. It can't be helped, she said wistfully. I have duties and responsibilities above and beyond those at the academy. I'm sure you'll be able to manage without my august presence. It's hard, I admit, Reevan said, but I've somehow figured it out. Alicia laughed as she swatted Reevan on the arm. Melissa just took it all in and gave a small shake of her head at her friend's antics. Okay, enough of that, Alicia said, her smile never leaving her face. I hear that you and your roommates orchestrated quite the spectacle in the dueling arena. What's this? Talon poked his head up and looked at Reevan. You asked me all about my duels and experiences, but you didn't say anything about you having a duel. Did you run into some jerk too? Hardly, Vane said. There isn't anyone that wants to duel Reevan, especially after our little exercise in the arena. Yeah, they apparently had a huge free-for-all amongst the entire elite class, Alicia said, addressing Talon. We weren't all able to attend, but the school has made it an official dueling type now. Oh, that explains some things, Talon said, nodding his head. At the start of the week, we got a notice that there would be new combat simulations involving free-for-alls and team battles. The Knight Academy has typically geared its education toward leadership and single combat, so they haven't had students act out pitched battles. Most of the graduates aren't going to be rank and file troops after all, so why have them practice such a thing? Apparently they overlooked the fact that there were benefits to acting such, Alicia said. It's kind of funny if you think about it. They're supposed to be the experts, but Reevan's stunt taught them all a lesson. There were a couple of people resisting the change, you know how some people are, but they were overruled by the headmasters of the schools. So aside from introducing completely new styles of dueling and far outstripping your contemporaries in terms of weaves and mana, what else have you been up to? Alicia asked, placing her chin in her hand, elbow resting on the table. She appeared to be genuinely curious about the answer. Oh, you know, this and that, Reevan said. Tom and the others, Reevan pointed at his roommates, just got back from the Cobbled Ruins dungeon earlier today. Yeah, and this guy apparently struck up a conversation with Prince Galwit this morning, Tom interjected. Acting like it's no big deal, he snorted as he ate an appetizer. Alicia's eyebrows went up at the revelation. Really, you've already met the prince? Alicia asked. What's he like? Halen leaned forward and asked. Is he as charming as the stories? Erin also turned her attention towards Reevan and their conversation. Reevan pulled his head back in surprise at the sudden outburst from the two girls. It's like they have an alarm system in their heads for any mention of the prince. They were engrossed in their own conversation and not paying attention to us at all, but as soon as the prince was brought up, they immediately latched onto it. Reevan rolled his eyes. He's just some guy, Reevan said. Erin and Halen frowned and seemed like they were going to refute that statement, but Reevan held his hand up to forestall them. I only spoke with him briefly. He was really just like any other person in the short exchange we had. Nothing important. The two girls narrowed their eyes in suspicion at Reevan, but Larissa and Kimberly dragged them back into a conversation with them before they could pursue the matter any further. Anyway, Reevan said, turning back to Alicia, I've just been focused on the studies and making the best use of my time. Reevan held his hand out and started ticking on his fingers. What we really need to do is plan for the future. He lifted his first finger. We need to keep up with our weaves and theoretical knowledge. We need to practice our individual combat abilities. We need to practice fighting in groups. We need to explore the other dungeons. We need. Ha, Talon interrupted Reevan's list of things to do with loud laughter. Tom, Vane, and Trick rolled their eyes and shared a helpless look between each other. Now you guys get to experience the training lunatic firsthand. Thank goodness the Knight Academy is so lax compared to the slave driver that Reevan is. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Reevan interrupted Talon's laughter. Talon eyed him suspiciously. You're going to go with us to all of the dungeons. Don't think that just because you're in a different academy that you can escape from this. You just told me earlier that there were treasures for growing stats that require not only school credits and preparation to acquire, but you also need to grasp the appropriate timing. We got a lot of work to do if we're going to make sure you keep up with those with bloodlines. Reevan smiled evilly at his friend. Talon's eyes got wide and he grabbed at Trick and Vane sitting next to him. "Nu, save me," Talon exclaimed, mock panic on his face. "This is why you were smiling at me earlier." Talon pointed an accusatory finger at Reevan. "You were already planning on dragging me into more training sessions." Reevan spread his hands to the side. "Guilty," he responded. "What are you worried about? It'll be fun." "I was hoping to relax a bit longer at the Knight Academy," Talon lamented with a sigh. The girls all laughed at the show Talon was putting on. "You call life at the Knight Academy relaxing?" Trick asked, a look of disbelief on his face. Talon just shook his head. "You don't know Reevan," Talon said. "I'm sure you'll come to understand soon, though." Talon paused for a moment. "I guess I can handle whatever Reevan comes up with, as long as he doesn't ask his dad to oversee the training." Talon shuddered. "Why did I have to open my mouth?" Talon leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Now you've done it, Kimberly said, rolling her eyes. I'm about to lose my appetite. Why? What's wrong with Reevan's dad supervising the training? Tom asked, looking back and forth between Talon and Kimberly. Reevan's dad is insane, Talon shouted. He made us carry a giant pack of rocks on our journey to the Revenant dungeon to train on the way there, and that was after months of grueling sparring sessions where he handed our butts to us over and over again. That man has infinite stamina. I heard him say a hum. Talon cut himself off with a cough. Anyway, there's a reason why Reevan is so diligent and interested in constantly training. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It can't be that bad, Vane said. It is, Talon said. Nothing to it but to accept fate now, he sighed. Don't be so glum, Reevan said with a smile. You still have to attend classes at the Night Academy, and we won't interfere with that. You still have a lot of time to yourself. Oh yeah, Talon perked up. That just means we'll have to be even more intense in our personal training. Reevan dropped the other's shoe. He laughed as Talon questioned his life choices, and the others in the room watched on with skepticism. A knock came at the door. It opened, and a long line of staff came in to deposit the main entrees on the table. Will there be anything else, young miss? The lead waiter asked, hands clasped and posture slightly bent, no doubt happy that she remembers him by name. I wonder if he knows about the existence of the memorization skill. A group of young men followed the exit of the staff members, clearly not employees of the restaurant. They were dressed in expensive clothing, and based on their bearing, and the fact that they were on the second floor of this restaurant, they were most likely also the younger generation of noble and affluent families. There was an apparent leader of the group of young men, as he stood in front of all of the others, and he walked up to Alijah with a smile on his face. I heard the staff mention that Miss Alijah was present with her friends today, so I took it upon myself to greet you, the young man said with a slight bow. Alijah held out her hand, and the young man bent forward and placed a very light peck on the back of it. Reevan raised an eyebrow at the scene, remembering what Melissa had told him of the etiquette in the local kingdom. Alijah pulled her hands into her lap, and Reevan could see out of the corner of his eye that she wiped away the lingering saliva discreetly. She maintained the smile on her face, though. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, the young man finished as he straightened up. Not at all, Jovan, not at all, Alijah said politely. Jovan's smile grew slightly wider, and he surveyed the room. His gaze directly passed over Reevan and the others seated at the table, and his gaze landed on Melissa and Larissa. He walked over to them, and also gave a greeting. I figured that Miss Alijah would be accompanied by her two friends from the Bluefears. He took their proffered hands in turn, but he only hovered over them as was the custom. Reevan frowned as the man completely ignored everyone else but the three girls he greeted. The other young men didn't ignore everyone else like their leader, but they didn't pay any attention to Reevan, Talon, or Kimberly. Only one of the others took note of Talon and Kimberly, and he stepped forward and whispered something into Jovan's ear. Jovan finally looked at Talon and the other boys seated at the table, and he turned to Alijah. Miss Alijah, I won't disturb you any longer, he said. The boy who whispered in his ear directed a sneer toward Talon. Talon, for his part, ignored the other man in turn. I'll schedule a time to meet with you when you're not with your ahum friends. He gave a slight bow and indicated for those following him to depart the room. Another day. The group filed out of the room, and silence permeated the room for a moment before Reevan broke it. Who was that? He asked Alijah. A slimy bastard, Alijah said with a frown. But his father is the brother to the king, so his standing is slightly higher than mine. I can't be rude and shoo him away, even though I would like to. He's always popping up wherever Alijah goes, Melissa added. It's like he has spies that watch her every move, and he shows up any chance he has. It's no secret that he's pursuing Alijah, and he's even asked his father to intervene and arrange a marriage. But his father is friends with Alijah's father, and even though he'll indulge his son, he won't go overboard. He seemed like he didn't really care for anyone else in the room, Reevan said. He's never impolite or rude, but if he believes you aren't worthy to talk to him, he'll treat you like air, Alijah said, the frown still on her face. Who was the one who whispered in his ear? That was Lance, Talon answered. The jerk I told you about before. If he's hanging around someone like Jovan who's too good to interact with the peasants, then his personality makes perfect sense. It seems like he wants to stir up trouble, Reevan mused. Let him, Talon said. I'm not afraid of him. He might not be able to affect you while you're in the academy. They're quite independent of the politics of the nobles, but Jovan can affect any appointments or opportunities once you graduate, Alijah warned, and he's likely to do a favor for his sycophants. Can he interfere with the quotas to Eldire? Reevan asked. No, he's not that influential, Alijah replied, and if he tried, it would reflect poorly on his family. His father wouldn't let him do something like that. Reevan turned to Talon and smiled. Talon sighed once more. It looks like we really do have to do that training, he conceded. I knew you would see things my way, Reevan said. So what is it that the Mana Weaves do? Master Feld asked the second-year class. He walked back and forth in front of the class on the little raised dais. Several hands shot up from the more enthusiastic students, shortly followed by the more restrained hand raising of the other students. Not everyone raised their hand, but almost everyone at least paid attention. Master Feld indicated for one of the female students to answer his question. "They're the written language of magic," the girl said. Samantha, I think her name was, Re-even thought as he listened to her answer. "I don't know everyone's name, but she seems to volunteer answers frequently. They describe the properties of the magic and apply them to the spell. For instance, fire bolt spells have a weave that describes the heat and combustibility of the fire, and it contains the properties of the generic bolt spell as well. All of the bolt spells have a weave that describes how solid the bolt is, how fast it moves, and the other properties describing the projectile." Fewer hands went up this time, but the most enthusiastic ones still reached for the sky, hoping to be called upon. Master Feld indicated for a boy in the front row to answer the question. "It's limited by several factors," the boy answered. "I don't exactly recall his name," Re-even thought. "I think it's Terry. My social skill is telling me that it's either Terry or close to it. The fundamental laws of the world still apply, and only as many weaves as can fit inside the shell of the spell can be placed there. One can increase this number by compressing the strings and placing the weaves strategically, like a puzzle, but that's not the only limiting factor. The tier of the spell and affinities also restrict the number. For instance, a Tier 1 spell can hold 20 weaves, 10 for the affinity and 10 for the spell type. A higher tier affinity, though, counts as more than one weave. An Ice Bolt spell, because it's made up of a Tier 2 affinity, can hold 5 of the affinity weaves in a Tier 1 spell. A Tier 3 affinity would fill the shell with 3 weaves, and a Tier 4 fills up with just 2. "Very good, Apprentice Carey," Master Feld acknowledged. "Carey, his name's Carey," Re-even mentally corrected himself. "I was close, and why is it that the affinity tier affects how many weaves can fill the space? They're not any larger than the lower tier affinities. It's not entirely based on the physical aspects of the spell," Carey replied. "The size is only one limiting factor. Higher tier affinities put more strain on the shell, so if you try to put just as many Tier 2 weaves into a Tier 1 spell as the basic elements, then the shell of the spell can't handle the strain and will unravel." "Yes, exactly," Master Feld nodded his head. "This is one of the reasons why higher tier spells are more powerful. They can contain more weaves and more of the higher tier weaves at that. It is possible to cast a Tier 1 spell as a higher tier. Class skills automatically match your own class tier, but how does one do so outside of the system assistance?" Another round of hands went up, and Master Feld selected another random student to answer the question. "It's a combination of increasing the mana used and compressing it to maintain the relative size and shape," the third student answered. "One can do so without compressing, but the spells will quickly become much too large to be of practical use. The system does all the heavy lifting automatically for the class skills. And so," Master Feld nodded to the student to indicate he was correct as he spoke, "we get to the point of this lecture. The shells of spells can hold a limited number of weaves, and those weaves describe the nature of the spell. So far, we've only been using 2 weaves to describe our magic, the elemental weave and the spell weave, but that's not the only way to cast spells. You can mix and match different weaves into your spells. If you choose 2 diametrically opposed elements, like fire and ice, then the spell is most likely to fail. There do exist classes specializing in such spells, like the Bluefear family is known for having a talent in." Master Feld nodded to Larissa, who was seated with her friend Circle on one side of the class. "And it's possible to cast those spells without the class and system helping you, but it's very difficult. We won't be exploring those avenues in this class." Larissa was obviously in the same class as Re-even, as she and her friends were in the elite class. Re-even occasionally interacted with them in class, but for the most part, he kept to himself to pay attention and learn. They had plenty of time and opportunities to hang out and interact outside of the classroom, and they had their own social group outside of just the small circle Re-even had made friends with. Instead, we will be focusing on mixing complementary elements, like fire and plasma. There are many, many variations of the weaves that can be mixed into your spells, and it only gets even more complicated and intricate once you start incorporating Tier 3 or 4 affinities into your spells, so you won't be graded on specific mixtures. I will simply give you the foundations, and then you can experiment on your own. Re-even had an epiphany as he listened to the lecture. Of course, that explains why I was so confused with the weaves for the blast spell variation of my class spells. I had been looking at the spells as if they contained only one element. I should have viewed them neutrally in order to recognize them sooner. Not all of the blast spell elemental variations contain more than one element, but the fire blast spell contains several weaves of the air affinity in it. It makes perfect sense. Re-even had run into a couple of hurdles with his own experimentation. He had gotten into the trap of thinking of every weave the system used for his class spells as being the affinity of the dominant element for the spell. He had noticed that the weaves greatly resembled the ones he had seen for the other elements, but he hadn't thought to make the connection that they actually were for those different elements. Trying to use the air weave as a fire weave hadn't been the right approach, and his own freehand spell casting of the fire blast spell hadn't performed properly. It had worked, but it had lacked the intensity of the system-assisted class spell. It must have something to do with intent, Ryevin speculated. The mana weaves of the system spells aren't infused with the element directly in a way that I can see with my current skill levels. Either I need to look deeper when examining the weaves in the future, or there's some trick to it. Based on everyone's facial expressions, it seems that you've all realized a few things about your own class spells, Master Feld chuckled. The dominant element of your spells permeates the aura that it gives off, which is why it's rare for students to discover this on their own. Once you know about it, it's not a big deal. Just make the weave like you would normally with the right affinity and it works. In order to see the actual differences, one has to be able to parse through the aura of the dominant element. This happens around mana sight level 50. Sense mana doesn't help unless you get it to transcendent, because it doesn't do nearly as good a job of differentiating the different elements unless there are other mitigating factors, like sensing mana from a different realm. We don't expect the students to get their mana sight up to level 50 and discover this on their own, which is why these classes exist in the first place, Master Feld concluded. Now that you know about it, it should be easier for you to work on mixing and matching weaves in your spells. Not all combinations will create a better spell, but if you do discover a mix that works really well, you can work at it long enough to be able to override your existing spell matrix the system uses. It takes a lot of effort, though, but it is less than unlocking a class skill or spell as a general skill or spell would be. Now, let's get to work. Ryevin sat on his bed, both hands held out in front of him. 2 different spell shells hovered over his outstretched hands, and he manipulated the weaves of each independently. Creating simple spells with Tier 1 affinities in either hand wasn't too challenging, even before he gained the dual casting skill, however. Creating anything more complicated than the simple Tier 1 spells was exponentially more difficult. Even adding more than one elemental weave to the bolt spell required considerably more concentration. He had started off having to start and stop each weave one at a time. It wasn't true dual spell casting. He would make a weave, then maintain it as he worked on the other one. As his skill level increased, though, he was able to create all of the basic elemental weaves simultaneously, and he could even somewhat maintain progress on creating the weaves for the Tier 2 affinities at the same time. It had been 3 months of practicing mixing and matching the different weaves for each spell, and Ryevin had not only learned the weaves to all of the affinities he had unlocked, but he had experimented with countless combinations as well. There weren't too many differences when it came to the Tier 1 spells, only marginal increases in power or efficiency when a good combination was found, but increasing the fundamental level of the spell to a higher tier saw those marginal increases become powerful boosts. Adding the kinetic affinity to the bolt spell increases the speed and impact tremendously, Ryevin mused. Adding 3 weaves to a Tier 2 version of the fire bolt spell is the most efficient use of the weaves that I've found so far. That being said, it's not the same for each of the basic elemental bolt spells. When making an earth bolt, a combination of one each of kinetic, mass, and either bludgeon, piercing, or sharpness, depending on the nature of the shape of the earth bolt, really packs a punch. Kinetic also has almost zero effect on the beam spell. There is a small increase in the velocity of the beam spell, but the weave of the beam spell itself seems to hold some of the characteristics of the kinetic weave. There's really no reason to pursue adding the kinetic weaves to such a spell. As Master Feld said, the right weaves for the right spell. Switching in gravity instead of bludgeon or the other two also has some interesting effects. Depending on the resistance of the target, it can be drawn to the projectile, and it's much harder to avoid, even if the trajectory is slightly off. I just recently acquired some more Tier 3 affinities, like the bludgeon affinity, and they're still not quite as easy to use as the ones I've had for a while. Ryevin pulled up his affinities tab to check out the progress he had made while he was thinking about it. Affinities, Tier 1, Air 55, Earth 55, Fire 55, Water 55. Tier 2, Ice 30, Lightning 24, Magma 30, Metal 30, Mist 24, Mud 24, Plasma 30, Wood 30. Tier 3, Bludgeon 4, Darkness 49, Durability 15, Friction 4, Gravity 15, Kinetic 15, Light 49, Mass 4, Piercing 15, Sharpness 15, Weight 4. Tier 4, Eternal 4. Tier 5, Abyss 1, Veridical 1. Gravity, mass, and weight all have very similar characteristics, but there are some subtle differences. So far, with the low-tier spells I'm using, there isn't much variation in using weight or mass, but I'm sure the higher-tier spells will be able to showcase their individual strengths. My Tier 4 affinity has increased a couple of levels, and it's easy to see the difference in might for each level. The lower tier affinities are much easier to advance, but the increase in power is much less than an increase in power for a higher tier. Level 4 Eternal has about the same effectiveness as level 30 in the tier 1 affinities from what I've seen. Rievin dismissed his contemplations on the affinities and their weaves and resumed his concentration on the ones he was making. He wasn't too concerned with the exact makeup of the spells he was experimenting with. He was just randomly combining weaves to practice. He had recently completed the task of being able to compress a double weave to the size of a single weave, and he was using his new mastery to stuff his tier 1 spells with more weaves. The semester only has one more month left, and most of the last month is dedicated to preparing for and taking the final exams. The final test for the second-year Weaves class is a comprehensive analysis of our ability to compress mana and how well we can mix and match the weaves for various spells. Master Feld has told us that there will be several base spells he will select that inherently have different elemental weaves in them, and there will be some from the higher tier spells that the students most likely haven't gained access to yet. The point is to show that we can recognize the different elemental weaves in an unknown spell in order to deduce how to create it. The final portion of the test is to demonstrate our range of mixing and understanding of the combinations by displaying some of our own experiments. Rievin had long decided that he would show his combinations with kinetic and gravity. As far as he knew, almost all of the other students were going to choose to use Tier 2 affinity combinations, and he was confident he would be able to get full marks through his Tier 3 affinity usage. He had worked on those spells consistently until he could make them at a moment's notice, but there was still a long way to go to master the intricacies of magic. He continued to experiment with random combinations to further his ability and understanding. Well, it seems like everyone here has made tremendous progress in their magical prowess over the semester, Rievin said to the study group. Everyone has fully mastered the weaves of the base elements, and most of you have a solid foundation in several of the Tier 2 affinities. The final exam is coming up really quickly, so I would recommend putting a pause on learning any brand new elemental weaves that you haven't already experimented with until the start of next semester. That being said, as far as I know, none of the previous years had nearly as many students master. The students in the study group had all grown pretty close to each other, including Rievin and his roommates. Some of them frowned at the revelation that Rievin would be spending less time with the group, but most people seemed to understand what he was getting at. The Cobbled Ruins dungeon is the only dungeon open to first semester novices, Rievin continued. I plan on going to all of the dungeons nearby that become available to explore for novices next semester, and I'll also be accepting some of the quests from the Adventurers Guild. Everyone here should work hard to increase and maintain their rank so they can also devote more time to real-world experience as well. I know that everyone here has attained a decent enough rank that they can spend most of the summer months off campus exploring dungeons and whatnot, but that's no reason to waste the opportunity next semester to knock out the closest dungeons and quests. Remember, practical and life experience are much more important at this stage now that you all have solid foundations. Do you plan on accepting any more teammates? Carrie asked with a hopeful look. Rievin looked at the girl who had previously had ulterior motives in asking for tutoring. After he had made it clear that he wasn't interested in pursuing anything beyond a friendship, she had buckled down and made great efforts in participating in the study group. It seems that she hasn't fully given up hope, though, Rievin thought. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Rievin shook his head and gently let her down. Carrie's face fell, and Rievin could see some other hopeful faces fall in the crowd as well. My roommates and I have already developed a rapport, and I have a couple of friends from the Night Academy that are going to go with us, too. It's not that I'm unwilling to go with any of you. You've all shown that you're willing to work hard, but our group is already formed. You guys have all been working well with each other in the study group, so I'm sure you can form your own groups to tackle the dungeons. The other students looked around at each other, and Rievin saw many of them nod to each other and set their intent to form their own groups. With that, we'll call it a day. We'll still hold the study group all the way until the end of the semester, so I'll see you guys next time. Rievin and his roommates turned and walked back towards their dormitory. I understand why you want to help your friends at the Night Academy, but why are you moving at such a breakneck speed? Trick asked as they walked. What do you mean? Rievin asked, puzzled. I'm moving at a normal pace. Trick snorted at the answer. He's right, Vane said. A normal pace would be 1 or 2 dungeons in the second semester and then a leisurely adventure during the summer months. You said you intend to take us to all of the dungeons open in the second semester, plus some additional quests from the Adventurers Guild. That's definitely not a normal pace. Rievin shrugged. Well, to me it seems normal, Rievin replied. I don't feel like I'm rushing. I just feel like I'm always advancing and not sitting still. I don't see any reason to stay on campus when we've mastered the subject material being taught. Why do nothing when we could be gaining school credits and life experience? And speaking of leisurely adventure, that's where I met Melissa and Larissa. They didn't seem like they were taking things leisurely. They're an exception, Trick answered. Melissa was good enough to secure the quota in both her first and second year, but she and her sister are part of a larger family with roots in Eldire. They have a mission to recruit new talents to the family, so they're not allowed to accept a quota until their third year, unless they do something so great that their entire family can go back to Eldire. Oh, that answers a lot of questions I had about that, actually, Rievin said. I had wondered why Melissa and Larissa were still hanging around this kingdom. Also, most people don't have the same view on life as you do, Tom said. To us, not doing anything doesn't mean that we're sitting still or wasting time. It's just a part of life. We don't feel the need to fill every single moment with purpose. Every dungeon if you don't want to. That's not what we're saying, Trick said. Honestly, we don't mind it. I just wanted to know what was motivating you to move so fast, but if you feel like it's perfectly normal, then I guess that also answers my question. Yeah, we might be used to a more sedate lifestyle with much more downtime, Vane said, but that doesn't mean we're not willing to do the work to accomplish our goals. We had only ever imagined obtaining one of the quotas for the Tier 2 Academy with a let's see what happens attitude. Now that we've been entangled with you, all three of us have a real opportunity to snatch one of the spots. The other students in the top 10 ranking are going to be working just as hard to keep their positions and move up to the next tier region, Tom said. I doubt any of them will go to the extremes that we'll be going through, and that's because we're with you. If you hadn't joined our group, we might have had to wait for a chance to compete for a spot next year or the following. Our luck in meeting you is even more than I originally thought. Don't get all sappy on me, Rievin chuckled, shoving Tom playfully in the shoulder. I'm not going to ease up on my schedule, or go easy on what I expect from you guys as my party members. We wouldn't dream of it, Vane said. Rievin looked at the different gateways embedded in the rock. There were 3 separate entrances to the dungeon, and each one was marked clearly by the predecessors who had initially discovered and explored the dungeon. So each doorway leads to a room containing basically a boss monster, Rievin clarified once more, and you can challenge each room once a month. Rievin stood with his roommates, and Talon and Kimberly stood next to Rievin as well, looking at the different entrances. They were completely relaxed, as they knew this was going to be the easiest dungeon run experience they were likely to encounter. That's right, Tom answered. Typically, dungeons that hold a space to explore with lesser monsters and bosses on each floor have a 1-week reset rate, and dungeons that have a range of just boss encounters have a 1-month reset rate. That's for the infinitely instanced dungeons, though. You experience the Cobbled Ruins dungeon, which is open air, but doesn't have any kind of boss monster. There are supposedly variations of the open-air dungeons that do have boss monsters, and even some that have what is referred to as a rare monster. Boss monsters and rare monsters in open-air dungeons both have a guaranteed loot drop enforced by the system, but our kingdom doesn't have any of those kinds of dungeons. As we've told you before, there are 3 open-air dungeons, including the Cobbled Ruins, and the other 2 are more advanced, Vane spoke up. One has orcs, though there aren't as many spawns in that dungeon as there are goblins in the Cobbled Ruins, and the third one contains a mix of both. There are 2 resource dungeons, not including the new Revenant dungeon, and one of those is a forest on the border of the Tier 2 kingdom. There's basically a grove of trees that you can enter and pass through, and it leads to a large, infinitely instanced forest with a smattering of Tier 2 mana-infused trees. The other resource dungeon is a mine that contains metals and a few Tier 2 mana-infused variations, but the most prominent ore is copper. The Revenant dungeon is an anomaly, Trick said. From what I've heard, there's basically 2 types of each infinitely instanced dungeon in each region, and the Revenant dungeon breaks that precedent not only in its tier, but also in the fact that it exists at all. The number of open-air dungeons is completely random, though there seems to be an upper limit based on the tier of the region. Wait, hold up, Rievin held his hand up. You said that one of the dungeons was a grove of trees that you pass through, and it leads to a forest, and that's the dungeon. What happens if you pass through the grove of trees walking in the opposite direction? It doesn't matter, Tom answered. The grove in question is overgrown in such a way that it creates a corridor to walk through. You can walk through either side, but as long as you start at one end and pass through the other end, you end up in the dungeon. What happens if someone cuts down the grove? Talon asked. You'll get your head cut off, Trick snickered. It's a capital crime to destroy the surroundings of a dungeon intentionally. That applies to any dungeon, but especially a resource dungeon, as those are considered strategic resources by the Crown. I've heard a rumor that there was a fire that destroyed the corridor a long time ago, and the dungeon was inaccessible until it regrew, Vane interjected. However, according to the rumor, it grew back in less than a day. According to the theories, it wasn't so much that it naturally grew back so fast, but that the system simply pulled another identical entrance way from one of the infinite instances and plopped it down in place. If it's impossible to actually destroy the entrance, why is it a capital crime? Rievin asked. Intentions, Tom said. If someone intentionally destroys a dungeon entrance, they express their intention to do harm to the kingdom. The crown and nobility are pretty easygoing in most situations, but if someone acts with intentions to cause harm, they come down with an iron fist. Also, it's not confirmed that the system will step in and fix the entranceway to a dungeon. That's just a rumor after all. Anyway, like I was saying, Vane said, there's one more boss room dungeon like this one and two more dungeons that are considered loot dungeons. They don't contain natural resources to harvest, but the boss monsters on each floor drop system loot, and even the creatures inside sometimes have gear that can be used in the real world. One of those dungeons is an ancient fort like the cobbled ruins, but it isn't in ruins, Trick said. It contains shadow people, and the gear and loot from inside actually form the backbone of the gear the royal army uses. It's called the Shadow Fort. Shadow people. Rievin quirked an eyebrow at the term. It's filled with humans, Tom replied. They're biologically exactly the same as humans in the real world, but they're actually considered monsters. They have no sentience or thoughts of their own, and they only act as you would expect of monsters. People have tried communicating with them in the past, but they're not even capable of speech other than some shadow people shouting orders to the others. It doesn't even work, and the words are just nonsense. They're shadows of people who really existed in the past, though, so they're called shadow people. That's very interesting. Rievin stroked his chin in thought. Imagine if one day some shadow people of us populated a low-tier dungeon, Talon said. People would go in and be all, this isn't anything special, and then bam, they encounter the shadow of Rievin. He would definitely be the dungeon boss. Talon laughed. Rievin alone would upgrade the tier of the dungeon, Kimberly remarked. I wonder what kind of rewards the system would grant someone for defeating shadows of us. I have no idea, Rievin said. That's a good question. Would it be based on our levels alone, or would it factor in our skill levels? Would a shadow version of ourselves contain all of our skills and affinities, or just a representation based on our level? Or would the system raise the level based on the danger your shadow represents? Talon pointed out. Tom and the other two roommates just shrugged their shoulders. Most people don't kill other people, Tom said. Misery is apparently terrible, and it lingers far longer than euphoria. And battles between kingdoms, while they do happen, are much less common than fighting beasts and monsters. I'd never really thought about it before, Rievin mused. I've only ever fought and killed beasts and monsters. Is there a different experience structure in place for sentient people? Was all of the experience gained from killing that shadow cloak guy in the Siege of Magron all from his level, or were there modifiers based on his skills and overall danger level? From what I could see from the experience I gained from him, I only got credited with the experience from his level, but that doesn't mean the ones who got the main portion of experience from his death didn't get a bonus. I'll have to ask my parents. Back on topic, Trick said. The Shadow Fort is the main one the Royal Army regularly delves with its soldiers. Not all of the gear that the shadow people inside use can be taken from their corpses, for some reason or another, but sometimes a copy of their gear will drop next to them, and they can be picked up and brought out of the dungeon. The boss loot is similar in nature, as the bosses are typically commanders or other officers. They drop slightly higher quality gear than can be found from the regular shadow people, but only the last boss of the dungeon has a chance to drop anything with magical properties. The floors of the dungeon aren't vertical, either. The courtyard inside the walls is considered the first floor, and you have to defeat the boss in order to go inside the barracks, and you have to kill the boss in the barracks in order to gain access to the main fortress. All of the shadow people inside are Tier 2, and the bosses are High Tier 2 with the Lord of the dungeon being a caster class shadow person at Low Tier 3. Only students in the second semester of their third year are allowed to enter the main fortress of the dungeon because it's so far been considered the most dangerous dungeon in the kingdom, Tom said. I'm sure the Revenant dungeon will now take that honor, and there will be similar restrictions placed on it. How do they enforce that rule on students that have already entered the dungeon? Rievin asked, puzzled. Couldn't they just enter saying they'll only explore the courtyard and barracks and then go to the main fortress anyway? The recording device you get to record your progress will alert the school when you turn it in, Tom said. If you get caught breaking this particular rule, it's automatic expulsion. Nobody is willing to take the risk of getting expelled. I supposed you could go in without the device, but then you wouldn't get the preferential treatment of a student, and you might have to wait in line. You also have to register your delve, and those reports are delivered to the academy on a regular basis to be cross-referenced. If your name pops up, and they'll get your real name as you have to show some form of identity that gets it straight from your status, then you can get in trouble with the school that way. They won't expel you automatically, but they will investigate and you could lose school credits instead of gaining any. The costs don't equal the reward. Can you get permission to go in early? Rievin asked. He wasn't worried about a low Tier 3 caster, and he really wanted to clear all of the dungeons available to him without having to wait until the very last semester before graduation. Sure, Tom said, especially if you're in the elite class. As long as you have a solid record to show that you can handle the dangers, the academy will give permission. You just have to be sure to ask permission first and not forgiveness later. That makes sense, Ryevin said. The academy is here to push the students and give an avenue for them to reach the best Tier 3 classes they can while providing a safe environment to do so. In that case, we'll be sure to visit that dungeon last, before we head to the Revenant dungeon. Ryevin had already told them that he would go with them when they went back to the Revenant dungeon over the summer semester. Sure, Tom said. So, back to this dungeon. There are 3 gateways, and each one leads to a single boss monster room. This is the easiest dungeon in the kingdom, and the first room contains a level 10 goblin. It's basically for the newest of the new adventurers and young aristocrats. The point of this dungeon isn't the experience that can be gained from killing the monsters, but instead the combat experience that can be gained from fighting them. The second room contains a level 30 goblin. To people like us, it's still as easy as it comes, but for young people, it's a great opportunity. The third room contains a level 20 orc. That level 20 is Tier 2, so it's really level 50 if you consider one has to reach level 30 in Tier 1 first. The only reason this dungeon isn't open to first semester novices is because of that orc in the third room, Trick said. The academy wants their students to have more combat experience than the first 2 rooms can give before they let their students attempt the third room, and the best way to prevent anyone foolhardy enough to jump to the third room before they're ready is to just not allow them to come at all. The last thing about this dungeon, Tom continued, is that each room is solo only. Even if we walked through the gateway holding hands and in a party, we would all still end up in our own separate space to fight the creature on the other side. The other boss dungeon in the kingdom is a bit more advanced, and it starts with a level 10 orc in the first room, Trick added. The second room is a level 30 orc, and the third room is a level 60 orc. They also have higher quality gear than their lower level counterparts. What about the last loot dungeon? Ryevin asked. From what you've said about the first floor of the Revenant dungeon, it's very similar, Trick answered. It's a goblin nest, and the final boss is a level 30 orc with 5 goblins. It's only 2 floors, and the loot isn't anything to write home about. The first floor typically drops rusty weapons or armor, and the second floor drops things an orc would be found using, like a large cleaver. Not many people have a use for such a weapon, and they're typically just melted down for the metal. Remember, Tom said, these dungeons are all Tier 1. Our kingdom is lucky to have the Shadow Fort dungeon, as I've heard that most Tier 1 kingdoms don't have access to a dungeon with a Tier 3 boss in it. Another reason why the Revenant dungeon is so unusual. Alright, that's good for now, Ryevin said. It's time to clear this dungeon. Are all of you confident you can take the level 20 orc in the last room? The other 3 roommates shared a look and nodded their heads. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem, Tom said. Good, Ryevin said. This shouldn't take too long. In and out. I'll see you guys when we're all done. Ryevin headed to the first entrance that contained the level 10 goblin. Ryevin chuckled to himself as thought about the situation. I would definitely never come to this dungeon if I didn't want to sweep clean all of the dungeons in the kingdom. There's literally nothing it has to offer me other than a check in the box. Ryevin walked through the entrance and the door slammed shut behind him. He had expected as much, but he wasn't too worried. Apparently the door isn't locked. Even if it wasn't a weak goblin in here but something that would give me a run for my money, I would be able to simply open the door and escape if I needed to. The boss room was a simple cave, and it wasn't even that large. There was nothing to it other than the ethereal lighting found in the Revenant dungeon. It must be a dungeon thing rather than just a Revenant dungeon thing, Ryevin speculated. The goblin in the center of the room immediately noticed Ryevin, and it shrieked as it charged over. It doesn't even have a weapon, Ryevin noted. It's literally just a feral child in a loincloth. Ryevin shook his head and formed his free hand bolt spell. He launched a Tier 2 fire bolt laden with the kinetic affinity weave, and the bolt pierced right through the body of the goblin, continuing on until it impacted the far wall with a thud. The heat from the magical fire cauterized the giant hole in the goblin's chest, but it still died instantly. That was easy, Ryevin thought. He turned around and exited the room and headed straight for the next boss room. All of his friends exited the first room one after another before he even made it to the next room. I'm not surprised that everyone else managed to slay the creature so quickly, either. It was weaker than most of the goblins found in packs in the Revenant dungeon. I think those were all at minimum level 15. The second goblin room also posed no trouble for Ryevin, and he quickly dispatched it with his gravity-infused earth bolt spell. He made his way to the orc boss, and he didn't hesitate to enter the room. The orc wasn't just a higher tier and level than the goblins. Ryevin immediately noted that the orc had some rudimentary leather scraps as armor and held a rusty cleaver. It snarled, saliva dripping from its fangs, as it spotted Ryevin entering its room. It charged over just like the 2 goblins before it, but it at least displayed an understanding of combat by raising its weapon. The two goblins hadn't even prepared a punch or anything as they rushed to their demise. Rievin summoned dual spells in either of his hands, and he hit the orc with a similar fire bolt spell as he did the first goblin, and he followed it up with a zap of electricity from a lightning beam. The smoldering corpse of the orc collapsed before it had even made it within 10 paces of Rievin. That might have been a bit of overkill, Rievin chuckled. The fire bolt spell, as a tier 2 spell infused with kinetic weaves, was probably enough to kill it straight away. Oh well. The point of this exercise isn't to simply kill everything as fast as possible, but to expand my magical abilities while clearing all of the dungeons. Rievin exited the room and waited for his friends to finish their trials. All of the other party members had apparently also entered the third room, while Rievin was inside dealing with the orc. I wonder who will come out first, Rievin thought as he waited. My money is on Trick. He's a bit more talented in the magical department, but the difference isn't huge. Rievin's eyebrows rose in surprise, though as the first person to exit the final room was actually Talon. I thought the ranged nature of the spells from my 3 roommates would have given them a speed advantage, but either Talon's experience made him eliminate the monster faster, or his new class has some skills that reduce such an advantage. Rievin nodded his head in acknowledgement to Talon as he walked over to join him. If all of the dungeons are as easy as this, then I really don't have anything to worry about gaining those school credits, Talon chuckled. Rievin eyed him sideways. You wish, he snorted. We already know that at least the Shadow Fort should pose at least a little bit of challenge, and don't forget, we never fully cleared the Revenant dungeon. That's on the list too. Of course it is, Talon sighed, looking up at the ceiling. Rievin just laughed as he clapped his friend on the shoulder. They didn't have to wait long for the others to finish the simple dungeon. Trick was the first of his roommates to come out as Rievin had guessed, but it was actually Kimberly that immediately followed on his heels. Tom came out next, and Vane was the last to finish, though the time difference between each person wasn't anything exaggerated. All right, Rievin said as everyone came together. That was the quickest, easiest dungeon we'll be exploring. We don't really have time to immediately head off to the next one, though, so we'll go back to the capital, attend a couple of classes, and then meet up again at the end of the week to go to the next destination. All of the others nodded their heads. They had all attended the first week of classes in the new semester, and they had headed to this dungeon on the first of the second week. They had decided to come at the beginning of the week because of the nature of the dungeon and the fact it wouldn't be too time-consuming. We'll tackle the Goblin Nest dungeon over the weekend, Rievin continued. It's a bit further away, and it's not too far from the Mine Loot dungeon. We can knock out 2 more dungeons over the weekend, and then attend a full week of classes before moving on to the other boss dungeon. Anyone have any questions or different opinions? Talon raised his hand. Put your hand down, Talon, Rievin smirked. We're not going to cancel the dungeon delves. Aw man, Talon kicked at a loose stone on the ground. The others just chuckled. The 6 friends laughed and joked with each other as they headed to the exit of the cave dungeon. The boss dungeons were a bit different from the other infinitely instanced dungeons in the fact that they were doubly instanced. The room that held the 3 boss room entrances was also instanced from the rest of the world, and so they didn't have to deal with the groups of other people challenging the monsters. They exited the first instance back into the real world, and a notification window popped up in Rievin's sight. Exiting dungeon. Calculating, that was enough to finally level up to level 2. I had gained 300 experience from the monthly experience calculations over the past several months, a lot less than if I had been actively sparring instead of mostly attending classes and experimenting with weaves. I'll dump the 5 free stat points into clarity, as it's my lowest stat at the moment. I'll try and bring my clarity and perception up to above 200 with my free points. I have a total of well over 400 stat point reductions for my class requirements, so I'm not concerned about those. I have effectively over 600 in my main stats for class purposes. There should be something nice for having a balanced build on top of the benefits for increasing those stats anyway. Rievin pulled up his status page. Status name, Rievin class, Light Magus LVL2. Fighter age, 11 health, 2,520, 2,520 stamina, 4,780, 4,780 mana. 2,265, 2,265 physical stats, mental stats STR, 226 INT, 226 VIT, 252 MAG, 227 Dex, 226 CLA, 160 CHA. 67 per, 174 LUK, 66. Bloodline unknown 2,880, 6,274, 10 million. Experience 193, 3,400. Well, look what we have here. A voice intruded on Rievin's status perusal. He looked up to see a group of teenagers decked out in shiny gear. A couple of the group members were also dressed in the robes associated with caster classes. Ryevin recognized them as members of the elite class of the second year, and they gave him a sheepish look as the obvious Knight Academy students swaggered forward. Ryevin recognized the leader of the teenagers with arrogant expressions on their faces. Lance and his goons, Ryevin noted, looks like they're here to stir up trouble with not only Talon, but it appears they have their sights set on Tom and us as well. Lance was accompanied by 5 other members from the Knight Academy and 3 casters from the Magic Academy. The 6 students of the Knight Academy had arrogant looks on their faces as they spread out in front of Ryevin and his friends, but the 3 Magic Academy students shared a nervous look before one of them stepped forward and whispered something to Lance. Lance tilted his head to listen to the words before his gaze landed on Ryevin. He was familiar with Tom, Vane, and Trick, and he didn't seem to be worried too much about their presence. "What are you worried about?" Lance said after sizing Ryevin up. "I bet." Ryevin's danger sense went off, and Ryevin tensed his body and watched as Lance charged toward him mid-sentence for a surprise attack. Ryevin's perception and clarity stats were vastly superior to anyone else around, and so, despite the speed of Lance's charge skill, he was able to calmly watch and respond to the sneak attack. Lance didn't pull out a weapon, but he instead balled his fist and tried to use his momentum to smash a punch into Ryevin's face. "I can't really fault his tactics," Ryevin calmly thought. "Take out the opponent's strongest member fast and hard, just like the time the second squad and I fought the ogre boss battle in the dungeon the first time." Lance's fist came flying toward Ryevin's face, but he wasn't fast enough to take Ryevin by surprise. Ryevin simply tilted his head to the side, and Lance's fist moved past his head ineffectually. Lance had timed his charge to punch Ryevin in the face and not crash their bodies together, so he was left overextended with a look of surprise on his face, standing in front of Ryevin. Ryevin leveled a look at Lance and smirked. He walked forward nonchalantly, and just centering his body while moving forward, he knocked Lance down on his butt. Lance's body provided zero resistance to his movement, and it looked like he was just taking a stroll without a care in the world. He made his way toward the center of the group. The other 5 students from the Knight Academy were caught completely off guard at the turn of events, and the Magic Academy students had a look of panic on their faces as Ryevin advanced. The first Knight student to recover pulled his sword out and thrust it at Ryevin. Ryevin casually parried the thrust aside with his tesson, and then reached out with his other hand and grabbed the teenager's wrist. He pulled the boy further off balance and casually tossed him to the ground as well. "What are you doing?" Lance called from the ground. "Blast him." The panic on the face of the caster student who had walked forward to whisper to Lance turned into terror, and he backed away, holding his hands up in front of himself. No, he said. "I warned you, Lance. You're on your own." He turned to Ryevin, still backing up. "We don't want anything to do with this, Ryevin. We'll just walk away." Ryevin nodded his head at the casters, and they turned around and jogged further away. They weren't escaping completely, though, as they were still with Lance and the other Knight students for challenging the dungeons. They had just removed themselves from this private feud. "Cowards," Lance shouted at the retreating casters. "Fools," the first caster called back over his shoulder. The other 4 Knight students finally regained their composure, and they all drew their weapons and launched attacks at Ryevin. They had witnessed what would happen if they overextended themselves, so they maintained a more cautious approach despite surrounding Ryevin from 4 sides. Ryevin calmly sidestepped the attacks and parried thrusts from the swords. No variation in their weaponry whatsoever, Ryevin snorted. "It seems like the sword is the main weapon of focus for these aristocrats. They would be better off if they used spears, but that's for the commoners." Ryevin held a look of contempt on his face as he easily dealt with the offense. His spatial awareness skill, along with danger sense, meant that he didn't even have to keep his eyes on the 2 students who were behind him. Ryevin suddenly heard a loud thunk from behind, and he stole a quick glance. Talon had taken the opportunity of Lance falling to the floor and attempting to get up to rush up to him and land a powerful punch right in his face, knocking him back down into the dirt. He laughed as rained more blows down on his nemesis. "Ha, you never thought you'd see the day, did you?" Talon taunted him. Kimberly dashed forward and kicked the other down student in the chest, sending him sprawling on his back. She didn't jump on him like Talon had Lance, but she instead continued to kick him around. He tried to swipe at Kimberly once from his position on the ground with his sword, but Kimberly held her own sword ready and parried the attack. He abandoned any attempt to counterattack or get up after that, and he curled into a ball to mitigate the damage. Ryevin never even used any of his mana skills or spells, and he stood his ground without the other 4 able to move him more than a few inches at a time for him to dodge their attacks. They were starting to grow desperate and pick up the speed of their attacks as they used more strength, risking unbalancing themselves in order to land a hit on Ryevin. Ryevin sensed it before he saw it. but several magical bolt spells flew over and crashed into 3 of the students, sending them sprawling on the ground to join the other 2 night students. They had been so focused on Reevin marching into the center of their little formation that they had gained tunnel vision and forgotten about Tom, Vane, and Trick. Reevin grinned at the last student as he finally activated his elemental weapon skill. His Tessin was engulfed in flames as he casually waved it toward the last man standing. Fear finally crept into his opponent's eyes as the flames engulfed him for a moment. He screamed out in pain, and he dropped his sword to turn and escape the inferno. His hair was singed, and his clothes smoked, as Reevin controlled the heat of the flames to cause pain but no serious damage. They weren't fighting to the death, even with the weapons involved. Everyone present had more than enough health to sustain a few strikes from the weapons as long as they weren't fatal, and Reevin had noticed that they had carefully controlled their aim in order to avoid any such blows. It would be rude to not reciprocate, Reevin chuckled. Lance finally got a hold of Talon. It hadn't been that long since Talon had pounced on him, and he attempted to grapple with the younger teenager. Talon wasn't having any of that, though, and he simply smashed his head into Lance's face to stun him. He extricated himself from the other boy's grip as he was momentarily dazed from the headbutt, and he stood up. He landed a few more kicks into his ribs for good measure before walking over to join Reevin and the others. The arrogant aristocrat knight students lay groaning on the ground from the summary pummeling they had received. Reevin watched as they rolled about, completely unable to continue the small skirmish. He looked up and noticed that a small crowd had gathered to witness the combat. About 20 other people who were here escorting young adventurers or others hoping to get into the academies had formed a semicircle to watch the fun. "Come on, let's go," Reevin said to his group. They walked out, heads held high, completely unscathed. "You'll pay for this." Lance screamed at them as he once again got into a crouching position to stand up. Reevin didn't even look as he conjured an earth bolt and tossed it back to smash into Lance's face, once more sending him into the dirt. Reevin's group calmly walked away from the entrance of the dungeon. It was located inside of a cavern, a little way down from the ground level outside. Reevin nodded to the 3 Magic Academy students who were standing near the exit to the outside. He gulped and nodded back, sweat dripping down their foreheads. "Ha ha ha, that felt great," Talon called as they walked into the sunlight. "He's definitely going to seek revenge," Reevin said, giving Talon a pointed look. Let him," Talon said. "What can he do? I'll be protected by the campus rules while at the academy, and when I'm not at the academy, I'll be with you." Talon shrugged. "I bet he'll try and rope you into a group combat at the academy," Reevin said. "You guys really need to make more friends. If you're not careful, he'll swindle you into a fight where your own team members are actually part of his group, and then you'll get your butt handed to you." "That's a good point," Kimberly spoke up. "We've started to try and make friends with some of the other students, but for the most part, we have to go down several classes. The Knight Academy students are a bit more snobbish than the Magic Academy," Tom interjected. "At the Magic Academy, it's much easier to display one's competence and superiority, so they care less for one's background. There are not only more students at the Knight Academy, but there are also more aristocrats as well. On top of that, it's not as clear to demonstrate one's superiority over others unless there's a huge difference in skills or stats. Though we've already talked to some of our friends over there," Vane said. "Most of our friends are years 2 and 3, but we have a few in the novice class as well. We'll give you their names when we get back to the capital, and you guys can form your own group. That should at least help with any shenanigans they get up to try and trick you into an unfair group battle." "It's no problem," Vane replied. "Most of the friends we have in the Knight Academy aren't nearly as close-knit as we and Melissa's family are," Trick said. "Our families have different interests because of the nature of our classes and skills we focus on, but we do have cordial relationships." "It doesn't matter," Talon said, "as long as they're friendly and willing to stick with us." "That they should be," Tom said. "They don't run in the same circles as Lance, and they don't really care for them and their families all that much. We'll also tell our older friends to keep an eye out and step in if Lance recruits any of his older friends to try and deal with you, too." Talon and Kimberly nodded their heads as they walked out into the wilderness. The boss dungeon they had just completed was half a day away from the capital, in the opposite direction of the cobbled ruins. It was no accident that the ruins were equally distanced from each other, surrounding the capital. The dungeons existed before the capital was founded, and it was deliberately chosen to be located as close to all of the known dungeons as possible. Well, as close to the dungeons as possible, while also being close to the Tier 2 region border, Reevin thought. Apparently, Tier 1 dungeons have a propensity to pop up near the borders of higher tier regions. Tier 2 and above regions have a more even distribution of dungeons, and the Revenant dungeon is once again an anomaly. "What do you think?" Jarrett said to Lance. Trick asked as they mounted their horses. There wasn't a small outpost filled with people like there was at the Cobbled Ruins dungeon, but there was still a place for people to tie up their mounts that was supervised by someone employed by the government. Even at the lowest-ranked dungeon, the Crown took the running and access to the dungeons seriously. Jarrett was that the Magic Academy student that whispered to Lance, Reevan surmised. Yeah, Vane said. He probably said something like, "What are you doing? That guy over there is a prodigy." He's year 1 and scored higher than everyone else in year 2 on the final exam. More like, "What are you doing? That guy's a monster," Trick snorted. He probably didn't get to say a whole lot, Tom said. Lance only took a second to decide to engage. He probably only got out something like, "That guy's a monster, we don't want to get involved." He probably said, "That monster over there is tougher than any of the boss dungeon monsters." Talon spoke up. "Why is everyone saying I'm a monster?" Reevan exclaimed. The other 5 friends all shared a look before laughing. "Because you are," Talon said, chuckling. "Fine, fine," Reevan said in exasperation. "I noticed you didn't hesitate to take advantage of his precarious position to thwack him in the face, though." "Guilty," Talon said proudly. "And I'd do it again. In fact, I hope I get to do it again." He needs a few more smacks in the face. Doesn't say anything and immediately charges to attack. Tom shook his head. He's been a dominant force for too long, and he doesn't place anybody else in his eyes. You might have to actually fight him for real and thrash him a bit to teach him a lesson, Reevan. And he won't be convinced if you use magic. That's not a problem, Reevan replied. I already got a gauge of his abilities and stats from his charge punch maneuver. I don't need magic to deal with him. I like how you're just like, one of the top elite students of the Night Academy is basically a child in front of me, Trick said with a snicker. I bet he brings along a tier 3 escort the next time we run into him in the wilderness. And it's probably not a coincidence that we ran into him here, Tom added. He probably had someone spying on Talon and Kimberly that told him we came here. I wouldn't put it past him to pull the same stunt again. I can handle up to mid-tier 3, Reevan said confidently. I'll be in trouble if he employs anyone that's close to or beyond tier 4, though. Does his family have anyone like that? His grandfather is tier 4, and his father and some of the more important guards are high tier 3, but it's unlikely he'd be able to bring any of them along, Vane said. He might ask for a high tier 3 guard from Joven. He's got his head so far up Joven's butt that he can smell his breath. I wouldn't expect something like that to happen until after he brings his own personal bodyguard along, though, so you have time. If we run into him again in a similar situation, and he's brought a tier 3 bodyguard along to deal with me, then we'll know for sure that he's deliberately targeting us like you guessed, Reevan said. If that happens, I'll bring my own friend along with us after that, and he'll surely be in for a surprise then, Reevan smirked to himself. A friend. Tom asked, an eyebrow quirked and a look of confusion on his face. Do you have a friend in the capital that can fight off a high tier 3 or tier 4? Don't worry about it, Talon said, shaking his head. Just trust us. They don't have anyone that can cause us trouble out in the wild. Has it got something to do with his insane father? Trick asked. Talon just smiled and shook his head. Okay, well, we'll take your word for it, Tom said. The 6 friends continued their journey back to the capital, engaging in the occasional banter. They were still buoyed by their success in the dungeon, and the fight with Lance and his crew immediately after, so it was a pleasant and energetic trip back to the city. There are 2 final techniques to study during this semester, Master Feld said. Reevan was seated in class in the second-year elite weaving course. The first week had been consolidating everything they had learned from the first semester further, and now they were getting into the rest of the curriculum. I'm sure many of you have noted the essence of the weaves and how they resemble knots and ropes, Master Feld said. So has anyone deduced what the last 2 techniques are? Several hands shot up, the same hands that usually shot up to answer the questions. Master Feld once more called upon Samantha. Knots, Samantha answered. That's one, Master Feld nodded. What's the other one? He tilted his head as he perused the class. All of the hands went down after Samantha had said knots, but nobody raised their hands again. Anyone? Master Feld continued to look around for a moment. Reevan raised his hand. His mother had already told him the answer after he had also correctly guessed knots were the next step, but he wasn't one to try and steal the limelight. He only raised his hand because nobody else had done so. They all come from prominent families that have caster classes in them. Did none of their family instruct them on it? Maybe they told them to wait and learn for themselves in the academy. Reevan mentally shrugged. Reevan, Master Feld called on him. Patterns, Reevan stated simply. Yes, exactly, Master Feld said. Knots and patterns round out the techniques for building spells. The truly high-level spells can have whole tapestries woven inside of them. I guess that explains why Mom has been so enthusiastic about Kylie and Riley's artistic endeavors, Reevan thought. They're already able to create some intricate works with just the simplest things. They've been able to make pictures of all of our faces with intricate detail simply from different shades in grass stalks. The next portion of our study will be on the knots, and the second half of the semester will be on patterns, Master Feld continued. Does anyone know what the knots do? Several hands went up, but they weren't raised nearly as enthusiastically as before. Master Feld indicated for a student to give their answer. They compressed the strings and ropes even further. The student asked more than answered. Yes, partially, Master Feld said. You can fit more of a particular weave inside of a spell shell by creating knots out of the string, but that's not all they do. There are many different types of knots, and each one has a different effect. They can amplify the characteristics of a weave based on its shape and position, and they can mute other characteristics just the same. Let's say you want to create a fire blast spell, and you want it to have a super strong burst effect, but you want to concentrate the blast within a certain range. You can use one set of knots to increase the force of the blast, and another set of knots can mute the dispersion. You could also increase or decrease the temperature of the flames to match the situation. Knots can increase the spin of the internal rotations in an air bolt, or you can use knots to create multiple layers of different rotations. Knots can vastly increase the versatility and power of your spells. Samantha raised her hand after Master Feld introduced the concept to the class, and he called on her to ask whatever question she had. If knots are so versatile and powerful, then what's the purpose of the patterns? Excellent question, Master Feld replied. Just like how the number of weaves a spell can contain is restricted, the number of knots a weave can contain is also restricted. Less complicated knots put less strain on a weave, like lower affinities put less strain on the shell, and higher tier affinities can more easily handle the strain of more complicated knots. Knots don't affect the strain a weave has on the shell, but it does affect the strain on the weave directly. Patterns, likewise, don't put any strain on the shells. They also put a strain on the weaves, but in a different way than knots. A higher tier affinity, like with knots, can contain a more complicated pattern. Knots amplify and mute characteristics of the weaves, and patterns affect the intent of the spell. The higher your magic stat, the more intent you can infuse into your spell. It works a lot like knots, but it affects the spell as a whole. As an example, we'll go back to the Fire Blast spell. Using knots, you can only get so far with the amplification of the burst and muting of the dispersion, but then you can add a pattern to it to go beyond the limits of the weaves and knots. Not only can you further amplify it, but you can instill different effects that the weaves themselves would have a hard time creating. You could create a pattern for the Fire Blast spell that would cause the blast to linger, or move about, or expand and contract multiple times. Revan raised his hand as a thought struck him. I remember my mom combined her laser ball spells with her celestial tornado spell. Was that an effect caused by patterns? Master Feld indicated for Revan to ask his question. Can patterns in individual spells be used to combine multiple spells together? He asked. Yes, very good, Master Feld answered enthusiastically. If you create multiple spells with either the same pattern or with complementary patterns, they can combine, and the synergy of the combination will create a drastically more powerful effect. This is an advanced technique, though, and most students don't start doing so until after they've graduated. We'll teach you how to do so, but you'll have too much to do to work on your foundations while you're here. That being said, the higher tier academies will have courses on the more advanced techniques. Another reason to fight for the quota, Revan mused. I know my mom could help me out a lot with it, especially with her weaver designation and practice. However, she did tell me that her own education was cut short, so she can probably only help with specific affinities. Maybe I can learn more and actually teach her a few things to help her out. Revan chuckled to himself at the thought. The system will automatically add knots to your class spells based on your intent once you reach midway through your Tier 3 class, Master Feld said. The same thing will happen with patterns once you reach midway through Tier 4. That doesn't prevent you from doing it freehand, though. You just won't get assistance from the system in this aspect until you've reached a certain level of mastery in your magical abilities. Midway through Tier 3 and 4 is just an average, too. If you're particularly gifted, the system will provide the appropriate assistance when it deems you skilled enough. Okay, Master Feld concluded. If there are no more questions, I'll begin instructing you on the different types of knots. We'll spend a couple of weeks learning this material, and then I'll teach you what the different positioning of the knots can do. The days at the academy flew by. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. Revan split his focus between spending a week or two concentrating on his classes and the curriculum, and going out and about with his friends to explore the dungeons and adventurer guild quests. Revan's proficiency in weaves continued to grow, and adding the knots to his repertoire didn't hinder his expansion in learning new weaves and gaining proficiency. These knots really aren't all that difficult, Revan thought as he practiced in the privacy of his room. The knots themselves have nothing to do with physical knots. Many of the variations would serve absolutely no purpose, or they wouldn't even be able to work in the first place. It makes sense considering the affinities aren't based on physical reality to begin with, so why would knots start to do so? The only difficult thing about knots is their positioning, but even that becomes simpler with strong memorization. Master Feld said that the theory of why the knots work and what their positioning means on a fundamental level are more advanced courses. We'll get a bit of it in the last semester as Year 3 students, but the Tier 2 and higher academies go further in depth. Patterns, likewise, aren't representative of reality. We've only just started exploring the patterns we can weave into our spell shells with our strings, but from what I've gathered, nobody has to use the same pattern to get the same function. Masterfeld has instructed us that the patterns are a tool to concentrate intent. Rievin had too many affinities to explore the weaves and knots, so he still spent the bulk of his personal practice time on that subject, rather than pushing forward into the patterns. He still worked on them, but his advantage in affinities and their weaves was quickly turning into a hindrance as the class advanced to the new subject. Keeping up with the others is the best I can do for now, but once I finish exploring the knots and positioning for all of my affinities, I'm confident I can stride ahead of the others in regards to the patterns, as well. A solid foundation has been drilled into me as the most important point to focus on in the lower tiers. The hindrance it brings to getting ahead of others who don't have nearly as broad a foundation is a small price to pay for the guarantee of going further in tiers in the future. It's the same concept of siphoning my experience into my bloodline and unlocking it. While I won't gain as many levels as fast as others, I'll have more choices and a broader future. Leveling up too quickly in pursuit of short-term gains is a well-known fallacy. Despite only keeping up with the pack when it came to the new material, Rievin wasn't deterred or demoralized from his purpose. He understood that the other students weren't sacrificing their potential in pursuit of power now, but he wouldn't waste his higher natural talent in mana skills and affinities just to keep pace. The other main aspect of Rievin's academy life was the dungeon explorations. The dungeons in the first tier kingdom were honestly nothing special to Rievin, other than the Shadow Fort main boss monster. Picking up Adventure Guild quests was also a good way to accumulate school credits, and many of them were commissions for acquiring materials from the wilderness or the resource dungeons. Rievin had convinced Tom, Vane, and Trick that using their school tokens to gain access to the quests was a short-sighted option, and they all registered as official adventurers as well. Rievin added them as nominal members to the Frostfire Thorns, and they picked up several quests to pick up materials for the local craftsmen when they went to explore the dungeons. Rievin found that conjuring a forester's axe and a miner's pick from using his mana skills not only helped him increase those mana skills, but the added concentration made it more difficult and actually increased his leveling speed of woodworking and mining. There were other quests from the Adventurers Guild that they accepted other than acquiring materials, too. There were several quests to cull the populations of wild goblins and ferocious beasts with prolific breeding in the forests and mountains surrounding the more civilized parts of the kingdom. The locations of the dungeons were still considered to be somewhat within the range of the civilized society, but it wasn't much of a burden to travel another day or so beyond to where the wilderness was still dominant. The mountains near the Tier 2 region border were nothing compared to the majestic range the Revenant dungeon was attached to. That mountain range was famous for its breadth, though, and it spanned multiple regions. There were even rumors that the highest peaks far, far away stretched into a Tier 6 region. Rievin wasn't sure if the rumors were accurate, but having seen the mountain range in question, he didn't have any reason to disbelieve them. The mountains he and his friends traveled to in pursuit of the culling quests weren't part of any larger ranges, though. They were simply solitary mountains consisting of only a few individual peaks. The forests near the Tier 2 border were also grander than the ones found closer to the capital and other cities. The trees were massive towers, and the sunlight was muted on the forest floor. The ferocious beasts and monsters found in the mountains and forests of the Tier 1 region, while dangerous to lifestyle classes and younger citizens, posed no threats to the party of combat classers, and they quickly raked in not only contribution points toward their adventure rank, but also school credits to match them. Their expeditions were free from worry, and they didn't have to deal with any more altercations from the arrogant Knight Academy students led by Lance, but Rievin always remembered his lessons from growing complacent and kept a sharp eye out for any indication of conflict. Jarrett and the other two Magic Academy students that had accompanied Lance when he attacked them outside the boss dungeon had repeatedly assured Rievin that they wanted nothing to do with any personal feud that Lance had with him or his friends, and they went out of their way to express goodwill when on campus. The supposed ceasefire from Lance and his friends wasn't a permanent situation, though. Rievin walked through the streets with his roommates, bantering back and forth as they headed to the restaurant that they frequented when they met up with Talon and Kimberly. They kept going back to the same establishment that they had originally all grouped up together that was owned by Alicia's family. It had a splendid menu that never disappointed, and they were treated to a small discount at the instruction of Alicia. Rievin and his friends weren't short on money. Even Talon and Kimberly still had a substantial sum in their pockets remaining from when they sold the experience crystals they had acquired in the Revenant dungeon. They were meeting up to go on their final dungeon run, the Shadow Fort, and Ryevin had just got permission for their party to explore the whole thing. This will be the last dungeon that we explore before the end of the semester, Ryevin thought as they entered their private room. After the semester is over, we'll take a short break with our families. Talon and Kimberly will leave ahead of us so they can go home to spend some time with their families as well, and then we'll all meet up at the Revenant Dungeon to finish exploring the third floor. Melissa and Larissa have expressed interest in joining us out there again with their other friends. We can spend some time mixing and matching our party makeup to explore the dungeon. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to go in together, even with how dangerous the second floor can be. If there's another floor below that, I'll probably have to go in with my parents' subordinates instead of my own party. I really want to complete the entire dungeon, and the third floor is most likely going to be a challenge for us. There's no way I would subject my friends to the dangers of a fourth floor in that dungeon if it exists. Ryevin and his friends sat down at the table in the private room and ordered the food and drinks. They laughed and joked around, discussing the different aspects of the academy and dungeon exploration while they waited for Talon and Kimberly to arrive. Ryevin's roommates were in great moods recently because they had all solidly taken a place in the top 10 of the novice rankings after all the hard work they had put in. Trick was still slightly higher than the other two, taking 4th place ranking in the class. Tom was ranked 6th, and Vane was right on his heels at 7th place. Nobody had ever come close to knocking Ryevin out of his 1st place ranking. The door banged open as the friends waited for the last 2 members of the party, and Talon and Kimberly came limping in. Talon made his way to the closest chair and collapsed into it, wincing and holding his side as he settled into his seat. Kimberly was a little bit better off than him, and she only had the slight limp that she came in with, not having any trouble sitting in her seat. Lance, that sneaky jerk, finally struck back, Talon said after finishing his drink. He and his friends had ignored us and lulled us into a false sense of security. Kimberly and I always kept an eye on him, but the other students that were supposed to make sure he didn't enlist any older students in a group battle got busy with their own things now that were toward the end of the semester. He challenged us to a group battle like you predicted, and he showed up with 4 third-year students who are about to graduate. That guy has no shame, Trick said, gritting his teeth. He better pray that we don't run into him at the Shadow Fort. Are you two even in a state to go to the Shadow Fort this weekend? Trick directed the question toward Talon and Kimberly. We only have some bruising, Kimberly replied. Even though it was basically a team of third years against us and the lower-ranked friends we've made, they weren't able to secure a blowout victory as they had anticipated. We'll be right as rain from our own passive recovery by the time we reach the Shadow Fort tomorrow. Yeah, it's not in the way, Talon said, wincing once more. We don't have any broken bones or any serious injuries, just a bit of wounded pride. The other people who witnessed the match, though, knew what was up, and our prestige hasn't actually dropped from the result of the match. I don't really care about your prestige in the Night Academy, as long as you two are fine, Ryevin said. If you don't feel up to going to the dungeon this weekend, we can always wait a couple of days or a week before going. We appreciate that, Talon said, Kimberly nodding along, but that won't be necessary. We're really fine and we'll be back to fighting condition before you know it. Ryevin eyed his friends with concern. He could see the determination and fire in his friend's eyes, and he nodded his head. All right, it's settled then, Ryevin said. Did you guys get permission to explore the whole dungeon? Yup, Talon answered. No sweat. When we provided the administration with the makeup of our group and the deeds we've accomplished, as well as your ranking in the Magic Academy novice class, they were perfectly satisfied, Kimberly added. Then let's eat, Trick shouted. We'll have lunch here and then head to the army outpost near the dungeon afterward. We can even take the leftovers to eat on the way there. No reason to subject ourselves to field rations when we can have delicacies from the capital. Ryevin kept a critical eye on the condition of his friends, but after they had started eating and drinking, Talon and Kimberly didn't display anything too obstructing. The friends enjoyed their meal and packed some to go before heading out to the last dungeon exploration of the semester. The shadow people are basically similar to the soldiers you interacted with in Magron, Tom explained as they walked through the heavily militarized outpost outside of the dungeon. Several squads of armored soldiers were lined up to enter the dungeon in an orderly fashion at the start of the new day. There was military discipline on display in all directions, and Ryevin was impressed with how efficient and thorough the soldiers of the army were. Ryevin had donned his armor and soared once more for this dungeon. He wasn't going to take a dungeon that had a tier 3 spell caster for a boss lightly. His armor in the military environment made him feel more at home than he had expected. This is the environment that Knight Captain Ryefeld trained in when he was younger, so it's no surprise that they're a well-oiled machine, Ryevin thought. It seems that the Knight Captain got his military bearing and professionalism because of the kingdom's standing army, and not in spite of it. Ryevin nodded his head in appreciation at the workings of the outpost. He turned his attention back to Tom as their party entered the queue to enter the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was the gate to the ancient fort, the walls still standing in good condition after thousands of years. The troops in the yard will all be low to mid-tier 2 soldiers, and they'll come at us with similar tactics as the squads of our own military, Tom continued. Just because they're actually mindless monsters doesn't mean their nature, as trained soldiers, are any different. There will be some that are only grouped in small groups or ones that will come at us individually, but it's mostly squads, Vane added. The interior of the barracks is a little different. They will all only be in small groups or individuals, but they're all mid to high tier 2 combat class monsters. The real danger comes from the bastion itself, Trick said. It's full of groups of 2 to 4, royal guards as they're called, and they're all level 60 tier 2 monsters. The Lord of the Dungeon is a tier 3 caster with 4 bodyguards. Our magical abilities will be crucial to clearing the dungeon in a swift and safe manner, Reevan mused. For the first 2 floors of the dungeon, I'll mainly act as a caster in the back row with Talon and Kimberly taking up the vanguard. I can step up to the vanguard position at any time I'm needed, but I'll take the lead in confronting the dungeon lord. You guys focus on killing the 4 bodyguards while I keep the caster focused on me, and then we can crush him all together. Sounds like a plan, Talon said. Kimberly will take up the main defensive position in the vanguard when it's a smaller group of enemies. She's much better with a shield and spear than I am. Depending on the size of the squads that we encounter, we might need you to step up to the front simply to keep them from moving around us and getting to the other casters, though, he pointed out to Reevan. Don't worry, I'm prepared, Reevan smiled. Next group, enter. A crisp military command came to the party. Reevan saw that they were next in line, and he hurried his friends to keep up to enter to the dungeon. He didn't want to be responsible for holding the line up and gaining the ire of the soldiers. Once they crossed the threshold of the dungeon, Reevan saw a familiar scene. The monsters were spread out throughout the open field. Some marched in formation, an endless loop from side to side. Some appeared to be practicing their martial combat skills, either against training dummies or other monsters, and there was one shadow man who was obviously the boss of the floor. The monster in question was attired in splendid shiny armor, and he had obvious accoutrements that denoted he was an officer. Another shadow person followed him around, similarly attired but with fewer decorations, a clipboard in one hand. Reminds me of my time as the aide to Knight Lieutenant Brand, Reevan chuckled. He watched the soldiers performing their eternal duties. The boss of the first area apparently wandered the entire floor randomly, and if they weren't careful, they could be engaged by him at any time. Make sure we don't accidentally get noticed by the boss until we've killed all of the other monsters first, Tom warned. Why, is he actually harder than he seems? I thought you said he was level 45 tier 2, Reevan asked. No, he's nothing special, Tom answered. But he'll call all of the other monsters still alive to attack us at the same time. Reevan's instincts kicked in at the information. Oh, what happens if someone engages the boss monster first and kills the entire floor altogether? Is that a hidden hard mode? He asked, an eyebrow quirked with interest. I'm not sure. Tom trailed off. You're not seriously thinking about doing that, are you? I've only ever heard tales of people fleeing for their lives when they made a mistake. Why, you scared? Reevan asked, looking at Tom with a grin. I think that's a great idea. And if nobody has ever done it before, I'm sure it is a hidden hard mode. You're crazy, Tom exclaimed. You want to get us all killed just on a hunch that it might be a hard mode. Reevan listened to Tom as he scanned the surroundings. There were several smaller buildings on the outskirts of the main yard. Those look like individual dwellings. I wonder. Reevan pointed to the smaller buildings. What are those? Are there any monsters inside of them? The others followed the direction he was pointing and spotted the smaller buildings he was talking about. They were little one-room buildings in a row. It looked like one long building with doors leading to individual rooms. No, there are no monsters in those buildings, Trick answered. From what I know, there's really nothing in them at all, just bunks. Reevan smiled as he walked toward one of the buildings, his party following on his heels. He noticed that not only were there no monsters inside of the little rooms, but there weren't any monsters relatively close, either. It seems like the dungeon is simulating a typical day where all of the soldiers are either gathered up to train or are in the main barracks. Reevan inspected the rooms. He conjured an axe and hacked at the wood making up the building, and it sunk in like it would any other building. He dismissed the axe and contemplated the structure. Okay, hear me out, Reevan said. We can reinforce the walls with our magic, and we can punch some holes from room to room on the inside in case we need to escape. We can lure the enemies over here, and the doorway will prevent them from all getting to us at once. It might be a long fight, but it shouldn't be a dangerous one, and Kimberly, Talon, and I can switch out taking turns standing in the door. Tom, Vane, and Trick, you guys can take turns standing behind one of us, lobbing spells over our heads at the monsters. With proper rotation, we should be able to easily handle engaging the entire floor at once. The other party members looked at each other and considered the strategy that Reevan had come up with. I like it, Talon said. Might as well add some spice to the adventure, eh? I don't see why it couldn't work, Kimberly added. Especially if we make holes in the interior walls, we'll have a proper escape route in case things don't go as planned. All right, Tom conceded. We can give it a try. They are mindless monsters, all things considered, and they won't be able to come up with any counter strategies. They'll basically act like goblins and just rush us without any other considerations other than acting like soldiers. I doubt they'll even try to hack through the walls to get to us. Vane and Trick shrugged and nodded their heads in agreement as well. It's settled then, Reevan rubbed his hands together. We don't have to maintain the reinforcement the whole time. We can take turns as needed when we're not flinging spells. I have the most mana, so unless I burn through a lot of it, I'll do most of the reinforcing to begin with. Let's make it happen, Reevan said with excitement. I don't necessarily revel in doing dangerous things, but the dungeons in the Tier 1 region, despite their variety, have been pretty boring up until now. The party quickly made a tunnel of sorts through the interior of the long dormitory, and Reevan exited on his own to engage the boss. He waited for several minutes for the boss to get closer on its meandering path, and once it was in range, Reevan launched a powerful fire bolt spell infused with kinetic weaves and strategically placed knots for maximum impact. The fire bolt slammed into the head of the boss, and the impact was so large it lifted it off of the humanoid's feet and he crumpled to the ground. What happens if I kill the boss in one shot? Reevan thought, slightly worried. His worries disappeared, though, as the boss stood up and let out a loud bellow. Its face had a large, smoldering scar on it, smoke visibly wafting away from the burn. All of the other shadow people on the first floor turned to look at the boss. The boss drew its sword and pointed toward Reevan with it, and the other monsters let out loud screams as they laid eyes on Reevan and charged toward him. Reevan quickly retreated to the small fortification his party had set up, and Kimberly stepped forward with Tom right behind her. Talon was waiting to the side with Vane and Trick standing by. The monsters weren't that close to Reevan, so it wasn't a close call or anything like that, but there were almost 100 of the shadow people welling up to get at the party members inside the dorm. Kimberly held them off at the door with Tom launching his class spells. They would have time to work on free hand spell weaving if they maintained enough mana after they thinned the horde out. Reevan found himself just standing around, waiting for his turn while the others fought against the monsters. They weren't smart enough to try any other avenue of approach other than the open door the party held fast. This is actually probably easier than engaging all of the enemies on this floor individually while keeping a lookout for the boss, Reevan thought. I'm pretty sure the actual boss already died, too. He really was nothing special. The battle only lasted about half an hour, and Reevan only took one turn launching spells at the monsters. He took the last turn holding the door to let Kimberly and Talon recover their stamina, though. The last monster fell, and it disintegrated like the Dullahan had after Reevan walked forward, accidentally kicking it in the process. That explains why there's not a mountain of corpses in front of the building, Reevan idly thought. There were several pieces of well-maintained equipment littering the floor where the monsters had occasionally dropped a piece of loot. The party sifted through the weapons and armor, but there wasn't really anything standing out, so they only took a couple of the more expensive-looking pieces that were most likely dropped from the boss. See, no problem, Reevan said. Considering how easy that was, I'm guessing that this is actually a pretty well-known tactic, and either people don't actively spread it, or you guys just never heard of it before. Probably, Tom conceded. Nobody had come even close to the danger levels for health, stamina, or mana, but they still walked over toward the barracks with a plan to rest before tackling the next portion of the dungeon. As they walked over, Reevan spotted a chest that hadn't been there before, sitting on the ground next to the entrance to the barracks. Told you so, Reevan said, pointing to the chest. I'm betting that a system chest isn't normally rewarded upon completion of this area, is it? Tom and the others shook their heads. Reevan clapped Tom on the shoulder with a wide grin on his face. Have faith in me, and I'll lead you to all sorts of good stuff. Spear of the Lost Army, a worn spear that has been wielded by many competent spearmen. Provides minor proficiency bonus to spears. Dagger of the Lost Army, a worn dagger that has been wielded by many competent scouts. Provides minor proficiency bonus to daggers. Reevan pulled out the two pieces of gear that were inside the reward chest. He inspected them briefly before handing them to Kimberly and Talon, respectively, briefly explaining the description the system provided. The Lord might drop something useful to a caster class, and you guys can have a chance at that, but it makes more sense to pass these items off to the two people who can use them right now, Reevan explained to Tom and the others. We'll total the rewards from the dungeon run later, and we'll make sure everyone is compensated fairly. You don't have to explain to us, Reevan. Tom waved his hands in front of his face. We get it, and we know you're not trying to just give your friends all the best stuff. I mean, we're your friends too, true, but I still want everything to be fair at the end of the day, Reevan replied. No sweat, Trick said. Kimberly placed the two spears next to each other on the wall after inspecting the new one. Talon immediately replaced one of his daggers for the new acquisition, and he patted it with a smile once it was properly in place. Neither of them had an inspect skill of their own, yet, so they had to rely on Revan to tell them the effects of the equipment. The 6 party members sat down with their backs against the wall of the barracks to take a rest. They pulled out some rations to have a snack to help replenish their stamina consumption. They weren't worried about any passing monsters, as it was common knowledge that denizens of dungeons didn't leave their floors, though it's also common knowledge that they don't leave the dungeons either, and we've seen how well that holds true. As long as there isn't any outside interference, we should be fine to relax. Revan kept an eye out for any dangers as they rested, but nothing interrupted them. The party quickly finished their snack and stood up, ready to tackle the barracks. The barracks is made up of a couple of large, open bunk rooms and several smaller individual rooms, Tom explained. The entrance should be guarded by a couple of shadow people in a small reception room, and then behind that is the open quarters. As far as I know, there are multiple groups of 2 to 5 monsters each scattered throughout the open room, and there are individual monsters in the side rooms. There are 3 floors, and the 3rd floor is the boss encounter. It's similar to the first boss we fought. It's just a bit higher level than the others, and it will call all the monsters on the floor to join the fight if we don't kill them first. Tom gave Revan a look from the side of his eyes. Are you going to want to try and see if there's a hard mode for this boss too? Nah, Revan shook his head. There probably is one, but it doesn't seem like engaging that entire floor at once is enough to justify it being a hard mode. If it's any more complicated than that to try and trigger one, I say we just do it normally as quickly as possible and move on to the last area. The party all nodded their heads and entered the barracks. Kimberly led from the front, shield up and sword out. She left her spear propped up outside as it would be more of a hindrance in the tighter quarters. Her class of fighter and training in the Knight Academy had helped her quickly gain and level her sword skill. She can definitely use more training in order to catch up to her proficiency with a spear, but she's competent enough for our purposes, Revan noted as she engaged the 2 shadow people. Talon seemed to blend into the shadows as he activated his class skills. He popped up behind one of the monsters and managed to sink his daggers into its back, unnoticed until he struck. The shadow person threw his head back, a grimace on his face, and Kimberly took the opportunity to stab her sword through its chest to end its life. She kept her shield up to block the attack of the other monster as she and Talon finished off the first monster, and 3 bolt spells flew around her to impact the monster and throw it off balance. It was severely injured after taking 3 direct hits, and Revan finished it off with a plasma beam to the face. We can use similar tactics to handle all groups of 3 or less, Revan said as they moved toward the entrance to the bunk hall. When there's 4 or more, I'll join Kimberly in the front as the vanguard. We'll still use the same basic tactics, though. The others nodded their heads as they advanced into the next room. It was a long hall with several bunks evenly spaced in a tidy manner. Revan was reminded of his time with the second squad as he noticed that there were several groups playing cards or doing some other mundane activity. There were even a couple of shadow people with brooms and other cleaning implements in their hands, sweeping and cleaning the barracks. Revan let Kimberly lead them from group to group, and they dispatched their way through the hall with ease. Revan only had to step up a couple of times to assist Kimberly with his own sword and shield. The nature of the dungeon and the monsters really makes this strange. If this was out in the real world, with real people, no way all of these groups would just ignore us as we systematically butchered their companions. As it is, they seem to only be alerted if we get too close to them personally, or we engage a monster in the group. It was actually a pretty leisurely experience, and Revan could tell that at least Kimberly was getting marginally better at handling a sword after each encounter. The party made its way through the second floor of the dungeon with no hiccups. The second floor of the barracks was almost exactly the same as the first, just with different makeups of the groups they fought. They made sure to clear out each of the individual rooms, too. The monsters that had their own rooms were slightly higher level and more skilled in their chosen weapons, but being all alone made them no harder than the groups in the hall. Trick and Talon had started to rummage through each of the footlockers located at the ends of all of the bunks, but they were all empty. They didn't even contain clothing or other possessions that would likely be found in a real barracks setting. They arrived on the 3rd floor in no time, and Revan had to spend the entire time up front with Kimberly. All of the encounters on the 3rd floor were groups of 5 monsters. There weren't any more of them than could be found on the lower floor, and because they were all grouped up with 5 at once, they actually cleared their way to the boss much faster than on the previous floors. The party wasn't tired or low on their vitals, so Kimberly immediately initiated the boss fight once they reached the end of the floor. The boss fight was also an encounter with 5 total, and the other 4 shadow people accompanying the obvious boss that was dressed similarly to the officer on the field were also higher level and more skilled than the regular monster soldiers. Kimberly took on the boss and 1 other monster, while Ryevin handled the other 3. Ryevin didn't have any difficulty holding the 3 back and keeping their attention, but he noticed that Kimberly was actually struggling a little with the boss. The second boss was actually pretty skilled with the sword, and Kimberly would have been in trouble if her armor and shield skills hadn't been honed much higher than her sword skill. Even with the added difficulty for Kimberly, she still calmly held off her 2 monsters, and the other 4 party members methodically slew them all, one at a time. They started with killing the actual boss first, Talon performing his disappearing act followed by a dagger in the kidney to open the barrage of damage, and the fight was very simple after that. Ryevin even managed to slay one of his own monsters by himself before the rest of the party got to it. "Well, this floor wasn't too bad," Ryevin commented. "I can see why the academies aren't too concerned with the students exploring the first 2 regions." "None of the dungeons in the kingdom are really all that challenging," Trick said. "Sure, the last boss of this dungeon can be tricky, but as long as a party has a couple of experienced casters of their own, it should be doable. That's not counting the younger or green people just starting," Vane pointed out. "It's not really an issue for us or the established parties, but even the first 2 floors of this dungeon could be hard for newbies in over their heads." Yeah, you know what I mean," Trick rolled his eyes. "I'm talking about people like us, talented students of the academies. It's a good habit to always take fights seriously," though Ryevin said, "even though it hasn't been a challenge for us except for Kimberly with the boss monster just now, which is to be expected. Actually, we shouldn't grow complacent." We know," Trick said. "You're always warning us about it. I'm sure if you stick around Ryevin long enough, you'll get to see things go sideways yourself," Talon said with a chuckle. "All right, let's go kill this last boss," Tom said, slamming his fist into his open palm. "We can be done before lunch and get some real food on the outside instead of more field rations." "Yeah, real food." Trick pumped his fist in the air alongside Vane. Ryevin shook his head as he headed for the exit, Talon and Kimberly chuckling behind him. Tom snatched up the sword that was dropped by the boss, but that was the only piece of loot that looked like it could sell on the outside. They didn't have infinite space to store everything like Ryevin had seen his parents do with their magical pouches. "I really need to ask them to give me one," so they had to pick and choose what they would take with them. It would be impractical to exit and enter the dungeon over and over again for the few silvers they could gain from looting literally everything available. The group took a 10-minute breather before heading to the central bastion, a large stone building that really rounded out the aesthetic of a small castle. Ryevin glanced up at the imposing building and noted the murder holes and other features of the fortification. The Royal Guard, as they're called, will be in groups of 2 on the first floor, with 3 guarding the stairwell to the second floor, Tom informed the group. The second floor contains groups of 3 to 5 patrolling the halls and rooms, and the third floor is just the boss room. The boss is the lord of the castle plus 4 bodyguards. "Ryevin will pretty much need you to take the lead once we get to the second floor. Each of the royal guards, from the information I've read, is as skilled as the boss in the barracks. No offense, Kimberly," he nodded to her, and she nodded back with good nature, "but you might not be able to handle the responsibilities of the lead vanguard at that point." "No offense taken," Kimberly replied. "I know my own abilities, and I'm still learning. This first floor will be good practice for me." "We'll let her take the lead for the first floor," Ryevin agreed. "Let's go." The group entered the large double doors leading into the heart of the dungeon. The interior was well lit with lanterns and chandeliers, and the first encounter was right inside the building like the barracks had been. Kimberly engaged the shadow people, Ryevin assisting her to the side, and they carried out the same tactics as before. Talon blended into the shadows and launched a sneak attack at the rear of the royal guard that Kimberly was fighting, but the one that Ryevin was engaged with suddenly threw their shield arm behind their companion, blocking Talon's strike. This opened up a different opportunity, though, and Ryevin dashed forward to stab the shadow man in the side where its armor was less protective. Ryevin maintained a sharpness affinity infusion in his mana sword, and he easily pierced through the underlying leather armor. The shadow man grunted and attempted to hit Ryevin in the face with the pommel of its sword, but Ryevin batted the attack away with his own shield and followed up by continuing his momentum and driving the shield into the shadow man's face. He used the opponent's off-balance stumble from the strike to pull his sword out and thrust once more. His sword pierced through the monster's neck, and the sudden loss of blood pressure caused it to collapse to its knees, dropping its sword and shield to hold at its neck. Ryevin's dexterity and perception stats were high enough that he was able to spot and react to opportunities in the blink of an eye, and his entire assault had taken less than a second to complete. Bolt spells slammed into the first monster, and Talon was able to finally stab it in the back, as its attention was still firmly held by Kimberly. The same attacks as the ones against the shadow people in the barracks ended the life of the royal guard, but they were just delivered in a slightly different order. Looks like you need to practice your class skills some. 2. Ryevin smirked at Talon as he wiped his sword with a cloth. The blood and other remnants of the corpses all disappeared into smoke, but Ryevin was in the habit of keeping his gear clean. It's better to go through the motions than to risk losing the habit, Ryevin thought as the party formed back up. I might have been a bit too eager, Talon said with a shrug. Monsters and people, for that matter with higher perception, can perceive intentions and mood fluctuations. That's one of the things they taught us at the Night Academy. I agree I still need to practice, but I think what I really need to practice is embodying the nature of my class. What is your class anyway? Vane asked. I assumed you were a rogue or some sort of scout, but you're using slightly different abilities than I expected. I'm a spook, Talon answered candidly. It became available after clearing the second boss room in the Revenant dungeon. It's geared slightly more towards stealth and combat than a typical rogue, losing some of the other versatility of that class in order to boost the sneaking and mobility aspects. I've never heard of that class before, Trick said with a thoughtful look. Yeah, me neither, Talon chuckled. The party continued into the last floor of the dungeon, skirting around the entrance to the next floor to mop up the wandering patrols first. They would run the risk of more patrols getting too close to them and attacking them from behind if they didn't clear them out first, and went straight to the 3 shadow people guarding the next floor. Each encounter was similar in nature to the first one. There wasn't anything difficult, and Talon gradually got better at hiding his intentions and landing a sneak attack. Kimberly, likewise, continued to get better with her weapons as well. Ryevin stood forth to take the lead once the first floor was cleared of all the patrols, and he engaged the 3 royal guards standing at the base of the stairs. The room with the stairs was wide open, with the stairs going up in the center and branching to either side before reaching the second floor. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling which stretched all the way to the 3rd floor base, and there was plenty of room for combat maneuvers. Ryevin was easily able to handle 2 of the royal guards as Kimberly dragged the 3rd one toward her. Ryevin's stats and skill levels enabled him to have more than enough energy to handle more than one of the opponents. The party made quick work of the enemies, nothing really changing since Ryevin didn't have any additional stress from handling another shadow person. I could probably handle an entire group of 5, if not for the fact that they could just walk around me to get to the others, Ryevin thought. Their armor and shields make it harder to get a quick kill like I could against the Revenants, but their overall danger levels are much lower, especially against the Revenants found deeper in that dungeon where the mana concentration was thicker. Ryevin led the party up into the 2nd floor, and there were no surprises as Ryevin was able to handle all of the groups of royal guards. He was right that Kimberly was still necessary, though, as the larger groups could take up the entire width of the hallway. Talon even had to step in and distract one of the royal guards for a moment in one of their first encounters, but his abilities and the short time he was engaged allowed them to circumvent the issue. The party expended considerably more stamina and mana in their fight to the 3rd floor than they had on any of the other areas, so the group took a short break to recharge before ascending to the 3rd and final floor after clearing all of the patrols. Here we go, Ryevin said. We'll do it the same way as the other groups of 5. I'll take the boss and 2 of the guards. Kimberly will get the 2 on the left, and you guys take them out first. I can utilize my mana shield in order to mitigate any spells the Lord throws my way. Just make sure you guys don't get tunnel vision in trying to kill the shadow people. The boss is a tier 3 caster, and it will hurt to take a blast to the face. Ryevin looked each of them in the eye as he instructed them, and his friends nodded back with serious expressions. They weren't worried about the boss fight, but they knew it had the potential to be the hardest fight they had encountered since beginning to explore the dungeons together. We got this, Trick said. The boss is a typical fire mage. He's tier 3, but I've heard that he uses pretty standard spells, bolt, blast, and beam. Noted, Ryevin replied. Let's go. Ryevin led his team up the last staircase and through the doors into the Lord's chamber. The boss stood on the far side of the room, looking down at a map on a table. The 4 bodyguards were stationed to either side of the room. All of the shadow people looked up at the same time as the party intruded on their domain, and Ryevin charged the caster. This was the last battle they would be fighting in the dungeon, so Ryevin wasn't going to hold back. He instantly closed the distance and thrust his sharpness-infused mana sword toward the boss. A shield sprung up and deflected the attack to the side, and the table went flying away from Ryevin, crashing right through it. The speed of the response means that was most likely not a skill, Ryevin surmised. It's probably a protective item the boss is wearing, and it will have limited uses. Let's see if it's a physical protection first. Ryevin canceled the sharpness infusion and activated his elemental weapon skill using fire. His mana sword lit up with the flames, and Ryevin pumped additional mana into it to extend the flaming blade beyond the limits of the sword. He slashed his attack at the boss that was still recovering from the sudden assault, and the flames passed through the shield, burning the monster. The shield dimmed a bit from the magical attack, and the boss snarled at the pain caused by the attack. The boss lifted his hand, and 3 firebolts flew out in quick succession toward Ryevin. Ryevin lifted his shield, additionally protected with his mana shield skill, and blocked the bolts from reaching him. The bolts impacted the shield, and fire scattered to either side in a splash. Ryevin took one more overhand swing at the boss with his flaming blade. The flames once more passed through the barrier, which once more dimmed further, but the boss lifted his other hand and created his own mana shield. Ryevin knew that he couldn't delay any further, and so he turned back to rush to the closest royal guard that was closing in. Ryevin's attack on the Lord had drawn the attention of all 4 royal guards, and Kimberly used her own charge skill to intercept the one closest to Ryevin on the left. She gained its attention and maneuvered it away to also pick up the last royal guard she was responsible for engaging. Talon had merged with the shadows and was positioning himself to strike as Tom, Vane, and Trick began pelting them with spells. Ryevin had a limited amount of time, so he ran past the first royal guard on the right side of the room, taking a swipe with his still flaming sword as he passed it. He ran to the second guard to engage it, and he also began to drag them along with him back to the boss monster. His charge skill was on cooldown still, not enough time passing for his body to recover enough to use it again. He could force it as he had before with the Dullahan, but there was no real need to do so in the current situation. Ryevin pumped a significant amount of his mana into his mana shield and positioned it at his back, and he felt the impacts of a couple more bolt spells as he dragged the royal guard back. He needed to get into a position where he could get all 3 of them in front of himself. If I hadn't done the initial charge to the boss, he would have been able to stand behind that table and launch spells while we fought the guards, Ryevin thought. Charging him first and getting that table out of the way removed that obstacle, and I just took a couple of attacks of opportunity while I was at it. Once I get the guards in the right position, this should go a lot smoother. Ryevin's danger sense kicked in as he moved backwards to the boss. He relied on his spatial awareness to see that the boss wasn't actually targeting him, but his sense mana skill let him know it was readying a powerful spell. "Watch out," Ryevin called out to his friends. "Blast spell incoming." Ryevin shifted his mana shield skill in the direction his spatial awareness indicated, and he sensed that Tom, Vane, and Trick threw up their own shields. Talon zipped over behind the trio to take advantage of their shields, and Kimberly hunkered down behind her own. The boss launched the spell toward the center of the group, not targeting any single person, and the large explosion shook the entire room. The heat from the flames washed over Ryevin, slightly bypassing his mana shield, but it quickly subsided. The force of the explosion wasn't enough to knock him off balance, but he was worried about his other friends, especially Kimberly. He stole a glance in their direction and saw that Tom, Vane, Trick, and Talon were all fine. Kimberly stumbled a bit, and she was immediately in more danger from the 2 royal guards she was fighting against. The effect of the blast spell hadn't affected any of the enemies in any way. That's just not fair, Ryevin thought ruefully. System shenanigans. Quickly, take care of those guards, Ryevin shouted. "I'm fine over here." Ryevin disengaged the 2 royal guards he was fighting and sprinted past the Lord. The caster turned to face him, and Ryevin was finally in a better position to fight the 3 enemies properly. He could also passively see the state of the rest of the party from his vantage. Talon dashed towards the closest royal guard, who was launching a furious assault on Kimberly, completely giving up any notions of stealth. His speed compensated, though, and he was able to land a backstab in the monster. Bolt spells quickly followed in his wake as he jumped back and away, turning to attack the other guard. The first guard was quickly drowned in magical damage, and it collapsed to the floor before disintegrating. Ryevin mentally relaxed a bit once the situation was finally brought under control. Kimberly had suffered some cuts and bruises from the assault after the blast spell, but she was back in top condition, holding off the last guard. Ryevin concentrated on the monsters in front of him, pushing himself to move faster and faster. His sword and shield blurred as he turned into a storm of metal, fending off the attacks of the guard and countering with his own. His stats were clearly superior, and his ability to control the fight was well in hand. The boss continued to mainly launch fire bolt spells in triplicate at Ryevin, and he deftly blocked them with his mana shield and shield. He angled the shield and danced around, utilizing the skill to help him move about while in combat, in order to avoid the beam spell the boss occasionally launched. There seems to be a pattern of attack the boss is following, Ryevin noticed. A couple more spells my way, and then he should once more launch a blast spell to the rest of the group. His companions decimated the last guard and quickly moved to engage the 3 monsters Ryevin was keeping occupied. Kimberly charged over and slammed into one with her shield. She knocked it off balance and took its attention away from Ryevin, and Talon and the others launched a furious barrage of damage at the other guard, quickly turning it into dust. With only the boss monster left for Ryevin to concentrate on, he was finally able to destroy the barrier, and the damage started to accumulate on the boss. The caster didn't simply stand still and cast spells at Ryevin, though, and it continually tried to dodge around the room to avoid him. Ryevin was much faster, though, and he easily kept up and continued to whittle its health down. The boss raised its hand and looked toward the rest of the group, indicating it was going to launch another blast spell. As it accumulated its mana, though, Ryevin dashed in close and slammed it in the face with his shield, stunning it and interrupting the gathering mana. The boss seemed to lose interest in its previous action, and it continued to dodge and cast spells at Ryevin. Ryevin absorbed the last trio of fire bolt spells from the boss, and he managed to land a solid stab through its heart. The boss stopped moving as its eyes looked into Ryevin's before losing focus. The boss's body went limp and collapsed to the floor, sliding off of Ryevin's sword. Ryevin looked up and noticed that the rest of the group killed the last guard nearly the same time he finished the boss off. Kimberly sat down and panted for breath after the combat was over. Talon walked over and checked on her to make sure she didn't actually have any serious injuries. Tom, Vane, and Trick likewise took a seat to recover from the chaotic battle. Ryevin wasn't so tired that he needed to take a seat, but a quick glance at his status showed that he had burned through close to 1,000 mana points to maintain his mana shield and elemental weapon skills. A flash of light caught everyone's attention, and a chest suddenly appeared in the center of the room. "Well, that was a bit exciting now, wasn't it?" Ryevin said with a smile. "Yeah, definitely not nearly as boring as the rest of the dungeons," Trick replied with a snort. "That would have been a lot easier if the guards had been standing next to the boss monster," Tom said. "If it weren't for the combination of them being spread out with a caster boss, it wouldn't have been nearly so bad." "I think we did pretty good," Talon said after making sure Kimberly was fine. The party took a couple of minutes to recover before joining Ryevin in front of the chest that had been bestowed by the system. Ryevin looked back and forth between each of the party members and rubbed his hands together before reaching out to the chest. "Let's see what we got for our trouble." Roster of the Lost Army, a scroll containing the names of the Lost Army personnel. Channel mana into the scroll to summon a random Lost Army soldier once every 24 hours. The summoned soldier lasts for 1 hour or until killed. Helpful hint: this is an accessory equipment. It only has to be on one's person to activate the stat effect. Lost Army Commander's Insignia. Insignia, denoting the proof of command of the Lost Army, can be used in conjunction with the roster of the Lost Army to increase the level of the summoned soldier. Lost Army Commander's Baton. Exquisite baton used by the commander of the Lost Army to command the troops. Protects party members from being affected by one's offensive spells. Ryevin pulled the rewards out of the chest and inspected them one by one. He presented them to his party and explained what they were. There was a record of all of the equipment that had been looted, and some people had done the math on their appearances to determine how rare they were. The commander's baton was the rarest piece of equipment that was rewarded. All of the pieces of equipment had the mark of the Lost Army on them. The mark was a dragon head with a curved back fading away, and there were some additional spikes drawn on to appear like they were either shooting out from the spine of the dragon or floating nearby. "It reminds me of a question mark," Ryevin chuckled. "Wow, the commander's baton is one of the most sought-after pieces of gear from this dungeon," Tom exclaimed with wide eyes. "If we weren't from rich families," he indicated himself and his 2 original friends, "then we would definitely sell it even if it is amazing for caster classes." "The roster is actually not that great by itself," Vane said, inspecting the rolled-up scroll. It was tied with a red ribbon and had the mark of the Lost Army stamped on it. It's completely random what kind of Lost Army soldier is summoned, and it's directly proportional to the makeup of the monsters in the dungeon. You're more likely to always summon one of the weaker monsters from the first 2 areas than anything else, and only being able to summon once a day means you can't just try your luck. "It's a different story with the insignia involved," Trick said, holding the pin that held the mark of the Lost Army, but there was a star above the dragon's head. "Someone channels their mana through the insignia first, before summoning through the roster, then the chances of summoning one of the officers or the royal guard are greatly improved. There's still a chance of summoning a weak shadow person, but it's much less likely. The utility of these items isn't amazing, but they can provide some decent help if you get lucky. I definitely wouldn't count on them as life-saving items, though." "That's kind of interesting," Ryevin said. "Is it possible to summon the Lord of the Dungeon?" "I've heard that it is possible," Tom answered. "The chances, even with the insignia, are extremely low, though. It makes sense if you think about it. The Lord is on the roster as the commander. Oh, you can open it up and read it. I thought it would just be a static representation or something," Ryevin said, looking at the roster with interest. "Yeah, it's a real scroll," Vane said. He held it out to Ryevin. "Do you want to look?" "Sure." Ryevin took the scroll and unfurled it. There was a long list of names and ranks in small script. The scroll wasn't huge, but it was larger than a regular piece of paper. Lord Gorn was the name of the commander, Ryevin noted. Wonder what the story is behind the lost army. Are they just referred to it as that because of the system, or were they literally lost when they still lived? Do you mind if I try it out? Reevin glanced at Vane over the top of the scroll. Vane shrugged. Sure, we're not planning on needing to use it soon or anything. Might as well check it out. Reevin channeled his mana through the scroll. He got a familiar sense, and he activated his mana sight with the veridical affinity infused through his eyes. The parchment lit up in his vision, and he saw a cursor of sorts rapidly moving from top to bottom over the names on the scroll. He could maintain the channel with minimum mana coursing through it, and the cursor continued to move, going back to the top of the scroll after reaching the very bottom. He would need to infuse a bit more mana in order to complete the summoning, but he held off for a moment. Hey, mind handing me the insignia? Reevin looked up at Trick, who was tossing the insignia up and down in his hand. He tossed it over to Reevin upon catching it again, and Reevin snatched it out of the air. Reevin canceled the mana infusion in the scroll, and he started over by running his mana through the insignia first. The parchment lit up once more, and the cursor returned. The cursor moved slightly slower, and it only scrolled through less than half of the names on the scroll before returning to the top. Aha, that's why the chances are higher to get a better summoned soldier. If I time this just right, Reevin concentrated and burst some additional mana through to complete the summon. A ray of light extended from the scroll, and a shadowy figure began to materialize inside of it. Reevin still had his veridical mana sight activated, so he was able to see the ethereal outline of earlier and more clearly. The summoning took 5 seconds, and at the end of it, an exact match for the lord of the dungeon that they had just defeated stood in the center of the party. Everyone exclaimed in surprise once he fully came into being. The lord looked around and nodded to the party members like he was a real person, but he didn't say anything. Tom stared at the shadow person for a moment before shaking his head and turning to Reevin. Just how high is your luck? He asked. I tell you, it's a really low chance to summon him. I've heard that most people never even manage to, and you summon him immediately. Tom closed his eyes as he lifted his head in the air and took a deep breath. Life isn't fair. Get used to it, Talon commented. Reevin just laughed and clapped Tom on the shoulder. So how are you going to distribute the gear? Reevin asked. If we wanted to get the maximum benefit out of the gear while exploring dungeons, it would make the most sense just to give all 3 of the items to you, Vane said wryly. You can apparently summon the Lord Monster, and you have the most versatility with your spells. The baton would work great with you using it. That might be true, but I'm not going to snatch your things, Reevin denied. I'm not a pure caster, and I already have some magical gear. He ran his hands over his heavy armor, and you guys have nothing. I'm sure your families could get you some cool stuff, but these are things you earned on your own merit. I think Tom should get the baton, Trick said. He uses the fire element the most, and that affinity is more likely to cause collateral damage than either of our elements. Vane nodded in agreement. Tom was the typical fire mage, Vane was a water mage, and Trick was an air mage. Sure, Vane said, and it doesn't really matter which one of us gets the scroll of insignia. They both have the same stat buffs, and if we want to use the scroll to summon something, we can just have Reevin do it. The party members all chuckled. Okay, I'm kind of partial to the insignia, Trick said. I don't know, I like bouncing it in my hand like a coin. Vane nodded, and Reevin tossed the insignia back to Trick. He handed the roster back to Vane. How does the summon work? Reevin asked. I summoned the monster, but I don't feel any kind of magical connection or anything, and I gave the scroll back to you. Misery and euphoria still apply though, so we couldn't order it to kill an innocent person and get away with it. The system knows who's responsible. Are you guys sure you're okay with me having the baton? Tom asked, holding said baton in both hands close to his chest. I feel like I don't deserve it. You were part of the party that cleared the dungeon, Reevin frowned. Don't ever feel like you don't deserve a reward for your own efforts, even if you think the effort you put in doesn't match the reward. Especially with us, your friends. Yeah, well said, Trick added. It makes the most sense for you to have it. In fact, it's better for us that you use it because we'll be safer when you really unleash your fire spells. The stat buffs aren't any better than what we got. It doesn't matter that it's considered the most valuable item, Vane said. The actual use of it is best in your hands. If you still feel the way you do, you can always make it up to us in some other way. Deal, Tom said. I'll treat everyone to a truly grand feast once we get back to the capital. Talon and Trick high-fived each other at the remark. Kimberly shook her head with a smile on her face. Speaking of, Talon said, it's just past lunchtime and I'm starving. Let's get out of here and get some real food. Don't attack anyone or anything unless I tell you, Vane ordered the Shadowcaster over his shoulder. It would be bad if something went wrong, and the Shadowcaster accidentally launched a spell at someone on the outside. The party made their way back toward the exit of the dungeon. They had swapped some of the lesser pieces of weaponry and armor they were going to sell for some of the better ones dropped by the Royal Guard. Kimberly made sure to pick up her spears before they left, too. They were in high spirits as they left the dungeon, and a notification popped up in Reevin's vision as soon as they stepped out. He focused on it to see the gains he had made while inside, exiting dungeon. Ryevin, a worried voice brought him out of looking at his notifications. Ryevin looked up and immediately noticed something wrong. The soldiers that were supposed to be guarding the entrance to the dungeon were nowhere to be seen. In fact, there was no military personnel in the area at all. Standing across the open space in front of the dungeon were Lance and his friends once again. There were a couple of additions to their party, though, as Ryevin spotted 3 older men accompanying them. Looks like he wasn't satisfied with the group battle he tried to manipulate, Ryevin thought, and we were right that he brought some higher-tier bodyguards to deal with me. Ryevin threw an inspect skill at the older man standing right next to Lance. He was older in the fact that he no longer looked like a teenager. He had stubble on his chin and a thin mustache. He had an arrogant look on his face to match the disposition of his employer, and he was wearing fancy medium armor with a sword and shield combination. Ryevin's observation skill and his understanding of weapons showed him several places where there were concealed weapons on the man. Tier 3 level 1030. Danger level very high. That's new, Ryevin thought. I haven't really been in the habit of inspecting other people. I just instinctively used it, probably because I was recently using it on the loot drops. The danger level is probably solely based on his level versus my own. Also, there's something else there. Ryevin could sense that there was more information available, and with a quick infusion of veridical affinity monocyte, he could see that there was a larger system message hidden from view. He tried to strain both his monocyte and inspect skills, but he wasn't able to make the ethereal outline come into proper view. I must not have enough skill in inspect, yet Ryevin determined. His inspection of the man only lasted a couple of seconds, and the 2 groups remained standing in place, glaring at each other. The 3 bodyguards had an air of superiority about themselves, and their expressions were looking down on Ryevin's party. You're taking things too far, Lance, Tom broke the silence. I don't care about your feelings or feud with any one of us, but you used your authority to usurp the military personnel here. That's a crime, and there's no way you're going to avoid punishment. Who's going to tell? Lance sneered. Will you have the guts to after we're done with you? I have the guts, Ryevin said, stepping forward aggressively. Let's see what exactly you're going to do with us. Lance glanced at his bodyguard and nodded his head. The man stepped forward with a look of contempt on his face as he drew his sword. He didn't even pull out his shield, confident that he would be able to deal with any Tier 2 teenagers. Ryevin's danger sense pinged, and he unsheathed his sword and shield as the man charged toward him, aiming his weapon for Ryevin's vitals. So that's how it's going to be, Ryevin frowned. The man's sword came slashing in underhand toward Ryevin's inner thigh. Ryevin's sword managed to block the weapon at the last second, and he backed up to maintain some distance. His opponent didn't let him keep the distance, though, and he kept pace with Ryevin's retreat, sword slashing and thrusting in turn. Ryevin parried the attacks or blocked them with his shield as he backpedaled. His movements were half a beat slower than the older bodyguards, and he just barely managed to defend himself. Talon and Kimberly stood impassively as they watched the exchange, but Tom, Vane, and Trick were fidgeting in anticipation. Are you not worried? Tom leaned over and whispered to Talon. Talon shook his head. This guy is a lot slower than Ryevin's dad, Talon replied. Ryevin hasn't even shown the skill levels he just displayed in the dungeon, much less his full potential. Just get ready to wreck the other kids at the signal. Signal? What signal? Tom asked, confused. Ryevin maneuvered the opponent with his retreating until they were moving perpendicular to their original facing. The man's look of contempt deepened as Ryevin's face had an expression of concentration that was morphing into panic. Suddenly, the man lunged forward after a quick exchange, moving much faster than he previously had, and Ryevin casually batted the thrust aside and smashed the man in the face with his shield. The bodyguard was completely overextended, and the shield bash knocked him to the ground. Ryevin didn't allow anyone any time to react to the situation, and he immediately charged Lance, smashing his shield once more into the other teenager. Lance was picked up completely off the ground, and his body went sailing through the air, a trail of blood from his broken face following him. The other 2 bodyguards had looks of shock on their faces, and before they could respond in time, Ryevin's entire body lit up as he channeled elemental weapon through his entire being and gear. His speed more than doubled as he became a whirlwind of fire and steel. The 2 bodyguards barely got their weapons unsheathed in order to block, but they were on the back foot. The power of Ryevin's attacks was much more than they had anticipated, and their parries were ineffectual. Ryevin's sword slashed through their leather under armor, and the flames cauterized the wounds. It was the 2 bodyguards' turn to back up and maintain distance. Instead of following them, though, Ryevin pointed his sword at the one retreating on his right and threw out his hand holding his shield to the one on the left. Lightning-infused mana traveled through his mana sword and leapt out in a brilliant flash of lightning to shock the right bodyguard, and a whip of fire formed in his left hand. He lassoed the left bodyguard and yanked him back towards himself, pulling him off balance. Ryevin's lightning bolt was over with instantaneously, and he brought his sword arm over to crush his pommel into the left bodyguard's nose. Ryevin could hear and feel the cartilage break, and blood splashed out to either side of his fist. The left bodyguard crumpled to the ground from the concussion, and the right bodyguard's body was twitching and convulsing from the electric current still running through his body. Lance's body still hadn't hit the ground by the time Ryevin neutralized the other two bodyguards, and the first one that had gone out to confront him was just now standing back up. Ryevin kicked the left bodyguard over and away from himself as he turned back to face the first opponent, dismissing the elemental weapon's fire covering his body. The first bodyguard with the thin mustache no longer had an arrogant look on his face, and he gazed at Ryevin with trepidation as he wiped blood and snot off of his face with the back of his sword hand. The man finally pulled his shield out and faced off with Ryevin properly. He stood in a ready stance with his shield out front, sword placed against it just to the side, and his eyes were just over the top of the shield. Ryevin recognized that it was very similar to the stance the soldiers would take when in the front row of a skirmish. He's probably a veteran of one lord's army or another, maybe even the kingdom's army, Ryevin appraised. The other Knight Academy students were still standing with their jaws dropped, and Jarrett and the other Magic Academy students once more retreated into the distance. That's the signal. Get him, Talon shouted. He and Kimberly unsheathed their weapons, daggers for Talon and the new magic spear for Kimberly, and charged the other students. How is that the signal? Tom exclaimed as he began channeling his mana and moving to get a better vantage to aim his spells. He wasn't worried about collateral damage now that he had the baton, but he would still like to hit the opponents instead of accidentally hitting Ryevin. He knocked 3 of the bad guys down, Talon called over his shoulder. What else could it be? Kimberly charged ahead and slammed her shield into the first Knight Academy student, knocking him to the ground. The sudden intrusion finally alerted the others out of their surprise, and they all drew their swords and shields, focusing on Kimberly. Talon took the opportunity to use his class skills to somehow fade from their awareness. He wasn't exactly fading into the shadows, but the same principle applied. He circled around out of their view, and once he was behind his target, he waited for an appropriate opportunity to strike. The other 4 students fanned out around Kimberly and were forced to turn and face 3 of them with the last one able to get behind her. She had worked with Talon for a long time, and they had good synergy, so she knew to focus on the ones opposite Talon's target. The 4 students struck at the same time, but Talon had been waiting for this moment. He dashed forward and knocked his target off balance as he slashed him with his daggers. He attacked his fellow student in non-vital positions, though, like before. He wasn't going to kill the other students. They might be arrogant jerks, but they also weren't trying to kill him and Kimberly. Kimberly was much more adept at using a spear than she was a sword. She blocked one attack, sidestepped another, and expertly parried the third with her spear. You guys don't seem to learn, Kimberly taunted them. One of them furrowed his brows at the comment. What do you? A barrage of bolt spells interrupted his question and slammed into the 3 opponents confronting Kimberly. They were thrown into confusion just like their last scuffle, and Kimberly capitalized on the opportunity to slam her spear into ribs and slam her shield into faces. Talon had fully knocked his opponent over and was pummeling him in the face. The other student had his hands crossed in front of his face, weapon and shield abandoned, as he jerked his head back and forth to try and avoid the blows raining down on him. Ryevin was aware of the rest of the skirmish through his battlefield awareness skill as he once more faced off against the first bodyguard. His enemy was acting much more cautiously as he inched towards Ryevin. He was clearly not excited about confronting Ryevin again, but he had to follow his orders, and Lance hadn't even made it back to the group in order to issue a new command. Ryevin jerked his shoulders forward in a stutter step, and the man instinctively jerked his shield arm up in anticipation of taking a blow. No blow came, though, and Ryevin used the man's blocking movement as the opportunity to thrust his sword inside the man's guard. He didn't go for the stab, though. Ryevin's sword bypassed the man's shield on the inside, and he lifted his sword up and out to fully throw the man's shield to the side. Ryevin held his own shield against his side at an angle, and he dashed in, pushing his opponent's sword away from himself. The man was now standing with his arms out on either side, and Ryevin followed up his dash with another shield bash to the face. The bodyguard's head was thrown back once more, and Ryevin took a step back while simultaneously bringing his sword down and up in a slash through the man's armor. A piercing attack would have been more effective, but he wasn't going for a kill. The bodyguard winced at the pain as he backed up with a wary look on his face, recovering his stance. Ryevin stalked forward, preparing his mana in his hand but not channeling it through his sword just yet. The bodyguard limped back as Ryevin got closer. The look of panic that Ryevin had faked was now on his face for real. Ryevin swung his sword overhand, infusing his mass affinity into the sword at the zenith of the swing, and brought it crashing down on the man's raised shield. Ryevin's strength stat, coupled with the magical infusion in the sword, caused Ryevin to slam his opponent straight into the ground, despite successfully blocking the attack. The shield suffered a huge dent right in the center, from top to bottom. Revan raised his sword once more. This time he infused sharpness into his sword, and the strike cut the shield in half as the man desperately tried to fend off the attack. Revan stood over the man, sword at his throat, just as Lance finally made his way back to the battle. Lance's eyes were wide as he took in the scene in front of him. His highest-level bodyguard lay on the ground, hands lifted in front of himself with a sword at his throat. He was bloodied in several places with torn armor and a completely broken shield. Revan was completely unscathed and not even out of breath as he casually shot a glance at Lance. Lance's other two bodyguards were also on the ground near where they had originally stood. One was groaning from the electric shock and just starting to roll over to stand up, and the other was on his hands and knees, puking from the concussion he had received. His fellow students were being pummeled by Talon and Kimberly, with Tom, Vane, and Trick standing nearby, spells formed and ready to go in their outstretched hands. There was a fourth caster that he was unfamiliar with, just standing behind Vane, looking around without a care in the world for what was going on around him. It was a completely one-sided massacre, worse than even the first time they had met outside the boss dungeon. Lance gulped, but he wasn't willing to give up just like that. He gave a sharp whistle as he glared at Revan. A commotion entered Revan's awareness as the soldiers that were supposed to be guarding the dungeon finally made an appearance, marching back to their posts. Kimberly and Talon stopped what they were doing and backed away to stand with Tom, Vane, and Trick. A young officer led the soldiers, and he walked straight to Lance, ignoring everything else. Lance smirked at Revan as he turned to the officer. "These commoners attacked me and my friends," Lance said, indicating his bloodied face and the injuries on his bodyguards and friends. "Place them under arrest." The officer nodded his head to Lance and turned to face Revan and his friends. Revan still stood over Lance's bodyguard, sword at his throat, and he calmly watched the officer walk over toward his group. He didn't waver and continued to give an impassive look as if he wasn't involved in the situation at all. The officer frowned as he noted Revan didn't move his sword away, even after he obviously knew the reason he was walking over to confront them. Fighting in the military base, attacking a veteran of the army on army grounds, assaulting a noble, the officer listed several infractions as he came to a stop in front of the group. "I, Lieutenant Paul, hereby place you under arrest. Relinquish your weapons and subject yourselves to detention. Men, come confiscate their persons and gear." Revan looked at Lieutenant Paul and didn't move a muscle. He kept standing there with his sword at the bodyguard's throat, and his friends took their cue from him. They remained still and silent, watching the officer. Tom, Vane, and Trick were a little more nervous on the surface than Talon and Kimberly, but they recalled that Revan mentioned he had a powerful friend, so they decided to trust his judgment in the situation. That didn't stop sweat from beating their brows and their hearts racing. "Put your weapon down now," Lieutenant Paul said, his frown deepening as Revan ignored his commands. Some of the soldiers under his command stepped forward to follow his orders, and as soon as they took one step past where the lieutenant stood, Revan pushed his sword forward, the tip embedding itself in the man's throat. Blood started to seep out of the prick in his throat, but Revan's sword didn't shake or vibrate at all as he casually threatened the man's life with his actions. The soldiers stopped moving forward and looked toward the lieutenant for orders. Lance stood a few steps back, and the sneer on his face warped into joy. He obviously viewed Revan's actions as a death sentence, uncaring for the life of his bodyguard. Revan noted the look on his face and frowned. "This guy would rather I kill one of his own to dig a deeper hole for myself. Disgusting. How dare you?" the lieutenant screamed. "Get some bowmen to come and fill this ingrate full of arrows. He's resisting arrest and threatening escalation. Take him down, life or death." "Are you sure you want to do that?" A languid voice reached everyone's ears. Revan looked towards where it came from and spotted a cloaked man leisurely lying upon a tree branch on a tree off to the side of the dungeon entrance. Revan recognized him as the adventurer who specialized in hiding in people's shadows that was with his parents' group. Everyone was taken aback at the intrusion of the man. Nobody had noticed his presence at all, and he had apparently been there the entire time. Lieutenant Paul grit his teeth as he addressed the new person. "Who are you to interfere in military affairs? I'll have you arrested along with these other criminals," he growled. The cloaked rogue shook his head before he jumped down from the branch. His body seemed to fade out of existence and back in, and instead of falling several feet to the ground, he was just on the ground after moving from his spot. "I don't think you understand the situation you're in," the man sighed. Revan noticed several of the more experienced soldiers, as well as Lieutenant Paul and the other two bodyguards who had finally taken their place next to Lance again, paled at the casual display. Instant movement skills were something exclusive to Tier 4 classes at a minimum. "Just because you're strong doesn't give you the right to act at will," Lieutenant Paul gulped. Things were quickly getting out of hand, and if he needed to call for assistance to deal with this strong intruder, things might not go so well for him. Sweat now beaded his brow as he became nervous, and Tom, Vane, and Trick seemed to relax. "I'm not the one you should be worried about," the man chuckled. He lifted his hand next to himself where the tree cast a deep shadow underneath itself. He activated some sort of skill, and the deep shadows appeared to part, and a group of people was revealed to be standing in the shadows. A group concealing skill, Rievin appraised. "That has to be super useful." He looked over at Talon, and his friend's eyes were practically shining at the display of the skill. "CCC Commander." Lieutenant Paul stammered out, throwing a hasty salute toward the group of men. Rievin looked over and saw that there were 4 people revealed from the rogue's skill. One was clearly older than everyone else, with a salt and pepper beard and hair. His lined face told a story of long years of conflict and turmoil. He stood impassively gazing at the proceedings, a young man standing a step behind and to the side. "I bet that guy's the aide," Rievin thought. "He's giving me that kind of vibe, and his youth compared to the other 3 makes him stand out even when off to the side." There was another middle-aged soldier standing next to the older man, and he had a frown on his face as he looked at the lieutenant. He was likewise accompanied by another soldier standing in a similar position as the aide to the older man, but his age made it unlikely he was also an aide. Probably a similar relationship as Knight Captain Reifeld and Knight Lieutenant Brand, Rievin surmised. Silence reigned over the temporary battlefield for a few seconds, and Rievin could see that Lieutenant Paul was visibly shaking. None of the new men had returned his salute, so he limply lowered his hand and waited for one of them to speak. Rievin still maintained his position with the sword tip cutting into the bodyguard's throat, and he could perceive that the cloaked escort his parents had assigned him seemed to grin at him from within the shadowed cowl of his hood. The oldest member turned his head to his aide and signaled with his eyes. The young man was paying attention to every move of the older gentleman, and he immediately reacted. "Commander Ulvar, handle the situation in-house," the aide said. The man standing next to the older gentleman took a step back and faced him, offering a salute. He didn't address the aide and acted like the older man had issued the order personally. "Well, that's technically what happened," Rievin internally chuckled. There might be a reason why he didn't issue the command personally. Commander Ulvar stepped forward, the other man. He's probably a bit older than the bodyguards that Lance brought with him followed behind, maintaining the same position. He stopped at the edge of the area of conflict and surveyed the soldiers. He turned his head and addressed the man standing behind him. "Vice Commander, go and get Lieutenant Vix," he commanded. "Have him come assume command here." The Vice Commander gave a salute to the commander's back and strode off towards the officers' quarters. The commander turned his attention back to Lieutenant Paul, who was visibly pale and sweaty by this point. Commander Ulvar shook his head. "Lieutenant Paul, you are derelict in your duty. You abandoned your post, took orders from an outsider, and attempted to make an arrest without ascertaining the facts. It doesn't matter if this young man is a noble or not. Even if his father was here, you should know that he can't issue you a lawful order." Men, place Lieutenant Paul under arrest and escort him to the stockade. The soldiers who were originally moving to place Rievin and his friends under arrest saluted the commander and carried out the order. The lieutenant kept his mouth shut as the soldiers removed his sidearm and marched him away. Commander Ulvar watched them go for a second before turning his attention toward Lance, whose expression had finally turned into one of worry. "Sir, I can explain." Lance began before being cut off by Commander Ulvar raising his hand to stop him. Rievin finally pulled his sword away from the down man's throat now that the situation was finally turning in his favor. He didn't sheath the sword just yet, though, and he held it at his side as he watched the proceedings. He stole a glance toward where the men had originally appeared, and he saw that the 3 men, the older gentleman, his aide, and the rogue were walking away like they had nothing to do with anything anymore. The rogue seemed to sense Rievin's gaze, and he turned to give a 2-finger salute wave as he departed. "Young man, you're not a member of the military and you're a member of a noble house, so I can't arrest you," Commander Ulvar began, drawing Rievin's attention back to the immediate concern. Lance's expression relaxed a bit. "That being said, you did try and throw your weight around in my army base, and you employed one of my officers to carry out your scheme. You are banished from this military base until further notice, and your access to the dungeon is hereby revoked. I'll also be contacting your father and the Knight Academy." The blood drained from his face at the proclamation. He finally realized that he had screwed up big time. The Shadow Fort dungeon was the best place for him and his friends to currently grind their skills and levels, and now he would have to beg someone to allow him re-entry. And it wasn't a guarantee that Commander Ulvar would agree to the request without serious pressure from his own superiors. "Go, leave the premises," Commander Ulvar ordered. He looked at the bodyguard standing behind Lance and indicated for them to lead the stunned man away. He turned toward Lance's companions. "I witnessed the entire thing, and I know that you weren't part of the usurpation of authority. However, you did participate. I won't banish you from the base or revoke your access to the dungeon, but I will be sending notification to your families and the Knight Academy." He glanced at Jarrett and the others from the Magic Academy. I'll be telling the Magic Academy as well, but I'll tell the whole truth of the matter and how you didn't participate in the conflict. The other students with Lance nodded their heads, expressions of gratitude that they hadn't also lost the opportunity to run the dungeon as well. They turned and followed Lance and his guard's departure, limping from the injuries they had sustained once more from their conflict with Rievin's group. Rievin and the others watched them go, but something tickled the back of Rievin's mind as he watched them leave. His danger sense suddenly exploded, and he acted out of complete instinct. He didn't have time to gauge the situation with his battlefield awareness or spatial awareness abilities, and his body moved almost entirely on its own. Rievin spun about in place, and a shadow of an object flew past his face that he was barely aware of. He lifted his sword to swipe in the direction the danger sense skill indicated. He felt some resistance from his sword, but he had acted at full capacity, and whatever it was that had been in his way was completely slashed through. The soldiers hadn't had time to react, and they all stared with wide eyes at Rievin. Commander Ulvar also hadn't reacted in time, and he gave an appraising look to Rievin before waving some soldiers over. Rievin looked back at what had caused his skill to go haywire, and the corpse of the bodyguard he had previously pinned with his sword to his throat entered his vision. His head and one of his arms had been completely severed, and blood pooled on the ground around the body. His hand that hadn't been severed held one of the concealed throwing daggers that Rievin had initially noticed upon inspecting the man. That shadow that flew past me as I spun out of the way was another throwing dagger. Rievin's heart beat really fast as he realized the full extent of the danger he had been in. I might have a lot of stats and health for my level, but a dagger landing a lethal blow will still kill me. This is probably the closest I've ever actually been to actual death before. If my danger sense skill hadn't practically overridden my own reaction, if I hadn't spun to avoid the dagger already thrown, if I had sheathed my sword already, if Rievin shook his head as he wiped the blood off his sword before sheathing it, all that matters is that those things did happen, and I was able to neutralize the threat. Rievin vaguely noticed that there was no feeling of euphoria from killing the man, but there was also no misery. The lack of euphoria meant that his own body had to deal with all of the emotions and chemical reactions raging through his body without any system help. His bile rose in the back of his throat as he looked down at the dead body, and he gagged once before mastering himself. First time, Commander Ulvar asked, placing a hand on Rievin's shoulder. Rievin nodded his head. I've killed a lot of monsters and beasts, and I've fought other people many times, Rievin said. But this is the first time I've actually killed another person. I won't say you did the right or wrong thing, Commander Ulvar said, patting Rievin's shoulder before removing his hand. But this was my failing. I'll report this matter to the Magic Academy and my superiors. Letting someone attempt to kill a student, especially one standing right next to me, is a serious issue. You'll be justly compensated. I didn't say anything, Commander Ulvar denied with a shake of his head, a rueful smile on his face. There are some things that I can't do on my own, Rievin explained. Handling the provocation of my contemporaries, even the attacks from their higher-tier guards, I can handle. Them abusing their authority or background. Those things are out of my reach at the moment. I have some connections to protect myself from those things, though. I don't consider it relying on outside help when all they do is negate the other party's own outside help. Commander Ulvar gave Rievin a serious look as he processed the words. I don't know what your relationship with that man is, but even if you didn't have one, I would hold you in high esteem from that attitude alone, he said. If you ever find yourself lost for what to do after you graduate, know that I'd be more than happy to recommend you to the officer candidate training. Your combat abilities, both magical and martial, as well as your attitude. We could always use a young talent like you in our ranks. The soldiers had taken the body of the guard away and cleaned up the blood as Rievin and Commander Ulvar had their conversation. The vice commander returned with another young lieutenant in tow. The young officer saluted the commander and took charge of the soldiers, assuming the responsibilities that Lieutenant Paul was previously in charge of. Commander Ulvar gave a final nod in farewell to Rievin, and he and the vice commander walked off in the direction the others had departed previously. Rievin turned to his friends. Tom, Vane, and Trick were staring at him with slack jaws, but Talon and Kimberly were smiling. Rievin walked over and his roommates snapped their mouths shut. First you casually speak to the prince from Eldire, and now you're having a conversation with one of the commanders of the army. Tom shook his head. And you weren't lying when you said you had a powerful friend. Do you know who that old man was? Rievin shook his head. He was the general of the army. The entire army, the head honcho, and your protector was apparently on equal standing with him. A mysterious Tier 4 protector, not fazed by a prince, having a casual conversation with high-ranking officers, not worried about nobles. Trick ticked off his fingers before looking up at Rievin. Who are you really? I'm Rievin, Rievin replied with a smile. I'm just a Magic Academy student. Sure, Trick said, unconvinced. What about you? He turned toward Talon. Did you know about any of this? Did you know about the Tier 4 protector? Talon shrugged. I grew up with Reevan and he's never been anything other than what he's shown, Talon said. And Kimberly and I have seen that protector before, but he's actually pretty average compared to the companions he was with the last time we saw him. Pretty average, Vane said. He squeezed his eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, well, let's go. Tom, Trick, and Vane all shared a look and shrugged. Reevan nodded his head and led his friends to the stable to retrieve their horses. Why was Lance so upset that he can't run the dungeon here? Reevan asked as they walked. I mean, yeah, we got an achievement for clearing all of the mainline dungeons, but there's still the Revenant dungeon he has access to. It's about honor, Tom answered. Accepting help from one's family or outsiders is deemed perfectly acceptable during the formative years before one achieves their second-tier class, but everyone is expected to work towards their own achievements as much as possible. It's one of the main reasons a lot of the students don't get advanced training and instruction from their families and learn in the academies. There's a progression to how things are done. We would have done all the same things that you're having us do, go to all the dungeons, do the Adventure Guild quests eventually, but we would have gone at a much slower pace. Now that Lance has been barred from completing the last mainline dungeon on his own merit, he'll have to accept help in the form of gear from his family, or assistance from casters to fight the Revenants. He would have had to do that anyway, Reevan pointed out. The Revenants are immune to mundane damage, so he would have always had to rely on casters or magic gear. Yes, but he would have progressed to that point on his own, Trick said. It doesn't matter that he's teamed up with casters, as they're not carrying him through the other dungeons, and he would have properly made it to the Revenant dungeon along with them. Now he'll be seen as breaking the chain and jumping over where he should be. It'll affect his reputation more than trying to scheme against us and get us arrested by the military. It all harks back to life experience, Vane said. If we rely too much on our families to help us along, it'll stunt our growth. That eventually turned into culture over time, and it's seen as a faux pax to not work for your achievements on your own. Reevan nodded at the explanation. There's another thing I don't understand, though, Reevan said. Commander Ulvar said he couldn't arrest Lance because he wasn't a member of the military, but that Lieutenant Paul was going to arrest us. It's not as serious as that, Tom said with a shrug. Lance was playing it up, but we would have simply been detained for causing trouble in the military base. We would have had to send notice to our families in the academies, and we would have most likely been required to issue a public apology. It would have been a political win for Lance and an embarrassment for us. You resisting the order was most likely unexpected, and Lance was probably happy that you were making the apparent wrong move. If you'll notice, Vane added, the punishment the commander issued for everyone else other than Lance was along the same lines. He did it personally, though, and that's seen as slightly worse than someone doing it themselves. Even though he didn't give them the opportunity to send the notices and apologies on their own, it will be viewed as if they refused to do so when coming from the commander. I see, Reevan said. They arrived at the stables and notified the soldiers in charge that they were retrieving their mounts, so it was basically bravado and Lance trying to besmirch our honor more than anything else. Exactly, Tom said. He probably felt like we had insulted him by not getting our butts beat by him and his goons. He's small-minded like that. What's really going to suck for him later, though, is the fact that his #1 bodyguard tried to assassinate you, Trick said. It's very likely that Lance didn't actually order him to do so, and it was extremely foolish of him to attempt it when he did. His mindset was probably that you were too dangerous to Lance to let you live, and he was either going to accept the responsibilities all on his own, or hope that Lance's dad would use his political influence to lessen his sentence. Since he failed and died, though, he won't be able to accept all the blame, Tom said. Some of the responsibility will fall on Lance's head, maybe even his entire family, for raising such a pernicious guard. What do you think will happen to that lieutenant? Reevan asked. Normally, abandoning your post is a serious crime, Tom answered. But the general of the army was here, and he recognized it wasn't a true abandonment, which is why he ordered the commander to handle it in-house. He'll most likely be detained for a short time, and he'll have his pay confiscated. He's politically aligned with Lance's group, though, so he'll most likely only get a reprimand and move to a lesser position while retaining his rank. My guess is that he'll be perfectly behaved for a long time in order to make up for his mistake. If he steps out of line again, even at the behest of a political ally, he'll risk getting dismissed, which is the equivalent of a dishonorable discharge for enlisted personnel. I bet that Protector gets reamed too, Talon smirked. He took off before everything was taken care of, and he wasn't there when it really mattered. I'll put in a good word for him, Reevan said. It wasn't entirely his fault. I'll have to learn how to deal with these things on my own eventually, anyway. Oh yeah, and who's going to get onto this mysterious Protector? Trick asked. Your insane dad, and what's his name anyway? I have no idea, Reevan shrugged. I've only seen him twice before, and yes, it's my dad that's going to get onto him. Reevan and his friends got their horses and mounted up, heading towards the exit of the military base to head back to the capital. Ryevin turned and faced his roommates as they rode. You guys want to go with me and finally meet him. A haze filled the air as Ryevin and his party made it back to the capital. A half-day's travel on horseback didn't mean half of a full day, but half of normal daylight hours. The trip took about 6.5 hours, and the sun had yet to set by the time they reached their destination. I wonder what's going on with this haze or mist or whatever, Talon commented as the city came into view. The haze was localized to the city, and it didn't appear to be natural. There was no weather to indicate it was a natural fog or anything, and it was contained within the city walls. We can ask one of the guards, or a passing pedestrian, once we reach the city, Tom said. The group was a little intrigued about the phenomenon, but they could see that it was mostly peaceful with people still streaming in and out of the gates. There was no indication of anything abnormal from the guards at the gate or the people moving about their lives, so they weren't concerned. Just completely gone, a snippet of a conversation entered their ears as they passed by a group of people talking as they got closer to the gates. The speaker was someone leaving the city, and he was apparently answering a question from the group of people about to enter it. Ryevin shared a look with his friends, and they all perked up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. Just completely gone, one of the entrants asked, disbelief on his face. Yeah, apparently in one strike, the first person answered, nodding his head. According to the rumors, some guy walked up to it, completely disregarding everyone's attempts to find out who he was and what he was doing there, and he punched the building, completely obliterating it. Yeah, right, another person said. You know how rumors are. One person says something, and the next person has to embellish it to make it more interesting, and then there's 100 different versions, each one more fantastical than the last. I bet that the building wasn't even completely demolished, much less by one guy with one punch. Then you would lose that bet, my friend, the first person said, shaking his head. I saw it personally. Not only the entire building, but even the foundations are completely gone. That haze, he pointed above himself, is all that's left. So everyone was killed then. A third person from the group entering the city said, fear on her face. Nope, the first person denied. There weren't even any injuries as far as I know. It was. The voices faded as Ryevin and his friends continued beyond the range of easily eavesdropping. He shared a look with his friends, and he saw curiosity and wariness in equal measure on their faces. Wonder who was so unfortunate as to lose their home, as it sounds like Trick said. We'll find out soon, Vane answered. Ryevin had some speculations in mind, but he wasn't going to jump to conclusions without investigating further. Ryevin and his friends were all students of the academies, and they carried their tokens on their waist. As such, the guards waved them through the gate after using a tool to verify the authenticity of their tokens without asking any questions. An entry fee was usually reserved in the form of tariffs to traders, and the regular pedestrians didn't have to pay one. They still had to go through at least a cursory inspection before being allowed entry, though. Not having to go through such a process was one of the perks of being a student at one of the academies. You guys are official members of the Adventurers Guild, so let's all stable our mounts there for now, Ryevin turned to his friends. You can go have dinner at my house, and you guys can meet my parents. You can come back and get the horses and head home afterward. Okay, Tom agreed. Vane and Trick also nodded their heads. We can step inside the guild branch to ask about what's going on while we're here, Kimberly suggested. There might be more reliable information among the adventurers who are more likely to have reliable sources than the everyday citizen just walking around. That's a good idea, Talon said, smiling at his girlfriend. I knew I liked you for a reason. Talon winked at Kimberly. Kimberly gave him a playful shove in reply, to which Talon just laughed. The party quickly got their horses settled in the stables provided by the branch, and they headed inside. The branches were different than the straight administrative buildings of the Adventurers Guild, and they provided space for the adventurers to relax with some food and beverage. It's a pretty good revenue stream, as well, Ryevin thought as he surveyed the bustling crowd. Their only cost is maintaining the space. The group of friends quickly spotted a table filled with people laughing and carousing, and they heard bits of conversation about the topic they were interested in. There were other people with the same idea as them, and several other individuals and groups stood around the table listening to the story. Ryevin sidled up to one of the individuals listening to the story, and he leaned in to whisper to him. Talon and the others spread out to do their own inquiring. So it's true, he asked. An entire building was demolished. The man glanced at Ryevin from the side of his eyes before responding. Not just an entire building. An entire compound, he answered with a nod. It seems the rumors are true, and it was caused by just one guy with one punch. Did he punch each building one at a time? Ryevin continued asking. Nah, the man denied. According to these guys, he punched one building once, and that one punch destroyed everything, all the way down to the foundations. The Hawthorne estate is just a giant hole now. Nobody was hurt, either. Well, except for the few guards that tried to stop the fellow. Apparently, the weaker guards just collapsed to the ground from a look, and the stronger guards who actually got in his way ended up with broken bones. So he attacked the guards that tried to stop him. No, he just walked into them, the man chuckled. He acted like they weren't even there. And how do you know these guys are telling the truth? Ryevin furrowed his brow. The man once again stole a glance at Ryevin. They're friends with some of the Hawthorne guards. Listen, they're getting to the next part of the story. Ryevin turned his attention to the man telling the bulk of the story. He was able to get caught up in the telling because so many people asked clarifying questions from time to stall out the pace. Finally brought the big guns out, and the head of the household came out to ask what the man wanted. Ryevin heard. The man was magically shrouded, and not even Serd Hawthorne himself could see anything other than a fuzzy appearance. The man ignored him, walked up to the front of the building, and smashed his fist into the ground. He caused a small earthquake as the vibrations from his strike radiated out, and all of the buildings in their compound exploded from the force. He had pinpoint accuracy in his strike, and not even an inch outside of the grounds were affected, and nobody got hurt. The man shook his head before taking a swig from his mug. Everyone was silent as they waited for him to continue the story, hanging on his every word. I wouldn't have believed it myself if not for my buddy, Jack, standing right, watching the whole thing. The buildings didn't just explode into chunks either. They disintegrated into fine dust, and now it's floating around the city even now, hours after it happened. Serd crawled out of the mess and looked around with distress and worry obvious on his face. He shouted to the man, Why did you do this to us? The storyteller took another quick sip of his drink. The shrouded man paused in his steps, turned his head and said one sentence before leaving. The man paused for dramatic affect, taking on the stance that he described in the story. Your son annoyed me, and then he was gone. Talon and the others had rejoined Ryevin's side as they had finished their own inquiries and listened to the end of the story. People were coming and going, and it was clear that the man and his group were living it up, telling the story over and over again with donations of drinks from the listeners. Ryevin leaned over and whispered to Tom. Who's Serd Hawthorne? He asked. Tom looked at Ryevin with a complicated look before answering. Lance's full name is Lance Hawthorne, he replied. Serd is his father. That's what I was thinking, Ryevin said. I think we got everything we need. Let's go. Ryevin tossed a couple of coins to cover the cost of drink onto the table, and he and his party departed the establishment. Looks like Lance gets to suffer more than just the punishment the commander issued, Ryevin chuckled. He shouldn't have tried to use his background and connections. So you're confident this is the work of your dad? Trick asked. Ryevin nodded. Just how strong is he? Ryevin looked at his roommates in turn, contemplating what to tell them. He finally shrugged and revealed the truth. It's not a huge secret, though I would ask you guys not to tell anyone else, Ryevin said. He waited until they all nodded assent. Even Talon and Kimberly agreed, as they had only speculation without concrete confirmation themselves. My dad is tier 5. Tom, Vane, and Trick sucked in a breath at the information. Their mouths once more dropped open, and they stared at Ryevin for a good long while. Talon and Kimberly shared a look, and they just nodded their heads like it was expected. They had heard Rafik say he had over 40,000 health points when they were all entering the academy, so it wasn't that much of a surprise to them. So considering the rogue at the military base, does that mean? Talon trailed off, an inquisitive look on his face. The swordsman was my dad, Ryevin confirmed. What you probably haven't realized yet, though, is that caster who summoned the tornado was my mom. That revelation finally got some raised eyebrows from Talon and Kimberly. I think that explains the strange behavior of Melissa that first night we had dinner at your house, Kimberly absent-mindedly said. Talon gave her a frown, and she clarified herself. Think about it. Ryevin has hidden masters protecting him from the shadows, so she definitely knew about what happened at the victory feast between her and Lynn. She's just a tier 2 person in a tier 1 kingdom, whose family has ties to a tier 2 kingdom's nobility. Melissa was a stuttering fool after she met Ryevin's parents, and that's not like her at all. My guess is that Miss Emelian put the fear of God in her with her presence alone during that meal. Talon rubbed his chin in contemplation. Tom, Vane, and Trick were still staring slack-jawed at Ryevin, hardly processing the continued conversation. Trick was the first to snap out of his stunned state, and he shook his head to clear the fog away. Wait, what? He said. Did you say that your mom and dad were in that group of adventurers that saved Magron from the dungeon break? Trick snapped his fingers in front of Tom and Vane, finally pulling them back to the present. Guys, this is a great opportunity. Haven't we all said we wished we could meet such an amazing mage? Well, we're about to. I don't know if I'm ready, Tom said, ineffectually trying to wipe the sweat from his palms on his robes. Vane gave his shoulder a shove. Quit acting like a girl, he said. He suddenly stopped and turned his head toward Kimberly, who was giving him a death glare. No offense. Kimberly turned her head up and to the side with a HMPH. This certainly explains a lot of Ryevin's abilities and talent, Tom said after a moment. Why would you even attend the Magic Academy if you had access to such an amazing teacher? The others all looked at Ryevin with the question clear on their faces. Some things can't be done by oneself, Ryevin said. I'm attempting to force a Tier 3 class transition in Tier 2 through graduation, and I have to attend the academy to do that. There are various reasons I'm not going to get into as to the whys, but my mom also can't offer me a perfect education on her own. I'll just leave it at that for now. Maybe one day I'll explain the rest to you. Fair enough, Trick said. Everyone has their secrets, like your engagement. Vane teased. Hey, Trick said, mock shock on his face. I just said everyone has secrets. Why you gotta go and reveal mine like that? Wasn't much of a secret, Tom said with a grin. I didn't know about it, Kimberly raised her hand. Talon nodded in agreement. See, right there, it was still a secret to some people, Trick huffed. Yeah, like you actually care, Vane said, throwing his arm around Trick's shoulder. Just because that's true doesn't mean you need to tell everyone. Mr. Sleeps with a stuffed bear, Trick retorted. Vane gasped as he removed his arm from his friend's shoulder. How dare you? He held his hand to his chest. This demands a duel of honor. Accepted. Trick and Vane stared at each other for a moment, halting their progress towards Reevan's home. They both simultaneously entered their dueling stances and attacked. They leaned back, turning their heads to the side, and extended their arms straight out, slapping at each other. Tom jumped into the middle of the expert-level combat, holding his arms out on either side to keep them away from each other. Hey, 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 he shouted. No need to come to violence, you two. We're all friends. Trick and Vane stopped slapping at each other to turn their deadly assault on the new intrusion into their duel. Talon couldn't hold it in any longer, and he doubled over laughing, holding his sides. Reevan also laughed at the display. Kimberly pretended to try and soothe Talon, patting him on the back, but she had a grin on her face as well. All right, guys, Reevan said after a moment, interrupting the three-way slap fest. Let's get going. We don't want to wait too late, or my parents will have already eaten dinner before we can get there. I told them to wait to eat tonight, but they're only going to delay for so long. The three friends stopped their play fight and straightened up. Trick adjusted his robes as he held his head high. Fair enough, he said. We all know I won the duel anyway. HMPH, I demand a rematch. Vane thumped his chest with his fist. Anytime, Trick and Vane grinned at each other. The party reigned in their mirth as they walked along the streets. Many of the people were excitedly talking about the incident, but just as many people hurried along, worry plastered on their faces. The city guard was out in force, a much heavier presence than normal. There were even soldiers from the army marching about in formation everywhere the group looked as they made their way through the city. Do you think they're looking for the culprit? Talon asked with worry. That might be bad. Hardly, Trick harumphed. This is all for show. You think the higher-ups are going to send the guards and troops, who are most likely mid-tier 2 with some low-tier 3 leaders, after someone who's obviously at least mid to high-tier 4. Look, he pointed to some pedestrians who clearly calmed down from their frantic walking when they were near the guards and soldiers. They're just out to keep the peace and soothe the minds of the people. Makes sense, Talon replied. I hope that's all they're doing, Reevan thought with a chuckle, for their sake. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Reevan called out as he entered the house. The smell of homemade cooking entered his nose as he stepped through the threshold. His perception stat was high enough that he had gotten a whiff of it before he opened the door, but it was much more pronounced now that there wasn't a barrier between him and the food. His friends followed him inside. Kylie and Riley ran up, giggling, to give their big brother a hug, but they turned around and ran off once more with a shriek when Talon stepped up. Ah. It's the flower thief, Kylie shouted. Run, Riley exclaimed. They giggled as they dashed away from entrance of the house. Trick walked up next to Talon, his eyebrow quirked up. Flower thief, it's a long story, Talon shrugged. Big sis, Kylie yelled once Kimberly entered the house. Sister Kimberly, Riley shouted. The twins ran up and gave Kimberly a hug. Kimberly returned the hugs with a wide smile on her face. She let the two girls drag her into the living room to show her their creations as Tom and Vane also fully entered the house, closing the door behind them. Rafix was seated on the couch, both arms resting out to his sides in a lazy manner, and Emilian was pulling the last of dinner out of the oven in the kitchen. There's my boy, Rafix said with a grin on his face. How'd the dungeon go? Reevan nodded his head to his dad and walked into the living room. He opened his mouth to answer the question, but was forestalled by his mother as she put the last dish on the dining table. Hush you, she admonished Rafix, we have guests. We can talk about that later after we've made them welcome. Of course, Rafix said, standing up. Where are my manners? Rafix made his way over to Tom, Vane, and Trick with a smile on his face and his hand held out in front of himself. The three boys' bodies locked, and their eyes were wide as saucers as they watched Rafix approach them. Rafix's smile faltered just a lit as he lowered his hand. He turned to Reevan. I'm guessing you guys put 2 and 2 together. Reevan smirked at his father. Rafix sighed as he turned back to Reevan's roommates with a new smile on his face. Hey, you guys have nothing to worry about, Rafix said, stepping forward and forcefully grabbing their hands to shake in turn. You're my son's friends. Those Hawthorne bastards had it coming. It's one thing to hold a decoff strength measuring contest. He warily glanced at his wife who gave him a sharp glare with one's own strength. Trying to use one's background is a no-go, though. They're lucky it was Reevan's father who handled the situation, Emilian said, eyes narrowed. An invisible force bore down on everyone present, and Tom, Vane, and Trick burst out into cold sweat. He's entirely too soft-hearted sometimes. Emelian's expression quickly changed into a beaming smile as she looked at her son's friends. But welcome, welcome. Come in and have a seat. Emelian walked around the table and grabbed Tom's hands as she personally led him to a seat. Tom let himself get dragged to the dinner table, but he looked like a frightened rabbit. I think you broke them, Mom, Reevan said as he also walked to the dinner table. Nonsense, Emelian swatted at her son's arm. Why would I intentionally scare my son's friends? You mean like Melissa, Talon piped up, a smirk on his face. He froze while pulling out his chair as Emelian fixed a harmless smile on her face as she stared at him. I'm sure I have no idea what you mean, she said in a sweet voice. Talon coughed into his hand as he took his seat. Of course, he said. Just forget I said anything. Kimberly swatted him on the shoulder as she sat next to him, shaking her head. Tom finally snapped out of his fugue, and he stepped back and bowed to Emelian and Rafix. Think nothing of it, Rafix said as he guided Vane and Trick to their seats. We're all friends here. After the awkward start to dinner, Tom, Vane, and Trick were finally able to relax after tasting the home-cooked meal. They gave endless compliments to Emelian for her cooking skill. They weren't just flattering her because she was a powerful caster, either. They were genuinely impressed by the meal. If I may be so bold, Trick finally said after mustering his courage, would it be possible to beg some lessons in casting? He had a hopeful look on his face as he addressed Emelian. Tom and Vane paused in eating as they waited for an answer from Emelian. Emelian shared a look with Rafix. Training brew, Rafix asked, picking up on his wife's intentions. Training brew, Emelian confirmed with a nod of her head. Tom, Vane, and Trick had looks of excitement on their faces as they shared a look. They waited for more, but Emelian just smiled at them as Rafix got up to retrieve something from a back room. He quickly came back holding 3 small glasses shaped like thimbles, but a bit larger. They were filled with a clear liquid, and he placed them in front of the 3 teenagers. You're a bit young for this, Reevan, Rafix said as he set the last glass down, but you'll get your chance in the future. I hope you portioned them correctly for teenage casters, Emelian said with a serious look on her face. Of course, Rafix said, I didn't even fill the cups up all the way. Look, Emelian nodded her head as the 3 teenagers looked down at the glasses placed in front of them. I'm sure young men of your family's stature have attended banquets and have had alcohol before, Emelian said with a lilt to her voice to indicate it was a question. The 3 boys nodded their heads. Yes, but it's been carefully regulated so that we didn't drink too much and make fools of ourselves, Tom confirmed. Well, this is a bit different, Emelian said, indicating the glasses. It's not just alcohol. It's a carefully concocted brew that, while getting you tipsy and flat-out drunk if you have too much, will allow you to still channel your mana effectively. Go ahead and drink it, and after dinner, I'll help you learn how to cast spells while your thoughts are impaired. So we're just going to learn how to cast while drunk, Trick asked, but he still downed the contents of the glass before coughing violently. His 2 friends also had a coughing fit as they drank their own concoctions. Not at all, Emelian answered with a smile. Normal alcohol will impair your ability to channel mana entirely, and this will help you learn how to bypass that impairment more easily. It will also train your willpower. If you do it right, you can even learn some valuable skills like clear-headed or even mental fortitude. Not only will it train you in how to cast while intoxicated, but this brew is specially designed with certain natural treasures to carry over to when you're sober, too. The effort you put into wrestling with your mana will directly translate to increased control, period. Training with normal alcohol won't have such an effect. The 3 boys' eyebrows rose in surprise. They knew from their parents how difficult it was to train oneself to cast while drinking, and they were already happy with the help Emelian proposed in giving them. The added benefits she explained were just icing on the top. Thanks, Trick said, hiccuping after. His face morphed into surprise, and his head bobbled a little as he turned to share another look with his friends. They also immediately began to sway in their seats. Eat quickly, Emelian said, pointing to their plates with her fork. Don't want to waste the efficacy. Are you sure you gave them the right amount? Reevan asked his dad with a raised eyebrow. Rafix just grinned back at him. Pretty convenient that you just happened to have that training brew lying around, Reevan remarked to his father as they watched his friends fumble along with their mana weaves. Were you prepared for when they would come by or something? It's not actually training brew as such, Rafix said with a slight smile. He glanced at Reevan. It's just brew. There are times for celebration. For your mother and I and our people, and regular alcohol doesn't really do anything to people with as much vitality as we have. This special mixture can give us the kind of buzz we would get in a normal party setting, and it doesn't have that much of a hangover after. He paused for a moment and smirked. Relatively. Reevan watched with amusement as his friends were barely able to stand on their own 2 feet as they tried to follow Emelian's instructions to craft their spells. They were quickly deteriorating in their ability to function properly, but Reevan could tell that even their efforts at the beginning had already had an effect on their weaving while intoxicated. The level of inebriation they were displaying led him to believe they wouldn't have been able to do anything if they had had to start in such a state. They laughed and made slurred remarks to each other as they tried, and usually failed to manipulate their mana. They might have better luck if they sat down, so as to avoid so much swaying and stumbling about. Ryevin chuckled to himself. But they're so far gone that the thought hasn't even occurred to them. If they got that drunk off of regular alcohol, they'd be bedridden for a day or two from the hangover, Rafix continued. A hangover is really just dehydration, and they only consumed a tiny amount of the drink. They're not going to be dehydrated, but they'll still suffer a minor backlash from the ingredients that mimic a hangover. Another upside to this type of drink, there's no memory loss or blackouts. They'll remember everything tomorrow when they sober up. I can't wait to see their faces when they remember what they're doing right now, Ryevin said. He turned to his father once more. You said you were just going to get them a little tipsy, so why are they so drunk? It's an initiation prank, Rafix chuckled. The very first time anyone ever trains in this method, it's customary to get them drunk instead of tipsy. It's harmless fun. There's no chance of poisoning or any lasting negative effects, and it gives us who have already been through it some entertainment and them a story to tell later. Some of the best stories are the ones that are embarrassing for the person at the time. Isn't it spoiled for me now, though? Ryevin asked with a frown. Rafix just laughed. Don't think you're going to escape your fate just because you know of it ahead of time, he chuckled. You might know it's coming, but it won't matter once you've taken the drink. Your head's in the right place, but you're not considering all of the factors, Rafix replied. The system takes into account intent when it hands out skills, and for whatever reason, even though alcohol is technically a poison, if you drink it yourself, you'll at best get alcohol tolerance instead of poison resistance. That being said, there's an odd quirk that if someone spikes your drink without you knowing, it's possible to get poison resistance that way. As to the drink we used, it won't give either of those skills. It's not technically alcohol, and it's not poison. The backlash is magical in nature because of the ingredients used. Laughter from Talon and Kimberly distracted Ryevin from watching his friends for a moment. He looked over and saw that his sisters had accurately created a depiction of the three roommates' training session. Kylie had woven one with her typical colored flora, and Riley had carved a drunk-looking Tom. Talon was encouraging them to add embellishments so he could show it to the boys at a later date, and Kimberly wasn't doing anything to dissuade them, laughing along. The two girls were apparently taking turns between weaving and carving. Wood shavings and other materials lay strewn about from their creations. They're getting better and better at those skills, Ryevin mused. I know that weaving has a direct application to magic, and so does visualization in the form of patterns. I wonder if other artistic expressions have a correlation to magic. Would my piano skill have some form of assistance, or maybe rhythm? I can ask Mom later. Having fun over their Talon, Rafix called out to him. Talon looked up with a big grin on his face and gave a thumbs up. Well, don't worry about missing out. I seem to recall there are some training methods for fighting while intoxicated, too. One day soon, when you're a bit older, you'll get your chance to experience it as well. Talon's grin instantly faded away and the blood drained from his face. He wouldn't turn back to watch the antics of the twins, but he no longer encouraged them to add any additional details. Ryevin looked at his dad, who just laughed. Rafix winked at Ryevin before turning his attention back to his wife, guiding the three inebriated youths. Mom, Dad, I have something on my mind, Ryevin said. His friends had slowly but surely passed out from the effects of the drink, lying in various poses throughout the living room. Kimberly had been dragged off by the twins to their room for the evening, and Talon was splayed out on the couch. Ryevin's parents had been getting ready to call it an evening, as well, and Ryevin had approached them before they went to their room. Sure, son, what is it? Rafix said. He tilted his head, indicating Ryevin to follow them to their room so they wouldn't wake anyone else in the house. The master bedroom was decently sized, and aside from the bed, armoire, and dressers, there was also room for a small seating area if Emelian and Rafix wanted to have some private time together. Emelian took a seat with Rafix standing behind her, and Ryevin sat opposite them. I don't really know how to bring it up, so I'll just jump into it, Ryevin said. He took a deep breath. I killed someone today. It was the first time I've actually killed another person. Emelian and Rafix shared a look, concern and understanding on their faces. Okay, that's definitely a significant issue, Rafix said. In our line of work, it's almost inevitable that you would one day. Knowing that truth doesn't make it any easier to take a life, though. People aren't inherently designed to kill one another. We're not really even designed to kill other creatures, either. Even the system recognizes this. That's why euphoria and misery exist. So how do you feel about it? Walk us through it. Well, that's the thing, Ryevin replied. I don't really feel anything about it at all. Right after it happened, I had a physical reaction and almost threw up, but then after that, he shrugged. Nothing? That is unusual, Rafix stroked his chin. Emelian reached out and held Ryevin's hand. Not the physical reaction thing. That's perfectly normal. In fact, a physical reaction in the other direction after someone is steeped in combat and killing is also not unheard of. What happened exactly? I know you've heard about the incident outside of the dungeon, obviously. After we thought everything was settled, Lance's main bodyguard tried to sneak attack me with some throwing daggers. I acted subconsciously and I killed him while reacting to the attacks. I didn't even know I killed him until it was all over. So you acted in self-defense and you killed him in the process. Do you think he deserved it, from your subjective perspective? Probably. Rievin asked more than answered. He was trying to kill me, and it was after everything was over, completely unprompted. If you had been cognizant of what you were doing, would you have killed him? Rafix continued to ask. I don't think so, Rievin shook his head. I probably would have just subdued him and let the authorities deal with him. Rievin, Emelian squeezed his hand. We know that you're a good person. The first thing you need to keep in mind is that even if you have ambiguous feelings about it, you're not a bad person. We love you. This is a complicated thing, Rafix said. Many people react differently to taking a life for the first time. Your reaction isn't unique. Fact that this actually bothers you is part of the manifestation of your emotions on the matter. Turmoil over not feeling guilty is perfectly normal. Do you think you can pinpoint why you don't feel guilty? Rievin considered the question for a while. He had been thinking about it a lot, but he hadn't put it to words yet. I think it's twofold. I logically understand that I was justified in defending myself, and that he gave up his right to life when he chose to take mine away from me. Other factors, my dreams. Can you elaborate? Rafix nodded his head in understanding as he encouraged Rievin to explore his feelings on the matter. Well, Rievin drew the word out as he contemplated. 90 of my dreams are about normal things. In the dreams, I have a wife and kids, and most of the dreams revolve around that. 10 of the dreams, though, are something else. It's terrifying combat. It's like nothing I've experienced in real life. The combat in my dreams is very, very different. There are flashes of light and explosions. You hardly ever see the enemy, and death can come at any time. In the dreams, I'm in a military unit, and we fight other people in many different settings. I've had dreams of fighting in massive cities, deserts, jungles, forests, you name it. We have to constantly move forward, and people get killed or injured out of the blue. I've witnessed my dream persona take other people's lives, and I've seen him hold his dying friends. And it's always fighting against other people. There are never any monsters or wild beasts. And you've had these dreams for as long as you can remember, Emelian asked, a mixture of emotions flickering across her face. Rievin nodded his head with a somber expression. Emelian leaned forward as she dragged Rievin into a hug. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Those are no dreams for a child. Rievin hugged his mother back, and Rafix reached down and squeezed his shoulder in silent comfort. Let me ask you this, Rafix said after the moment had passed. Did you feel anything for the people and friends that died in the dreams? Still do, Rievin replied. I don't have those dreams nearly as often anymore, almost like they've run out, and I don't have the dreams as often as I used to anymore. Sometimes I'll get a repeat of a dream I already experienced, and occasionally I'll have a new one, but that hasn't happened in a while. In the dreams, I always experience the full emotions the person I am in the dream goes through. I'm not going to lie, it's mostly terror. I think I can see why you didn't feel that much from this situation, Rafix said. To you, this isn't really the first time you've taken a life. Even though it really is, you've already been through it, and from what you describe, you've been through it multiple times. You're reacting like a veteran of many life and death situations. You intellectually understand that taking a life is inherently wrong, but you've already developed the numbness to it that many soldiers have. It just hasn't had a chance to manifest, because this is the first time you've actually been in the situation. I think this sheds some light on why you're so brave, Emelian said with a smile. Rievin gave his mother a surprised look. Rafix chuckled at his reaction. Go back to your friends in Lord Ilpir's retinue, and I'll bet a large portion of them will tell you they pissed their pants the first time they had to fight for real, Rafix snorted. From what you've described, you never had any issues like that. Rievin nodded his head after a moment of thinking about his time conscripted. So I think we've resolved the problem, Emelian said. It's not that you're a psycho or anything, it's just that you've already been through it, emotionally. If you still feel like there's something up with it that we haven't covered, you can always come talk to us about it at any time. Who told you that? Rafix snorted. One of the squad mates the first time I experienced euphoria after killing a goblin, Rievin answered. Well, that person didn't know the facts, and he was probably spouting off nonsense based on rumors, Rafix continued. Only heretical classes will mitigate misery. The other situation is psychopaths who don't really feel normal emotions anyway. No amount of emotional stress will affect someone who doesn't feel emotions. Good night, Rafix said. Good night, Emelian said. And remember, our door is always open. My head is killing me, Trick complained. He was slouched over a bowl of porridge at the breakfast table, barely eating anything with his head in his other hand. The plan of leaving after dinner to retrieve their horses and head home had been thrown right out the window once the training had been proposed. Tom, Vane, and Trick were suffering only a little bit of the after effects, but it was still enough to cause them to have no appetite first thing in the morning. They slowly, mechanically shoveled the porridge into their mouths. Eat up, Rafix said, quickly spooning his own food into his gullet. I know it's hard right now, but the more nutrition you get in your system, the better your vitality can work to purge the lingering impurities causing the backlash. I've noticed you haven't been your usual ribbing self. Vane poked Talon, who was eating silently next to him. I seem to remember a bunch of laughter coming from you last night at our expense. Dad just reminded him that he was going to get a taste of the medicine one day as well, Re-Ivan replied. The three suffering friends shared a look at each other. You'll definitely have to invite us over, Tom said. The group of friends continued to eat in silence. There wasn't the usual banter found amongst the group. Kimberly was eating with Amelin and the twins, and Talon was trying to be on his best behavior to mitigate any future teasing. Re-Ivan sat and waited for his friends to finish their breakfast, and Rafix got up to leave to go to work. Dad, since you're not really employed by Mr. Einrin, what do you do every day? Re-Ivan called out to his father as he was hugging his wife and daughters. Well, Einrin does run a legitimate business, Rafix replied. It's just that we're the employers and not the employees. I oversee some administrative tasks in the morning, always trust but verify, as the saying goes, and then I train with the party. We have a broad focus of training, but it's mostly to shore up our skills for pressing deeper into the dungeon. We still haven't fully cleared it after all these years. All of the other boys at the table snapped their heads up at the statement and stared at Rafix. There's a dungeon around here that you can't clear. Talon asked. Not exactly, Rafix replied with a small smile. The other boys looked to be ready to ask more questions, but Rafix held his hand up to forestall them. One day, you're not ready. Well, if he says so, then we're not ready, Tom said, turning back to his almost finished meal. Okay, well, I won't keep you any longer, Re-Ivan replied. Rafix nodded his head in farewell and took his leave. The group was almost done with their porridge when Kylie and Riley walked up to the table. Kimberly was standing behind them with a smile on her face. Kylie set a parchment down on the table. We have something for you, she said to the group. We thought it would help cheer you up, Riley said. Tom picked the parchment up and stared at it for a second before passing it to Vane. He smiled at the twins. This. Vane passed it to Trick at a loss for words. Wow, this is amazing, Trick exclaimed loudly. He was momentarily surprised when he didn't automatically wince again from his own outburst. Let us see, Talon said. Turn it around. Trick turned it around and Re-Ivan finally got a good look at it. It was a picture done in some sort of colored pencil. In the picture, the three friends were standing next to each other in different poses. Tom was standing to the left, a smile on his face as if he was looking at the person viewing the picture. A fireball was hovering over his hand. Vane was standing in the middle, his hands out to the side and looking up with a look of wonder on his face. There was an arch of water flowing over his head from his outstretched hands. Trick was on the right, and his eyes were closed with a look of concentration on his face. Despite the expression, he had a slight smirk. He was levitating off of the ground, his hands held out in front of himself, palms up. He was drawn in such a way that it looked like a gust of wind was whipping his hair and clothes. Re-Ivan sat in stunned silence as he looked at the lifelike drawing. It captured the magical essence of each of the boys perfectly. The twins had even managed to pierce the happy-go-lucky facade that Trick always put on. That is fantastic. Re-Ivan turned and praised the twin girls. They beamed at the compliment. Re-Ivan turned back to the drawing and something tickled his awareness. Do you mind? Re-Ivan asked, reaching out for the parchment. Trick handed it over, and Re-Ivan inspected it with a critical eye. On a hunch, he infused a trickle of his mana into the parchment. After looking at the result for a second, he burst out into laughter. What is it? What is it? Talon excitedly asked, leaning over to get a look as well. He looked up at the three boys and started laughing as well. Tom rolled his eyes and held his hand out. Well, he asked. Re-Ivan handed it over to him, still laughing. The three boys leaned over to all view the picture before looking up at Kylie and Riley. The two girls stuck their tongues out and took off, laughing. After Re-Ivan infused his mana into the drawing, the picture morphed into something completely different. The three boys were no longer displaying their magical talents. Instead, Vane was bent over, a rainbow-colored liquid pouring out of his mouth as Tom was depicted swaying next to him, a glassy look in his eyes. Trick was leaning against Vane, and he was hiccuping bubbles. The three boys couldn't help themselves, and they began to laugh as well. The mana slowly drained out of the parchment, and it reverted back to normal. This is definitely a treasure, Tom said, wiping his eyes. The only problem is that there's just one of them. We can keep it in the common area of our dorm room for now, Vane said. We'll have to see about a repeat performance from the twins so we can each have one to take home. I'll even pay for such a masterpiece, Trick announced. Hear that, girls? Kimberly called to the still giggling girls. They lifted their heads up at being addressed. You have your first paying customers. That means you have to do as good as or better a job as this one. Okay, big sis, Kylie said. Money, Riley shouted, pumping her fist into the air. Emelian rolled her eyes from where she was witnessing the antics from the side. I would say don't encourage them, but that actually sounds like a good idea, Re-Ivan chuckled. How did you even think to use rainbow liquid like that? Kylie and Riley pointed their hands in unison at Talon. Talon held his hands up in front of himself. Hey, I didn't know they were going to use my suggestion like that. He defended himself. All of the boys at the table just laughed. Ryevin sat at a desk in one of the rooms near the quartermaster office in the administrative building on campus. There was a small orb embedded in the top of the desk, and Ryevin was infusing his mana into it. The orb-infused mana produced a system page to pop up, and there was a list of resources and their cost that he could scroll through at his leisure. There's the total school credits acquired, which is what one's grades are based on, Ryevin thought as he scrolled through the list, and then there are the school credits available, which can be used to exchange for resources. The only things I remember being mentioned were experience crystals and natural treasures that could help one focus on their weaves. The pop-up list had the names of the resource as well as a short description of what they did. I have the lattice skill that helps me with weaves, and I bet it can help with other mana constructs as well if I get it high enough, so I'm not interested in that resource. As for experience crystals, I definitely don't need any of those. The only thing it could be used for at this time is bolstering my bloodline, but Mom said they would help with that. Ryevin scrolled through the list and found a couple of promising things. There were several different potions that could replenish mana, stamina, or health, and they were fairly cheap. He also saw a couple of natural treasuries that could grant an epiphany to certain skills, but they were extremely specific and couldn't be used for just any skill. The description mentioned they were useful for helping to break through the level 25, 50, and 75 thresholds. I bet there are treasures that help break through transcendence, but no way I'll find something like that in a Tier 1 kingdom. Even the ones available here mention that there are significant diminishing returns for levels 50 and 75. Ryevin continued to scroll, unable to make up his mind on what exactly he wanted to purchase. His hand stopped scrolling as something caught his eye, finally. Spark of Light increases the speed of leveling up light affinity skills spells. Lasts for 10 minutes, school credits 10. In stock 317. Now that is interesting, Ryevin stroked his chin. There was a spark for each of the basic affinities, and there were several for Tier 2 affinities as well. The Spark of Light was the only one he saw for Tier 3 affinity, but there were a lot of them. There are probably not a whole lot of students with the light affinity specialization, he realized. It only costs 10 school credits, and I have about 700-ish available. There's no quota of resources distributed to the students, but we do get school credits based on our rank each month. On top of that, the Academy isn't too stingy with their rewards for running the dungeons, and there was a bonus for completing all of the mainline dungeons in the region. If I spend all of my school credits on this treasure, then I can grind my lattice skill much more quickly and efficiently. Then that skill in turn can help me derive weaves and other mana structures at an increased pace. The most important thing to note, there's no mention of diminishing returns. If I can grind the skill up to make it a general class skill, then not only would its utility be significantly enhanced, but I'll be able to keep it forever. I might even be able to turn it into a general skill. Ryevin's eyes lit up, and his enthusiasm for the treasure grew at an exponential rate as he further considered the possibilities. Let's not be too hasty, though Ryevin calmed himself down. Just because it doesn't mention diminishing returns doesn't mean there aren't any. There might be other hidden pitfalls that I don't know about. I doubt there are very many other students who purchase any of these treasures in bulk. I'll buy 10 for now and see how it goes. If everything works out as I hope, then I can buy more. Ryevin selected the resource, and another pop-up notification asked for quantity and confirmation. He selected to purchase 10, and the system page told him to simply wait in place. After several minutes of staring off into space imagining what his increased skill level could bring him, a third-year student assistant entered the small room with a knock at the door. "Is this student novice Ryevin?" the girl asked with a sweet smile. Ryevin nodded with a smile in return, and the girl handed him a small pouch. "Here's your order, 10 sparks of light, correct?" Ryevin nodded once more. "Good, once you've left the room with the purchase, it is non-refundable. If you change your mind, you can contact an assistant through the interface." "You're welcome, novice," the girl inclined her head. "Have a nice day." "You too," Ryevin called out to her as she turned and left the small room. That's interesting," Ryevin thought. I could have probably raked in a ton of school credits this way if I required everyone to make an exchange in order to attend the study group. I'm not upset about it, though. I like the way it turned out. He finished perusing the list, hefted his pouch of sparks, and left the room with confidence. Ryevin inspected his increases in affinities, noting another peculiarity with his advancements. "I already noticed that all of my affinities advance in lockstep," he thought. It would be hard not to notice it. Another strange thing, though, is that it seems my higher-leveled affinities in the same tier slow down their rate of progress to allow for the lower-leveled ones to catch up. I don't make any special accommodations for it to happen. It just happens. He threw the thought to the side as he continued to check his progress. His affinities had continued to increase at a decent pace, considering he was able to devote much more time and effort to them than he was when he did so much martial training. But that wasn't the real winner this time. Class skills, basic elemental spells 49, bolt 24 MP, flash 24 MP, beam 48 MP plus duration, blast 1020 MP double MP costs for non-light affinity. Lattice 69, bonus to mana manipulation plus 21. True Light 26, infuse your will into light elemental spells. Lattice has leveled up 39 times. Re-even saw, the skill was at level 30 when I started using the Sparks of Light. It basically gains a level every time I use one. There was a hidden restriction that wasn't mentioned in the description, but other than wasting a single spark to find out, it's really not that bad. I can only use one every 24 hours. It's been 1 month since I started using them, so I've been able to use 30 of them, making my leveling speed skyrocket. They also don't hinder my regular practice, and I gained an additional 9 levels through training. I purchased 70 of them, so I still have another 40 to go. I went ahead and purchased additional ones just in case there's a slowdown after reaching level 75, and I don't know if it will have any effect at level 99. The semester had gone smoother than Re-even had even anticipated. He had planned the dungeon runs and adventure quests with additional time allotted in case it took longer to complete the quests or run the dungeons or anything else unexpected happened. As it was, nothing had interfered with the schedule, and he and his friends completed the self-imposed mission firmly ahead of schedule. Re-even simply attended classes like normal and continued his training. The study group was able to meet and practice together with uniformity for the remainder of the semester as well. The end of the semester is coming up really quickly, and then there will be a short break before the summer semester officially begins. Our group's rankings mean that we'll only have to attend about 2 weeks' worth of classes during the summer, and the rest of the time can be spent running the Revenant Dungeon. Speaking of, I never did hear anything about that prince's plans for the Revenant Dungeon. Melissa wasn't pulled into any party with him, even though she's the most qualified person to go, at least to an outsider. Either he didn't form a party from students, or he took the ones I saw him with in the dungeon with Ren. Considering his affiliation with the Abyssal Mana, maybe there's something up with them. Not really my problem. My parents' informants brought back a clean bill of health with his family. They seem to really just be living normally and not associated with that cult or anything. If everything goes to plan, then we should all be selected to go to the Elder Academy after the summer semester. Melissa is in her 3rd year, so she'll be able to accept a quota this time around. Larissa will have to wait another year before she can go herself, as long as she can get to the top of the apprentice class. Larissa definitely had the skill and talent to be top of the class, from what Re-even had seen. She wasn't number 1 currently because of her school credits. While she and Melissa had gone off to the Revenant Dungeon last summer, several other students had cleared the mainline dungeons. The bonus for doing so was equivalent to the bonus she and Melissa got for being the first to delve the Revenant Dungeon, but there were more of them, so the overall score was more. It was the right decision in the long run. The other students won't reap the bonus points for being the pioneers of the Revenant Dungeon, and Larissa's total school credits will exceed theirs. As long as she can maintain her affinity progression and grades, she should have the first place rank in the bag for next year. The competition was pretty stiff among the other students in the academy. There were no other standouts quite like Re-even, but it was worth noting that Melissa and Larissa maintained their rankings without having to break their backs nearly as much as the other students competing with them. Even then, with all of the extra effort the other students put in, they still didn't quite match up with Melissa and Larissa. They are from a branch of a noble house in Eldyre, and it shows if you know where to look, Re-even mused. Their talents aren't even shining as much as they will once they unlock their dual fire ice classes in Tier 3. I don't know how they'll match up against the others in Eldyre, but as long as they're not competing against the main branch of their family in the same year, they're probably going to be at the top of the Eldyre Academy as well. Once they reach their Tier 3 class, that is, Re-even amended, I don't know the structure for the Eldyre Academy, but from what I've heard, there's an additional year available for those who reach Tier 3 before they graduate and don't get moved to the Tier 3 kingdom. Re-even was confident Talon and Kimberly would be able to clinch a quota for the Eldyre Knight Academy as well. They had almost double the number of students attending the Knight Academy, and they also had twice the quota. Talon and Kimberly were firmly in the top 20 of the Novice Knight class. The only thing I have left to do in this region is finish the Revenant Dungeon, Re-even smiled. After that, I can accept the quota for the Eldyre Academy and use that as an excuse to move my family to Eldyre with me. There's no mechanism in place to advance the students in the supplementary school to Eldyre, but it would be a huge waste to let Kylie and Riley stick around in this region when they have so much talent. Re-even channeled his mana with an earth affinity infusion as he formed a chain with his roommates. Each of his roommates specialized in a separate Tier 1 affinity, but they only had 3 of the 4, air, fire, and water. Re-even was able to round the Tier 1 affinities out using his earth affinity. Even though his class specialized in light, his earth affinity was still higher than any of his roommates' affinity specialization. They stood in a circle and channeled their affinities in a circle through each other. Revan channeled his earth affinity outward to his right, towards Tom, who was channeling his fire affinity inward, empowered by the earth affinity. Tom, in turn, channeled his fire affinity outward to his right, towards Trick, who was channeling his air affinity inward, empowered by the fire. Trick channeled his air affinity outward towards Vane, who was channeling his water affinity inward, empowered by the air. Finally, to round the exercise out, Vane was channeling his water affinity outward toward Revan, who was channeling his earth affinity inward, empowered by the water. The exercise had been proposed by Emelian, and Revan was surprised by the results. They each connected their mana together in an unending loop, and the benefits were very clear. Revan wasn't getting nearly as much benefit as his roommates, as he had to restrict his affinity to match their levels, though he was getting more out of it than he would have practicing alone. It was normally impossible for one to exercise their skills and affinity levels in tandem, as one could only focus so much on a task while training. This method actually practiced not only skills and affinities simultaneously, but it practiced several skills and all of the Tier 1 affinities at the same time. Revan could feel that he was exercising mana absorption, mana manipulation, and his Tier 1 affinities all at once. "Why didn't you propose this exercise earlier?" Revan had asked his mom after she revealed it to the four friends. "You all needed a minimum foundation of level 20 in your main affinity," Emelian explained. "Anything less than that would not only not give a proper empowerment to the corresponding affinity, but it also wouldn't be able to absorb the empowerment from the opposite direction. I'm sure they teach this method in the second-year mana theory course, which would explain why Revan didn't learn it in the academy, either because he's still in the first-year course for mana theory with all of you." Revan continued to let the mana flow through him. Even though he was supplying earth and absorbing water, the mana was connected in a full circle to all of the affinities. The empowerment from the affinities carried over throughout the entire circle, and that allowed them to all practice their full Tier 1 affinities together. Talon and Kimberly were off to the side, practicing their martial skills under Rafix's supervision. The husband and wife pair were really in their element, one directing mana and the other directing martial. Revan once more felt that he was extremely lucky to have been born as their son. "My entire family is overflowing with talent," he chuckled. Even with her education being cut short and having to run around in lower-tier regions for her entire adult life, my mother is still Tier 4 even with having to postpone her own leveling with raising children. Have any more problems with Lance and his cronies?" Revan called out to Talon as his friends took a quick break. Revan and the three other casters didn't need a break from their exercise, as it wasn't physically or mentally draining. In fact, it was a bit refreshing. Talon eyed the nonchalant circle of casters with a bit of envy. "Nah," Talon replied after gulping a drink from his water skin. He was reprimanded by the academy, and it seems he's having a bit of trouble at home, recently, too. He's no longer the favored son, and he's got a large hole to dig himself out of. I've only run into him a couple of times outside of class, and he's quickly turned around and ran away each time. He's a bully when he thinks he can get away with it, but once someone can't be intimidated by his background, he doesn't even have the courage to talk to them," Kimberly snorted. "The coward. We already beat him and his friends in a fair fight twice. I guess he's projecting his own personality onto us as he wasn't willing to give up. We're not like him, though. It's not like we'll attack him just because he's nearby. If you have the strength to run your mouth, you have the strength to run your legs," Rafix called over. "Get to it." Talon and Kimberly took another quick swig of water before picking their weapons back up and resuming their sparring. Tom, Vane, and Trick shared a wide-eyed look with each other. They weren't willing to make any teasing comments lest they be subjected to harsher training themselves. They could practically feel Emelian waiting for one of them to say something, so they all firmly kept their mouths shut as they channeled their mana. "The nature of the world is one vast, infinite plane," Master Saura said. Being the political science instructor, geopolitics was in her wheelhouse. As such, she also explained a bit about the different regions that the students were likely to interact with throughout their lives. This eventually led to the Tier 4 kingdom that they were ultimately a vassal state to, the Quran Empire. In order to properly explain the details of the Tier 4 kingdom and their closest rivals, Master Saura also introduced the students to the wider realm as a whole. Revan had been very interested in learning about the Tier 4 kingdoms, as he viewed them as a peer group to his parents and family. Master Saura had gone into detail about their Tier 4 kingdom, their trade partners, and their rivals. She had also drawn a web of trade partners and rivals extending out in an ever larger map of Quran's peer kingdoms. There were crisscrossing relationships between many of the kingdoms, much more so even than the relationships between their Tier 3, 2, and 1 vassal states. Despite overlapping relationships, the web of Tier 4 empires had expanded out until there were over 20 Tier 4 kingdoms in what Master Saura referred to as the local group. There are about 10 million people in this kingdom, and each Tier 1 kingdom has approximately 10 to 20 million citizens, depending on the geographical size of the region Reeven thought. Each Tier 2 kingdom also has anywhere from 20-50 million people in them, plus the 10 to 15 Tier 1 vassals under them. Tier 3 kingdoms typically have 50-100 million citizens, with 8 to 12 Tier 2 vassals. Tier 4 kingdoms have anywhere from 100-300 million citizens and 6-10 Tier 3 vassals. If we average that out, we get 12.5 Tier 1 kingdoms with 15 million people, 10 Tier 2 kingdoms with 25 million people, 8 Tier 3 kingdoms with 75 million people, and then 200 million people for the Tier 4 empires. That's. Reeven did the mental arithmetic, 1,237,000,000 people, on average, per Tier 4 empire, and Master Salra said there are 20 Tier 4 empires in the local group. Even if the realm isn't actually infinite, I can see why it wouldn't be a stretch to refer to it as such anyway. The numbers involved boggled the mind. Keep in mind that Tier 4 regions are as high as any empire settles, Master Salra continued. There are cities, towns, settlements, and outposts in Tier 5 and 6 regions, respectively, but they're not a central power group for an empire. They're mostly made up of independent groups of powerful people, and any families that get started typically move out to a Tier 4 empire because it's just too dangerous to raise children in such an environment. The realm has up to Tier 8 regions, but none of the known ones near any of the local group empires have any kind of human settlements in them, and only the strongest classers, or the foolish, dare even step into them. Not only are there large portions of the realm too dangerous for human civilization, but there are also vast swathes of empty Tier 1 through 4 regions that don't have any people living in them either. There are various reasons for such, two of the main reasons being inhospitable climates, like deserts and too tall mountains, or a lack of dungeons or other resources. There are a few such regions around our local group, but the main reason our local group is formed as it is that there are vast oceans surrounding it. The oceans follow the same rules as the land when it comes to different tier regions, but they also have to account for the three-dimensional environment. It's a recognized rule of thumb that deeper regions are higher tier, but that's not an absolute rule. It is extremely dangerous to try and traverse the oceans to another local group, but ancient, powerful people have done so. That's how the teleportation arrays were initially set up. Now, to really blow your minds, Master Salra paused, scanning the room to build anticipation for her next statement. There are 100 local groups in our local cluster. A memory from a dream of vast emptiness filled with billions of stars forming trillions of galaxies quickly flashed through Reeven's mind. The way the realm is set up is strangely similar, Reeven thought. If there are 100 local groups with about 24 billion people on average, and there are 100 local groups in the local cluster, that's over 2 trillion people. And again, Master Salra calls it the local cluster. Maybe the realm really is infinite, and it's not just an apt interpretation. There might be a record of all of the Tier 4 kingdoms in the local cluster. I wonder if the Vin Empire is one of them. I don't know how many teleportations my parents took, and I don't know the range of them either. But there are 200 Tier 4 empires in the local cluster, so it might very well be. There was one other lesson that piqued Reeven's interest in the last month of the second semester. It wasn't the full lecture that grabbed his interest, but a portion of it. There are 8 tiers of classes and 8 tiers of regions, but only 7 tiers of rarity, Master Hilken, the monotheory instructor, said. Does anyone know why this is? Master Hilken paused the lesson to scan the room. Nobody raised their hand to answer the question. It was common knowledge, but the students had never really contemplated why, including Reeven. Well, there are actually 8 tiers of rarity. Does anyone know what the 8th tier is? He once more scanned the room. If one can force a Tier 3 class while in Tier 2, and Tier 3 can go up to Mythic without intervention from an Ascended, then what happens if a Tier 2 forces a Mythic Tier 3 class? With that line of thought, Reeven raised his hand. Master Hilken nodded his head to Reeven. Would it be something like pseudo-divine? Reeven asked. Master Hilken clapped his hands together loudly. Exactly. He said, good job. Yes, pseudo-divine is the 7th tier rarity, and divine is technically the 8th. Each tier of rarity has approximately equivalent stat gains, increasing with each upgrade in rarity. Pseudo-divine and divine, though, have equal stat gains, but divine classes have access to divine skills, which use divine mana. Pseudo-divine does not have access to divine mana. One has to have intervention from a higher plane to gain access to divine mana. Does anyone know why pseudo-divine rarity is not common knowledge? Reeven looked around the class, and after noticing that nobody raised their hand, he raised his once more. Because it can only be obtained in Tier 2, Reeven asked once called upon. And how did you come to that conclusion? Master Hilken asked. Because one can raise the rarity of their class by forcing a Tier 3 class in Tier 2, and mythic classes are technically possible at Tier 3. though it's literally unheard of for someone to attain a mythic class that early. Those two incredibly difficult things in their own right need to be accomplished by one person before they reach level 10 in Tier 2. That's correct, Master Hilkin said with a nod. He shook his head immediately after, though, but that's only half of the answer. Yes, one can achieve pseudo-divine rarity at Tier 2, but that's actually the rarer way to get it. The other way, also extremely difficult, is to reach Tier 8. Tier 8 has a minimum requirement of a mythic Tier 7 class. One of the perks of achieving Tier 8 is the possibility of ranking up one's tier to pseudo-divine. The difficulty of achieving the requirements, though, is supposedly as difficult as achieving a mythic Tier 3 class. I say supposedly because there are myths and legends of people reaching that rarity at Tier 8, but nobody around here knows the full truth of the matter, just that it is real. So there are 8 tiers of classes, 8 tiers of regions, and 8 tiers of rarity. Master Hilkin paced in front of the class. Many scholars espouse the philosophy of the Divine Nine. You might get lessons on it in your philosophy classes, but I wouldn't know. Us casters ascribe to the Infinite 8 philosophy. The 8 tiers of classes, regions, and rarity create infinite possibilities, and the symbol for infinity is a sideways 8. Lastly, there are 4 tiers of affinities. You might be thinking, that breaks the convention, but I assure you, it does not. It's commonly known that non-mana users gain the ability to use mana skills when they achieve a Tier 4 class. This is because one's class tier affects one's affinity limit. Everyone knows that casters have a limit to how high they can level their affinities based on their talent in said affinity. What isn't common knowledge is that each tier advancement adds 5 to the maximum level one can achieve in their affinities. Tier 1 and 2 classes increase Tier 1 affinities by 5. Tier 2 and 3 classes increase Tier 1 and Tier 2 affinities by 5, and so on and so forth. Tier 7 and 8 increase all affinities by 10. Non-casters have a technical level 0 cap in their affinities before they get their first class, but once they reach a minimum level cap of 20, they unlock the ability to now level those affinities. That also means that non-casters will never unlock any Tier 4 affinities without natural treasures found only in Tier 6 and higher regions. That's very similar to what Mom said about requiring a foundation of level 20 in the basic affinities in order to channel the advanced group exercise, Re-Even thought. I wonder what the rules for Tier 5 affinities are. Re-Even stood in front of the large, clear orb. There were bands of multicolored light swirling about within the crystal. The only instruction Re-Even had received for the end-of-year affinity test was that he could take it at any time from the last week of the second semester until the end of the first week of the last month of the summer semester. The academies only had a total of 10 testing orbs between the two of them, and they were extremely important resources. They were housed in rooms in the administration building permanently, and students had to be escorted by the staff to ensure nothing happened to the orb or the students. Since there were so few orbs and so many affinities, the staff member would insert a magical disc in the podium that held the orb to program the test to the appropriate affinity each time. Tom, Vane, and Trick had all decided to wait until closer to the end of the summer months to take their exams, as there was still the possibility of losing their top 10 ranking positions if they performed subpar and the competitors did well. They wanted the chance to practice their affinity levels and practical application of magic before they took their tests, so they would come back a little earlier from the Revenant Dungeon to take the tests. Re-Even didn't really know what to expect from the test as he inspected the orb. None of the other students had signed up for the light or darkness affinity tests, and if any of them did, it would probably be like his roommates at the end of the summer semester after additional practice. It was frowned upon to disseminate information about the tests. It wasn't exactly against the rules, though, which meant it did happen. The instructors didn't tell the students what was in the tests beforehand, either. No reason to hesitate, Re-Even thought as he reached his hand out to grip the orb. He infused his mana into the orb, and the world around him went completely white as he had the sensation of being pulled into it. The orbs created an actual side world, so the students would be physically moved to the testing location. It was almost always completely safe, though, as combat wasn't the main focus of the affinity tests. There were some affinities where combat was an appropriate gauge, though it was generally against weak goblins or mundane beasts. The academy wanted to test the students' abilities with their affinities and weaves, not their ability to decimate monsters. The point of having them face off against any creatures at all, in the few cases it happened, was to give the students a bit of pressure and a sense of urgency. Re-Even looked around as he found himself in a world of white. He felt solid ground beneath him, but he couldn't see it. There was no differentiation between the sky and floor, and there were no shadows cast anywhere. There were plenty of objects scattered around the testing area, but it seemed like every surface was its own source of light, preventing shadows. Next to Re-Even was a small table. On top of the table was a wand with a white, opaque crystal on its end. There was no visual representation, but he got the distinct feeling that the ground dropped off just a few feet away from him and that it wouldn't be possible to move from his current location. Off in the distance, he could see the only things breaking up the monotony of white. Scattered all around were floating crystals of varying shades of color. There were panes of glass with similar colors between Riven and the space where the crystals were, and some of the crystals were obscured by walls. There were mirrors at varying locations and angles as well. There was some sort of light barrier in front of the mirror panes, though, and it prevented Riven from seeing what was actually reflected. A notification suddenly popped up in front of Riven, startling him from inspecting the environment. Test of light: infuse the light wand with your light affinity. Use your abilities to focus the beam produced as tight as possible and pass the beam through the colored panes to the best matching colored crystal. Some crystals have obstacles blocking their path, and you can use your understanding of the light affinity to pierce the veil obscuring the mirrors. Objective: to pass, successfully match 5 out of 7 crystals with the best matching color. 1 failed match is allowed per crystal. If you fail to properly match the shades twice, the crystal will disappear. Minimum passing score, 65. If 5 crystals aren't lit up, a failing grade will be awarded, and you will be automatically dismissed from the space. Riven dismissed the notification and looked at the tools available to him. He could see 3 of the colored crystals clearly about 20 yards away, but the other 4 were obscured by obstacles. There were 28 different panes of color floating between him and the crystals. Each color had 4 different shades. So I have to use my affinity to make the beam as tight as possible, use it to see through the light obstruction on the mirrors to find the right obscured crystal, and I have to use my understanding of light to match the closest shade panel to the crystal. The 3 easy crystals are red, blue, and yellow, the 3 primary colors. Without looking at the reflections and just judging off the panes in front of me, the other 4 colors are green, orange, purple, and brown. There seems to be a small circle carved on each of the crystals, so I'll have to tighten the beam to match that target as much as possible. It said as tight as possible, so I imagine a more focused beam is better than diffuse. Riven grabbed the wand and inspected it closely. The crystal embedded in the wand didn't come to a point, and its thickness was about as wide as 3 of his fingers held together. He pointed it off to the side, away from the crystals, and channeled his mana into it. The notification said if I matched the wrong shade of color, he thought, but it didn't say anything about missing the crystals. The beam came out the exact same width as the crystal. He focused his mind and bore down on his mana, slowly but surely reducing the width of the beam. It took quite a bit of concentration to get the beam to shrink down and stay at the size he wanted. The mana fought back as it wanted to conform to the size of the crystal, but Riven could tell that that would be too large for the targets. His high perception stat allowed him to see that he would need to focus the beam to no larger than 2 fingers width to succeed. Riven activated his mana sight. The light beam coming out of the wand was perfectly clear, and he could see the weaves within the beam. There wasn't anything fancy in the weaves. There were no knots or patterns, just the regular weaves. Riven swept the beam to pass through the closest colored pane, but still away from any of the crystals. Something caught his attention with the mana as soon as it passed through the pane. The weaves in the light beam, when it was clear, were perfectly straight. As soon as it passed through the pane, however, the weaves took on a squiggly shape. Riven moved the beam through the next shade of the same color, and the shape of the weave subtly shifted. Riven cut off the mana being infused into the wand and focused his attention on the red crystal that he could see. In his mana sight, the interior of the crystal seemed to be magnified, not by his own skill, but by the crystal itself. He could clearly see the shape of the squiggly weave in the interior of the crystal. Riven reactivated the wand and passed the beam through the 4 shades of red, and he compared the weaves to the one clearly shown inside the crystal. There are no definite matches, but one of the panes produces weaves that are closer than the other 3. Riven once more deactivated the wand and contemplated the situation. It says to pass. I need to match the best color to the crystal. It doesn't say that I have to use the wand or that I have to pass the beam through the panes. With that thought in mind, Riven placed the wand back down on the table. The crystal wand did a good job of utilizing his light-infused mana, but it also fought to keep the beam at an awkward size. Riven pointed his index finger at the red crystal. He didn't immediately release the beam spell, but he first formed the shell and filled it with a perfectly matching weave. Surprisingly, his rhythm skill helped him the most to get the squiggles exactly right. He pointed his finger at the target on the red crystal, and using his finger as a medium, he released a 1-finger width beam with a light that perfectly matched the shade of red of the red crystal. The beam struck the target, and the red crystal lit up with a more powerful luminosity before it created its own beam of red light, shooting off into the distance. Riven nodded his head at the phenomenon. I bet if I used the correct pane, the combination of that shade plus the shade of the crystal would have merged, slightly altering the beam produced by the crystal, Riven surmised. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't really feel like finding out. Why use an inferior method when I have the ability to do it perfectly? Ryevin quickly analyzed the blue and yellow crystals, and he duplicated his previous method to hit their targets with perfect matching shades. The next crystal is obscured behind a light screen in the mirror, so I'll have to figure out how to bypass that to even find the correct crystals. The light screens weren't perfectly clear, though they were close. Ryevin peered at the light screen in front of the first mirror with his mana sight, and just like the crystals, he could see the magnified light weaves of the spell. He thought about how to go about bypassing the barrier for a second, and then he infused the same, matching squiggles into his eyes. When the light affinity weaves matched the frequency of the light screens, they turned translucent. The frequency of the weaves in the light screens was incredibly simple, much more so than the weaves in the colored crystals. There were 4 mirrors, and to pass, he would need to successfully see through 2 of them. The light screen's weaves grew slightly more difficult to match for each one, since Ryevin was able to easily match the frequencies of the crystals, though it posed very few problems for him. The closer his own weaves matched the light screen, the clearer it became. Perfectly matching the weaves caused him to see perfectly through the light screen, and he could see the green-colored crystal reflected on the surface of the mirror. He analyzed the next color frequency. He matched the frequency of the crystal perfectly, but he had a suspicion about the light screen. He launched his beam spell in a manner that it wouldn't hit the colored crystal, and once the beam passed through the light screen, his internal weave structure was altered by the light screen's frequency, changing the shade ever so slightly. Aha! If a student isn't paying attention, they might choose the wrong panel if they're using them, Ryevin thought with a grin. The change of the frequency will mean that the end shade isn't the same as the panel, causing one to misjudge and waste an attempt. This test seems very simple on the surface, but there are several pitfalls for the students baked into the test on a fundamental level. This is a Tier 3 affinity test, so most of the students who choose to attempt this test will probably have an affinity level of somewhere between 10 to 20, much lower than my 49. I can see how it could be a suitable challenge for someone of such affinity level. Ryevin adjusted his beam based on the frequency of the light screen, and he struck the next target with a perfect match once again. The green beam joined the other 3 primary colored beams, all 4 colors joining at a point off in the distance. Ryevin moved on to the next color, and following his previous actions, he once more quickly struck the target. Once the 5th colored beam, this one orange, joined the other 4, a notification popped up in front of Ryevin's face. Passing grade 71.43 completion. Exit space, accept decline. Ryevin dismissed the notification by focusing his will on the decline option. Since I've already decided to do it perfectly, I need to complete the last 2 colors. Ryevin looked through the next mirror. This one was slightly different, as the squiggly weave was again more complex than the last light screen, and there was an additional mirror with another light screen beyond. It took Ryevin a moment to figure out that he needed to layer the next frequency with another weave behind the first one matching the first mirror in his vision. Once he did so, the purple crystal revealed itself to him. He altered the weaves based on the combination of the 2 frequencies, and the purple beam joined the other 5, passing grade superior 85.71. Exit space, accept decline. Ryevin once more declined to leave early, and he moved his concentration to the last mirror. The frequency of the weaves on the last light screen wasn't static, and they slowly shifted, undulating like a snake. I can either hold a steady frequency of my own and time it, or I can match the movements of the weave. If I try to time it, when the light screen isn't perfectly transparent, it might alter the frequency I see from the brown crystal. So I need to create matching undulations in my own vision to get the right frequency for the brown beam. Once again, Ryevin's rhythm skill carried the burden, and he found it wasn't too difficult to match the shifting frequency. If it moved much faster, it might have been a problem, but the shifting shape was slow and steady. Ryevin matched the technique to the second, also shifting frequency of the next light screen. It was moving at a slightly faster speed, creating a dissonance in the shifting of the weaves. What followed after wasn't the brown crystal, though, but a third light screen. Ryevin found that he had to struggle to maintain 3 shifting, layered weaves in his vision, while simultaneously deducing the brown frequency and applying the undulating corrections to the beam. Sweat beaded his brow as he finished preparing the beam, and he finally released the spell to strike the target. The brown beam connected to the point in the distance with the other beams, and a final notification appeared before Ryevin's vision. Passing grade perfect 100. You will automatically be teleported out of the space. Ryevin felt the pull of the world, and he quickly found himself back in the testing room, the staff member looking bored. The older man straightened up in surprise, though, when Ryevin appeared suddenly. He walked up and patted Ryevin on the shoulder with a commiserating look. It's normal to fail a Tier 3 affinity test or 2, the man said, especially since you're only a novice. Don't take it to heart, though. This experience will help you next year if you decide to tackle the light affinity test again. It won't be the same test, but this should help. Ryevin quirked an eyebrow as he eyed the man from the side of his eyes. He must think I failed because of the time I spent inside. I didn't think I moved particularly quickly, but maybe I did. The man walked over to the orb and removed the magic disc from its slot. Ryevin could barely see that there were some new numbers shining on the surface of the disc, and the staff member froze in place, eyes going as wide as they possibly could with his jaw hanging open. He stood and stared in that state for several moments before Ryevin coughed into his hand to get his attention. The staff member's mouth suddenly shut tight, but his eyes were still wide when he turned to look at Ryevin. "Is there something wrong?" Ryevin asked, a frown on his face. No, the man stuttered. "Nothing wrong here." He shook his head and looked at the number again to confirm what he saw. "You got a 100 on the test." Ryevin nodded his head in affirmation. "Wow, the previous record for this test was 74. Most people pass with a score between 65 and 70. If you aren't already famous, you're about to be." Ryevin shrugged, and the staff member chuckled after mastering his emotions. "Okay, well, I'll just run this up to the Office of Testing." Ryevin coughed once more. "Don't forget, I'm also taking the darkness test." Of course, the man smacked himself in the forehead. "How could I forget? Let me just change the magic discs out, and you can step right into the next test." The man quickly inserted the next magic disc that he pulled out of his pocket, and he nodded to Ryevin to go ahead. Ryevin detected a lot more respect in the man's vision this time, as opposed to the bored look before he began the light affinity test. Ryevin stepped up to the orb, this time with illusion of dark striations, and once more infused it with his mana. After the familiar sensation of being sucked into the orb, Ryevin found himself in a world of complete darkness. A notification popped up once more. "Test of darkness. Use your darkness affinity to recognize and traverse the dark maze. Forge a key and exit the space. Objective: to pass, travel through the dark maze within 20 minutes. Gather the strands of darkness with the darkness affinity and create the key to exit the space. You cannot generate your own darkness mana weaves to forge the key. Step off the path and start over. Score is based on time spent and integrity of the key. Minimum passing score, 65. Using light affinity is an automatic failure." Ryevin dismissed the notification and looked around with just his eyes and perception stat. There was nothing but absolute darkness in every direction. He couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. Ryevin infused the darkness affinity into his mana sight. The world shifted in his perception, and he was able to pick up multiple different shades of the darkness. It wasn't just that it was completely black, but there were layered degrees of darkness. With the darkness-infused mana in his mana sight, he was able to see a gradient that started with pitch black on the far edges that slowly lightened in the center to a clear path he had to walk. Ryevin knew he only had so much time, so he immediately set off. He wasn't entirely sure what the key was or how to forge it, but he would cross that bridge when he got to it. He confidently strode down the path that was clear in his vision. It went straight for about 10 yards, and then it started to slowly curve off to the right. The distinction of the gradient also became slightly more blurry as he walked along, and occasionally the path would jerk in random directions. Ryevin usually had a good sense of direction, but after passing through several loops that should have crossed his previous locations with no indication of the previous path, he quickly abandoned any idea of trying to make sense of the maze or mentally map his progress. Whenever the gradient would grow fuzzy, obscuring the correct pathway, Ryevin would simply infuse more power into his darkness affinity, and it would become clear again. After 2 minutes of walking, according to his system clock, Ryevin came to a sharp turn to the left. Straight ahead, though, just beyond reach, a singular weave of darkness mana floated in empty space. The mana of the weave was distinct from the rest of the darkness in his sight, so forging the key must be acquiring these weaves and putting them together, Ryevin thought. One of the concepts associated with darkness is consuming, so I need to leverage that concept to absorb the weave. Ryevin stretched his hand out and concentrated on infusing darkness mana into his palm. He focused his will on the concept of consuming, and the darkness weave began to disintegrate as it was pulled toward him from the bottom, up. Ryevin cut off the darkness mana infused into his palm, and the weave coalesced once more. If I bring it over here a little bit at a time, then the weave might not match perfectly, Ryevin contemplated. The rules are that I can't use my own mana to forge the key, so if I tamper with it to ensure its integrity, that should be against the rules. The rules don't say anything about using darkness mana, though. Ryevin infused darkness mana into his palm once more, but before he absorbed the floating weave, he extended a line of darkness mana toward the weave and enveloped it. He had to match the exact shade of darkness, utilizing his previous method of matching frequencies in order to perfectly move the weave. Once he began pulling the weave to himself once more, it kept its entire shape. Ryevin was unable to grasp the ethereal weave, so he simply kept the darkness mana holding it in place next to himself. The dark maze wasn't too difficult for Ryevin to follow with his level 49 darkness affinity. Anytime the gradient became fuzzy, he simply used more power. The other challenge was that the weaves for the key began to blend in better with the surrounding darkness, and the frequencies became slightly more complicated. This also didn't pose a problem for Rievin, though, and he gathered 4 darkness weaves, one every couple of minutes. Once the 4 weaves were together and placed next to each other, they automatically combined into the shape of the key, and it solidified into an object that he could hold in his hand. Since the key is formed, the exit should be nearby, Rievin thought. He infused the maximum power into his sight, and he began to run down the path. Time continued to tick by, and once it reached 951 time elapsed, Rievin finally made it to the exit of the space. It was a large, solid black door with a keyhole in the center. He inserted the key into the lock. The door didn't open, and instead, a notification popped up in front of Rievin. Passing grade perfect. Time elapsed 957, no time penalty. Key integrity 100. Combined score 100. You will automatically be teleported out of the space. The pull of the world once more dragged Rievin back to reality, and the staff member smiled at Rievin as he emerged. Before he said anything, he walked over to the pedestal and removed the magic disc. He nodded his head and put it in his pocket with the light test magic disc. Another record shattered, the man sighed. All right, I'll run these up to the Office of Testing, and your scores will be recorded. Congratulations. Setting a new record comes with a reward of school credits, and getting a perfect score does, too. Each of those achievements is worth 100 school credits multiplied by the tier of the affinity test, so you'll get another 1,200 school credits once it's all been processed. Oh, I didn't know that, Rievin said with some surprise. Yeah, most students aren't record breakers, the staff member replied. We leave it as a pleasant surprise to those students who do so. It's not a secret, so you can tell other students if you want to. Most current students don't know about it, though, because it's been several years since any record has been broken. The record for the Tier 1 affinities are all 100 anyway. Anyone who gets it still gets the reward for breaking the record, though, as it's impossible to go any higher. The last time anyone came close to breaking a record was 2 years ago. A female novice student got a 96 on the ICE affinity test, and the record is 97. I don't remember what her name is, but any novice that scored that high on a Tier 2 test most likely moved up to the Tier 2 academy. Oh no, the pleasure was all mine, the older man replied. It's not every day you get to see someone get 100 on a Tier 3 affinity test, and not just one test, but 2 in a row. Rievin smiled as he nodded to the other man. They went their separate ways once they left the testing room, Rievin heading to the exit and the staff member heading to the office. I'll bet Melissa was the student who got 96 on the ICE affinity test, Rievin thought. It makes sense that she didn't take the test again, despite not going to the Tier 2 academy already, if she didn't know about the rewards. Maybe I should tell her before we all head to the Revenant dungeon. Rievin whistled a tune in high spirits as he walked back to his dorm. He would take a week's break after the official end of the semester, and then it would be time to clear the last dungeon in the region, the first dungeon he ever ran. Ah! Talon screamed as the fire washed over him. He ducked down and tried to hide behind his shield. He was completely unused to using it in a real-life situation, though so he appeared awkward with it. He had the skills and he had some experience, but especially after forming the adventuring party with Rievin and Kimberly, he had hardly used a spear and shield combination, so he was rusty. Kimberly chuckled, not even bothering to hide behind her own shield. She let the flames explode around her, and the ogre and orcs in the first-floor boss room of the Revenant dungeon screamed in fury and pain. The blistering heat and concussive force were enough to take care of most of the orcs, and the ogre wasn't feeling too well either. The other orcs, the ones outside of the immediate blast zone, had their skin melted, and they ran around screaming while on fire. The ogre attempted to duck his torso into the knee-high pool of water that was impeding his movement. The pool was perfectly circular and only extended a few feet beyond the ogre's range of movement, and it followed him perfectly where he went. Trick had named his custom spell the Wading Pool. It had no effect on the flames or heat, and the ogre lifted its head and roared in frustration. Giving such an opening to the adventuring party was a terrible idea, though, and a windblade spell sliced through its neck, nearly decapitating the weakened creature. It collapsed to the floor, dead. The fire and water from the spells maintained by Tom and Vane were dispelled after confirming it was deceased. I told you to stop doing that. Talon turned and complained to Tom, or at least warn me before you cast any big area of effect spells. He glowered at Tom, though he was madder at himself for once more shrieking at the unexpected spell usage than at Tom for actually doing it. You should really be used to it by now, Tom chuckled. Especially for when you're not being a mainline vanguard in the future. I won't always be able to account for your movements in a dangerous situation that requires a large spell, at least not until I get more experience. And you know that my spells don't affect my party members because of the commander's baton. I'm more used to having hate from monsters directed at me, so having something explode in my face that doesn't hurt was easier to get used to, Kimberly said with a grin. You'll do better after you spend some more time practicing your defensive combat. She reached out and took Talon's hand in her own, giving it an encouraging squeeze. I know, Talon sighed. Actually, it's more embarrassing than anything else. I'm standing here next to my girlfriend, acting as a vanguard in the face of an ogre, and she just grins while I scream like a little girl. I don't know, Trick said, tapping his chin. I think you sounded more like a teenage girl that time. Your voice had a little more oomph to it. Trick dodged backward as Talon swiped at his shoulder. The five friends laughed and joked as they took out their food, getting ready to have a snack before moving on to the second floor. The other orcs that hadn't been immediately killed had been unable to produce any more opposition to the party, so Rievin had quickly dispatched them. He felt weird having a smile on his face as he killed the orcs because his friends were making him laugh while he carried out the gruesome task. The last orc died, and the door to the second floor opened. Rievin joined the rest of his party in their break. He had spent the first floor critiquing Kimberly and Talon's melee combat at their request, and he also offered ideas for implementing weaves and using free hand spells to the three casters, also at their request. Tom, Vane, and Trick, while having fought in several intense battles with Rievin, hadn't really had an opportunity to fight large groups of enemies at a time on their own without Rievin also participating. He could have coasted in the other, easier dungeons in the region, but he wanted an authentic experience. He had already solo cleared the first 2 floors of this dungeon, though, so he didn't have any qualms about taking it easy. All right, to recap, Rievin called out. The first half of the second floor isn't too difficult, as long as we have mana, and we have a lot. At the entrance, Talon will engage the first revenant to be killed, and Kimberly will pick up the ambushing revenant from the opposite room. Tom, Vane, and Trick will continue using their spells to deal the main damage to the revenants. I'll keep everyone's gear topped up with a mana infusion and keep an eye out for anything unexpected. Once we get to the middle level on the staircase, I would recommend no more experimentation with your spells, and simply use your class spells to conserve mana. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads. They had already been over the plan while they were traveling to the dungeon town, so they already knew what was in store. Talon and Kimberly had met up with Rievin and the rest of the party at one of the branches of the Adventurers Guild in Magron after the week-long break. Talon and Kimberly's parents and siblings had made the trip with them to Magron in order to spend more time with their eldest children. Kimberly's family were lifestyle classers, but both of Talon's parents had been adventurers when they were younger, so they could handle the security of the trip between Hollowville and Magron. Rievin had sensed that Talon's parents were quite powerful and a little out of place for a backward town in a backward Tier 1 region. He didn't use Inspect or any overt skills to figure it out, but a combination of it and sense danger had given a subconscious feeling of their power. At least mid to high Tier 3, the both of them, Rievin thought. Once he made his judgment of their strength level, Rievin had been pleasantly surprised to receive a notification. Skill unlocked. Sense Threat 01. As soon as the skill unlocked, Rievin noticed a subtle feeling in the back of his mind whenever he looked at anyone, or if anyone got within a certain range. The skill was still only level 1, though, so the range was very close and the sense of power level was vague. It wasn't too inaccurate, even at level 1, though, as Talon's parents were the only ones that gave him any kind of pressure when he stood close to them. The two families had treated the party to a meal to send them off, and Rievin thought it was a good opportunity to broach the subject. So, Mr. Wyman, Rievin addressed Talon's dad. How did you end up in Hollowville of all places? Wyman had been getting a drink from his mug when Rievin posed the question. He slowly lowered the mug to the table, a far-off look in his eyes. We lost one too many friends, Wyman said sadly. Liera and I had also decided it was as good a time as any to settle down. We were already planning on retiring from active adventuring for the most part, with the option of picking it back up one day after any kids we had were independent, and we chose to return to the Tier 1 kingdom we grew up in. We had been fairly established as a party in Eldar for a time, and we thought we were ready to tackle some Tier 3 dungeons in Pernius. We weren't as ready as we thought we were. We could have moved to the capital or even a city like Magron, but we wanted a quiet place for time to heal. Then Talon happened. Wyman paused to smile at his son, a twinkle in his eye, and then the conscription and wanting to join you on an adventure. If Rafix hadn't come by and convinced me he would be safe, even at his age and tier, there's no way I would have let him wander off with you. We're pretty much recovered mentally by now, and we recognize he'll need to push himself to be successful, especially out here. I'm sorry to hear about your loss, Rievin said. Wyman waved him off. So what you're saying is you and your family aren't particularly attached to Hollowville. Did Talon and Kimberly explain to you guys about the Knight Academy? Sure did, and we're right proud of him. Wyman replied with a grin. I can see the question in your eyes. Liera and I have had a family discussion about it, and we're ready to move back to Eldire if or when the kiddos snag the quota to move up to the Eldire Night Academy. Kimberly's folks, too. Good, good, Rievin said, nodding. I've always strived to push Talon and Kimberly, but I was unsure if having them move so far away from their families so soon would be good for them overall. It seems I have one less thing to worry about. Wyman quirked an eyebrow and stared at Rievin for a moment with a strange expression. It's strange, he commented. You act like you have years of leadership experience, going so far as to take on the responsibility of your friend's welfare, and yet you're younger than Talon. We've all really appreciated your influence on Talon and Kimberly. He waved his hand about to indicate he was including both families in the statement. He's my best friend, Rievin said, smiling. Of course I want what's best for him. Having a competent team leader is one less thing we all need to worry about. What you really need to be worried about, Trick interjected, is a sudden Granch MPH. Talon slammed his hand over Trick's mouth, glaring at him while trying to communicate with his eyes. The people sitting around the table glanced at each other before bursting out with laughter. They understood Trick wasn't being serious after interacting with him for a bit. They were used to Talon spitting jokes and being a bit irreverent at times, so they took it in stride. I'm really glad your parents decided to move to Eldire with you guys when you inevitably secure a position in the Night Academy up there, Rievin said, returning from his contemplation to the present. Yeah, Talon said. I knew my parents had been adventurers, and I knew some of the backstories with them, but that was the first I had heard that they had attempted a foray into a Tier 3 region. We're the ones with affluent backing, but the more I learn about you guys, the more I feel like we're the ones holding your thighs, Vane shook his head. That's because you are, Talon pointed out, nodding seriously before cracking a smile. All things considered, we're all pretty compatible to team up with each other, Kimberly said. Once we move up to Eldire, we'll all be on the same footing for the most part. Well, we might not all be compatible, Tom said. Everyone shot a glance at Rievin. Hey now. Rievin exclaimed, I know what you're getting at, but don't think for a second that I resent any of this. I know my own worth, but I also know your worth. As long as nobody slacks off, we'll be together for a long time. Rievin strolled out of the dungeon nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his head. The rest of his party stumbled along behind him, clothes stained with sweat. To anyone watching, it would seem like they weren't in the same party at all, but had simply just been walking near each other. Rievin wasn't walking in pristine condition because of his vastly superior stats, though. He had hardly participated in the dungeon dive, even for the boss fight. He had relegated himself to keeping everything under control for his friends, and he had only had to step in a couple of times in the hallway leading up to the last room of the second floor. The boss room had once more been the Three Spectres and Dullahan combination. He had let his friends decide on the difficulty level, and they had chosen to do it without letting any of the specters empower the headless undead. Rievin led his friends to one of the Church of Light squads still operating their cleansing duties. There were several squads of priests and sword priests ensuring there was no taint in the dungeon delvers, significantly more than had been present before the dungeon break. It looks like they sent some serious reinforcements after the incident. I wonder what Jossen's situation is like now, Rievin idly thought as they waited their turn. Even though there were many more followers of Myrna handling the traffic had likewise increased exponentially. The party had immediately entered the dungeon upon securing lodging once they reached the dungeon town, not even taking a break before starting. Traveling on horseback without training to unlock and level up the forced march skill had meant that they didn't really need any extra time to recover. As such, Rievin hadn't had any time to seek out Jossen to catch up with him, but he had sent a calling card to let him know he was back in town. The priests and sword priests were efficient in their practice, and Rievin's party quickly had a round of purging done on them. Rievin received a strange look from the priest when it was his turn, but the priest just shrugged his shoulders and moved on. So the taint within the dungeon wasn't caused by the tampering of the active cult, Rievin mused. I didn't think it was, but you never know until you verify for yourself. The party made their way through the streets of the dungeon town, in the opposite direction of where they had once lived. The foundations of the outpost hadn't been destroyed during the dungeon break, miraculously, and the residents, new and old, had quickly rebuilt and expanded the town. Rievin looked around at all the new buildings and the hustle and bustle as they walked. You can see the outline of the original settlement, but it looks completely different, Rievin thought. If I hadn't personally experienced it, I wouldn't think there had even been any kind of dungeon break. This place still doesn't have an official name, but it's almost the size of Hollowville after just under a year. Pooling their resources together, the party had rented a nice little manor near the northwest wall. The Adventurers Guild still had buildings to rent at a discount, even ones larger than the one Rievin and his friends had stayed in a year ago. But not only were there no openings, there was a fairly long waiting list as well. The Adventurers Guild even had to set limits to how long anyone could rent a place before having to move out. Construction was still ongoing everywhere Rievin looked, though, and he knew that equilibrium would eventually be reached. The manor that the party had rented was built on a slope, and it afforded a nice view over the plains off in the distance. Revan even spotted people moving along the road, smaller than ants at this distance, but his powerful perception allowed him to easily distinguish them. The party entered the gate to the manor complex. There were 2 wings attached to a centralized living area, and there were 2 stories with an easily accessible roof for those who wished to gaze at the view. Melissa, Larissa, and their friend group were slated to join Revan's party in the dungeon town next week, and so they had all got together to specifically find a layout where they could easily separate the girls from the boys, yet stay in the same location. I can tell that this town is already extremely wealthy, Revan pondered. I wonder how long it will take for Count Ilpir to move his seat of power to this place. It's guaranteed that the dungeon town will become more powerful, personnel and wealth-wise, and this will become the central focus of travel in the future. Sure, people will still have to move through Magron to get here, but that will still relegate Magron to a transition city in the middle. Revan checked the post box as they entered the residence, and he pulled out a reply from Jocelyn letting him know he would be free to visit in a few days. The church compound isn't done yet, though they no longer live in tents. Still, I think it would be better to entertain him here at this nice manor, so I'll send a confirmation for him to come to me. Ah, this is the life, Talon said, collapsing onto the couch in the middle of the room. It was wide open with expensive-looking furnishings. There was an intricate rug under a coffee table, and there was even a chandelier that could be installed with mana lights for any casters that rented the place. Tom had obviously come prepared, and he had already set about to the task of switching out the sources of light. Hey, Kimberly loomed over Talon, hands on her hips. You're still covered in sweat and grime. Don't dirty the place up. Go wash and change first. Trick paused halfway in taking a seat across from Talon, and he stared back and forth between Talon and Kimberly. He finally decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and he stood back up, heading to the bathhouse located in the rear of the manor complex, also split in 2 distinct buildings. Revan strolled over to a seat and casually sat down, smirking at the other party members as they all left to clean up. Talon rolled his eyes at his best friend, but he still hopped up to join them. Now that the main semesters are over, it's about time to add martial training back to my itinerary. Revan leaned his head back against the back of his seat and closed his eyes. There's a significant lack of heat and humidity that was present last time, so it shouldn't be as much of a chore. My skill and affinity levels are fairly close to my weapons master skill level, but that's misleading. Not only is weapons master at 62, but that number represents master level, and not halfway between expert and master. There's also the sheer versatility of the skill, so I still have a long way to go before I'm ready to fully implement my casting with my martial. I still need to focus more heavily on my magical abilities at this stage. Revan only lounged about for a few minutes before he got back up. They had only dropped their gear at their rooms when they arrived, and none of them had done any unpacking yet. Mom said she would get me a storage pouch after I graduated from the academy. Emelian had told Revan that he didn't really have a pressing need to acquire one just yet, and if anyone found out that he was carrying such a thing, he might just get attacked. They were exceedingly rare in lower-tier regions, being hard to find even in Tier 2 kingdoms. The other reason she had not given him one was so that they would have enough time to commission one with a more powerful enchantment. A small, beginner's pouch, as she called it, wasn't good enough for her son, Revan chuckled. Rafix had given a different reason. He had explained that limited space would be a good tool to teach Revan how to manage his equipment and supplies, as well as teach him how to properly evaluate opportunity cost when it came to looting treasure. I've already spent my entire life having the limited space that packs afford, but I've always had plenty of extra gear and supplies available for myself in case of emergencies. Maybe I should try and figure out exactly how much I need per trip and pack only that. Until I start moving on to the 3rd floor, there's really nothing more the dungeon has to surprise me with. A foreboding feeling came over Revan as those thoughts flitted through his mind, and the hairs on the back of his arms stood on end. He paused in his unpacking after realizing what he had done. Wait, I wasn't getting complacent, Revan argued to himself. I was weighing the options for practicing inventory management, I swear. The hairs on his arms settled back down, and the prickling sensation that had washed over him went away. Hugh Revan swiped his forehead of imaginary sweat and continued unpacking. Revan, Talon, and the 3 roommates strolled through the streets of the dungeon town. Revan and Talon would comment and point out the changes to the other 3 boys, explaining not only how it looked when they came to the town last time, but also what it was like during their conscription. Revan's 4 friends weren't built the same way he was, and they grew restless just training inside the manor complex all the time, so they decided to add exploring the dungeon town as part of their schedule. Revan wasn't against socializing and spending some time away from his own combat-focused training, but that didn't mean he couldn't grasp the opportunity of walking through the town to train other skills. Kimberly had stayed behind at the manor, as Melissa, Larissa, Alijah, Erin, and Halen had arrived the day before. She wanted to spend more time with the other girls, as she hadn't had many opportunities to interact with them as just girls. Eric had also accompanied the sisters, along with another young man who was identified as having the same role as Eric, but for Alijah. Reevan kept a mental map in his head as they walked the roads, and he attempted to add as much detail as he possibly could. He had only ever gained levels in his map making skill when actually drawing the maps before, but he also hadn't attempted to create and maintain a detailed map in his mind while also performing other tasks. There was no mana involved in the process, but Reevan could still feel that his dual casting and ambidexterity skills seemed to marginally improve his multitasking abilities. While working on the mental map, he also inspected anything and everything that caught his attention, as well as all the people walking around doing their own things. He would also walk closer to other pedestrians, trying to get the perfect range for his new sense threat skill to activate in order to try and level it. It was a completely passive ability, but if he focused his will on the skill, he would get a sense of the distance and range of levels of the other people. When possible, he would wait to inspect a person until after his sense threat skill had had a chance to activate on them, and the added confirmation seemed to give a bit of a boost to the skill. Whenever a passing pedestrian would make eye contact with Reevan, he would also greet them in a friendly manner, and if they were amenable to a short conversation, Reevan would introduce himself and his friends in order to learn their names and work on his social memorization skill. "What's up with you?" Talon asked after the fifth incident of Reevan starting a conversation with some strangers. "You're not usually this outgoing with random people." "I'm using the opportunity to train my skills," Reevan replied. It seemed like the perfectly natural thing to do, and he saw nothing strange about it. Talon rolled his eyes before sharing a look with Tom, Vane, and Trick. "See what I've had to deal with?" Talon asked. "Actually, that's a pretty good idea," Tom said after a moment of thought. "I haven't really been paying all that much attention to the small talk, but now that you've mentioned working on your skills, I think I will too." "Do you have the social memorization skill?" Talon. "Nah, I'm not as skill-happy as Reevan is," Talon denied. "I've really only focused on my core skills and haven't branched out all that much." "You should really consider working on getting it," Tom replied, "especially since you're going to be moving up to the Elder Academy. It will be more important than ever to be able to socialize with the other students," Vane added. "There will still be a gap between the nobles in Eldir and the other students, but the talented students that secure a quota to move up from the lower region actually have an easier time bridging the gap between them," Trick said. "The nobles up there are more inclined to pay attention to those students in order to try and rope in talent for their families. The affluent families like ours will do the same thing. We also have an advantage over other talented students, as we'll have an in with the Bluefears due to our relationship with Melissa's family," Tom said. "They're only a branch family sent down here to scout talent, but that's exactly the point. Basically, you need to work on your social skills. Speaking of, I just unlocked a new social skill." Reevan joined the conversation. "Do any of you have the skill Gab?" As soon as I unlocked it, I felt that it was easier to come up with words to keep a conversation going in a more meaningful way. Reevan inspected the notification that just popped up as he ended the talk he had struck up with another stranger. "Skill unlocked. Tier 2, Gab 01. I knew about the skill, and I had always wondered why none of us had unlocked it yet, but I guess the trick was to hold a lot of random conversations with random people," Trick said with a contemplative look. "Usually, people in our circles unlock the skill after attending enough social gatherings, but I guess the ones we had been to had too many acquaintances for it to count." After realizing the trick to unlocking the skill, the three roommates became much more enthusiastic about joining the conversations with random people. It took a little bit of time and some grumbling from Talon, "Why are we working on skills in our free time?" But his natural personality was outgoing, so he eventually joined in the fun. Reevan was actually enjoying himself a lot more than he had anticipated. He always had fun working on his skills, but this was the first time he had gone around talking to anyone and everyone around. He wasn't necessarily anti-social or introverted, but his mind would often be focused on more personal styles of training. Reevan began incorporating observation into his Gab skill while talking to people, and he found that he could more naturally bring up topics of interest to other parties by speaking about things he noticed about them. After complimenting several girls and causing them to blush, he received yet another unexpected notification. "Skill unlocked. Tier 3, Silver Tongue 01. Reevan's ability to express himself verbally and non-verbally immediately became more smooth upon unlocking the new skill, and he felt all of his social skills synergizing with each other. He could practically feel his skills growing at a fast pace. The group of friends rounded the corner of a building. moving into the more centralized part of town where the earliest commercial ventures had been established, including the taverns and inns. Rievin and his friends came to a halt as they arrived in front of a familiar face. They stood stunned for just a moment until the other party greeted them with a smile and walked over. "Ah, Rievin," Prince Galwit said. "What a coincidence running into you again, all the way out here." "Yeah, a coincidence," Rievin replied politely. "Who would believe that?" he thought wryly. "Everyone knew you were going to come here, and it's doubly expected from me, knowing what I know about you. Are these your friends?" "Mind introducing me?" Galwit was the epitome of an approachable noble. "This is my best friend from my hometown, Talon." Rievin patted his buddy on the shoulder. "And these are my roommates from the academy, who you've previously seen accompanying me, Tom, Vane, and Trick." Each of the party members offered a polite greeting in turn. Talon followed Rievin's lead and simply said hello, but when it was Tom's turn, he made to give a bow to the nephew of the King of Eldire. Galwit reached out and stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "No need for that now," he said, the friendly smile still on his face. "I'm just here as a student and adventurer, far from the seats of power." He made no move to introduce his own followers to Rievin's group, and Rievin could see that Ren was still one of them. His sense threat skill brought that back, even though he was no threat to Rievin anymore. He had gained a considerable number of levels from where he would have gauged him the last time he saw him. Talon also spotted Ren with a frown. He had never had any personal dealings with the young man, but he knew all too well who and what kind of person he was. Tom, Vane, and Trick had heard tales of Rievin's time in the Lord's retinue, but they didn't recognize Ren as the antagonist from the stories. "Well, I won't keep you gentlemen," Galwit said to the group. He turned his attention back to Rievin. "You should find the time to come visit me at the manor I've rented sometime. I've heard that you're likely to secure one of the quotas. Eldire would be glad to have a young man of your talents joining our ranks, and I believe I could offer some valuable assistance. Graduating from the academy isn't the only path available." He gave Rievin a meaningful look. "The nobles can offer sufficiently talented students an appointment, and they're technically considered graduates upon accepting." Galwit motioned for his group to follow him, and with one last smile and wave, he departed. Rievin stood and watched the other young man go, a complicated look on his face. "What was that all about?" Talon asked after a moment. "We told you we ran into him outside of the cobbled ruins during the first semester," Trick answered. "Seems like he's taken a special interest in Rievin," Vane said. "It's not actually that surprising when you take everything into account." "I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing," Talon said with a frown. "Why do you say that?" Tom asked, glancing at Talon. "Did you notice his followers?" "Yeah," Vane said. "I recognized several talented third-year Magic Academy students. There were some third-year Knight Academy students, too, but that's not the point." Talon nodded his head before shaking it. "One of his followers is an old friend of Rievin's, Ren, the guy who tried to get Rievin killed," Tom asked, his eyebrows attempting to climb to the top of his head. "One and the same," Talon said. "I'm not sure what to make of a person who keeps company with someone like that. Rievin hasn't given his opinion on the matter, and he seems perfectly fine on the surface. I'll withhold judgment until I've seen more, though." "If Rievin can bury the hatchet with Ren, then Prince Galwit would be a great connection to have once we move up to Eldire," Tom said. "There's basically nobody higher than him that we could get as backing. The king's actual children aren't likely to scout talent and introduce them to the region." "I'll think about it," Rievin said, coming out of his thoughts. "If Ren doesn't cause any trouble with me, then I have no reason to find trouble with him. He was just a bully who didn't know when to quit, and I could care less to have anything to do with him." But Tom's right about Galwit. "My parents agree with Talon, too. Everything is fine on the surface. It's okay to interact with him, but we should still be cautious until we know more about him. All right, enough standing around. Let's keep going." "Ewa," Erin exclaimed, holding her nose. "These creatures stink." Melissa's party stood in the first-floor boss room, surrounded by the smoking remains of the orcs and ogre. Rievin had accompanied Melissa's crew for their dive into the dungeon, trusting his other party, with his roommates and friends, to handle the first 2 floors of the dungeon on their own. He had decided to join the girls' party for their expedition for a couple of reasons. He wanted to give his friends an opportunity to perform on their own without the knowledge that Rievin could step in and save the day, and he wanted to witness the prowess of Melissa and Larissa's friends. Erin was a wood mage, and she was more prone to using her spells to control the movements of the enemies. The Green family was known for their cultivation of special plants and their expertise in farming. Erin wasn't much of a fighter, as her family dabbled in more peaceful industries, though she did give her full effort in the dungeon. Rievin wasn't too concerned about turning her into a proper adventurer or anything, though, as it clearly didn't interest her. Halen was an earth mage, and he had been told that her family generally specialized with earth and metal. They were known for their metallurgy and smithing endeavors. As an affluent family in the capital, even though they were in a Tier 1 region, they had access to materials from Eldire. Many of the magical weapons and gear that could be found in the capital had their hands in their creation, one way or another, whether it was mining the lesser materials, smelting the metals, or the forging itself. Her metal spells were also fairly potent in their own right. Her metal bolt spell was manipulated expertly and was a deadly projectile. She also acted to apply magical buffs to the bodyguard's weapons and armor. It was the first time Rievin had seen proper buff spells through the system's class spells. Up until this point, he had only been infusing mana into his and others' weapons and gear in the crudest way possible. He made sure to especially note the way the spells worked on the gear for later, personal application. Alijah was the last caster that he was unfamiliar with. She was much less flirty and more serious once they had entered the dungeon, and her magical prowess had surprised even Rievin. She was a lightning mage, and her class spells were some of the deadliest ones of the entire group. Her bodyguard was also about the same level of competency as Eric, and the two had clearly worked together multiple times in the past. Overall, I'm impressed. Rievin made his judgment. This group is perfectly capable of consistently defeating the second floor boss room, and I would bet they're able to allow one or two of the specters to empower the Dullahan. I don't think they'll be able to defeat the full hard mode boss, though. That guy hits like a truck, and I was only lucky to find the trick to beat it on accident. Knowing the trick and being able to act on it are two different things. Get used to it, girly, Halen said. We're going to be here for a couple of months, working on our skills and gaining levels. HMPH, I know we'll be here for a while, but that does not mean I have to get used to it, Erin replied, turning her nose up. She immediately regretted her decision and lowered her head again, pinching her nose once more. I'll be happy to move on to the second floor where we can get away from these nasty monsters. Her voice came out nasally. Well, if you insist, we can take our break on the other side of the doorway leading to the second floor, Alijah suggested. You did say that there's just a couple of roaming bands of mundane skeletons in the first hall, right? She directed her question to Melissa. Melissa nodded in affirmation. Then it's settled. We'll go to the next floor, and we can kill the normal skeletons first before taking our break. The other girls shared looks and nodded their heads. Eric and Tal, the other bodyguard, just watched impassively. Rievin was more of an observer at this point in the dungeon delve, so he didn't offer up an opinion. Once it was apparent that the decision to take the break at the beginning of the second floor had been agreed upon, the two bodyguards simply turned and headed to the exit. The break lasted about 15 minutes, and it was the same as any other break Rievin had had with any of his parties. On the last delve he had gone on with his own party, he hadn't yet decided to restrict his own supplies to try and bring the exact amount that would be needed, but this time his pack was considerably lighter. He rationed the food appropriately, and he was pleased to see that he was properly satiated with an equal amount of food supplies remaining. Dad was so insistent on it. I wonder if there's a skill associated with proper gear and supply management. The second floor of the dungeon flew by, and Rievin was further impressed with the other girls and Tal's ability to adapt to combat against the revenants. It was apparent that they had gotten a lot of advice from Melissa, Larissa, and Eric beforehand, but they were also able to easily implement the tactics into their combat. Rievin was right again when they got to the boss room, and they only prevented one of the specters from empowering the Dullahan. The final boss of the second floor was strengthened enough to provide a challenge for the party, but it wasn't outside of the bounds of their abilities, and nobody was ever in any real danger. Eric and Tal expertly exchanged places in dealing with the ball and chain weapon, as well as the mad charges from the giant boss. There was also the addition of a system treasure chest after the fight containing 2 pieces of gear. There was a sword and shield dropped in the same vein as the armor that Rievin had previously gotten, and they went to Eric and Tal, respectively. You guys did really well, Rievin complimented. I feel like I was completely unnecessary. He smiled to show that he wasn't bothered by it. Are you sure you're okay with simply observing to sate your curiosity? Melissa asked. You didn't do any fighting at all, so are you even going to get any experience? I still got the experience for defeating the bosses and completing both floors last time, even though I only got a smidgen of combat experience from the second floor with the others, so I should get at least a little bit this time, too, Rievin shrugged. Also, it wasn't really about curiosity. I wanted to gauge your abilities so we could further split up the groups into smaller parties and pair people up appropriately. We can talk about that all together once we and the other party are back at the manor. Okay, Melissa replied simply. Well, if you want to, why don't we go check out the third floor? Alijah suggested. We can just go in for a moment, see what it's all about, and if it's anything too dangerous, we can just run away. No big deal. You guys did say that there weren't any other types of enemies during the dungeon break besides those giant demons, and you guessed they were from the medicinal soup of the rare boss encounter, right? You have a point, Rievin conceded. I'm down with checking it out, as long as everyone else is. The other girls nodded their heads, and the party decided to take another quick break to make sure they were in tip-top condition. They didn't eat another snack, as they had just had a break before attempting the boss battle, and Ryevin was still on track to have the exact right amount of food for the dive. I'm going to actively participate as one of the vanguards this time, Ryevin notified the others. He was wearing his heavy and medium armor instead of the robes just in case. We can have Eric acting in the center, as he and I are familiar with each other already, and Eric and Tal are familiar with each other. This way there shouldn't be any conflicts. Sounds good, Melissa said. The party quickly replenished a bit of their stamina and mana, and the three young men took up their positions in the front to explore the next, and hopefully final floor of the dungeon. They took the stairs leading down past the newly opened door and advanced in the same way they had tackled the second floor, just with an additional melee combatant. The environment was indistinguishable from the second floor. The halls were the same carved stone bricks, and the stairs opened up to a hallway. There were no enemies of any kind in sight for a couple of minutes, and the man-made hallway eventually turned into a natural cave once more. There was a distinct demarcation where the bricks disappeared as if the ancient inhabitants hadn't finished building their underground fortress. I don't like this at all, Erin whispered. It was quiet enough that her voice carried to everyone. I feel suffocated, Halen agreed. It's like there's a force squeezing my chest and lungs, Alijah added. Ryevin turned his head to look at the female casters behind him. They were walking along with obvious signs of discomfort on their faces. Ryevin happened to catch a glance of Eric as well, and the other vanguard had sweat dripping down his face where none had been before. What's the problem? Ryevin asked, confused. I don't feel any different. I don't know exactly what the reason is, but we all feel pretty uncomfortable down here, Melissa answered. It started once we passed the last bricks. You don't feel anything. No, I feel fine, Ryevin replied. Just let us know if it becomes unbearable. There's no reason to keep going just to give me a chance at contributing. Will do. They continued their journey deeper into the dungeon, and the girls didn't indicate that they were any more uncomfortable. Ryevin kept it in mind, but he maintained his vigilance. After another couple of minutes of walking with no monsters of any kind, the sound of mining activity could be heard coming from up ahead. The corridor opened up into a huge cavern, and there were revenants in every direction that the ethereal lighting extended. Many were holding pickaxes and striking the walls, but just as many were standing around, fully armed and armored. Their gear wasn't rusted and falling apart like the other revenants, though, and they appeared to be very high quality. All activity from the revenants halted as soon as Ryevin, Eric, and Tal stepped past the threshold of the corridor. Every single one of them turned to look at the three vanguards. Ryevin's stomach dropped at the scene, and he realized where they were. Back to the second floor, Ryevin shouted as the revenants started to sprint towards them. Not only were they no longer hindered by the lack of mana density, but they even seemed to be empowered beyond what they were on the surface during the dungeon break. Run. I'll keep an eye on them so they don't do their instant movement technique. The other members in Ryevin's party didn't hesitate or ask questions after seeing the horde of revenants come at them. More and more kept appearing from beyond the limits of the dungeon lighting, an apparently endless amount. The shrieks of several specters reached their ears as they retreated. Ryevin couldn't turn around and sprint like the others, but he was still in the corridor, so he couldn't easily be surrounded. He activated his elemental weapon ability, but it felt like he was fighting the mana to keep it in place. He used his familiar fire affinity, and the flames looked like they would sputter out at any moment. He infused more mana into the skill, but it didn't seem to help the stability. What's going on? Why is it so hard to channel mana? Ryevin thought with growing alarm. It feels like I'm trying to push the mana through a strainer or something. The first of the revenants quickly reached him, and he engaged them in combat while continuing to retreat. The attacks from the armed and armored revenants came hard and fast, clearly at a superior skill level than any of the revenants encountered on the second floor. Ryevin judged that they were firmly above the expert mastery and higher than either Eric or Tal's. He sensed with his skills that the two bodyguards had turned to join him in blocking the revenants. Eric dashed up to Ryevin's side and attacked one of the front revenants. The skeleton's sword wove its way around Eric's blade, taking the attack head-on with its armor, and Eric had to scramble to get his shield in place to block the serpentine thrust. Monster's sword connected with Eric's shield, and a loud gong sounded out as he was hurled down the corridor, nearly losing his newly acquired magical sword. Ryevin's eyes opened wide in surprise at the sudden turn of events, and something similar happened shortly after with Tal. Ryevin was once more alone as he fought harder and faster than he ever had before. The mana doesn't appear to restrict their abilities, he shouted down the corridor. Several elemental spells came zipping down from the girls. In the brief moment that Ryevin could see the spells, they seemed ethereal, like they were going to disappear at any second. They practically bounced off of the revenants, doing little to no damage at all. Magic isn't working against them either. Ryevin yelled, "Go, get back to the second floor. I got this." The mention of the uncomfortable feeling, as well as the general lack of potency from the mana skills and spells, coupled with Ryevin not feeling any different, gave birth to an idea in Ryevin's mind. The mana density was increasing on the outside because of the introduction of abyss mana mixing into the ambient mana. The mana density in the dungeon has slowly been increasing the further we go into the dungeon, so does that mean the abyss mana has taken over to supplant being the dominant ambient mana? Ryevin didn't have time to think too much, and the thought entered his head in but a moment. He was still wary about using his Tier 5 Abyss affinity, but he had to do something. Ryevin concentrated and accessed his Abyss affinity. Instead of infusing his own mana skills directly, he mixed darkness with the Abyss, and using the concept of consuming once more, he gathered up the local Abyss mana. He manipulated the mana to infuse and surround his skills, and he noticed an immediate improvement. It still felt like he was straining to release his own mana, as the veridical nature was still dominant, but now his elemental weapon was once more cleaving through the revenants like it did on the higher floor. He continued to methodically retreat as he held off the revenants, allowing Eric and Tal to recover and catch back up to the girls. They had given up attempting to assist Ryevin, and they ran for their lives to the second floor. Ryevin could hear the specters getting closer, and he guessed that there had to be 10 or more about to reach him. Ryevin used his dual casting skill to channel another version of elemental weapon, but this time he used it more as a way to use his own body as a focus for a free hand spell. He wove and knotted his mana to replicate Larissa's custom spell, Inferno Blast, the combination of the individual system spells Inferno and Fire Blast. He pulled in more of the Abyss mana, and he built up his spell, adding layer after layer of knotted weaves until the group of specters finally entered his sight. He waited until they got closer, still hacking and slashing, dodging and parrying, and then suddenly released the blast once the specters got near. He strained his abilities with dual casting, and he used a large chunk of his remaining mana to cover his entire body in a mana shield. The Inferno Blast exploded out of him, directed towards the monsters that were crowding through the tunnel, and a huge fiery wave launched forward. The specters screamed in outrage and pain, and thousands of bones of tens of revenants shattered and blew apart as a secondary explosion of bone shrapnel. There were no more revenants or specters in the immediate vicinity. It seems like that spell even destroyed a bunch of them well outside of visibility. Ryevin panted for breath, feeling the beginnings of a mana expenditure backlash. He hadn't used too much mana to send him into a full-on incapacitating migraine, but he could feel the pressure building and throbbing behind his eyes. He surveyed the carnage he had wrought, and then turned and sprinted to catch up with his party, the feeling of channeling his mana through a sieve lessening greatly once he reached the bricks once more, his friends having taken up position to be able to keep an eye out for any approaching revenants once they were back in the veridical zone. Definitely need to come in here with a more powerful party, Ryevin thought. I'm not going to risk exposing my Abyss affinity to anyone, not even Talon, and the hindrance down here is too great for anyone in Tier 2. It's time to contact my parents' subordinates.